At the transfer ceremony square, everyone hopes to get the coolest and most powerful profession, and this young man is no different. It has been several years since the world suddenly plunged into reality, with countless dangerous dungeons filled with monsters attacking the human world. Humanity began awakening and becoming stronger, known as the Transformed. Duong was determined to awaken to the best profession, but the result he got was an even worse profession than a useless soldier. Early-stage melee fighters often die easily, requiring a lot of time and effort to improve, and their attacks later on are weaker than those of other professions. When they found out about Duong's profession, his classmates burst into laughter, mocking him with a condescending and contemptuous attitude, but it was all just teasing and disdain. Duong didn't bother to pay attention to them and shot back sharply. Then where did that come from? He is the princess's classmate. I heard he changed to a rare profession as a frost mage. Congratulations. But I also heard that newly switched mages are very weak, so maybe we should try right now. The princess was furious, straightening her clothes and preparing to charge into battle. But before she could do anything, her underlings suddenly shouted in panic, "Boss, look over there!" Duong quickly turned around to see that it was the combat team of the Spirit Beast Guild, one of the strongest A-rank guilds in Donglin City. Duong overheard that they are planning to attack the Black Dragon Nest today, and was extremely surprised because the Black Dragon Nest is the largest S-rank dungeon in City C, filled not only with numerous small monsters, but also with powerful elite beasts. And the most terrifying boss, level 99 Black Dragon Dark Flame Wing Athos, is said to have brought down even the strongest S-rank guild. But the Spirit Beast Guild has many 4-tier and above transmigrators and has never failed in their missions. Maybe they really will succeed. The Black Dragon is a class changer. As expected, this is a world that belongs only to the strong. Am I destined to spend my entire life as a pauper trampled under the feet of these powerhouses? Duong clenched his fist in frustration as a bright green notification from the system appeared, confirming the flawless soul host measurement. The system is about to bind the boss roll. A sudden light envelops Duong. Along with another notification, the system successfully bound the boss roll. The young man was so shocked he nearly fell over. Does the system have this too? But what does it mean to be a boss in addition to my main task? A question with no answer, and the system continues to send other notifications. The system has successfully assigned the boss role. The system requires the host to take on the boss role to prevent players from entering the dungeon. After defeating the players, the master can gain experience and the equipment they drop. Does the host want to start the duel role? Duong was stunned, speechless with amazement. Usually, players clear dungeons in squads, ranging from 4 to as many as 8 to 24 members, and sometimes even hundreds in a guild raid. If I can put them in the chicken coop, my experience and equipment would definitely become abundant, instantly leveling up from level 1 to a promoted rank. That's the case. Even the weakest soldier can quickly become powerful. At this point, Duong was quite excited, but also a little worried. What would happen to his fate if he were defeated by the players? Waiting too long without any response from the host, the system continued to urge him. If the host does not respond, the system will automatically cancel and the countdown will start. Duong begins to panic. Are you seriously panicking and shouting, "Is it really like this?" The countdown continues, but now is not the time to hesitate. It seems there are dangers even in the pursuit of benefit. Even if I get skewered by others as a boss, I don't want to be trampled on forever. Oh, to become stronger, this might be the only way. Then start the succession. Duong thought to himself and decisively clicked agree. You must make me a stronger boss. The system immediately activates, and the quick succession of succession teleportation begins. Duong opened his eyes after teleporting, and in front of him were all elite dragon men above level 80. The young man was startled and nervous, wondering where he was. Who am I? Are all of us strange dragons? But how come they look so small? In my impression, dragons are all very big. As I was lost in thought, the person below suddenly spoke to interrupt. Prince Ngo, you have awakened from the long dream of the enemy's defeat, haven't you? Duong was stunned and couldn't believe it. Are you saying I'm the king? Surely not the king of the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the boss I am in charge of is the level 99 Dark Flame Wing Dragon of the Dragon Clan? Just as Duong suspected, the system immediately sent a notification. Congratulations on successfully taking on the role. Now, also acting as the level 99 boss of the Black Dragon Lair Hak Diem Chiduk. But you still can't quite believe it, glancing around cautiously to survey your surroundings. The information panel also appeared before his eyes, showing the level 99 Dark Flame boss Athos in its juvenile stage with 5 million HP, Dark Dragon Clan attributes, Strength 3,221, Speed 1,102, Spirit 1,321, Bloodline talent, Giant dragon immunity to 80% physical damage, 80% magic damage immunity, destruction of dark flames with destructive power that consumes no energy, dealing magic damage, and the mighty giant dragon intimidation that can reduce lower level creatures' attributes by 20%, an absolute suppression belonging to the giant dragon. The great dragon's attack skill unleashes a powerful strike that deals 30% physical damage. The dragon roar echoes through the sky, causing the mental strength of all targets within 300 meters to decrease and leaving them in a dazed state for 5 seconds. The Kulong eye can see any space within the territory or dungeon without being limited by sight. Duong at this moment blinked, shocked and even more shocked, calculating his moves. This is the power of the dark flame wings, and it's incredibly strong. Players who change class to level 99 with over 1,000 attributes are rare. But the Dark Flame Wings have attributes not only exceeding 1,000, but also a strength of over 3,000 points. But this isn't the worst. The key is the talent, which includes 80% resistance to physical and magic damage, and also reduces the player's attributes by 20%. So these two reductions together make damage negligible. Combined with these exclusive skills, no player can be my opponent anymore. An endless surge of power is flowing through me. Truly the most exhilarating feeling I've ever experienced. Duong thought, shouting out with excitement and pure joy. The followers below all fell to their knees, begging King Wu to be merciful. Only then did the young man realize he had overdone it and accidentally unleashed the extreme dragon roar, frightening his followers. "Get up, you useless trash!" He arrogantly lifted his chin and said. The minions below, hearing the boss speak, hurriedly flattered him. Truly worthy of King Wu, even in his childhood he was already so formidable. Waiting for your time to reach maturity and conquer the human world is only natural. Only then did Duong notice. The information also describes it that way, but he still has some damage doubts. Logically, shouldn't all the bosses in the dungeon have fixed levels? Could it be that the Black Flame Wings can still level up? Your curiosity hasn't been satisfied yet, and now there's someone below daring to interrupt. You damn evil dragon, what are you going crazy about? If you're in a hurry, let me go now, or the spirit fairy race will definitely make you regret it. Duong was surprised again, staring at her without blinking, wondering silently, is that the spirit fairy race, an NPC in the dungeon? After the world descended, many fantasy races appeared, but this was the first time he saw a real elf. Duong couldn't help but be curious and lifted the cage to observe her. At the same time, a huge shockwave appeared from outside. The little elf girl looked relieved and happy, finally seeing a player coming to save her. "Dark Dragon, you're about to be done for." After cursing, she turned around and still saw the huge fiery dragon glaring at her, making her feel a chill down her spine. Duong also sensed the movement and activated the Great Dragon Eye to check the situation. Even though it's a level 99 boss, safety comes first when facing the enemy. The team from the Spirit Beast Guild seems very confident, speaking with a bold tone. Led by Lei Shan, a level 99 Quad Transcendence Thunder God Destroyer, guild leader of the Spirit Beast Guild, and level 98 Quad Transcendence Lai Dan, a pure landmaster. Next are the Tier 4 level 96 Pre-Origin, Holy Healer Knight, and level 95 Tier 4 Biaofeng Multi-Arrow Shooter. To test their strength, Duong sends a few small monsters to charge ahead. But they ignored the top-tier tank-class challenger and instead attacked the fire attribute members below, unleashing their maximum speed in one go. Truly worthy of spiritual beasts, their firepower and discipline are absolutely top-notch. Those little monsters basically can't see their full strength. If they are a professional team, Duong thinks of another way, maybe increasing the difficulty a bit. And then after this thought, the other side suddenly shouted out loud, "Chairman, what is this? Why is it falling from the sky? Oh my God, look at their stats. What is happening?" Before they could realize the situation, the level 99 Dragon Warrior rushed in to attack. Chairman Lei Shan quickly regained his composure, ordered everyone to defend, then teleported in for a critical strike. Vice Chairman Zhao Ming swiftly cast a spell to grant the entire team full immunity to damage, stood up, and took command of the team. Don't panic. Fall back to the rear to gain range points. Attack in close combat first. Adjust buffs and bursts, and focus fire on the target. The Dragon Man Warrior takes the full brunt of the attack, directly spitting out a garlic clove. Duong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but secretly admire. Indeed, he has some strength. A single Dragon Man Warrior can't pose too much threat to the Spirit Beast Guild. If that's the case, then if one isn't enough, just grab them all and throw them straight at those people. We just finished dealing with one elite, and before we could celebrate or rest, 6 more from the Spirit Beast Guild showed up to greet us. Zhao Ming, holding his bow, hurriedly turned to the guild leader and asked, "I've never seen a situation like this before. What should we do now?" Loisan cursed under his breath and shouted to reorganize the formation. Damn it, what's going on today? Elite monsters aren't something to be afraid of? Our guild is also elite. Move out. Adjust the formation to prioritize injured members, tanks focus on shooting, and pay attention to face opponents and back to enemies. The subsequent attacks kept coming rapidly, with monsters taking hit after hit, quickly turning into stepping stones for them. Tuduang was stunned and exclaimed 3 words with great resilience. I originally planned to use the elite monsters to break through the formation and directly push them back, but unexpectedly they chose to risk everything to the end. But with this strength, there's no way to defeat the boss. As he thought about it, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Could they still have a trump card they haven't used yet? Killing the song monster. Yet the spirit beast didn't head towards the boss's location. Instead, taking a different path that made Tuduang suspicious. Could there be something else here? So he began checking everything in this dungeon. I really didn't expect there to be a tomb of Dragon Slayer warriors containing the Dragon Heart artifact of the quest. The wearer will bypass the skills and talents of the Dragon Clan after wearing it. Tuduang's eyes were blazing with murderous intent as he silently calculated. I understand now. Facing a boss with nearly unbeatable resistance, players can use certain mechanics or items to weaken its abilities. If they can bypass their skills and talents, then they might be able to kill themselves. The more he thought about it, the more Tuduang couldn't accept it. He couldn't let the guild's spirit beast get that item. Then he flew straight up into the sky, heading toward the tomb. Regardless of whether the people below were screaming or cheering for something, Loisan continued to lead his team deeper into the dungeon. Captain, the consumption of supply durability and equipment far exceeds expectations. We probably won't be attacked by the Heavenly Mechanism Guild, right? Loisan said firmly, turning back with a confident look. There's no way the Heavenly Mechanism sect, no matter what they say, isn't an ancient power organization with their own guarantees. Besides, this power was exchanged with the Celestial Realm. It's definitely not counterfeit. Although the hall leader said so, there are still people who feel afraid. Loisan had to reassure them once more that even if small monsters suddenly appeared, the core mechanism of the instance would definitely not fail. Boss Black Dragon won't leave its lair anytime soon. As he said this, he suddenly felt a surge of frustration and cursed inwardly. Damn it, once I get the dragon heart, I'll make that black dragon pay the price. To calm the leader's anger, Qian Yuan teasingly mentioned that this dungeon has a young spirit maiden. If we save her, not only will we get the pass to the spirit realm, but there are also many top-tier beauties there. Loisan relaxes his facial muscles and smirks confidently, saying, as long as we get the dragon core, we win. Then you can do whatever you want. Just as he finishes his smile, the shadow of the boss swiftly passes overhead. They still think it's just a worthless monster, a small flying dragon. Then suddenly, old man Tuduang stops waving his hand and looks down with big round eyes. The entire team of spirit beasts was panic-stricken, crying out in despair. No, Captain, this shape isn't long. It's too big. Could it be the Black Dragon Wing boss? No way. Why is it a boss? Why are you here? Xiaoming, in a tense situation, still has time to curse the traitorous scoundrels for daring to deceive him. Qianyuan, terrified, urged the president to retreat. Tuduang had been watching the show for a while, looking at them with contempt, thinking to himself, without the dragon heart, do they dare to fight? Is the so-called invincible beast just like that? But that's fine. Blow them all away and level up. Thinking he was already excited, Tuduang prepared to raise his neck and give everyone a good blow, while Loisan, feeling jealous, delivered a loving kiss to the boss's head, then issued a fierce command. No one is allowed to leave. Get back to your positions. After all this preparation, what's the point if we can't win? The guild still has some trump cards to play, so get your spirits up for me. Defeat the Black Dragon, and I will reward you with a fight against me. The whole team regained their spirits and immediately thought of rewards to boost their morale. Tuduang initially wanted to go easy on them, but now there's no discussion. I won't give you a chance to prepare, Tuduang said, then swung his massive tail down. The spirit beasts hurriedly lie down, and Li Dan creates a sturdy protective barrier for herself and her teammates for 3 minutes. Qian Yuan adds a holy light skill, boosting their stats by 30%. Loisan glared angrily at the helpless people and shouted orders for the survivors to counterattack. Zhao Ming quickly added his support, leading the entire team to launch a full assault. A lightning bolt from above crashes down, shaking the heavens and the earth. Loisan hopes at least to make it lose 5% of its health. But hope turned out to be a big disappointment. He shouted in panic, "All our strongest skills only deal 10,000 damage." However, as the leader, I have to follow through and cannot retreat. At this moment, order the team to hold their formation and continue the attack. Haklong's health is not yet below 3/4, so it won't use skills anymore. Keep reducing its health. Duong looked at them, still wanting to keep fighting, and complained. So annoying, like being bitten by a swarm of mosquitoes. He just let them do whatever they want. If they're tired of fighting, then stop. There's nothing special about it. Bored of the fight, the young man flies straight into the sky, activates the mighty dragon roar skill, and sets everything ablaze. It's over. It seems that even an A-rank guild isn't a match for me. Loisan crawled out from the ruins, shouting for the team to recover quickly before the boss's skill freezes them. Then he looked at the black flame wing, trying to force out the word continue. But I made them disappointed again. Duong isn't limited in his skills. He opened his big mouth and spat out another huge flame. Lei Shan could only shout, "Damn Black Dragon, you and I are not done yet," then disappeared into the sea of flames. Duong immediately received a notification that all intruders had been eliminated. Congratulations, host. Now the experience points are being converted. Next, countless experience points are being added, leveling up nonstop, and the experience bar is about to burst. Duong gained a total of 990,000 experience points, leveling up from level 1 to level 20, reaching the limit of stage 1. Due to the excessive experience, 40% was consumed, leaving a current reserve of 430,000. The system urges the young man to quickly transfer the title, and after the reward screen, the equipment explodes, dropping countless diamond-grade weapons and a few platinum ones. Duong really is too lazy. Low-level agility potions, mid-level strength potions, fire skill scrolls, and the lava stone barrier, pretty good. But there's more surprises coming up. Duong's eyes are now wide open as he examines the shard of magma crystal from the special artifact, after placing it on an equipment that can remove level restrictions needed to use it. The maximum usage limit for platinum level. This item is so powerful that even a level 1 new player can equip platinum gear for level 61. Duong shouted with joy, and then decided to use it on the fire flame sword. Even a level 20 rookie can use platinum gear now. Sweep away the intruders. The mission has been successfully completed. Spirit, this extra task is about to end. Count down from 5 minutes. You can choose to immediately return and confirm by pressing agree. The system will send a reminder message. Duong, eager to transfer her title, immediately pressed agree to return. But a bright light flashed, and she ended up back home. I thought I was going back to the transfer square. This system is quite considerate too. Duong silently sighed. Only now, noticing the time, it's already 7 p.m. and there's no way to change classes anymore. The young man decided to wait until tomorrow morning to go to the temple to receive his mission and complete the class change. The next morning, in the main hall of the Spirit Hunter Guild. President, you're back so soon? Everyone's already here. Is the dungeon raid over? The people at the entrance, who had set up banners to welcome, saw the team and eagerly came over to ask. But it really scared them. The scene in front of us is truly frightening. Loisan is in a battered state, with his level dropped to 90, while Zhao Ming is unconscious, foaming at the mouth, clothes torn, only level 86 remaining, and his diamond-level weapon shattered, suffering a heavy blow. My diamond armor is still intact. The fairy concubine of the primordial spirit screams and laments desperately. Loisan clenched his fists in frustration, furious and determined to find that guild and settle the score. His path was an S-rank guild, yet the Enko clan dared to sell fake guides. If I can't clear this Black Dragon dungeon now, I won't let it go. After selling all the loot he gathered, Duong became a rich man, and with money in hand, the young man immediately started spending recklessly. I bought a container of supplies to take back to Namsan Orphanage, so the kids here can enjoy themselves. Xiaoyang, you've also become much stronger. And what profession did you get? Grandpa, seeing me carry the box happily, asked about it. I shyly scratched my head and replied, "Yeah, I just got promoted yesterday. Luckily, I earned some money." Grandpa listened carefully and warned him to be careful. The monsters in the dungeon are very dangerous. Duong just chuckled dismissively. What's so scary about it? He's the real monster here. After chatting for a while and exchanging warm words, the young man bid farewell to everyone and headed to the Divine Hall for the promotion. Grandpa listened and felt dizzy. A question mark appeared above his head. Getting the appointment. Isn't that when he just awakened? As soon as Duong stepped into the appointment hall, he heard endless gossip about how the Beast Guild's boss Haklong was completely defeated yesterday, and there was also chaos over the division at Tianko. The Spirit Beast Guild is looking for the Heavenly Mechanism sect to get some explanations. Duong chuckled to himself as he walked, thinking about it. It seems the news of the Spirit Beast Guild's failure has already started spreading. What about celestial mechanics? It turns out that the spiritual beasts they bought their power from the Celestial Pavilion, which is why they dared to challenge the Black Dragon. I heard that the Celestial Pavilion has a large team of high-level practitioners with many senior 5th rank elders. If there's a problem with their power, they should return early to verify, and they will be your next opponents. The Heavenly Mechanism sect is definitely not easy to deal with, but if you can eliminate them quickly, before you even finish thinking, they'll be buzzing around bothering you. Duong, why are you here? After changing your position, what are you doing at the Divine Temple? The princess suddenly stepped forward from behind to mock, and seeing Ho Kong growl, thinking it was Hello Kitty, he continued to sneer. I see now. There's definitely no chance they want you. Probably just testing their luck. I didn't get to teach you a lesson yesterday, but today I will show you. The princess consort cast her magic, preparing to show to Duong what a festival is like, but fate turned against her. Before she could even touch his hair, she was punched to the ground, her face a mess of broken teeth and bloody lips. Those little followers who usually try to steal the spotlight were terrified this time. What's wrong with you, Brother Phi? Wake up! To Duong Dong Dong glared with murderous intent, threatening them. He had a fly on his face, so I hit him and then hit the others' faces. When they heard this, they understood and rolled dozens of times on their own. You don't need to do it. We'll handle it ourselves. Your older brother is really amazing. How can I assist you today? The temple's guide clapped enthusiastically to welcome Tu Yang. On the way to the temple, she secretly observed, her mind full of thoughts. He looks like a new transfer student, but his speed and explosive strength earlier are quite similar to someone with a level 20 profession. It seems he might be a descendant of some major family. Such a young man, and I've never heard of him before. Standing in front of the transfer god statue, she began to explain the basics. The statue will automatically check your class and level and also assign you the transfer mission, which you can complete to change your class. Looking at this huge statue, Duong couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. According to what that girl said, the class transfer mission is generally divided into 4 levels. Before starting, the temple can provide some guidance. Based on Duong's performance, she advised him to take on the 3-star mission. Why isn't it a 4-star mission? Duong asked back unexpectedly. She smiled calmly and replied, 4-star difficulty is quite high. Although it might sound a bit rude, your profession is that of a relatively weak warrior, and you have to complete the mission alone. The class transfer mission is a lifelong task. Choosing a 4-star difficulty means you won't be able to succeed and will face the risk of losing the chance to transfer your class for life. Duong listened but wasn't sure if he understood, continuing to check his strength before indifferently replying. So that's how it is. The idol checked his strength and began assigning the tasks. Starting from the 1-star mission to the 5-star, Duong was quite surprised when he saw the 5-star mission. The above lists the location Lan Nguyen Tung Lam, requiring you to kill 10 level 20 normal Chalang, 10 level 20 elite Baolang, and 1 level 20 boss Lang Vuong. The reward unlocks the special demon warrior class, adds 100 exclusive points to the spirit attribute, and grants the highest level of the demon warrior's unique skill transfer. Note that class transfer quests cannot be done in teams, nor can equipment items and traded items be used. Completing the 5-star quest grants a special benefit from the Divine Temple. Aren't there only 4 levels? Why is there a 5-star mission? What are the privileges of the Divine Temple? Tu Yang immediately asked. Asked a series of questions, and the woman awkwardly admitted that there is indeed a 5-star mission, but it is quite difficult, and no one in the entire Flower Country has dared to accept it for many years. The specific privileges are not clear. Only the Grand Treasurer of the Divine Temple knows. As for not telling you about the 5-star mission, she also apologized because after the transfer of authority era began, each country's strength was determined by its transfer of authority personnel. Instead of letting potential talents remain stuck at level 20 due to poor choices, the country and the Divine Temple want to train more high-level transfer agents. Listening to the explanation, it makes sense. Duong just let out a small sound and thought to himself that this 5-star mission is incredibly difficult. Not only does it require defeating many tough monsters, but also handling the boss alone, without any guides and no trading items in hand. Without outside help, if he can't complete it, he'll be stuck at level 20 forever. But the 100 spirit points and the transformation into a demon warrior were very important to Duong. So after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to accept the 5-star mission despite the warning from the guide. The 5-star mission has been accepted. You have 72 hours, the map has been issued, and the notification has been sent out quickly. The girl was startled and shouted in panic, and someone dared to accept the 5-star mission, so it must be reported immediately to the High Priest. Duong quickly headed to the teleportation center in Dongling City to start the dungeon and complete the mission. But people often say that if the head goes smoothly, the tail will follow. Just at the beginning, the young man already faced misfortune. That teleportation gate is under maintenance, causing a few minutes of delay. While waiting, many people complained, including a member of the B-rank Yuvu Guild. She, with an air of superiority, began to criticize. These tiny cities are so boring, even the teleportation array keeps malfunctioning. Xiaotian, stay close so you don't get lost. Guo Shuiqian hurriedly followed behind as the other young men's eyes lit up like stars, watching the two beautiful women intently without looking away. Tweet Teen suddenly noticed To Duong standing far away with her cheeks flushed. Chided by her sister Tu Nan, she quickly explained, "He's my classmate, just transferred yesterday like me." "That's a bit strange then. Isn't the teleportation gate supposed to lead to the Lan Inuit forest? That's full of level 20 monsters. How could beginners end up there?" At the same time, the notification that the teleportation gate was now available sounded. Tuyet Tin thought To Duong had gone the wrong way and was about to step forward to remind him, but the young man had already disappeared inside. In the Lan Nguyen forest, as soon as To Duong landed, he started to boast but saw no one around. Had they already dispersed to deal with the monsters? Then I haven't finished my sentence when the monsters from behind suddenly lunged at me. He quickly dodged and then stood still, watching them. Did the monsters in the quest already encounter each other? Dealing with this kind of monster is really difficult if you rely only on your own strength without using tools or equipment, but all the gear I use is dropped items I painstakingly fought to obtain. To Duong, while boasting, pulled out his platinum-level fire flame sword to show off, as the monsters kept clawing and attacking. The young man had already activated a full-body energy shield, enduring up to 50,000 damage. When the energy barrier is no longer effective, he will slaughter all the leeches. If these wolves come to him on their own, that's fine, but hunting them one by one would be troublesome. Better they come to him first. To Duong said, then threw the bait stones in all directions. Monster-attracting stones are drops from low-level bosses and can lure common and elite monsters in the wilderness. It really works well. Less than 5 minutes later, wolves from common to high level had all gathered. To Duong stood proudly in the center, pulling out numerous one-time magic scrolls to fight. Are there still more? There are already more than 100 of them. Could it be that all the monsters in the forest have been led here? Then I'll respond with numbers 2. The young man, excited, pulled out all his spell scrolls and unleashed a barrage. From afar, other priests are here on their missions, tired from searching but still haven't seen a single monster, which makes them complain. What's going on? There are usually a lot of monsters here. We've gone 2 kilometers and haven't seen a single one. Someone else got a bonus. I finally encountered one just now, but it didn't even bother to look at me and ran away in another direction. This really is so confusing. That guy just looks clueless. The monsters here are very strong, so why did they run away as soon as they saw a person? Can someone explain that to me? One of them suddenly realized something was wrong and shouted, "I get it, someone must be using monster bait to lure all the monsters to him." The 2 others agreed, "How stupid can you be, wanting to become food for monsters? Don't you know what shame is?" After finishing that, they decided to go to that person and settle the score. How dare he shamelessly take all the spoils for himself and use the monster stones outside, insulting everyone here. But damn it, guys, we haven't even arrived yet, and the shock waves already made them panic and run in fear. This kind of magical disturbance must be from some third-tier archmages, right? Which great god is coming to these low-level areas to gather materials? This place is about to be taken over by him anyway. And then the 3 of them coincidentally got busy, remembering they had some chores today, so they decided to do the mission another day. After those earth-shaking explosions, all the side quests against the miscellaneous soldiers were also completed. Now, To Duong only needs to defeat the final boss to complete the quest, and he strides confidently towards the boss's lair, marveling as he goes. This 5-star class change mission is simple, though a bit cheating. At the hideout of the War King, there are not only To Duong but also a 3-person team waiting and hiding since this morning. They were overly confident and had prepared all the necessary equipment for battle, but what they didn't expect was that their preparations would turn out to be unnecessary. To Duong confidently strode into the cave with his sword on his shoulder. The 3 others thought he was just a lost student and wanted to use him as bait during the boss's first skill, then rush in to steal the loot. King Thuonglang is furious as a large number of Thuonglang soldiers have suddenly fallen, and its attributes have now increased by 30%, but no matter if it's 30 or 50%, To Duong doesn't care. He confidently stepped forward, forming a straight line in front of it, followed by the notification of the boss's defeat. 30,000 points are being added. The class change mission is complete. Return quickly to the temple to finalize the class transfer. Those guys were stunned and speechless, completely shocked. To Duong held his sword tightly, standing proudly on top of the boss, and simply said 3 words. Was that all? The notification shows that the King of the Wolf's core and the Demon Beast core contain magic power and can be used to enhance white-silver weapons. Duong happily returns with the Demon Beast core in hand, feeling both easy and joyful. Let's go home. He shamelessly stepped forward to beg the elder, if you don't need the King of Warwolf core, then fine. A swift slash of the sword across Zhang Lai's face. He lowered his sword to the ground and coldly asked, who just said they wanted to use me as bait? Zhang Lai collapsed to the ground, denying it. I would never think that way. Duong punched him, if you want, do it yourself. He fell to the side, sighing and scaring people to death. Luckily, he didn't attack earlier. Shouwen was stunned to see this. Is this really happening, or am I dreaming? Lisan was also stunned. Is this for real? Who is that who killed the boss with a single sword? Returning to the palace, a voice of surprise echoes. Are you returning so quickly? Do you still have something to ask? You report that I have completed the mission and am ready to proceed with the promotion. The other person realizes, so you have finished the task? Then wait for me here for a moment. You've finished already? The 5-star transfer mission? Duong confirms, yes. As she looked at the information board, she still couldn't believe it. No way, he just took on the mission this morning. It's only been a few hours. How could it be? You transferred Duong to a different position. Is the 5-star transfer mission really completed? Is it truly finished? Xiao Ma silently thought, completing it all in just one day. Sounds almost too good to be true. But the system is fine, which means that Tao Duong has successfully passed the mission without even taking any damage. Duong waited impatiently and asked, can we start the promotion now? She shyly smiled and led the way for him. Sorry for the rudeness, please come in. Xiao Ma secretly felt lucky that she had already informed Lord Tetu in advance. Someone with such talent should be utilized by the church. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. He's quite handsome. I wonder if I could ask for his contact information later. Xiao Ma stops at the main hall and invites you to go upstairs. The temple will automatically verify the completion of the mission. I agree. The flow of energy from above envelops Duong's body as the status check for the transfer mission completes. 100/100 for the injured dragon. 10/10 for the fierce dragon elite. The king dragon boss 1/1 has finished checking. The class transfer mission has been approved. You can feel a source of power flowing through your body. New information updated on the transfer aura. It is a special reward for players who complete the transfer mission. Depending on the level, the color and attribute rewards of the mission vary. A white aura completing a 1-star mission increases attributes by 2%. Green aura completing a 2-star mission increases attributes by 4%. Blue aura completing a 3-star mission increases attributes by 6%. The purple aura completes a 4-star mission, increasing attributes by 10%. As with the 5-star mission, only you can receive the top-tier orange aura, a 25% increase to basic attributes. Duong has successfully classed up to a demon warrior, completing the 5-star class change quest, activating the orange aura with a 25% attribute boost. You have received 210 attribute points. Please quickly distribute the attribute points. A golden energy radiates around Duong's body. You are amazed that both strength and spirit are 90. Speed is 30, reaching level 34 instantly, with an added orange aura and the blazing flame greatsword. This is not the standard information that ordinary people at this level have. That's true. Your information has been updated. Taeyong is level 34, a first-class demon warrior. His strength attribute is 569, with a base of 230 plus 339 from equipment. Speed 123. Basic attribute 105 plus 18 from equipment. Spirit 339, basic attribute 165 plus 174 from equipment. Receive the reward for the skill book quest of the Dark Sword Master profession. A Dark Sword skill book appears in Duong's hand. The condensed magic power forms weapons that deal magic damage, with the damage depending on the strength and spirit attributes. Duong tests it out. A surge of power appears in his palm. The entire space is filled with energy, and he marvels that the skill is quite good, controllable by thought with no appearance limitations, making it useful for both direct combat and surprise attacks. The most important thing is that the skill can be upgraded, which is like owning an heirloom weapon that never disappears and is extremely cost-effective. Duong secretly rejoiced, no wonder it's a 5-star promotion mission. The rewards are incredibly generous, unlike other missions. When the second promotion comes, I will definitely choose the 5-star promotion mission. Xiao Ma happily said, congratulations on completing the 5-star mission. From now on, your reputation will be recorded on the Divine Hall, and you will also become a VIP guest of the Divine Hall. Tuo Yang suddenly remembered and asked, what benefits does a VIP have? She smiled professionally. Please wait a moment. I will help you confirm right away. Bak Lin stepped forward and said, Nothing is inevitable. You've been assigned to handle VIP matters. Let me explain. Hello, my name is Bai Ling, and I am currently serving as a senior priest at the Divine Temple. Little Matt respectfully bowed and asked, High Priest, you came here in person? She explained, Of course I had to personally welcome such a distinguished guest. You may go ahead. This person's appearance makes Tu Duong realize that the High Priest here is equivalent to the person in charge of the Divine Transmission Temple. I didn't expect such a distinguished figure to personally come to greet me. Xiaoma's heart aches so much, she almost cries because she lost the chance to meet the handsome guy, thinking she might get her brother's contact info, but she calmly responds, Yes. Bak Lin extends her hand to invite you. It's not convenient to talk here. Please take your time. I will escort you to the VIP discussion room. Tu Duong took her soft hand. All right. A teleportation gate appeared above his head, and they were transported to another room. He wondered to himself, Is this space teleportation? Could a level 3 priest of the temple in this city really have such advanced skills? No wonder everyone says the power of the Divine Temple is beyond imagination. Bai Lin revealed, I'm not that strong. I can only borrow the power of the gods within the Divine Temple. You are the one who truly amazes others. According to records, the city of Donglin has never had a 5-star transfer before, and even the most recent 5-star mission completer in Tianlin was recorded 10 years ago. According to Tu Duong, Tianling City is the upper class of Dongling City. With a level of development several times higher, it takes 10 years for someone to complete a star. It seems that the amount of gold for 5-star transfer candidates will be more than I imagined. She continued. According to the transfer regulations of the Divine Temple, those who have completed the 5-star mission can enjoy the following benefits. First, the national subsidy will be 10 million yuan per month. Second, holding the black gold identity card of Alliance X grants a 20% discount on purchases or transactions. You're amazed thinking, is the VIP treatment of the Divine Temple really that good? Not to mention the 10 million yuan subsidy, just having the X-League Black Gold certification card already earns you multiple times more, with a 20% discount on a 100 million purchase saving 20 million, plus an additional 10 million each month. The money just keeps piling up. I never expected to receive so many benefits at once. I have to say, the Divine Temple promotion is really awesome. Bak Lin reminds you that the Black Gold certification card subsidy is automatically linked to your ID by the Divine Temple's ordination, so you don't need to do it yourself. In addition, you can also choose to join any A-level guild in this city. Are you sure you have to join one? Bak Lin denied that it was unnecessary, as personal ability is limited anyway. Joining a guild not only provides experience and other benefits, but also offers team protection. Overall, that's a better choice, right? Tu Duong understood. Indeed, solo players are very vulnerable to being ganged up on, especially someone like me who levels up quickly and is a prime target. My strength isn't afraid of those at the same level, but facing higher-level players might be a bit dangerous. Having a guild to protect me isn't bad either, and my goals aren't limited to just Donglin City. Joining a guild is just the first step. I want to use it as a starting point to develop my strength and one day become the ruler who dominates the world. Are you asking which guild to choose? She suggested. Currently, Donglin City has 2 level A guilds. Based on all the information, I think the most suitable for you is the Spirit Beast Guild. Hearing this name, Tu Duong's face darkened, and he shyly asked, Isn't there another guild? What about that one? Bak Lin suggests that the other guild is Uvan, which is always competing with the Spirit Beasts, has decent strength but is relatively modest. Tu Duong immediately agrees without hesitation. Then let's go to the Uvan Guild. She wondered why, but I don't want to ask further. I understand, so I'll go handle the registration to join the Uvan Guild now. But there are things you need to know from before. Bai Lin told a secret that Uvan is an all-female guild. Tu Duong heard the news and let out a sigh. At the Heavenly Spirit City where the Uvan Guild headquarters is located, Yu Vu was lying on the chair, complaining, bored, and finding nothing interesting to do. She is Lam Yu Vu, level 85, leader of the B-rank Yu Vu Guild. Yuvan took a sip of tea across from her and asked, You're not in your own guild, yet you come to my place to eat and drink and still complain. This person is Lam Yuvan, level 99, leader of the A-rank guild Yuvan. She said irritably, the guild's affairs are too troublesome. I don't want to get involved. From Nan pushed open the door and reminded him, but he couldn't just ignore the matter and skip work. New members have to be introduced to the guild too. Tweet Teen shyly looked out and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. She introduced herself. Hello President, I am Guo Shui Tian. My profession is Ice Mage. Yu Vu praised. Not bad, very adorable. You've passed the test. She was stunned. So adorable. At this moment, Yu Van received the news. What? A curious person asks. What's wrong? What's going on? Did something happen? Please report it immediately. Our guild suddenly has a man come in. Yu Vu looked at the system panel and was surprised, right? She is worried. Now everyone in the guild is in chaos, all discussing the person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I asked, but no one answered. A flood of messages came in, so I let this young lady see who had entered. Turns out it's a male student. Lai Mok Tu, the male student. Where is the club president? Come out and explain yourself. Uvan sent a message asking why the new person isn't talking, while Dung Tuyet added, pretending to be cold. And Ngu sends a message. Is your younger brother there? Uvu asked with a dark expression. Isn't your guild only allowing female students? Could it be that someone below made a mistake? She helplessly sighed in boredom. No. This person was appointed by the Divine Temple to transfer the title. He has completed the 5-star transfer mission and was recognized as a VIP by the Divine Temple. He can freely choose an A-level guild to join. I have no right to refuse. Tweet Teen covered her mouth in shock. A 5-star class change mission? Can that twisted mission really be completed by someone? That's impressive. Kunyan asked curiously why he didn't choose a spirit beast. Uvan replied, I don't know. Let's leave to Duong's matter for now. I will arrange a meeting with him. Even if he joins the guild, if he causes trouble, I have ways to kick him out. Tweet Teen was surprised to hear that name. To Duong? She noticed her unusual attitude and asked, Do you know her? Yes, this newcomer also comes from the Eastern Spirit City. She confirmed that I really do have a friend named Tu Duong, but he just got promoted yesterday, so he's probably at the same level as me. Yu Van no longer paid attention. It seems they just share the same name. Outside, Dung Tweet reports, the Guild of Spirit Beasts was completely wiped out in the Black Dragon dungeon. They are stunned. What? She continued, I don't really know what those spirit beasts were up to, but their entire group being wiped out is a certainty. Yu Van pondered upon hearing this. I never thought spirit beasts could also turn the tables. It seems our plan to conquer the giants should be more cautious after all. Dung Tweet added another piece of news. Also, it seems that Zhao Ming's weapon has been lost as well. I see that a treasure sword is currently being auctioned at the Nine Treasures Pavilion. Currently, only one person is bidding in the entire Heavenly Spirit market, and it's definitely someone from the Spirit Beast. Guess what I did? She smiled mischievously. So, shouldn't we raise the bid really high? She and Dung Tweet's big idea met. That's right, I argued with him for a while, raising the price to tens of billions, causing the Spirit Beast to suffer a painful defeat. Yu Vu smiled brightly and praised, Miss Mo Dung did very well. Meanwhile, Trio Min was spitting out a mouthful of saliva. So bitter he was crying tears of frustration. Black Dragon Ice Demoness, I am sworn enemies with you. Loi Sun is also regretful about this seller and cannot contact my 1.4 billion guild fee. 4. Chen Yuan believes that the explosion of Zhao Ming's weapon has already been spread everywhere. This is definitely a malicious and deliberate act of competition. After hearing this, he kicked Zhao Ming's face, stood up, and told him to kneel forever. He shouted, Boss, please don't kick me. Loi Sun angrily turned and left. The equipment has been bought. Now it's time to discuss the main matter. During the meeting, Chu Tai, a level 110-5 transmission battle soldier of the Heavenly Mechanism Exploration Guild's strategic team, sat in the main seat and said, You say our skills are flawed? That's ridiculous. He analyzed the situation, stating that we have cleared the Black Dragon Abyss secret realm at least 5 times, and based on that, this guide was compiled. We have carefully checked every step. There is absolutely no problem. Are you sure you followed our instructions exactly? Loi San reports, Yes, we all followed the instructions of the Celestial Mechanism Guild, but the behavior of this Black Dragon truly has major issues, completely different from what the guide describes. Of course, I do not doubt your professionalism, but I dare say that what I am saying is entirely truthful. Otherwise, how could I use the entire main force of the guild that was wiped out once to deceive the stars? That just isn't possible. As he finished speaking, a sword was thrown up, and level 103 5-shift Shadow Hunter Liu Zi played with the sword on his finger, saying, A bunch of trash whose food is already chewed and handed to their mouths still got wiped out by a level 99 boss. What do you think you're good for? Do you still want to come and cause trouble for our exploration team now? Who gave you the right to act like that? He coldly reminded them. Esteemed deity, please mind your words, the man challenged without a hint of fear. So what? Train your chickens more. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. Do you hear me clearly? Chu Tai interrupted. Enough, Liu Zi. You should stop talking now. He slammed the table and said, "The Celestial Secret Pavilion has always valued trust and will never sell false information. So I will arrange for the exploration team to verify the Black Dragon Fortress. Again, if what you say is true, we will take responsibility for any losses of your spirit beasts. If the strategy is correct, then it can only be proven that Leader Lei and your group made a mistake somewhere. We cannot be held responsible for how you handled it. If that's the case, then it's going to be tough. Tomorrow, the 4 of us will take the Leader of Lei to the secret realm to find out the truth. Is that okay?" Level 108. Saint Mark Zhang Kexuan obeys the order. Yes. Level 104, 5 Transmission Mountain Range Barrier Master. Zhang Jun also agrees. Yes. Lu Tzu leaned back in his chair and exclaimed, "I have no opinion." Suddenly a thick darkness spread throughout the meeting room. They all activated their alert mode. Loi San spoke. Whoever introduced Chu Tai said, "Do not panic. This is Mr. Tran Luan from the Heavenly Mechanism Society headquarters." He was surprised. Is he the elder of the headquarters? Level 115. Death Spirit Mage Tran Luan of the Celestial Mechanism Society coldly reminded Chu Tai, "I think I told you before that if you want to go to the Black Dragon Fortress, you need to inform me." He bowed and said, "Sorry, Master Tran, this time it was mainly for the logistics of our exploration team and we didn't mean to bother you." He ordered no more explanations. "I will go with you tomorrow." Chu Tai bowed his head and said, "Yes, I understand." Tran Luan felt that it was truly a delicious soul. Every harvest made my treasure stronger, and even killing it 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. "My beloved Black Dragon, I am coming to kill you again." Chu Tai trembled from afar. "I just can't stand this pervert." Loi San secretly thought that with 5 5th-rank experts and even a master from the Heavenly Mechanism sect, such a large team could easily wipe out a level 4 instance. This time it should be fine. He was pleased and thought that if he could successfully kill the Black Dragon, that would be great. But if they were all wiped out by the Black Dragon, well, serves them right. Whether your guides are real or fake, my losses are so severe that those self-righteous guides must pay the price. Let them fight each other. Black Dragon Squad explored into the quiet night with cool breezes that evening. Tuduong lay on his bed, resting. He boredly scrolls through the system screen. As expected, it's all women. The chat channel kept buzzing nonstop, and it was all about me. Luckily, I blocked it quickly or I would have gone deaf. A notification shows the diamond-level weapon called Storm, which you are bidding on, has received a new bid. You're curious to see who has placed a bid. Let me go see what this thing is. As I check, Toduong is already terrified. Have these 2 people really had a grudge that they bid for over 10 pages, with a series of notifications appearing? One noble spirit prince bids 500 million. Han Bing, the ghost girl, bids 501 million. And 2 noble spirit princes bid 505 million. The Ice Banshee bids 55 million per unit. 3 noble spirits bid 600 million. The Ice Maiden bids 600 million per unit, and 58 of the noble spirits bid 1.03 billion. Tuduong is shocked to see over 1 billion. The screen displays the options. Based on the assessment, the price exceeds the average highest bid by 40%. Do you confirm the sale? You pressed yes. Gotta admit, thanks to the anonymous Banshee girl for helping me raise the bid. The notification sounds confirming the transaction. The transaction was successful, and the system detected that you are a Hakim member of League X. You are exempt from all auction fees and receive an additional 5% of the bid amount as a benefit. Transferred 1.5015 billion to your account. Current balance is 1.55. 15 billion. Tuduong calculated that with free procedures plus 5% cashback, which is 10% profit, he directly earned 100 million, feeling so relaxed, so comfortable. This is the ultimate enjoyment that a premium member should have. I'll close my eyes for a bit, rest for a moment, and I really look forward to doing it again tomorrow. The feeling of grinding to level up is a bit addictive. After experiencing this kind of pleasure, who would still want to grind monsters for gear? The new day begins at exactly 7 a.m. that morning. The announcement rings out. The boss mode hybrid refinement has been completed. Checking the class change attempt for challenging the secret realm. 5 S-rank guild explorers and 1 A-rank guild spirit beast. Would you like to proceed with the connection? You slip your foot out of bed, put on your slippers, and look at the information on the screen. Tuduong marvels. So they are the renowned exploration team known as the Assassins of the Secret Realm, having conquered numerous secret realms and created strategies. Many senior experts above, level 100, are in their guild, so they must have already cleared this secret realm long ago. This sudden visit. Could it be because of the destruction of the Spirit Beast team? Tuduong's figure gradually disappears. Whatever your purpose, bringing only 6 people suggests they are confident in their strength. Then I won't hold back anymore. Confirming connection, updating notification, connecting to the boss. Connection successful. Duong silently hopes and begins his second challenge. Facing the monster in front of him, he thought that the clever monster that had died earlier had already been resurrected, but it was not surprising at all. After all, the Black Dragon treasure lair is just a diamond-level secret realm. Like in the game where it can be restored, only exquisite level or higher secret realms cannot be restored. Its blazing red eyes glared at Duong. Lai asked irritably, "What do you want now?" From the Black Dragon's perspective, this elf is just a pretty pet, Keat. So why is this young elf girl locked up here? Before I formed the connection, the Black Dragon could only act according to the rules, right? Duong glanced at the mirror to see if anyone from the exploration team was coming. The image of Tran Luan appeared on the screen, with Loison's team led by Chu Tai below. Duong wasn't surprised at all. There are indeed 5 false priests, and the Loison of the spirit beast has arrived as well. It seems they have come back to fix the aftermath of the previous incident. The expedition team's after-sales service is really good. You guessed that the combat strength of the spirit beast this time will be much stronger, but as long as they don't get the dragon core, they probably won't cause too much damage to us. To ensure safety, it is best to scout ahead first and not be careless with the 5 transmission imposters. Duong, in his Black Dragon form, ordered, "You guys take the Earth soldiers outside to deal with the intruders." The monster points at one of them and says, "Wait, stay here for a moment." It suspiciously points at himself and asks, "Me?" Nothing unusual is happening here. The internal energy remains consistent. Are the spirit beasts really not lying to us? The others replied, "I think maybe they themselves turned the situation around and deliberately caused trouble." Kahan warned, "Don't get complacent. Keep maintaining the barrier. Wake up the boss first, then talk." Lu Tu looked alertly in one direction. "What's happening over there?" A cloud of smoke rises high into the sky. They look up with murderous intent. Monsters pour down from the mountain slopes, terrifying them. "Damn it, why are there so many monsters?" The boss monster ordered. "No one is allowed to sneak in, kill them all." Loison pointed in that direction and shouted, "It's the same as last time, but there are more monsters now." Chu Tai replied, "It's surprising, but this level still isn't enough to threaten our exploration team." He orders, "All formations, I will hold off the elite monsters. Others prioritize killing the small ones. Then focus fire on my target. Everyone, clear?" Liu Si unleashes a slash, creating a mirror image, while the lower part forms a mountain range barrier. On the top level, Chu Tai activates Holy Light Blessing combined with Furious Attack. A column of golden energy appears, radiating holy light wildly. The monsters fall, he speaks, wasting so much time. "Keep moving forward." Duong watched and admired. No wonder he's a 5-generation elder. His strength truly like a divine being descending to test mortal life. And the mysterious-looking mage hasn't even made a move. This isn't simple. It seems I have to go into battle myself. Lilith suddenly cried out in discomfort. The monsters below cheered as you soared up. "Is Lord Athos going into battle again?" "Why do I say that again? Have you seen Lord Athos go out to fight before?" No, it's just a feeling of something very familiar." She frowned in confusion, wondering why it was like this. He had gone to battle on his own again. What exactly happened to this Black Dragon? When I was captured, it wasn't like this at all. As expected from the top combat unit under the Heavenly Mechanism, I've seen the strength of today's exploration team, but I didn't expect a situation like this in the fight, Chu Tai replied. We waited until the dungeon was over, and then mocked us for not being able to handle a few small monsters, claiming the guild had never failed. It's ridiculous. Just gather some fresh corpses of the Dragon Clan. Loison heard this and was displeased. Master Tran, our guild's strength might not matter much in your eyes, but this victory definitely has issues. As the owner of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, you should be fair. His attitude grew grim. These kids are really brave to ask me that. Say 2 more words and I might add a human specimen to my collection. The oppressive aura made Lei Shan terrified. What is it? Chu Tai stands in front of him, protecting him. Master, please don't joke like that anymore. You scared our guest to death. Everyone, stay calm, he thought to himself. Just now that old man really wanted me dead in an instant. Meanwhile, Chu Tai was annoyed. This perverted old man acted without considering the consequences at all. If you really kill the guest, how will you handle the aftermath? Loison bears this grudge, so just keep talking nonsense for now and see if you can still smile when you see the Black Dragon. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and as he looked up in horror, he stammered. Black Dragon Lei Shan had fallen to the ground and shouted to the sky it was the Black Dragon. Chu Tai is surprised. The boss really acted first. Why is Trang Tran now shocked? Is this a trick? Are the spirit beasts really not lying to us? He ordered the team to form up. Old Trang maintains the mountain range barrier. Lu Tu is ready to transform at any moment. The demon prioritizes healing Liu Zi. Keep my health at 30%. Everyone, understood. Notification displayed. The bloodthirsty warrior's talent increases all attributes and reduces damage received when HP is below 30%. Tuduang flies over to see who everyone is. The exploration team keeps attacking, and the display shows a series of notifications. Physical damage of 15,893 and 14,519, with successive waves of attacks soaring upward. Tuduang realized this damage was not normal at all. As expected, with the talent that reduces damage, even a 5 transmission fake cannot deal high damage. Chutai swung his tail and shouted, "This is the damage reduction bump of the Black Dragon." We fight slowly. No need to rush. Lu Tu approached from below, hitting the tail into the head of the battle. Right, I knew it all along. Tuduang thought to himself, so do you now understand why I did it? Trang Trun only realized when he saw you fly away that the boss was targeting the back row. The great dragon charged at Kahan but was promptly blocked by Chutai. No way, you're really hesitant and overthinking. There was a good chance to kill the ones behind. An ambush from behind. There's an opening behind you, take my move. The notification shows that attack power, speed, and critical rate have increased significantly, and all skills now have dark attribute damage effects. Lu slashes a strike into the back of the Black Dragon, killing it. Notification displayed, physical damage 13,291, dark damage 11.78. The guy gritted his teeth in disbelief and said, "My strongest execution skill is the instant kill. Even a small boss in the secret realm with hundreds of thousands of HP can be killed in seconds. Why does hitting a diamond-level secret boss only deal this little damage? The damage reduction is just unreasonable, isn't it?" It's Tuduang's turn to attack. Now it's your chance to be careless and die. His HP and shield value dropped sharply to nearly 0, leaving only 1% health. You think there's still a bit of health left? Lucky you. But how much longer can these people be lucky? Seeing him fall, Chutai Boy flew over to call Liu Zi. Zhang Zhen stepped down beside him. It's too dangerous. You're still bleeding. Luckily, the shield protected you. Old Zhang, quickly give him some medicine. Stop here. Kahan stared blankly at what was in front of her, as Tuduang gathered streams of energy in his mouth. He was stunned. Could this move be the destructive earthquake? Chutai was shocked. Isn't it only after HP drops below 70% that this ultimate move is unleashed? How is that possible? A blast of firepower was unleashed over a wide area, covering the entire region. Do you feel like you're still alive? But this move is probably the last defensive skill of that barrier master. Add another earth destruction spell, and they will definitely die. They are hiding in a cave. Chutai was confused and asked why the boss wasn't following the rules. Moreover, it seems to have intelligence, understand tactics, and sees our weaknesses. Don't joke around anymore. This is a diamond-level boss, we should act according to the rules. How can it suddenly activate automatically? The notification shows that the final skill of the Mountain Range Barrier Master reduces 90% damage to allies inside and heals HP over 10 seconds, with a 360-second cooldown. Tran Luan has to act now. What a bunch of trash. In the end, I have to step in. He recites a spell, summoning the ancient soul from the endless abyss guided by my will. Listen to my call. With your strength and authority, destroy this formation. Tranlun summons. Come out? The Bone Dragon, Maelsas, the Bone Dragon, appears, shocking Tuduang. Is he a Lion Spirit Mage too? I have a hypothesis that the Lion Spirit Mage is a very rare and special class. I heard that high-level Lion Spirit Mages can even summon boss-level spirits in dungeons. So does this Bone Dragon have strength comparable to mine? Tranluan shouted orders. Go tear apart your enemy. The Bone Dragon immediately attacked Tuduang. You really are strong, huh? This seemingly weak Bone Dragon has such great power? Tuduang forcefully throws the Bone Dragon away. Get lost! It lands on the ground, roaring loudly, and a surge of vengeful flame of war bursts from its mouth, while Tuduang unleashes a fiery attack to destroy the village in rage. You secretly think, do I have to fear your ultimate move? The two powers collide, causing a devastating explosion. Loi San said, facing the boss's ultimate move head-on. I've never seen anything like this before. Chutai silently thought that although the perverted old man Tran Luan was detestable, his strength was genuine. Tuduang's eyes flashed with fire. His power was indeed formidable. But I haven't used my full strength yet. A powerful blast of fire, 10 times stronger than the Black Dragon's body, spewed out, with scorching heat spreading in all directions toward the skeleton dragon. The flames soared high, burning everything in their path. Seeing only a skeleton left in front of him, Tuduong sneered. Is that all? But suddenly its claws lifted up and grabbed him. Tuduong was surprised, thinking it was dead. What? The bone dragon is dragging your leg. Tuduong is stunned. Can this thing even be resurrected? Tronluan ordered. The fresh corpse is as many as you want. Get up and fight again. Kotlong Maelsas. You realize that it is indeed the skill of the sorcerer Zi-Ling. The bone dragon's body suddenly rises up. It attacked Tuduong, causing 59.418 points of physical damage. He silently cursed. The continuous attacks keep reducing. Tuduong's health percentage, now at 81%. He realizes this damage is much higher than typical for a fake priest, and if it continues, he might lose. Tuduong swings his tail to hit the skeleton dragon's body hard, and then flaps his wings to fly up high, saying, "Hurry up and catch your breath. It's about to catch up." The body of the kata long collapsed, smoke billowing everywhere. Watching it scream below, Tuduong realized one thing. Could it be that this guy doesn't know how to set up a trap? Tranluan knows this is its weakness. This is getting complicated. Kotlong and Maelsas use long-range attacks to strike the enemy. Kotlong fires a fireball at you, but you dodge skillfully. This kind of attack won't be able to hit us. And from this height, even the summoner can't easily defend themselves. Tranluan seems to have realized Tuduong's plan. He shouted an order for Kotlong and Maelsas to immediately return and protect me. You were fooled. Tuduong throws it down from above. Kotlong's body crashes into Tranluan, leaving him with 20% HP. You're surprised? There's still so much blood? I thought this kind of paper blood mage would be gone with one hit. Tuduong glanced into the others still watching the battle and quickly created a protective shield, urging them to return to the Bloodfire shield and retreat to a safe area. Kahan responds clearly. The system shows solidarity by sharing half of the damage with allies, with the individual receiving 50% damage reduction. So it turns out to be Chutai. If it weren't for him always helping his teammates in time, the number of people would have already decreased long ago. Tranluan just realized that little Lutu hasn't come back yet. Chutai reassured him, "Don't worry, Master. Stay calm. I've calculated the time difference, and it's not much longer. He will definitely arrive." Tuduong heard Lutu say, "That rogue was too chaotic earlier and wasn't paying attention. It seems he disappeared for a while. Did he go to get the dragon heart?" Kahan reports, "Captain, Lutu is back." Zhang Jin sighed in relief. "It's good. With Loisan so confident, we should win for sure." Seeing him run back, he thought to himself, as expected, but was a bit too early to celebrate. The monster Tuduong was assigned to deal with has appeared. "Lord Athos, I am back." It rises with a shimmering glow. The humble god has reclaimed the dragon heart, luckily not disgracing this mission. "You did a great job." The dragon heart emits a dazzling and brilliant glow. Chutai exclaimed in a shock, "How is that possible?" Tuduong declared, "The treacherous invaders are lucky that I was prepared. Obtaining the dragon heart and victory are already secured." When the claw touched the dragon heart, he was surprised, and a brilliant light burst out. Astonishing. Tuduong. This is the system alert detecting an unstoppable factor. A diamond-level Black Dragon Fortress secret realm. The rank is changing. The secret realm is leveling up to the Divine Brilliance stage, and the tower outside is shaking, causing panic among everyone. What's happening? An earthquake, priest. The spiritual energy disturbance this time is very unusual. What exactly is going on? Baklin inside the main hall replied, "I sense a powerful aura being born somewhere within the secret realm, and I didn't expect even the real world to be affected." Seeing the beam of light soaring from afar, the fairy predicted that a major event was likely about to happen in this world. Meanwhile, Loisan was stunned, unable to believe it. Tin Tin Diu level, how could that be possible? Trang Trunbang was stunned, never before hearing of a secret realm that could level up, and now Tuduong has advanced to the Dark Flame Wings Athos Tin Diu level. The main character himself is surprised, not expecting to level up. Notification. Reaching level 100, all attributes are increased, and the Spirit Liquor skill is unlocked. You check the system panel, and all attributes have significantly risen, along with the Spirit Liquor skill. And the latest update shows that the level 100 pre-adult Black Flame Winged boss Athos has 6 million HP, attributes of the Dark Dragon tribe. Strength 4,221, Agility 1,702, Spirit 1,821, a new skill called Spirit Silence that unleashes the destructive power of black flames, forming a hellish prison that kills all who resist, dealing 1,000% magic damage, and it also has a resurrection band function. In this game era, as long as your level doesn't drop to 0, you won't die. It's an incredibly cheating skill. A red warning appears, indicating that the soul of the fake profession will not be able to respawn if killed by this skill, and you can choose to either destroy or not destroy it. Duong suspiciously asked the system, "What is going on?" The system replied, "The host has obtained the key item, Dragon Heart, so it has been upgraded. I suspect that the Dragon Heart might actually be this Black Dragon's original power at a refined level, but because of the existence of the Dragon Heart, the special attribute of the Black Dragon was overlooked, causing the secret realm to downgrade to Diamond level. And now that the Dragon Heart's special mechanism is gone, the difficulty naturally increases. Although I still don't quite understand what this pre-adult era means, the situation has already changed now, I know." While lost in thought, Liu Zi ran over. He glanced at the guy and shouted, "Chu! I searched the entire tomb but couldn't find the Dragon Heart, am I mistaken?" He froze. "Why does that boss look like a bird?" "That's the shiny thing in the Black Dragon's hand." ZZ became even more confused. "The heart of the dragon! Why is it here?" Chutai shouted as he saw him about to rush forward. "Don't act on your own. Turn back now!" He silently cursed himself. Does this idiot not pay attention to the system notifications? Relying on his incredible speed, Liu Tzu confidently said, "Don't worry, this fool can't possibly catch up to me." He was rushing forward when he was blocked by Duong's giant claw and was crushed underfoot. Chutai shouted, "Liu Tu, the system has notified you that your teammate has died." Loi Sun asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" He thought to himself that a normal boss in the mysterious realm requires a team of 5 transformations with 10 to 20 people to defeat it. With this few, there's basically no chance. Currently, only Chutai's family can't win, so retreat. Tranlun was surprised. "Chutai, are you trying to run away? He has already fallen behind, what else can he do? Getting involved in this now would be the stupid move." Duong silently judged, making a wise decision. "But what do you think about letting them go?" You rush forward to chase after them, determined not to let a single one escape. The glowing gate appears at the foot of the mountain and Chutai hurriedly runs over. Seeing the portal shift, "Let's go quickly." Loi-san felt something rush past him, saw Duong blocking in front. They panicked. Are they being chased? The exit is blocked by it. Chutai ordered everyone to hold the line and try their best to break through. Whoever gets out, gets out. He opens his mouth and spews fire, destroying the village as a wave of chaos erupts. The screams of panic ring out. After this blow, they are exhausted and crawling on the ground to report the situation. The damage from a divine-level boss is truly terrifying. My strongest defensive barrier can break with just one hit. My mana is also depleted. If the boss hits us one more time, we're definitely dead, Chutai warned. Everyone, quickly put all your important items into the interdimensional bag to minimize losses. There's no hope left now. Tranlun is stubborn. No way, I won't admit defeat. I have killed you thousands of times. I know all your power inside my hand. Even if I reach a higher level of refinement, so what? I can still kill you again. He calls out, "Let the sleeping spirits within the moonlit river break the boundaries of life and death, using my power as a mediator so your existence can once again appear in this world." Army of spirits, thousands of spirits manifest, display notifications, and summon all dying creatures on the battlefield to become your subordinates. The duration is infinite, but it will continuously drain the caster's mana and HP. He ordered the spirits, "Go, tear the enemy apart for me." The bone dragon faces him. Duong casually swings his hand and says, "Die, you bunch of trash." There's a bone dragon nearby spewing fire, but I look down on it. What's a little firepower like this? I could even go all out. The purple firepower of the bone dragon blazed brightly. Duong angrily punched it to the ground, then grabbed its head and dragged it up. Tranlun, witnessing this scene, fell silent before finally speaking. "You damn beast! Those who bear the mantle cannot die or be destroyed. Even if I fail this time, I will eliminate you next time and completely devour your soul. Unfortunately, the divine-grade dungeon cannot be reset. I want to destroy you many more times. That comment has angered you. If you've said such things, do you think I would let you escape?" Duong soared into the air and said, "Let me try a new move on you." Ngonlintin extinguished the hellfire, which spread below, engulfing everything. Screams echoed as the summoned spirits were burned to ashes. Even Tranluan was consumed by the flames. "Too hot, too painful, but next time I will make you suffer 100,000 times worse." "There won't be a next time." He sensed something was wrong and said, "What? What's going on? Has my HP already dropped to 0? Why haven't I started to move? Why hasn't my body begun to disintegrate?" "It's over," you reveal, "because you no longer have a chance to be reborn. Disappear. Firepower restrains Tran Luan. The system notifies you have killed level 113 Blood Warrior Chutai. You gained 2,198,763 experience points for killing level 108 Fanatic Priest Truong Ka Han and 1,986,123 experience points for killing level 104 Mountain Barrier Mage Trong Tran. Gained 177,630 experience points. 333, you have killed level 103 Haunting Hunter Liu Zi. You gained 1,662,321 experience points for killing level 115 Maj Ziling Chen Lun and received 2,546,198 experience points, bringing your total to nearly 9.97 million, reaching the second-class upgrade limit. Please complete the class change quest promptly. If there is no excess experience, up to 40% of the current accumulated experience is lost, leaving 5.59 million. They barely managed to pick up their lives and return to the guild, the whole group looking like they had lost their souls. The door swings open, and a cheerful voice rings out. "I'm back," Chutai asked anxiously. "What's the situation? Is there any information about Master Tran?" He reports that there isn't any. Even the information about Master Tran in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion has completely disappeared. This situation either means he was removed or he has died. This news hit the other three like a thunderbolt. Chutai recalled the terrifying scene then, unexpectedly allowing such a powerful guardian to be bypassed and forcing Tran Luan to die. That black dragon, Athos with the black flame wings, what kind of boss is it exactly? His whole body is trembling. This is no longer something we can handle. First, compensate for the spiritual beast's losses, and the rest will be decided by the headquarters. A wave of fear rose in Chutai's heart. Is the fact that only Tran Luan was killed part of some special mechanism, or did that boss intentionally let us go? At the apartment where Tuduang is staying, the warm sunlight shines down. He takes a can of soda, drinks it in one gulp, then leans back on the sofa and sighs. I'm really tired. The level of that exploration team is truly beyond the reach of spiritual beasts. All the effort I put in. Looking at the equipment list, Tuduang feels warm inside, but with such hard work, there should be matching rewards. No wonder it's an S-rank guild drop, so rich. The screen displays information, refined equipment like the dagger, the slaughtering madness of the shadow, refined ring, furious blood rage, diamond-grade armor, the Night Knight's armor, diamond-grade talisman, and the sacrificial item of the fire spirit artifact. High-grade strength potion, high-grade speed potion, one-time skill scroll of the Death Realm, one-time skill scroll of the Judgment War. The perfect one-time skill scroll for the ice barrier is what caught my eye. But honestly, these two things are the most attractive to me. The information about the sword, the level of spirit wine, the dagger, and the maelstrom of the Shadow Demon's slaughter is from the 7th Shadow Demon assassination, which has claimed the lives of countless beings. The slaughter of the Shadow Demon continues. Let's increase the resentment of the souls. The equipment requirements are not limited to any profession. The speed attribute must be at least 300, and the spirit attribute at least 300. Requires level 10. Speed attribute plus 800. Strength plus 400. The Shadow Clone body trait allows you to temporarily hide and increase your speed by 60%. The Spirit Mark consumes mana to mark a target. If the attack is undetected, damage dealt increases by 300%. The legendary skill scroll can be used 5 times to activate the 5 winds, storms, thunder, and lightning ring, introducing the activation of the 5-element storm, wind, fire, thunder, and heaven ring, which can store 5 stacks. Tuduang was delighted, truly feeling his luck was exceptionally good. Last time I got a weapon of gold grade, and this time I even obtained a divine grade weapon. Unlike Zhao Huan's violent style, I can also equip this dagger. Moreover, the legendary skill scroll is even better, with enough power to kill 4 attribute job players in an instant, and there are no restrictions anymore. It's truly terrifying. The system shows that Tuduang, a level 40 demon warrior, can now perform the second-class change. You remember that your level has also reached 40, and you're a bit regretful about the leftover experience. But Tuduang isn't sure. The wizard Ziling Chanlun you killed probably won't come back, right? The notification sounds, and the system confirms that the wizard Ziling Chanlun has been completely eliminated. The system's decision this time is extremely accurate. After obtaining the Dragon Heart, the level 30 sorcerer Ziling Chenlun is highly likely to kill the host. If the host is killed by other transmigrators while acting as the boss, the host will also die immediately. The host should handle this very carefully. Wow, no. Tuduang breathes a sigh of relief. I was right to kill him. If I weren't so clever, I might have already died. You smile and make a guess, but after this lesson, exploration team probably won't dare to challenge the door again for a while. Duong is curious. Up to this point, he remembers that divine-level bosses are called true spirits and possess their own minds. So what happens when I'm not acting as the Black Dragon's host? The system responds. When a boss is paired with a successor by the system, it will directly eliminate the possibility of consciousness existing. No matter what level it is, during times when the host does not connect, the boss will act according to the established rules. Additionally, if the boss is killed by the host who is also serving as the successor, it will automatically pair with a higher-level boss. You are surprised and take out the Dragon Heart item. Is there really something like that? Is this the rhythm that requires me to use the dragon item? Speaking of the dragon equipment, I can't help but mention this item. It feels like everything is perfectly arranged. The item information shows an unclear level. The heart of the dragon introduces that the hero received a blessing from the goddess who decapitated the ancient dragon. The roar of blood echoes everywhere, forging the dragon sword with the heart of the Kulong as proof of the dragon. In that chaotic moment, the eyes of the nameless hero seemed to open wide. The sword of the dragon has been lost from the world, leaving only the relics of the dragon with the brave, unlocking a 50% boost to spirit attributes and doubling strength. The dragon's glory trait bypasses the Kulong race's innate abilities, increasing damage to Kulong creatures by 500% and unlocking the ancient blood spirit soul. With the blood dragon-infected talisman, you can summon the blood spirit to assist in battle, but there are restrictions on equipment usage. Killing a Kulong with the blood spirit consumes 1 use, and each slain Kulong counts as 1. Duong believes this blood spirit might be the hero of the Dolong, surely someone with immense strength, even more impressive than the 5-tribe class. Having such a super disciple, who needs to fear anyone else? Killing the Black Dragon to change and unlock the Chu Huan is the next goal. It's time to leave the door and accept the secondary quest. From the Divine Temple side, Bak Lin and the players watch and discuss in awe. Is she really the priestess of the temple? She's quite stunning. Is she waiting for someone? Who could possibly be waiting right at the temple's entrance like that? I'm truly impressed. I wish I had someone as beautiful as the priestess waiting for me. She opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Blessings of the gods." Bak Lin saw you approaching and asked, "How can I assist you, Dongjia?" Duong was surprised. "What does Dongjia Dainyan mean? So you knew I would come here?" She explained, "The idol just now issued a transfer and provided guidance to Quang Hui. This is a signal that the temple's VIP is about to arrive. And in all of Donglin City, only you are the VIP. As for the way of addressing each other, it is a request from the Divine Temple. So please don't mind it too much. I'm too shy to look directly at you." I see. It feels a bit strange. The system has received the 5-star class transfer mission. Second transfer, a 5-star class change mission to clear the diamond level stage twice alone, and to defeat the boss within 3 minutes during the boss fight. As far as Duong knows, the most basic approach is usually to form a team to beat the dungeon at the same level. But this mission requires only 1 person to clear the dungeon. It's almost clearly designed to be difficult on purpose, but for me, it's basically no different from having no restrictions at all. Bak Lin praised sincerely, "You truly accepted the 5-star mission again, as expected of the brave hero." Duong modestly replied, "It's nothing special." "That's right. Do you have a map of the white-silver level dungeon near Donglin City?" She replied, "Of course I do." "Wait a moment." Bak Lin handed you a map. "Sir Warrior, this is the map of the dungeon you requested. Not only for the Bakungan level, but also including information about the locations and refresh times of the bronze and gold level dungeons." "Mr. Dung, please wait a moment." She recounted that not long ago, a terrible incident occurred in a dungeon, where its difficulty suddenly increased, causing a high-ranking professional to go missing. Moreover, low-level Wild Zone players have been crowded lately, often leading to conflicts and bloodshed over territory. Please, be careful. Duong replied, "Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful." Thinking to himself, with so many low-level dungeons in Donglin City, where could he find 2 silver-grade dungeons? Could someone already be there? Just arrived and saw so many people, I was surprised. Are the party organizers here? He approached the red notification in front of him, curious. Is this what a silver-level dungeon looks like? He was exhausted, having run to find 7 or 8 dungeons, and didn't expect others to beat him to it. Is it too dark now? Could it be that because I've been picking up crappy gear lately that it triggered the law of preserving one's dignity? Duong took out the map to check, and ahead was probably the entrance to the Cave of Suffering dungeon, with a group of people waiting at the dungeon gate. He felt helpless. Why are there so many people? There, you notice someone you recognize standing there. Duong, curious, asks Ko Tuit Tien, Why are you here? She begged the person beside her, the fellow student and princess. This dungeon was ours first, so please don't take it. Seeing him, Tuduang was shocked, and Vuong Fi too. It's him again. Sorry, little sister Tuyet Tien. This dungeon doesn't even mark your Yu Vu Guild's name. If you want to fight for the dungeon, then rely on your strength to take it back. Are you thinking? Is that Yu Vu, the sister guild of Yu Fin? What a coincidence. I guess if we already know each other, maybe we can talk things over more easily before fighting later. So, Tuduang decided to join the battle for the dungeon this time. His steps have shifted. I land on the ground to announce that I'm not planning to give up this dungeon anymore. La Son La is behind Tuyet Tien, who is acting arrogantly. This was originally something our boss valued, so get out of here immediately. Of course, if you want to stay and hang out with us a bit, that's fine. Just as you were about to act tough, a sword stopped in front of La Son Halam, level 61, a third-class swordsmanship adventurer. Yu Vu Guild warns you to watch your mouth, or I won't be polite and will cut off your head. This guy stammers. Fake triple-class profession. The princess is proud, what is there to fear? We also have third-tier profession transmitters, right? Brother Li Li Zhen, level 60. Third-tier martial artist of Thanson Guild coldly said, Sisters of Yu Vu, this is not your place to be arrogant. Halam sneered. Are you an uncivilized monkey or just a muscle-brained fool who doesn't understand the order of who arrived first? He replied arrogantly, I only know that fists are the truth. Want to fight? Wait a moment, and if I call my brothers over, don't blame me for hurting the girls behind you. She glanced at her people, mostly low-level recruits, and thought stubbornly fighting this bastard might not be good. But if she backed down here, only heaven knew if this bastard would ask for the moon after getting his way. Duong showed up just in time to step in. If we're talking about who's stronger with fists, I think I also have a say here. He doesn't know who you are. Tuyet Tien remembered. Duong last saw him at the teleportation center. Luckily, he's safe, but why is he here? And he's even provoking the elders of both sides? The princess angrily asked, why is it Duong from your family dealing with this? He replied, actually, I should be the one asking that. Why do I keep running into the same kind everywhere I go? He pointed to the person behind. What gives you the nerve to be so bold? Take a good look, this is the third Elder Master. A flick of your finger, and you'll be dead too. Legion threatened. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for forgiveness quickly. Maybe I'll even spare your body. Tuduang approached Tuyet Tien and asked, long time no see? She waved in greeting. Yes, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Ignored by you, the princess is furious and steps forward. Do you dare to look down on me? Halam asked softly. Do you know each other? She confirms. Yes. We used to be classmates. She was surprised. You must have changed class together since you're classmates, right? Why are you causing trouble and provoking us? Halam asked. Did you just mention a class change mission? This is a silver grade dungeon. Are you in the wrong place? Tuduang denied. No, the second class transfer quest requires clearing the silver grade dungeon. She was stunned and thought, wait a minute. If this kid really transferred roles at the same time as Little Key, then he's only been a level 40 for a few days? How is that possible? Princess interjected, saying, do you really think you're so impressive? You keep pretending you're better than those old masters out there, but you're just a worthless soldier pretending to be something you're not. And that's going to get you killed, you know? If you've got the skills, show everyone your personal info and let's see how low your level really is. If you're afraid, don't lift your pig nose and act high and mighty. That kind of spear dance is only worthy of kneeling and licking our feet. Tuduang looks down on it. You're already level 10. If you're below level 2, I might as well not bother fighting. But now the system warns that players with level 10 or below will be permanently reduced by 2 levels, and those below level 2 will die without the chance to revive. The princess's 2 fingers point towards Tiang. He gathered a ball of ice and charged forward calmly, saying, go back to the city and soak in the hot springs. A single slash left the princess with some HP. He was stunned. What? The system shows you have killed a level 5 ice mage, and the princess receives 100 experience points. Seeing him fall, the others panic and rush to call the prince. The prince couldn't hold back and charged forward with a punch. Tuduang stepped back, teasingly speaking. Ambush? Yeah, they really lack martial virtue. The more angry he got, he shouted, if you think killing my people will make me let you go, you're dead wrong. Draw your sword and let's see how skilled you really are. Tuduang turned to call Halam. That's right, if you want to go up together, it's fine. Then I won't have to do it again. She only waited for that moment to mock him. This kid is quite something. Who gave you such courage? Daring to challenge 2 master-level professional impersonators at the same time is truly too arrogant. Even if you are Tu Tian's friend, I cannot forgive you easily. Halam is negotiating with Lai Tran Than Sun. Let's put aside their matters for now, and first teach this reckless kid a lesson. He replied coldly, I will deal with you later. With that, Lytron leapt up and threw a punch downwards. Die. At the same time, Halam also raised his sword and rushed toward him. Tuduong used his incredible speed to handle him first. Li Jin was amazed. How is this kid's speed so fast? He activated his energy. I don't believe it. Loi Ho Quin, a powerful punch aimed straight at Tuduong's face. He blocks it with his sword, raising his eyebrows slightly. Tuduong forcefully swung his sword to knock the opponent away. Halam attacked from behind with a slash but was blocked by the shield. You're sneaky too. The martial ethics of you fake third-generation disciples are really lacking. The system notification indicates that the gold-grade single-use crystal barrier can condense around the user to form a shield capable of withstanding a total of 80,000 damage. Halam, staring in shock at the sword in his hand, realizes that his attack didn't even diminish half the value of the shield. That must be a high-level shield scroll, and no matter how you look at that weapon, it can't be silver. Could it be gold or even platinum? The move he just made was so fast that I almost couldn't see the ice mage being killed, so I was cautious. Who would have thought this kid could actually fight like that? What is Tuduong's true background? Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the thin, rocky mountain ahead, debris flying everywhere. Li Jin shouted angrily, Kid, don't even think about running away today. I can't let you escape. Tuduong raised his sword, flames surging, saying he was in a hurry. He was caught off guard as the blazing fire rushed toward him. You declare that you will disappear for me. There's no one left in front of you, only the dying flames. System notification, you have killed level 60. Martial artist Li Jin has gained 3,125 experience points. Tuduong glanced at the person behind her, still wanting to fight. She forced a smile and thought, how could I possibly fight anymore? You think it's okay that the other side is being reasonable, so that's good. After all, we're all in the same guild and we don't want things to escalate to that level. Halam was surprised. Same guild, could it be? Tuduong asked, please help me send my apologies to everyone and the guild leader. I'll take responsibility for this dungeon. Information about you appears. Tuduong is a level 40 demon warrior of the Yuvai Guild. 2 new notifications have been updated. You have entered the Suffering Cave dungeon. The class change quest has started. Please complete it quickly. The Suffering Cave requires level 20 to 40 and can be completed with 1 to 8 players. You cautiously enter the Suffering Dungeon, level 20 to 40, with a limit of 1 to 8 players. Tuduong muttered to himself as he walked, realizing that apart from the Black Dragon Fortress, this was still his first time officially entering a dungeon. It's quite a new experience. According to my memory, this dungeon is the lair of the Earth God. Seeing the monster guarding the road, Tuduong wondered if there was only one monster at the entrance. This level 35 monster is the evil archer of the Earth God. Drawing your sword for your first mini-boss is a bit stingy. As soon as he finished off this one, a monster ambushed from behind. Tuduong quickly grabbed its neck to restrain it, then threw it forcefully far away. The sword in his hand swings swiftly in a slash. The notification shows he gained 549 experience points for killing the level 35 evil archer demon. Killed level 34 evil butcher, Earth God experience plus 537. Tuduong sneered and looked around contemptuously, still expecting an ambush. This dungeon is a bit sinister. If I weren't fast enough, I would have been hit by it. You remember fighting Li Jin, and in that previous battle, you mostly relied on attribute suppression to win. But if you face a stronger profession faker, you'll need to depend on skills. Tuduong's palm glows with a surge of purple energy. Chances are slim, so I'll use these little monsters here to train my demon blade. As you go deeper into the darker cave, a hissing sound comes from the cliff above, and suddenly 2 monsters jump down to attack. They were knocked back by the shield behind Tuduong, who transformed his magic into a club in his hand. Tuduong swung the club down hard on the monsters below, causing them to cry out in pain. On the rocks above, the archers aimed their arrows at him. A flurry of arrows shot down like lightning, and thick smoke billowed up. The demon sword transforms into a bow, and Tuduong aims it at the ambushers, firing arrows that explode the archers on impact. He knows the current situation isn't looking good. Being reactive is too frustrating. Watch me pull this train. Tuduong hurriedly runs forward without a moment's delay, while behind him, the monsters are closing in. You decide you're almost at the boss's location and will deal with it immediately. With that, Tuduong turns around, holding a sharp spear with 2 ends. It transforms into a giant spear flying forward at high speed, unleashing a burst of firepower that engulfs each monster it hits, destroying the 40-meter great sword. When the monsters chasing me are defeated, I can't help but praise it, able to attack from afar or up close. Truly, a versatile skill. I look forward more and more to seeing what new skills this 5-stage transformation will bring. At this moment, a blazing gaze glanced toward To Duong. It was the level 40 boss phantom Icebone Tiger. Seeing its mighty appearance, I was quite surprised. The final boss of the underground demon lair dungeon is... a tiger? Could it be that the pet has turned into the master? This design is a bit funny. The mighty tiger sneers and says, "Humans are so stupid to enter my territory. Are you tired of living?" It starts running away. "Can you keep up with my pace?" To Duong calmly assessed, despite the tiger lurking behind him. It seems the platform is fixed in place. As expected, lower-level bosses don't have a mind of their own. Using my mouth to test my new technique makes me realize even more. The claws of the great tiger are about to strike down. You're definitely going to die. Its front paw stomped down where To Duong was standing. It was struck back by counterattacks, its body repeatedly slashed, while he remained safe and unharmed. The system announced that I defeated the boss of the Ice Skeleton Tiger Dungeon alone, gaining 6,321 experience points, completing 2 silver dungeons, and killing the boss within 3 minutes of encountering To Duong, who muttered to himself about how he managed to do it in just 3 minutes before heading to the next dungeon, then saw Halin's group hiding behind a cliff and wondered why they were hiding so far away. But it didn't matter because they were just following their own path, and To Duong agreed that Halin needed to change her view of him, as he finished everything in just 5 minutes, even called it a painful existence in the underworld. What kind of monster is this? Tweet Teen reminisces about the past with a sigh. Not long ago, we were still in school together, but now it feels like we're no longer in the same world as him. Proceeding to the next dungeon, the system reports that the boss of the Blood Silver enemy dungeon has been slain. Experience gained 6,187. Completed 2 silver dungeons alone, and defeated the boss within 3 minutes of encountering it. The 5-star class transfer mission has been completed. A series of new notifications are now displayed. Checking revealed that the 5-star class change mission was successfully completed. A series of hidden class change missions have been activated. To Duong was surprised. An hidden quest? New information updated. The first key, the rusty one, has been lost. The mission introduces a marked point on the map where a terrifying beast is hibernating, seemingly guarding something. Rewards beyond the standard increase all attributes by 5% after completing the mission. A special class related to demon warriors. Legendary skill book. Note 1. Hidden class transfer missions only unlock after completing the 5-star class transfer and are unrelated to career development. 2. A series of hidden class transfer missions will be released in new stages after each promotion. 3. Skipping hidden class transfer missions may not affect normal class transfer tasks. The time limit is 48 hours. Check the display options. Do you accept the mission? To Duong smiled. With only 5% of all attributes, he's already charming, and there's even a legendary skill book. Judging by the mission, he's definitely still in stage 2. Is this the value of the 5-star promotion mission? Accept. Are you sure you want to accept? Check the map again. The target mission area is the high-class suburbs of Tianlin City. The average level of monsters is level 40 or higher. That so-called terrifying monster must be above level 50, right? If we don't unlock it, it seems no one can complete it. To Duong drew his sword. It was time to unlock this level of refined weapon. However, using weapons above diamond level requires not only a perfect universe gem, but also a master-level craftsman. Dongling City doesn't have this character. You suddenly remember, that's right, the branch of celestial mechanics seems to be in Tianlin City. I remember they not only sell dungeon strategies, but also intelligence. Looks like I should pay a visit to those defeated subordinates. Furthermore, I heard that Thien Kokak is actually one of the members of the X Alliance. I wonder how they will react when they see this. In To Duong's hand, a shimmering badge appears, the black gold membership card of the X Alliance. Walking into the city of Tianling and seeing the busy headquarters, he was quite surprised. Tianling City actually has so many people buying power, no wonder it's a top force hub. Feeling a bit nervous, To Duong quietly thought that since he had just sold someone else's item and officially entered the ranks of the wealthy, he would feel a little awkward. The item information displayed on the system screen shows a complete infinity protecting crystal that can be embedded into any level equipment, removing level restrictions. Balance of 2.8 billion. Inside the tower, the echoes of these calls still haven't reached me yet. Waiting until the flowers are almost withered, the clerk at the counter nervously said, "Please stay calm, everyone." When it was his turn, To Duong stepped inside and exclaimed, "There are so many people. Suddenly I noticed 2 familiar faces nearby." To Duong thought to himself, isn't this Chu Tai and Lu Tu? They've met again so quickly. "Brother Chu, can you really not settle the damaged weapon of mine? This is the divine grade weapon." Chu Tai sighed and said, "This time with Tran Luan's loss, The headquarters has already been generous not to bother us. What more do you want? Lu Tu, nghe vậy liền tức giận dập bay dòng dầu phía trước. So, I have to go do dungeons for a few more months? A piece of wood flew towards Tu Duong's face. He caught it coldly and asked, who's the careless person throwing things around like this? Hong Hech stepped forward. What's wrong? Do you have any opinions? Tu Duong challenged. Of course I do. Does higher rank mean you can do whatever you want? Lu Tu grabbed your collar, you level 40 chicken. How dare you talk back to me? Let me tell you, I do whatever I want here, believe it or not. Seeing Tu Duong still smiling, he shouted angrily, What are you smiling at? Write this guy's name down. Fine, next time you dare to come to the Black Dragon's secret realm, I'll kill you on the spot. Chutai steps in to intervene. Lu Tu, mind your image a bit. It's a small matter, and this brother of ours, don't hold on forever. What do you mean by that? How can the Celestial Pavilion treat guests like this? I'm so disappointed. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Lu Tizu suggested, What's the point of wasting words on this kid? Let me kick him out. He arrogantly took out his membership card, wide-eyed to see what it was. The guy was speechless. This torn card wouldn't scare anyone. Lu Tu flicked his hand, tossing the card in Tu Duong's hand into the air, surprising him. Does this little insect even know how to read? The card fell at someone's feet, and someone exclaimed, Chutai had a bad feeling. Manager, why are you here? Tuzi was surprised. Finally, you've arrived. The newcomer is a level 120 fake, the owner of City A, Vin Fong City Manager. He was ruthless and slapped this person. A loud slap rang out clearly. Lu Tu fell to the ground in shock and asked, Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I am your sister-in-law. Jia Viet handed the card back to him politely. Esteemed guests, I am the chief manager of Vin Fong City. Jia Viet, I apologize for the trouble caused by my subordinates. Tu Duong nodded and replied, It's okay. He couldn't help but wonder if he was a major figure. Fake Viet asked, You're so young to have received the black membership card from League X. Have you already completed the 5-star class transfer mission? Did you get the VIP privilege of the Divine Temple transfer? Confirm it. That's right. He instructed Chu Tai to treat this guest well and not to be careless. Do you understand? He is respectful. Yes, manager. Meanwhile, Liu Zi looked pale and exclaimed in shock. Huh? Jia Viet named him specifically. I'll go first. Lu Tu, come with me. You have to discuss the next dungeon run with him. He'll be embarrassed if he's dragged away like that. Brother-in-law, let go. I'll go by myself. Lu Tu shouted directly at him. Kid, don't get too confident. Just wait and see. Tu Duong thought to himself. Will the next dungeon again see new actions from the Celestial Mechanism sect? Chu Tai changes his attitude in welcoming. Honorable guest, may I ask what you require? I want to know the whereabouts of the master who achieved the rank of Grandmaster in the city of Tianling, and whether those people happen to possess the Void Spirit Stones. They are out of stock at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. I want to buy a few. He hesitated. Intelligence is no problem. There are also unbounded protection stones, but they are extremely expensive. Please take a look. Tu Duong casually snapped his fingers and said, Everything can be solved with money, so I don't see it as a problem. A bag of shining gold coins was placed heavily on the ground, Trin. He replied, I understand. I will personally go to get the goods now instead of calling someone. Please wait a moment. You think turning hostile like this is already quite skilled? Tu Duong is interested in this place. Vinfeng City is the main city in this area. Even its chief manager is so respectful. Now, I'm increasingly curious about the history of this divine temple. You left the temple with the map in hand, and the old wolf blacksmith, the master smith, was hiding in such a humble place. Going to the Heaven's Secret Sect was the right choice. But Tu Duong is eavesdropping, and someone is asking, are the explorers really heading to the Black Dragon's secret realm? The two in front are discussing whether it's true or not. People have already died there, so why do they still dare to go? The person next to him replied, I only heard others say so. But now everyone is terrified and not responding at all. He continued, I guess I'm right. If it were me, even with 10 billion, I wouldn't go. He wasn't surprised, as expected. Tran Luan's death had shattered the explorers' morale. In a short time, they probably won't dare to come again. But the task of subduing the Black Dragon still needs to be done quickly to avoid endless trouble. Tu Duong stepped into the blacksmith's shop and pushed open the door, greeting, Sorry to bother you, I am looking for Mr. Ko Duong. Inside are Dung Tuet and An Nu already present. Ko Duong, who is working, looks up and asks you, Are they guests? Tu Duong recognized the background of the two. They are from Uvan. Hello to both of you. Hello, sisters. Are you here to compete for the equipment, too? And Ngu quickly ran up to To Duong and shyly asked, Are you the younger brother who just joined? How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend yet? Is older sister Titch really older than me? Her overly enthusiastic attitude caught you off guard before you could react. Dung Tweet stepped forward and reached out to her face. She pushed An Ngu back and asked, "Is that To Duong?" "This is a master blacksmith shop. Someone of your level doesn't need to come here. Just go to the smithy on the street." Ngu shouted, "What are you doing?" To Duong sighs and says, "I've heard a similar comment twice today. Sometimes I just don't feel like explaining. Do you think this sword of mine is qualified to be here?" Guoyang raised the heavy hammer in his hand, bringing it down with a burst of blazing fire. Deng Shui watched without looking away. "Is this the special effect when upgrading a spirit-grade weapon? It's the first time I've seen it." Ngu marvels at the sparks flying in the air. So beautiful. Dung Tweet glanced at To Duong sitting on the chair, appearing calm as if he was not surprised at all, as if he was used to seeing this scene. Ngu ran over and asked her what was wrong. Xiao Tuyet kept staring at To Duong. Could she have fallen for him? Dung Tweet was startled and retorted, "What are you talking about?" "I was just thinking. Is she teasing me?" I don't usually see her distracted. She got so embarrassed she snapped, "Enough!" Their expressions made To Duong feel something was off. Maybe he chose the wrong guild. A few hours later, Ko Duong raised his shining sword. "It's done. You must be impressed. You're truly a master, finishing it in just one try. The last time I worked on it, I also blew up quite a few materials." To Duong reached out to take the sword and asked, "Master, how much does it cost?" He replied, "I have poured my heart into this weapon. Normally, I would charge you at least 1 billion in processing fees. But today I, the old master, also forged happily and cheerfully, breaking the rule to waive the fee for you, forging a Grandmaster-level weapon for free. That's great." To Duong is very straightforward. "I won't take advantage of the old man, especially since money is easy to come by. A master like you, where could I find one? Just accept this 1 billion fee for the procedure and I will come often in the future." Guiyang gave a thumbs up and praised him, saying, "Young people have spirit, so I will accept it. Come back next time." And UC was amazed by this gesture, not only giving up the free opportunity, but also spending 1 billion and still smiling. Is this really the appearance of the Earth Spirit? What should I do now? I'm a bit dizzy now. Dung Tuyet doubts. Could he really be the young master of the S-rank guild in the outskirts of Tianling City, Nin Huangling, level 40 or above? To Duong is here. Looking at the Huangso mountain range ahead, you realize this is the quest location. Indeed, a leveling map for second class and above. To Duong decides to use the bloodthirsty Yuan with a limit of 300 speed and 300 mental attributes, directly applying attribute potion and distributing the remaining attribute points from before. The system announces that To Duong, the demon swordmaster, has a strength of 980, base attribute 241 plus gear bonuses, 739 speed, base attribute 311 plus gear bonuses, 818 spirit, base attribute 314 plus gear bonuses, and a permanent increase of 50 spirit attribute from the Mind Spirit Elixir with a limit of 5 spirit speed elixirs, 2 speed elixirs increasing 50 speed each, and 1 speed elixir increasing 100 speed, making To Duong now on par with a 4th-tier expert. To Duong charges straight toward the mountain range, shouting fiercely, "Let's go! With your appearance, 2 figures beside you rush forward. They are level 45, fallen spirits. Level 44. Vengeful Earth Soldiers. Uan deity with information displayed, consumes magic power, quickly achieving stealth effect, and increases speed by 60%. He struck both of them, and both falling spirits were hit and fell to the ground. To Duong used the 2-link slash to destroy them. He landed on the ground, thinking to himself that the most basic skill of a warrior, the 2-link slash, thanks to the power of a refined weapon, can be so formidable. Behind To Duong, countless eyes are lurking in the darkness. He decides that he won't just sweep the edges or use the old methods to break through. An explosion erupted violently at the foot of the mountain. To Duong entered the cave, which was the lair of the terrifying beast. According to the mission setup, the level probably won't be below 50. I wonder how many of my attacks it can withstand. The space is eerily silent, not a single small monster in sight. The light ahead shone brightly, and he thought to himself. To Duong squinted at the light in front of him, his eyes wide with amazement as he saw it. In the middle, there is a ferocious beast curled up and sleeping peacefully. The system reports that the mutated beast has swallowed an unknown piece of meat. Level 55, immortal race, unknown health, skills, and traits. Unbelievable. What kind of demon is this? Apart from the level and name, I can't see any other information. Looks like I need to buy a high-level ally skill book. To Duong actively attacks. Never underestimate a boss with unknown information like this. Get ready for a fierce battle. A sword thrust directly into its head, displaying a ghostly image that deals 52,281 damage, marks the soul, consumes mana, targets, and initiates an attack before being detected, increasing damage by 300%. Seeing it rise, Tuduang knew immediately that it couldn't be killed quickly. Its mouth spewed out countless streams of energy, with spikes shooting up from the ground. I jumped high to dodge, then Tuduang spun around and slashed down, causing the monster to roar in pain. He firmly grasped the sword in his hand and charged forward, determined not to give it a chance to breathe, striking to weaken its health. System notification. You have slain the mutated beast and swallowed the unknown piece of meat. You gained 4,321 experience. Received item, old key. Received item, unidentified rotten meat. The item information shows an old key. The time has left behind smudged traces. It looks like a key to open some door. The rotten piece of meat remains unidentified, and the strength it once had has vanished, symbolizing decay that makes it impossible to guess its origin. You wondered why the mission mentioned a key, but what is this rotten piece of meat? Just from the description, it seems to imply that the previous owner of this meat was incredibly powerful, and even after all the energy inside was depleted, it was enough to cause that beast to mutate. Tuduang temporarily set this aside, left it there, and focused on the class transfer mission, planning to study its effects later. New information now confirms the class transfer was successfully completed. The male star difficulty class change is complete. You have received the highest level of life enhancement, with the base attribute increased by 25%. Received exclusive passive skill of the demonic warrior. The twin spirits increase spirit by 10% based on the strength attribute. Increase 10% of the strength attribute based on the spirit attribute cannot be repeated in rotation. Checking the hidden class transfer mission for confirmation of completion. Complete the hidden class transfer mission to receive a 5% increase in all attributes as a reward. A special class book, Demon Warrior, with legendary skill books, unlocks level caps and calculates experience requirements from level 40 to 58. I received 360 attribute points and chose to split them evenly between strength and spirit, secretly thinking that these terrifying base attribute points had fully surpassed the fake third-class change. With equipment attributes included, I could now face the spirit beast hunters head-on. Winning the second-class change against the fourth-class change already feels exciting, just to think about. The new attribute distribution screen is now complete. My current attributes are as follows, with numerous stats for strength, speed, and spirit improved. Tuduang looked at the sword in his hand with satisfaction, the doubled attributes making it even more powerful, plus the soul mark. From now on, even against platinum-level boss monsters, this sword won't be able to withstand it. It's no wonder it's a legendary skill. The notification sounds, and the demon warrior with a legendary dual destructive sword skill merges his demonic power and current weapon into one, consuming half of his demonic energy to unleash a super powerful attack that deals 200% physical damage and 200% mental damage. When you return, Bai Ling approaches to congratulate you. Heroic Lord, congratulations on completing the 5-star second transformation. Your VIP benefits are being updated. The initial amount is 10 million, and each victory will be increased to 50 million. The 2 black ID card benefits from the Union X increased from 20% to 30%. You answered correctly. In her mind, she thought that these benefits were now just normal for her. She curiously asked, what are Lord Dungjia's plans next? Tuduang replied, I've been a bit tired these days. I plan to rest for 2 days and combine work with relaxation. Baklin agrees. Yes, rest is very important. You have plans, but resting doesn't mean being free all day. When you have free time, go to Anicaps to buy some supplies for killing the dragon. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism, in Jiawei's office, he assigns Chutai the task. This time, Thao is in charge of the secret realm raid with 30 members. That should be enough to get through the test, right? Chutai confirms. Yes, 30 people are enough. It's just that special mechanism that prevents people from being resurrected. This is a life jade ring. Chutai happily said, thank you for the valuable item. Jia Viet concluded, then I'll leave it to you. If I weren't busy, I would really want to personally go kill the active dragon near the core. Someone interrupted. Wait a moment, this black dragon hasn't been dealt with by you yet. The office door swung open. Chutai was startled and turned back to ask if she saw Lin Yi. Lu Tu stammered, young lady, why are you here? This is Lok Lin Yi, a beast tamer with level 130, the daughter of the owner of Thienko Pavilion. She reminded her politely, Miss, you are so noble. Why not come forward to greet us? Please, kneel and bow in respect. Your subordinates did not know of your arrival and did not come to welcome you from afar. I hope the noble miss will forgive us. She replied nonchalantly, I haven't told anyone about my trip this time. Just remember not to reveal anything. A flash of light flickered, and something shot past and hit the chair. Lin Ni sat down and said, "From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed into the Black Dragon Fortress. I want to personally gather the Black Dragon." He hesitated and asked, "Is this the will of the masters? Is she emitting killing intent? If it's not my father's idea, does he dare to go against my wishes? Does any subordinate dare? Now I will go give orders." Lin Yi turns and leaves. "Good, then it's fine. Help me prepare the documents on the Black Dragon and get an extra room ready. I want to rest for a while. I didn't expect the young lady to come suddenly. I was mistaken." Liu Zai was surprised behind her. She is the daughter of the Masters, the youngest genius in the Global Summoning Society. Jia Viet confirms that the Global Beast Taming Association is a super-level organization on par with Alliance X, specializing in hunting rare mystical beasts worldwide. Whether it's bosses, dungeons, or wild elites, they are all targets for their hunts. The young lady has extraordinary talent and, at a young age, joined the Global Beast Tamer Association. Even finding Long Ha is rare for someone to stand alongside her. This time she secretly came here, probably to steal the Black Dragon before other beast tamers. If successful, the young lady will become the highest-ranking beast tamer on the continent, and the reputation of the Celestial Pavilion will also rise significantly. Chu Tai added, "So don't even think about it." By then, everyone must follow the young lady and the dungeon boss, especially the final Black Blood Dragon, which must be subdued by her. Don't steal from others, understood? Of course, I will immediately go and get the basic guide on the colossal dragon for the young lady. He was terrified. I would never dare compete with the young lady of the master's family. When Chu Tai checked the information, he was shocked. What? It was bought by someone yesterday, and the buyer was Tuduong. Lu Tu is annoyed. Why that guy? Is he deliberately looking for trouble? Jia Viet feels a bit uneasy. What a coincidence. The fact that the young lady visited him is something he couldn't have known. But why would his rank care about the Kulong? Chu Tai is worried. What should he do? Should I make him return the book? He didn't order it, and although it draws attention, he shouldn't offend the temple's VIP casually. There might still be other dragon-related documents. Go look for it. At Tuduong's house, you go to your usual seat, then sit down and open the book to read the basic guide about the Kulong. One book costs 5 million gold taels. This celestial machine pavilion also knows how to sell too much. I hope it has value. Tuduong mistakenly mixed up the names of the dragon species, but the black dragon information is displayed, showing that the dark dragon race is fierce, bloodthirsty, with a strength progression chart across different stages. The strange larvae, the mysterious stone, the immortal mature, the refined level, the post-maturity stage, the lunar level, and the adolescent stage of the blazing dragon. The alien species has learned to enhance their strength, wield black fire, and command the might of the giant dragon. You're curious why the strange creature isn't mentioned as reducing damage. With the professionalism of the Celestial Mechanism Society, they probably wouldn't miss such new information. Could it be that the exploration team couldn't see the detailed information of the Black Flame Wing? Just like when I saw the monster devouring a piece of unidentified meat on that mountain range, the information notes that the exploration in Long Ha Realm discovered a secret realm with a black dragon that had attacked the northwest area of Luyui City in Anbai Province, Longyan Hujian Mountain, where the Black Dragon boss was attacked at the Hu Thash level, and in the central area of Yamu City in Linjiang Province, Long Miao Mountain, where the mature Black Dragon boss at the Huinguiyat level had not yet been attacked. In the southeast of Vinfeng City in Tianlin Province, within the Black Dragon Fortress, the mature Black Dragon boss at the Tindiu level had not yet been attacked. Tuduong turned the page and muttered to himself that Long Ha had only found 3 Black Dragons so far, 2 of which had already been attacked, leaving only the Black Dragon boss he was responsible for, which had not yet been attacked. Wait, the news that the Black Dragon had been attacked is not correct. Is the Pre-Emperor stage not corresponding to the Tindiu level? Why is it at the Huinguiyat level? Look at its detailed documentation. The detailed information appears. Long Mountain Range records the extermination because this dungeon is of the mystical difficulty level. The Black Dragon was initially believed to be a late-stage mature creature, but after the raid and analysis based on the dragon heart obtained, it was determined to be in the premature stage. Through the items dropped and subsequent research, this Black Dragon accidentally consumed the unidentified rotten meat, greatly increasing its strength. A special note: the unidentified rotten meat. Tianko Guild agrees to buy all such items at high prices. Tuduong couldn't help but be delighted. Does this meat have this kind of effect? This time, I really found a treasure. The way Tianko Kak writes about buying it at a high price, so exaggerated, means its value could make Tianko Kak ignore all costs. The most important thing is that when the time comes, I let Black Dragon eat this piece of meat to directly increase his strength to the Hui Nuiet level, so that even with over a dozen fake 5 transformation professions, nothing can be done. Once I finish eating this juicy piece of meat, my level could directly jump to the 4th transfer. The leveling path is now clear ahead. You lean back on the bed, but maybe you won't be able to play like this anymore. Tianqiga isn't stupid. They definitely won't give it to you again, after being taken advantage of. Now is also the time to kill the Black Dragon and move on to the next boss. But after all the benefits it's given me, I feel a bit reluctant to kill it. The system reminds that when a boss with multiple roles is killed by the master, it will automatically be assigned as the master's loyal subordinate. Duong was stunned to hear this. You sat up suddenly. Did I hear that right? Can I get a Black Dragon pet? The system confirms. That's correct, this is a normal procedure. The master doesn't need to get too excited. Duong was overjoyed. How could he not be excited? This is a giant dragon, posing and mighty, full of dominance. Even among SSS, ranked guilds like the Global Beast Tamer Association, there aren't many who can tame a great dragon as a pet. If I suddenly summon a black dragon during a guild battle, I wonder how exciting the scene would be. Duong knew this well, but with his current attributes, even using the Heart of the Dragon on Kak Long wouldn't be enough. How long would it take to kill Kak Long? Moreover, if someone challenges right after I finish attacking, wouldn't that be a waste? Duong slipped on his slippers and pondered this problem. Thinking it through, my main way to level up now is still through boss quests. If no one challenges me within a certain time, my leveling progress will be interrupted. Moreover, since my level isn't high, each time I take on multiple roles, it costs a lot of experience. Next time, if I face an exploration team and overuse my abilities, it won't be good. It seems I need to level up quickly. What if we go clear to the wild map or high-level dungeons? Duong suddenly remembered the message in the guild. You open the system to check. I remember the giant Tamlam is also a Void Crystal's secret realm, right? Truly fortunate to be led by them. Such a rare opportunity. So, Duong sent a message with just 2 words. Got it. Dungtweet and Uvan received this news and immediately sent people, causing the entire guild to erupt in a thunderous shout. Hey! Anangu excitedly texts. Finally, the handsome guy replied, Come on, your protective sister is here for you. Tunyen reminds her to watch her image. Dunajin replied, Anangu says every day, Mo Dungtweet. But I think you're the one with impure thoughts. Anu explained, Don't insult me, my handsome friend and I are just pure sisterly friends, nothing more. Mutu replied that Anangu's secret was exposed. Anangu pouted and felt wronged. Are you speechless just watching the chat keep popping up with new messages? Van has been silent all this time and hasn't sent a single message. Until now, she finally asks, Duong, are you sure you want to go fight the Hollow Crystal secret realm with us? The monsters inside the secret realm are too dangerous for you. Definitely for sure. Duong replied, I'll go ahead. Everyone take your time to come. The next day, in the Divine Temple for class promotion, when Lei Shan entered, a subordinate curiously asked, Boss, why do you look so tired? He replied, After all that effort, I finally reached level 99, but when I went to accept the 5-class transfer quest, the location for the materials turned out to be the Deep Forest of Giants. Someone hesitated and asked, The difficulty of the Deep Forest Giant is not less than that of the Black Dragon Fortress. We can't fight at our current level, right? They are discussing among themselves. I heard that Uvan's people are preparing to attack the giant man-eating forest. It seems this year's secret realm entry tickets can only be for them. This time, the gap between the 2 guilds is getting wider. Lei Shan confidently said, Maybe not. We still have one way to stop Uvan from stealing the ticket. They suspect the boss. Do you mean that? He smiled a sinister smile. If I have no more options left, then there's nothing to fear. Kill them so Uvan can taste despair like we did. Information about the Secret Realm shows a deep forest giant, a diamond-level secret realm, and a recommended level of 90 or above. Towering ancient trees block the mountain's light in the dense forest, faintly echoing the roars of giant beasts that seem to warn outsiders that this place does not welcome them. With 35 minutes remaining on the countdown, looking around, Duong comments that there are indeed many people here. The Deep Forest Giant and the Black Dragon Fortress are both high-level secret realms, and their difficulty is probably comparable. Uvan decided to challenge now, and it was also for this reason. The Secret Realm Trial, also known as the Secret Realm Trial, is a special mission organized by the Temple of Gods under the authority of the Lord of Vinfong City. It opens once a year, and only A-rank guilds with 5th-tier profession players or higher are eligible to participate in the Secret Realm Trial. Each city has only one entry ticket, and the top 3 guilds in the secret realm will receive abundant resources, including a divine-grade weapon, 3 diamond-grade weapons, and various other guild treasures. For any guild, it is extremely attractive. As the only 2 level A guilds in Tianlin City, Wuvan and Lingthu want to suppress each other, so they hurriedly advanced to the 5-star level to compete for the qualification to participate in the secret realm trial. Originally, the strength of the spiritual beasts was slightly higher, but they were wiped out inside the Black Dragon Fortress, and their levels and equipment were reduced, putting them at a disadvantage. So now it's Yuvan's turn. Most of the guilds are level B, so they pose no threat to him. The situation has changed a bit. He glanced to the side, noticing that Loi Son's team had just arrived and pushed everyone else aside. Low-level profession players, listen up. Our spirit beasts have taken over this secret realm. If you don't want to die, get out now. Those who heard it were all terrified. As spiritual beasts, I realize that even they don't give up easily. Other players are fleeing. These level A guilds are too overpowered. Someone nearby quietly reminds you, haven't you heard that recently spirit beasts have been very unlucky? This clearly seems to be just venting anger. Duang was pondering that with the current strength of the spirit beast, fighting a diamond-level dungeon would be quite difficult, and there aren't many level 90 players around. Looking at this aura, it doesn't seem like they're about to enter a dungeon, but rather like they're waiting for someone. You gradually realize their scheme. Are these guys trying to stop Yuvan from entering the dungeon, pretending not to go so they can take the spot? That's just too immoral. Seeing Duang still standing there, the level 72 follower spoke up. Hey kid, are you deaf? Can't you hear what our guild leader just said? I was just exploring around, not interested in your affairs. Feel free to do as you please. The arrogant guy pushed Yang back. Do you want me to let you talk? Get out of the way. He clenched his hand that was casually on his shoulder and then forcefully twisted it backward. The stalker yelled, my hand. Yang casually threw the guy towards the distant tree trunk. His strength was too great, and the target's body flew straight into the forest. Finally, the stalker looked extremely disheveled, sitting slumped under the fallen tree. Lai Shan cautiously asked, who are you? Why did you hit him? Duang yawned casually and said, nothing much. He just wanted to hit me earlier. I was only defending myself. Zhao Ming shouted angrily, what attitude is this of yours? You beat someone until there's barely any blood left and still claim to be defending yourself. Acting so arrogantly. Loi San interrupted. Trio Min, there's no need to say more. He reasoned that if that guy insulted you, then he was truly in the wrong. But you also taught him a lesson, so maybe this should just end here. Duang agrees. I have no objection. He asked in disbelief. President, should we just let that kid keep causing trouble like this? Loi San asked more calmly. If we can kill the Tam Trian stalker in an instant, they must at least be a 4th-tier professional. We're here to cause trouble for you, Van. No need to create more problem. Xiaoming is a little more furious, but is he really Yu Van's man? If not, why is he here alone? Loi Shan replied, maybe not. After all, those women usually don't associate with men. Duang sensed someone approaching. Yu Van stepped forward and asked, what do you mean, Leader Loi? He sent his men to block the gate, claiming he had no intention. This Tam Lam giant is ours first, so I hope Chairman Lam can go to another dungeon, she reminded him unhappily. Stop joking. Your spirit beasts have just lost a team. There's no way they can fight in the Diamond Secret Realm anymore. I see now. I understand. You came here just to cause trouble? How can you be so cruel after your own sect was destroyed? What's so good about you guys? Can't you at least save some face for yourselves? Or do you want the 2 guilds to fight here? Loi San declared that the main benefit is to drag you all into the water, preventing you from entering the secret realm trial. I repeat, in this dense forest, no one is allowed to fight today. Seeing Han Bing surround me, he coldly said, Mu Dung Tweet, your guild leader hasn't even said whether to fight or not, and you've already taken action. If you want to fight, then fight. There's no point in wasting words. Loi San declared, fine, today we'll settle this once and for all and decide who lives or dies, so let's fight to our heart's content. Duang interjected, so you say no one is allowed to challenge this dungeon today? What do you think you are to look down on me? Deng Taiet was surprised to see him step forward. Duang? Anangu became even more infatuated, daring to challenge Loi San. What a handsome younger brother. Tung Hien watched him, and the character discussed in the guild over the past few days finally stepped onto the stage. Tunyan regretfully added, I wish Xiao Lian were here too. Mu Tu took out her notebook. The first male member of the Yuvan Guild appeared. I have to record this historic moment. Yuvan stepped forward and greeted him, finally meeting you. Duong politely replied, "Sorry, I haven't registered at the guild yet, but I think this way is more comfortable for everyone." She agreed, maybe so. Yuvan quietly remarked, changing to a 5-star class. A VIP of the Divine Hall with a divine-grade weapon, the heir to an S-rank guild. Duong's identity is full of secrets, but even if he's right in front of me, I wonder if I should ask, or if I should ask at all. Over at Loison, Li Dan is trembling with anger. "Mom, I've tried to pursue on you several times, but she wouldn't even glance at me, and now she's eyeing that kid instead. I want to kill him. Chairman, this kid really is from Yuvan, and from what I hear, he's not an outsider but a full member." Loison gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "Did you just mess with us earlier?" Duong remained calm. "So what if you hit me?" 2 bright arrows fly in from afar. You grab one arrow, your face expressionless, thinking to yourself that it must be the archer. Duong held back and returned it. "It would be rude to come without bringing anything, so here you go." The next arrow you kick back at them. 2 arrows pierce through Truong Min, scaring his companions into shouting, "Vice President!" Seeing his own people attacked, Lei Shan gritted his teeth and said, "You're courting death, kid." Duong moved in front of him and said, "I guess I've figured it out too. You came to cause trouble today, didn't you? A good secret realm like this one doesn't allow people to fight. You think everyone has time for this kind of nonsense like you do? Do you understand that time is money? If I miss the chance to kill the fat goat, are you willing to take responsibility?" They were stunned. "Killing the fat goat? What fat goat? What do you mean?" Lai Shan replied. "You're already dying, what are you talking about? Just die." Duong took out the skill scroll, only able to teach them a little. Seeing the skill scroll, he broke out in a cold sweat. Loison orders the activation of the defensive barrier. Use all the team's damage reduction skills on me. He is very confident. If he dared to come alone, he must be quite stubborn. But no matter how strong he is, he can't break our strongest defensive barrier. Duong smiled and said, "So what?" "Then take this move." A giant tornado appeared in the space, and the strong wind made On Yu uncomfortable. "I hate this." Dung Tweet clutches her dress tightly. "Why are you complaining about her wearing pants? The intense elemental fluctuations are truly like a natural disaster." Loison was stunned, unable to believe it. This is clearly a legendary level. Duong summoned that tornado to their location and disappeared. The raging storm and thunder descended heavily on Loison. A pillar of energy shot into the sky, and the wind howled fiercely around him. As everything gradually subsided, you announced that the obstacle was gone, so it was time to start the dungeon raid, guild leader. The Yuvan guild members were all terrified, and Anengu was almost fainted from the shock. Uvan stammered, "What? How is that possible? The spirit beast being wiped out in an instant?" Dung Tweet continued, "Even a legendary skill scroll can't destroy an A-level guild in a moment." Mach 2 took out a notebook and said, "I've redrawn the scene from earlier. Besides the skill scroll, Duong also used other skills." Everyone looked at the picture she drew, and Engu praised in admiration. As expected of Li Mach 2's younger sister, her drawing is truly beautiful. Dung Tweet realized this was a blade forged from condensed demon energy. Uvan seemed to have the answer all along, using a legendary level skill to boost magic defense, then unleashing a large amount of chaos-inducing level 10 skills, and finally harvesting enemies with a demon blade. Her thinking was so logical. That skill level 58 shouldn't normally deal damage to our Lightning Mountain group, but seeing his luxurious equipment, we all thought the same thing. He must be the young master of a top-tier guild. Duong awkwardly asked, "Can we enter the dungeon now?" Yuvan agrees and says, "Let's go now." As they enter the dungeon and look at the tall trees around, Yuvan feels a bit cold and wraps her arms around herself. The trees are tall, definitely carrying the scent of a giant's territory, and the terrain here is complicated. Everyone stays close together, remaining alert. Anengu approaches to start a conversation. Duong asks if our dungeon this time will go smoothly. "You guess there probably won't be any problems, right?" She gently asks if there might be unexpected issues like the Black Dragon Fortress appearing. "By then, you have to protect her." Duong politely said he would do his best. Suddenly, something jumped out from the bushes, startling Anengu. A rabbit hopped out. Tunyan forced a nervous laugh at herself, realizing it was just a little rabbit. She was disappointed because what was behind the bush was actually a level 89 two-headed fierce dragon. Yuvan rushed to everyone. Don't panic. Stay calm and fight. It's just a small monster." She held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, striking directly at the dragon. Nearby, a fierce level 95 beast roared fiercely, and On Yu along with Muzi shouted, "There's one here too, little brother, save me." Duong swung his sword at the bear and asked, "Why isn't everyone assigning someone to fight the monsters?" And Ingu explained, high-level girls are all rare animals, do you understand? I'll take on the mission, so you handle this side. Watch my blood bar carefully. Uvan reports I am okay here. The support team is fully assisting Tu Duong. You replied that you understood. Tu Duong felt that these were all support skills, with power skyrocketing in an instant, and this bear was also knocked far away by you. You jumped down from above and stabbed it directly in the head, dealing over 100,000 damage. Yu Van finished off the dragon here. I'm done. Well done. Tu Duong, with you joining, our chances of winning this time have increased significantly. Tu Duong humbly replied, You're too kind. It's also my first time forming a team to clear a dungeon. I look forward to your guidance. She agreed without issue, secretly thinking, is this his first time forming a team? Meaning he's always played dungeons alone before? Oh my, I can't figure out his identity more and more. Yu Van continues fighting the next boss monster while Dung Tuyet swings her magic staff, unleashing icy cold, freezing everything around her. Tu Duong quickly handled the two bears with his sword. After finishing them off, the boss monster appeared, and they exclaimed, Finally, it's the boss. Is it exciting? Everyone is buying the power of the heavenly mechanism. According to reason, it should be fine. The boss is a level 98 chaotic blood giant ogre, a giant race. Uvan was worried, but the spirit beasts in the Black Dragon dungeon had been overturned before, so I was a bit concerned. He interrupted, It's okay. A man's intuition tells me this dungeon can't be overturned. She felt strangely confident, but why did his words sound so convincing? Yu Van regained her composure. All right, then trust your instincts and charge in. The remaining members agree, each attacking the boss's weak spot. Chu Tai's side came to report to the manager. According to the recent report, the spiritual beasts outside the deep forest fake Vietnam had conflicts. Curious to know what the outcome was, he reports that the spirit beast has been exterminated. He replies that the more one plans, the more likely they are to go astray and do something incomprehensible. All those times I used to think highly of them. It seems that this year, the qualification for the trial in the Black Dragon secret realm of Tianling City belongs to Yu Van. Chu Tai reminds him that there is still another matter related to the Black Dragon secret realm. Jia Viet's attitude became serious. The Black Dragon secret realm. Inside the dungeon, Yu Van struck the boss monster with a single slash. Its heavy body collapsed backward, causing rocks and debris to scatter everywhere. Cheers of joy rang out. We did it. We won. Notification. Yu Van, the guild has successfully cleared the secret dungeon challenge, and the rewards have been distributed. Chairman, please distribute the rewards. Yu Van has reached level 100 and speaks up. You actually had the chance to land the final blow earlier, but you let me have it. Duong chuckled and replied, No need to be polite. Maybe she needs the final blow more than I do. She is very grateful. Thank you, I owe you a favor. The girls on the team ran over praising and admiring. Duong's younger brother is so impressive. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to clear the dungeon so easily. Looking closely, he's really handsome. Let's be friends. Feel free to contact me more often. Dung Tweet can't watch anymore. That's enough, people. These embarrassing fools from Nguyen's reminder. Don't worry about them. Looking at this loot, 2 platinum level items and even a reinforced gold level 1 dropped. Yu Van asked if he wanted any equipment. She would help him distribute it. Duong forced a smile. Thank you. No need. I secretly think I already have a bunch of diamond-grade equipment in my warehouse. Dung Tweet happily exclaimed that she had also obtained the materials needed for the 5-stage mission. With this, we can now get the ticket to enter the secret realm trial. And Engu asked excitedly, President, let's have a meal together later to celebrate, Yu Van said. Of course I have to congratulate you, she gently asked to Duong. Let's go together. You hesitated. I am notifying you that someone has challenged and intruded. Is there a connection? Tu Duong was surprised. What? How did someone challenge so quickly? Could it be that the exploration team acted first? I hurriedly teleport away. Sorry, I suddenly have something to attend to and can't join you for dinner. Returning to the Black Dragon's residence, the little monsters are still sleeping. He comes back to check and see who is challenging the dungeon. Seeing the other person, Tu Duong is surprised. Only one person. And this appearance. He carefully observed the opponent's appearance. Only one person. And this figure is a spirit race. His information shows A.K. Lawrence, level 140, court mage profession, and spirit race. Aka sneered and glanced at the small monsters. A bunch of filthy monsters are indeed a hindrance. Duong carefully concealed himself and observed that this person's strength could not be underestimated. The same old method of letting the monsters scout first. Big brother, I will crush your head, cowardly spirit. In front of him are the 98th tier Longangan Temple envoy, the 96th tier human-headed dog cultivator, and the 95th tier blood dragon warrior all surrounding him, using your blood as a sacrifice to offer to Lord Athos, killing all intruders. He sneered coldly. Athos, is that the name of that stupid black dragon? It's just a young black dragon. Trash that can be killed with a few curses. A Ka can cut through all of them with one sword, and you guys are even worse than trash. The dark red blood splattered towards a Ka, and he felt disgusted as he wiped the blood off his face. The disgusting monster's blood makes me want to vomit and die. If it weren't for the princess, only a devil would want to come to this filthy place. A Ka shouted, "Come out!" The giant beast stopped speaking, becoming my spear, my shield, killing all enemies blocking the way. Don't let them stain me. He summoned the forest giant and stood under its protection. Tuduang was amazed as he looked at the image through the mirror. A level 95 monster elite killed so easily. This guy is even stronger than some of the explorers. He's not the Luke Chuyan profession faker, right? Liu Chuan is still opening his muscles. Fighting definitely won't end well. This is bad. Suddenly, he realized something important. Wait a minute. Just now you said it was because of the princess. Could it be her? Maybe I can gather some information from her. Tuduang thought about Lilith being here, and she was still sleeping. He gently tapped the cage. Hey, don't sleep anymore. Why are you still sleeping? Wake up! Lilith sat up, rubbing her eyes, and sleepily asked, Who's calling me? Tuduang asked, Are you the princess of the spirit realm? She was terrified and pointed at you, saying, We've talked, so how do you know how to speak? Tuduang replied, You haven't asked me before, and isn't your focus a bit off? Lilith was stunned and thought, Of course you evil dragon are usually just silly, sleeping and wandering around, so how can you suddenly become so smart that people accept it? Thinking carefully, Hasn't he been watching my body all these days? Did he even do something indecent while I was sleeping? Lai cried out loudly, You lustful dragon, don't come here to save me! Tuduang felt confused. Why had the topic suddenly shifted to such a strange direction? Hey, you use your claws to crush the cage and threaten her. I don't have enough patience. Answer my question or I'll eat you. Tuduang only meant to scare her for a moment, and she curled up in fear, confessing, My name is Lili Siva, the 6th daughter of the esteemed Queen Siva. Tuduang was stunned. Queen Siva, do you know that the information you previously saw in the civilian records of the Kulong base, the Fairy Spirit Kingdom, and the Kulong Kingdom all belong to SSS level, are places with formidable strength, and only the Fairy Spirit Kingdom has friendly relations with the human race. The highest ruler of the Fairy Spirit Kingdom is Queen Severea, and surprisingly, this young fairy has a significant background. Tuduang shows the picture of Akka through the mirror, looking to see the person who came to save you. Are you really that happy? That's great. Lilith's face turned pale. Why is it this guy? You seem to recognize him for sure, but judging by your expression, you're not very happy. She confirms it. Of course, A.K. Lawrence, he and his family are all rotten scoundrels. I will never forget what he did. Compared to being saved by him, I'd rather be locked up here for life. You're just gossipings about what he's doing to you. Lilith recounts, He's the one with the beastly face and the human heart. At first, I almost was fooled by his appearance. He actually wanted to drug and humiliate me. Luckily, I noticed in time and escaped his claws. Tuduang asked curiously, Aren't you the queen of the court? He dares to do this to her. Lilith explained, The Lawrence family is the top power in the spirit realm. Even the Empress cannot easily punish them, let alone someone like me who is not favored. You understand, it seems there are some old issues behind this, but for now I should take advantage of their conflict. So, Tuduang coldly announced, I'm about to hand you over to this brother. Lilith raised her voice. No way I'd rather die than fall into his hands. He reminded her, Don't get it wrong, I'm not asking for your opinion. This one is Lu Chuyen. I think you might understand how strong he is better than I do. If you don't hand her over, I might not even keep this life. Unless you beg me and tell me his weakness, I will agree. Lilith shyly pleads, I will tell you his weakness. Please don't let me fall into his hands. Tuduang thought to himself, although he wanted to weaken her morale, maybe he went a bit too far. All right, he cleared his throat. So I reluctantly agree to Mubaker. Tell me his weaknesses. If Lilith has any, tell me everything. Members of the Len family are born with extremely high spiritual power and exceptional talent in magic, but they have a fatal flaw. Their bodies are very weak, so even if their strength reaches the 5th or 6th level, their physical resilience remains at the 1st level. You wonder, isn't that truly a glass cannon? Isn't this way too extreme? She continued, but because of that, the Lawrence family's members all have a powerful and long-lasting magic barrier. With your current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through it. The more Lilith spoke, the more hopeless she became. And in the end, it was the same. Am I really going to be taken away by that scoundrel to become his slave? That look makes you disgusted enough to somewhat trust me. Duong pondered, but everything she said was the truth. Now the only way is to use the meat to advance. But if that's the case, the dungeon difficulty will increase. The exploration team will probably be more cautious, directly affecting the plan to kill the fat wire. Is there no way to have the best of both worlds? You are calculating step by step, and after leveling up to the spirit wine stage, your body will also transform. But this armor is just an external effect. It would be great if I could get some equipment that actually increases my stats. Wait a minute, the equipment. Isn't the dragon's heart supposed to have become equipment in that black dragon's hand? So maybe my human-shaped gear is also begging. Maybe you should let me go, because no matter what I don't want to fall into his hands, but for now only emptiness remains. She was surprised. Where is the dragon? Where did it go? You successfully used the shadow clone body technique, which was just a fleeting thought, but it turned out to work perfectly. Lilith looked around in panic, thinking, could he have escaped? No way Duong wanted to test the bloodthirsty U-Shadow equipment on the black dragon to activate its special skill, but in an instant he entered the U-Shadow body state. And not only that, the equipment's attribute resonated with the black dragon, especially the effect of the spiritual boost doubling on the black dragon, with the boss information system showing the Dark Flame, Chai Cult, Athos the legendary level 100 fairy, 6 million health Dark Dragon Clan, attribute strength 4,440, speed 1,702, and mental 2,241. You breathe a sigh of relief as your strength and spirit increase several times in an instant, making up for the gap in basic attributes. Now that Duong is confident enough, it's time to go meet the guests. Over there they are requesting Hak Long Athos quickly bring out the princess, and if you're pleased, I will keep the entire academy safe for you. He walks away taunting, not daring to say a single word. Could it be that he's afraid? You're truly a cowardly dragon, making me waste so much effort. Brother A, play your cards and threaten, and I will decisively say, if you don't, I will directly cast the destruction curse to ruin this entire palace, and you, Black Dragon. Even though the princess might die, the memory manipulation spell works very well on corpses, and later using a recovery curse to strengthen her could make her pure again. Just thinking about the possibility of working with the princess in the future makes me feel so excited. He couldn't wait any longer and raised his magic staff, saying, let's decide like this. Go and die. Black Dragon, A casts a forbidden spell. Your damn pervert of a friend really is twisted, huh? This really shattered my impression of the spirit with that surprise attack, leaving his health down to just 6%. K's body collapsed to the ground, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Covered in dirt, he sat down and asked, Black Dragon, when exactly did you appear? Why can't I sense your aura? And how could you break through my barrier in one strike? No way. Absolutely no way. You burst into flames, sorry about that, but normally I wouldn't be interested in someone like me. A torrent of divine words of destruction erupts from Duong's mouth, burning his body to ashes. The notification shows you have completely eliminated level 140, the Royal Demon Swordmaster, aka Lauren. Experience gained, 12.1 million. Duong wants to see if these scraps are worth keeping. Let me see what treasures you have dropped. Seeing the notification, you are surprised. A legendary forbidden talisman artifact? The item information displays the highest level of forbidden spell after the 10,000 phenomena Extreme Thunder is cast. It will cause visions in the sky and on the ground, creating endless lightning that deals devastating damage to all enemies within the legendary range. The Yun Nguyet Lang Hon summoning stone can summon 2 level 6 beasts. The soul form of Un Nguyet Lang Hon will assist in battle. Un Nguyet Lang Hon is known as the messenger of the goddess of nature, the guardian deity of the legendary fairy race, capable of forming protective barriers and safeguarding natural spirits, able to withstand 7 attacks of level 6 skills without breaking. Duong was stunned. A forbidden spell is considered the highest level for mages, with enough power to destroy a city, but ordinary mages generally lack the magical energy to cast such spells, so they are usually kept in scroll form. That useless brother of mine actually gave me something invaluable. You're annoyed. You should think more carefully. The magic staff, magic treasures, and accessories are all at least of exquisite level, yet not a single piece was dropped. You thought killing him would bring profit, but in reality, you lost out? Where could you find such a fat sheep? Lilith was hanging in the distant cage, sitting cross-legged with a sullen expression. The evil dragon suddenly disappeared. Could it be that he challenged Aka alone? What if he loses by chance? Why would I be worried about him? How is this possible? I just can't accept being humiliated by a bastard like Akai. Duong returned full of energy, causing Lilith's cage to shake. She asked curiously, Where did you just go? Where is Aka? You revealed that you used invisibility to launch a surprise attack. That star demon has been burned to the point where even his soul is gone. She can now rest assured. Lilith was stunned, thinking he actually managed to defeat Akia. It's amazing! As far as I remember, only the 7-colored dragon can use invisibility magic. How does this black dragon know it too? More and more mysteries are unfolding, Lilith asked when she saw the other's gaze. What do you plan to do? He keeps staring at me. You mentioned that the fairy royal family all possess strong magic, but why do you have no energy at all? She explained that because she bears the curse from the ancient human kings, the curse of the demon clans across generations, it not only seals her magical talent, but also significantly shortens her lifespan. Every member of the elf royal family must have someone sacrificed to the curse in each generation. This time it's my turn, so I am not valued at all in the royal family. He secretly thought that she was also very pitiful. In fact, if he hadn't gotten involved, he might have spent his whole life wandering freely. And the black dragon would also be killed sooner or later, and by then she would become a toy of AA or another fake profession. It seems that claiming I have changed her fate is not an exaggeration. Seeing the dragon claws reaching out, Lilith stammered, "What do you want to do? I've helped you defeat Aka. You can't just say it and not do anything." She panicked, covering her head with both hands and shouting, but nothing happened except the bars of the cage being cut apart. "You announced that she is free now, no longer trapped in the secret realm." Lai wondered why. Duong replied, "The good dragon has helped you everywhere, so just stay calm. You will be truly free soon." Then he issued an order. All subordinates listen. No one is allowed to harm Lilith. The brilliant monsters remember clearly and obey Lord Athos's orders. Lilith is still in shock. "Why are you suddenly being so kind to me? What is your purpose, and what do you really mean by true freedom?" Duong is currently disconnected. She thought you were asleep? No way. How could you just fall asleep so quickly? Back in the room, you exclaimed happily, "This time you've gained quite a lot, and next time you'll face the exploration team more confidently." Suddenly, a message notification sounded. Duong was curious about La Mouvan. "Why do so many mailbox icons pop up? You have 99 unread messages. Did you get a virus or something?" A flood of messages asking how you are. "Duong, where are you? Why haven't you replied to your messages? I'm really worried about you. I hope you won't disappear suddenly like that next time. It's best to give a heads up about good news. Are you free tomorrow? Can I go shopping with my sister for a walk? May I draw a sketch for you?" "No? Why? Isn't it usually okay?" He sighed. "These sister groups are too enthusiastic." Duong sent a reply. "Sorry, I was in a hurry today and caused trouble for you all. I thought about it, but it's better to reply to Lam Yuvan so she can keep an eye on the others." She immediately responded, "No problem. I know you have your own things to handle. Hopefully we can meet next time. Thank you for your help today." The girls sent a photo of their celebration. You smile, feeling that the atmosphere is still very lively. This is the kind of scene that truly belongs in the guild. Lam Wuvan is really not bad, very capable, much better than the spirit beasts and the exploration teams. On the 21st day at the transfer tower, Tuyet Tien saw you and happily greeted you. Duong, what a coincidence. Are you also here to change your profession? You confirm. Yeah, you're going through the first transformation? She shyly reports the news. Thanks to the help of the seniors, I finally reached level 20. I heard that you and Sister Yu Van went to the diamond level secret realm. Is that true? True? Duong nodded and said, I also reached level 60 yesterday and came to accept the triple class change quest. She looked a bit sad. I really admire him. He's truly amazing. At this point, we are no longer from the same world. I secretly feel regretful. From now on, I can only be left behind by him. Duong encouraged her. You're not lazy either, right? Holding a hidden potential position for development is also very promising. Maybe one day you could even surpass him. This comment made her feel better. Are you serious? Duong smiled brightly and replied, I'm not lying to you. Keep going, and I hope we can fight side by side someday. Tweet Teen regained her spirits and said, Yes, I will try my best. She secretly sighs. Even though she's already so strong, she still feels the warmth of her Vu. As expected, Duong is still Duong. You have now received the 5-star mission, the 3-stage mission, and the promotion to Demon Warrior, proving your dual demon and strength. A demon destroys the soul of the Fei Nan city. The mission restrictions prohibit using physical damage. You must single-handedly defeat the level 60 platinum boss in the Broken Soul City of the demonic beast mountain range of the Dark Abyss without using any damage or magic skills. And the reward includes a promotion to Demon Warrior, 300 Demon Spirit Energy Points, 300 Attribute Points, and a legendary Divine Body with passive skills. This new mission is intensifying, and it seems like 2 missions are assigned at once with many restrictions. Be very careful, especially since the blood moon phenomenon has recently appeared. Duong hesitated. Blood moon? She explained that the blood moon is a special phenomenon when it occurs. Wild beasts and monsters become berserk and bloodthirsty, especially like the ruined city, similar to monster spirits like the boss of the dungeon, which will be most affected. Additionally, Bai Ling also added that the blood moon appears without following any specific pattern. There will only be a few reports early in the morning when it appears, and at that time, a professional association representative will be notifying everyone. Please, Lord Dongjia, be sure to pay attention. I understand, I know. Despite her worries, Duong was very confident even if there was danger. With his own strength, facing it wouldn't be a big problem. Unfortunately, I can't tell her, so I can only let her worry in vain. This place is a ruined city, a platinum-level secret realm recommended for level 60 and above, once a city of some noble. It is said that this noble was cursed with a corrosive curse that drove him mad, and in one night he slaughtered everyone in the city, eventually turning into a terrifying, monstrous spirit. Stepping into the deepest part of the city, any monster that descends there becomes his next prey. Xiaoliu was sprawled out drunk, his face flushed from alcohol, probably drank too much, and only just woke up from such a deep sleep. Looking at the blood moon above, he almost cursed. So unlucky, the blood moon didn't come early or late. It had to choose the day I got drunk. According to the above statement, this ruined city is usually uninhabited, so the problem isn't too serious. Xiaoliu went to the warning gate, immediately set up a prohibition alert, and then went back to drink. Upon receiving the notification that the attack and occupation were halted, he was stunned, wondering who was so eager to die that they would challenge the Blood Moon dungeon boss. Not long ago, Duong had been here, casually swatting away with his hand, sending the small demons flying. System notification. Defeated level 56 demon minion. Gained 1,512 experience. Defeated level 55 demon minion. Gained 1,511 experience. You remain calm. I told you this Blood Moon dungeon isn't that big of a deal. The 2 demon pupils behind suddenly burst with energy, making Duong feel a chill down his spine. You turn around and are shocked to see them. Damn it, what is going on? This is the level 70 crazy demon twin. Now Duong finally realizes what it is. Could this be a mutation? Is this the true effect of the blood moon? The claws of the demon twin eye reached out towards him at incredible speed. Duong quickly dodged backward, moving much faster now. Its mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth opened wide, a surge of power rushing toward him. Duong defended with his shield, the 2 demon twins grinning ferociously, their heads lunging at the opponent, making him panic and scream in fear.
Damn it, don't come any closer!
2 streams of energy blast through its head, turning into 2 tumors with bulging eyes that then explode in the sky, and the goo falls where Duong is standing. You turn to dodge. The system notifies that the fluid on Duong Litree's hand reduces your current sanity by 10, now at 90/100. When the rationality meter drops to 0, it enters an irreversible state of madness. Host, please be careful. Why did it suddenly shift to this critical scene? Seeing the 2 headless demons rushing toward him, he admits his mistake, realizing he truly underestimated the effectiveness of this blood armor. Even if the attack power and physical strength of the monsters increase, with the treacherous logic system, a flick of the hand can kill them all. Now I must act carefully. Duong sweeps through here, wherever he goes, death follows. The staff in your hand, soaked in flames, strikes the monster, while Duong continues to deal with another creature hovering above. You check the mental clarity bar at 60 out of 1, magic power at 20%. Duong feels that relying only on magic attacks is already too weak. The recovery of my mental energy can't keep up either. This mental clarity also distracts my focus. How much longer until the boss appears? While resting, tall fingers emerge from the distance. You are terrified. It's not over yet. Is it finished? The thing emerging is an elite level 82 zombie giant. Duong had no choice but to rely on his strength to clear the dungeon, but now he was forced to open it. And just as the zombie appeared, he was stunned to see energy wrapping around his arm. The legendary beast Wan Hunstone and Lai Min Long Tin appear and strike the Tung Thi with punches. It is the level 125 Yu Min Lang Lin. Duong marvels that killing instantly truly shows the strength of a legendary summon with no rivals in the Platinum Secret Realm, and reaches out his hand to the Lang Lin, startling it. Duong stroked its chin with his finger. Seeing it enjoy, he sighed in relief. Luckily, the summoned beast has no owner with these two super helpers. Even in real player versus player or exploration teams, I'm not weak. Finished, Duong's footsteps stop at a place. He looks at the large gate in front of him. It seems this is the boss's room. It really is easy to find. Duong confidently kicks open the door and enters. In this ruined room, a person in a red dress kneels before an ancestral tablet, their cold voice echoing, "My ancestors in heaven, I am guilty. Are you surprised? Is there still more to the story?" It continued, "I have committed too many murders, and today Its horrifying scream echoes through the room. "I have killed even more people." This one is the Blood Moon Devourer, a giant spiritual demon boss, level 90, an immortal race. It was just released on the arena not long ago when Lang Lin already bit and tore it apart. Duong quietly reminds you not to kill directly and to keep the blood bag to supplement the giant sword for him. Judging by this level, they are probably all Diamond Dungeon bosses, and the increase in health regeneration is terrifying. If it weren't for Lang Lin helping to defend, I would probably have been overturned. I struck again, but it still wasn't enough. To continue maintaining the perfect 5-element class change, I need to become stronger. The system announced that the level 90 boss was defeated. The Blood Moon was intense, and the ferocious spirit demon received 98,322 experience points. The equipment dropped included a platinum-level Ooman Ring, platinum-level Demon Fire, a platinum-level Spirit Core, and the resentful aura of the Spirit Demon. Duong glanced at the item in his hand, no longer paying attention to the platinum-level gear he had already discarded. This item isn't bad, but 80 spirit points aren't much for him now. Maybe it could be used for potion crafting. Introducing the U-Soul Core of the giant Spirit Demon, containing a large amount of soul power, which can be used for potion crafting or directly to enhance mental attributes. Long-term increase of 80 points. Duong knew it was time to leave. All right, it's also time to go to the next mission location. The blood moon in the sky makes the building look even more eerie. Lin Yi waited outside anxiously, still not knowing that the intruder in the ruined mansion hadn't been caught yet. Lu Tu flattered and said, "Maybe it's because there's still a rookie hiding and fleeing." A dilapidated mansion under the influence of the blood moon is not a place ordinary people can handle. Only a genius like Lady Lack can easily defeat it. She exudes a murderous aura and says, "I don't want to hear these words." "Which guild is inside? How many people are there? How long has it been? Can you tell me?" He stammered about this matter. Xiao Tai tries to defend himself. "We've known the time, and the dungeon's power has been active for nearly half an hour, but I asked all the A and B rank guilds in Tianlin City, and they all said it wasn't their members causing trouble. So the current situation is still unclear." Lin Yi thought to herself that the strength of the ruined estate under the influence of the blood moon had exceeded the level of metal reinforcement, so even she had to be extremely careful. Logically, the person inside should have been bitten or attacked by monsters long ago, so why haven't they come out yet? Who could it be? The teleportation gate gradually appears, and they hope that the teleportation will be successful. The person inside is about to come out. Duong stepped outside, sighing, feeling like he was going to faint. He looked at the people in front of him with a calm mind, and even Chu Tai was surprised that he brought someone here. Duong wondered why Don Tam Him and the others were here. Could it be that her true identity has been exposed and she's just here waiting for me? Ling Nai was stunned, thinking that it was only one person, and yet so young. Chu Tai was stunned. Duong, why is it him again? Duong calmly asked, "What are you all doing gathered here so late at night? Is a small platinum secret realm really worth so many great gods visiting?" Little Liu loudly questions and asks why you didn't know. "Today is the blood moon and you ran into the dungeon alone? Don't you want to live anymore?" Duong replied. "This dungeon is pretty terrifying, but is it really that serious? He scolded and said that you died inside. Do you know what punishment I have to suffer?" Lin Yi stepped forward and ordered, "Shut up and step back." "You passed this instance alone?" "Just you. Are you sure?" "Yeah, I passed. Is there a problem?" Xiao Liu is fawning and flattering nearby. "Miss, please, please." Lin Yi extended her hand, capable of defeating the blood moon ruined city alone. Her strength is truly impressive. "Hand me the crystal core after you defeat the boss. Just tell me how much money you want." Duong felt confused by that arrogant attitude. "No way! Miss, who are you? If you say it, will you really give it?" This statement made Chu Tai freeze in place, sweat pouring down like rain. Lin Ni's bodyguard Lin San stepped forward and scolded, "Boy, do you know who you're talking to?" "Fine. I don't know, I'm just asking you." She introduced herself. "Be rude. Open your eyes and see clearly. Standing in front of you is the youngest genius of the Monster Control Association, proud and captivating. Thousands of people admire her beauty and talent. Young Lady Lachlan Ni. Lai took out a thorny club and said, "You dare to refuse the young lady's request. You deserve to be punished for your disrespect." Lin Ni slapped her on the head and reminded her, "Don't cause trouble here." Duong quietly thought to himself, "She truly is the daughter of the Celestial Pavilion Master. So she has every right to be proud, but she's really not here to target me." He spoke up. "So may I ask, miss, what guidance do you have for me?" She replied, "I actually wanted to find some high-quality food for my spiritual horse, but I didn't expect you to take it first. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that, so I should reward you for your courage." Lin Yi suggested that if you can survive 3 minutes against my soul eagle, I will pretend nothing happened. Seeing the eagle flying toward him, leaving no choice, Duong shouted, "This really is beyond right and wrong." Lu Tuhahe looked at the person in trouble and said, "Daring to offend the young lady, this little brat is definitely doomed. Chutai has his own thoughts, not necessarily. He alone might be able to get through the blood-stained side hall. Duong's true strength is probably no less than the 4th transformation. The Lapong flaps its wings, unleashing a fierce wind strike, while Duong swiftly dodges each attack, thinking to himself that this summoned beast is not only fast but also capable of long-range attacks, so just defending is not enough. Duong drew his sword, really didn't want to reveal his true strength, but had no choice. Lu Tu was stunned, feeling something was off. Could that sword be Lapong piercing through his body, sensing something wrong? Duong suddenly stabbed from behind, causing 7,569 points of blood loss. What is Lin Ni shocked about? Is it not yet 3 minutes? She was furious and said, "You are so bold to kill my spirit beast." The boy replied evasively, "You told me to survive 3 minutes, but you didn't say I couldn't kill it." She is used to bullying others and can't even explain her reasoning clearly, feeling very confident inside. But if she really fights with a curse in her hand, I am not afraid of her. The energy burst around Lin Ni, radiated fiercely. The young man silently thought, "She is too powerful." Chutai behind him said, "Miss, his identity is special and cannot be challenged." Lin Ni turned back and asked, "What is his identity?" The officer reported, "Sir, Duong is a VIP-level deity, palace transfer, and a black gold member of League X." The Grand Steward instructed to handle his relationship carefully. She was surprised realizing he also had 2 major identities. Could it be that you have also completed the 5 transformation mission? Duong also guessed that she might be a VIP of the Divine Palace. Lin Ni hesitated, still pondering before ascending to the 4th transmission, realizing that initially she thought she needed the full support of the Heavenly Secrets sect to barely complete the pre-3rd transformation, but this man could do it on his own, with ease and confidence. How is that possible? Duong waved goodbye, so you must also understand the nature of my identity now. If there's nothing else, please go without me. She snorted coldly, trying to swallow this anger. Lin Yi rode away on her horse, and her subordinates obeyed without question. Lu Tu was surprised. So they're just going to let it go? What if I scold her? Do you want to steal the VIP Divine Palace and then face the Divine Palace itself? He stammered, "No, I dare not. I will obey your orders. But what if you hold a grudge against her Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Are you that formidable? Wait until I tame the Black Dragon and see if you're still like this." The system announces the 5-star mission of the 3 transmissions, the promotion mission to become a demon warrior, proving strength and power. A demon tower of the soul of the beast has completed the 2 wild spiritual mountain ranges of the Nam Uyan Earth Dragon. Not yet finished, Duong decided to put Lachlan Ni's matter aside for now, and next he should go kill the Earth Dragon. After finishing this, he also needs to choose the hidden quest he set out. At the entrance of the broken lava layer in the Wild Spirit Mountain Range, the boss Mud Abyss, Earth Dragon, is still alive with 100% health remaining. Chutai assessed that it was not bad, and it seemed no one dared to attack this Earth Dragon. "Anyway, miss, your matter has been assigned, and we will schedule the challenge accordingly." Lu Tu continued, "This small matter will naturally be prioritized first." Lin Yi decided that although her level was very low, it was still a boss of the Dragon Clan in this world, so she would use it for training first. Just as Xiao Ha appeared, this young lady told her she couldn't cut in line, as there were still people ahead. She was so angry she was about to explode, glaring at him like a bullet, and Lu Zi scolded, "Huo Yao, do you know who you're talking to? We already made an appointment earlier, right?" There was no team before this one. Tu Ha explained, "Lu Huin, I am just an ordinary staff member. I would never dare to cause trouble for." I used a divine power token to cut in front with my authority. The system shows that I have no other choice. What? Lin Yi was almost losing patience and said, just replace another person if an employee blocks the way. To Duong's voice rang out. Please give way, please give way. Be careful not to delay my clearing of the dungeon. She turned back, looking fierce and murderous. To Duong was stunned to meet her here. Why is it her? Lu Tu asked, annoyed. Why is it always you everywhere? Oh, is that okay with you then? To Duong retorted, that must have been my words. We've met twice now. I can't help but think you have some ulterior motives towards me. Lin Yi sneers. Don't assume you're always right. Do I need to target you? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because of the Divine Palace privileges. When your divine transmission fails, that's the day you'll be finished. You questioned, thank you for the reminder. My affairs are none of your concern. So then, may I ask why the young lady came to this low-level boss area in the Celestial Secret Realm? Is it just because you're itching to fight over that item? Chu Tai replied, the young lady is preparing to subdue the Black Flame spirit. This Earth Dragon is just here to practice. I hope you won't delay the lady's affairs. To Duong refused. Sorry, this Earth Dragon Amahani is my target for reincarnation, so I have no reason to give it to her. Lin Yi challenged, fine, then go ahead. I only wait until I conquer Hak Diem Chiduk, and by then, not even the God of Reincarnation Temple can save you. You should be careful. The matter isn't finished yet, so stop bragging. She obediently waits here until the new boss is born. With that, To Duong steps through the teleportation gate and leaves. Lin Yi is speechless behind you. Li San grits his teeth in anger, truly an arrogant and rude person. Shu Tai has a bad feeling. He's going in alone like that and told us to wait for the boss to be defeated first. Could it be that he suspects he can really take down the boss by himself? To Duong stepped into this dungeon, thinking that if Lok Lin Yi wanted to tame the Black Dragon, her strength combined with the expedition team might make it possible. But I don't know if people in her position mostly hide some tricks. Looks like I need to act faster. To Duong hides behind a piece of rock, observing the boss. So this is Nam Uyen Tho Long, but honestly it doesn't look much like a dragon, more like a divine lizard. Compared to Huayan Shiju, the gap is too big. This one is a level 61 wild Nam Yuan Earth Dragon boss. He jumps down from above. Although he can't use the spirit and demon blades, having a spirit-grade weapon is enough. A sword strikes the head of the Earth Dragon, dealing 32,000 damage. It swings its hand to knock To Duong back, making him feel the defense was too high. But To Duong was already used to this scene. Do your dragon clan all know this move? I land on the Tho Long's claw that is swinging up and then keep attacking. Its health continues to decrease. To Duong leaps into the air, aiming for its weak spot. A sword pierces straight into its most vulnerable area. There are no protective minerals here. The Nam Uyen Earth Dragon's life force is at 50%. He was delighted. Well done. Half of the blood is gone, along with some evil energy. The Earth Dragon roared loudly, issuing a warning. Yum Ween To Long enters a berserk state, curling up like a giant wheel. To Duong is surprised, Longsa. You dodged just in time before being crushed under the wheel, dust billowing everywhere. No matter where To Duong runs, Longsa keeps chasing him closely. No way, he even has a tracking system. With his current speed, there's basically no chance to escape. He has to think of a way. This long saw is a transformation move. When the boss is half health, there must be some mechanism to make it stop. Do you have any clues? To Duong notices a differently colored stone in front of him. The dark volcanic or granite wall is indeed a clear clue. Be careful and glance at the Earth Dragon behind to see how far it has come. Its body surged, and fragments of rock flew everywhere. System notification. Nam Uyen To Long is stunned from the collision. Damage received increased by 20%. To Duong draws his sword and approaches, so I won't hold back. Outside the teleportation gate, Lu Tu asked nervously, Brother Chu, should we wait here? He replied, If you have any grievances, go tell the young lady. Lin San bowed and asked, Should we go back now, or do you really believe he can clear the boss alone? She sat on the chair and said, No rush. I really want to see if this To Duong can find a way to survive. The notification displayed To Duong solo defeated the Nam Uyen Earth Dragon in 20 minutes and 18 seconds. Ranking first, they were stunned. What? Lu Tu only now dares to believe that that kid can really solo the boss and even beat his record. How is that possible? Hack? What was that sound? People are still here? I thought you had already moved on. You are wearing Nam Uyen Earth Dragon armor. Nam Uyen Earth Dragon armor. And Nam Uyen Earth Dragon leg armor. That short, chubby appearance made Liu Siguo try to hold back his laughter, while the other two couldn't help but snicker, and he finally burst out laughing happily, making you feel a bit embarrassed. Duong helplessly shrugged, wishing he had packed his belongings earlier, and unexpectedly got pushed. Although the attributes of this Earth Dragon gear are not bad, the outside appearance is just terrible. You just point inside, what's so funny? If you're capable, then challenge me at my level and try to clear the test scoreboard. When Duong brushed past her, Lin Ni said, I admit you have some skill, but you're just a lowly Earth Dragon and not worth bragging about. You're still far from my goal by thousands of miles. Are you that calm? So I stole the black dragon in front of her to serve as a concubine. Isn't that enough? This arrogant remark made her send someone after me. Lin Yi gritted her teeth and asked, What do you think you are doing? Who do you think you are? You repeat. My name is Duong, not only the VIP transfer priest, but also the one who will tame the black dragon. The system has detected the completion of the 5-star transfer mission. The device confirms the reset key is complete. The blood essence of the Dark Earth Dragon confirms completion, unlocking multiple hidden class transfer missions. The second stage of the hidden class transfer mission comes from the glorious bloodline. Duong secretly rejoiced, here it is, the hidden mission. You read the mission description? Deep within the Anmian mountain range, there is an underground prison that no one can reach. It was once the laboratory of a great wizard. Here, he discovers that the power comes from blood, and glory also comes from blood. As far as Duong knows, the Anmian mountain range is at the border of Tianlin City, with monsters that are quite a bit higher than the Huanglin Mountains. But for him, that's not an issue. And specifically confirming the quest item, even adding the quest name. Could it be that these objects will be used? The item information appears, revealing a rusty key. Pure blood of the Earth Dragon contains the essence of the Earth Dragon in its blood, a top-grade forging material. Duong waved goodbye. I still have tasks to do. After meeting again, I need to do illusions, then immediately go on a mission. Lin-san, behind her, was trembling with anger. This young man is truly too arrogant. Chutai asked about the situation. Miss, what should we do next? She ordered, both of you keep a close watch on Duong. As soon as he prepares for the next stage of his transformation, report back to me immediately. The fiery aura radiating from her made both of them fearfully obey. Duong is finally relieved that the armor has disappeared and the illusion is over. He observes the situation inside. The item information shows Nham Uyen, Earth Dragon, level white, energy plus 480, physical armor plus 12%, durability plus 24%, damage from earth element reduced by 24%, effective when using shields, barriers, and various formations increased by 12%. He forced a smile. Aside from its flaws, this equipment's attributes aren't bad, and after the illusion fades, it can be used until the 4th transformation. Based on my current strength, continuing to upgrade the platinum gear with the unbounded protective gem is a bit risky. Then it's time for the main meal. Duong ventured deep into the Anmian mountain range, where fog shrouds the area year-round, and it is said that countless lives have been buried here. Some explorers have come to investigate, but no one has ever been seen to return. The recommended level is between 70 and 90, with fog enveloping his body. Duong brushed it away. The fog was too thick to see clearly around him. No wonder it's called the Anmian mountain range, feeling cold and desolate like a graveyard. You ask the system to show you where the underground dungeon is. Looking at the map, is Duong really that shocked? Then it will take some time, as there are red eyes lurking behind watching him. Clearly, Duong has noticed them, so better to clear away these remnants. Suddenly, a sword strike split the monster in two before you could do anything, and a distant voice called out through the misty bones. Are you all right, little brother? Zhang Yuan, a level 75 Thunder Sword Master, approaches. Why would someone at your level come all the way to the Anmian Mountains? Are you lost? Duong bowed his head, thanking for the help. I'm here to do a quest. She finds it hard to believe. Can a level 60 star have a quest that requires coming to the Anmian Mountains? You're not being fooled, are you? Zhang Yan introduces himself. I'm also here to gather materials for the 4th transfer mission. Do you want to team up with me? I will support you, but if you refuse, I can't form a team for this mission and will have to go alone. Duong walks toward the dense fog. Goodbye, I'll be careful. Chuang Yin asked curiously. What kind of mission is so mysterious? Oh, you need to go alone to use Bay. Sorry, compared to the grand main road image, Hotch suits me better. Duong summoned the spirit wolf and shouted loudly, Let's go! Lin Lang shifts from blue to red, rushing forward with high-speed thrust. He frowns as he observes, could it be that the Soul Stone is also affected by the Blood Moon? For now, it seems nothing is wrong, but when we return, we should go to the Divine Temple to ask about it. It might be a ticking time bomb. Lin Lang moved to Duong at an extremely fast speed, then stopped, and dust billowed up in the air. He looked at the cave in front of him, finally arrived, and it was really well hidden. He rode the spiritual wolf inside. Duong pinched his nose. The smell of decayed flesh was overwhelming. There are corpses nearby. He wondered why so many people had died. And it seems they all died at the same time, their blood drained completely. What's so glorious about blood? You kick the iron door straight ahead, no monsters in sight, all emotions already destroyed by you. Inside a prepared formation, with the boss at the center, Duong reached out his hand toward its head. The boss roared, reaching level 75. The mummy boss embodies the obsession of the dead mage. This is an introduction to a mage driven mad by the pursuit of blood glory. He died helplessly for a certain reason, but after his death, his hatred remained unresolved. Anyone who dares to intrude here without invitation must use their own blood to soak this long-dead, dried mummy. The boss fell silent when Duong suddenly attacked. You step on it and ask what it's shouting? Just die already. Be quiet for me. The announcement sounds. You have defeated the special boss. The obsessed mummy of the wizard is dead. Experience gained. 213,211. Item acquired. The Mad Wizard's experiment notes. You're surprised. What? So it's a book. Let's see what it says. The notes in the book appear. Is that book a blessing from the devil? Just glancing at it made my heart race. That feeling made me feel suffocated. So this is what it's like. This is the bloodline power originating from the glory bloodline. The experiments on animals have concluded. Next is the human trial. There are over 100 people in a nearby village, but only 3 succeeded. Too few. 326 new test subjects. Success rate is 60%. 860 new test subjects have been added, with a 100% success rate. It's my turn now. Duong carefully read each word and then closed the notebook. He was speechless, so he had gone mad and experimented on himself, but in the end, he still failed. What do these things mean to me? The sound of the bell rings out. The quest item is found. The Mad Wizard's experiment notes are recorded, the completion is confirmed, and the blood blessing ritual reward is obtained. Didn't you just say there's no reward? It's really happening now? Notification. Blood blessing. Ritual is now active. A special ritual recorded in the mysterious book that allows humans to gain power from blood, following the glory of the bloodline and its usage. Standing in the inner circle of the blessing machine, using the blood of a great creature to begin the blood blessing ritual. Duong stroked his chin in thought. It seems to be a permanent strength enhancement. But that crazy wizard also killed himself. Isn't the danger too great? That's not right. The system doesn't deceive people. He must have made a mistake somewhere. I suddenly realized that the method mentioned requires the blood of a powerful monster, and the crazy wizard used the blood of an ordinary person, so of course it would fail. And luckily, I happen to have the blood of the Earth Dragon. The hidden quest from here has been mentioned. It makes sense. Speaking of powerful creatures, for now, no one dares compare to the Black Flame Wings. I suddenly have a daring idea. You ask the system if I can connect to the boss without a class changer, entering the secret realm. It replies, yes, Master. As long as the connection is refreshed, the link can be completed. If someone else enters, it will automatically notify. Duong quietly rejoiced. Excellent. Order Ling Lung and the others to stay here and to defend, to prevent outsiders from breaking the formation. Then Duong called the system and immediately initiated the connection. The system updates that it is connecting with the boss. Please wait. Inside the Black Dragon's domain, the sky is a blazing red and Lilith there sighs. This is so boring. She sat waiting. What is wrong with this Black Dragon? He said he wanted to set me free, but all he does all day is sleep. Sleep, sleep. Not even a little movement. Just now I realized I've been kidnapped for so long. Only Lauren, the close aide, came to rescue me. As expected, no one in the royal family cares about a cursed princess like me. Lost in thought, the Black Dragon suddenly sprang up and startled her. Lilith scolded, "What are you doing? You get angry after waking up?" He just corrected himself as a habit of growling once. Duong pondered deeply and decided to prioritize the main matter. He suddenly swung his claws toward the Black Dragon. Lilith was so terrified, her eyes widened and she shouted. Seeing the golden-yellow substance on the claws, Duong realized it was indeed gold-colored blood. It seems this dragon definitely has a very noble bloodline. If its blood is used in that ritual, the outcome will surely be unimaginable. Lilith turned back and asked, What are you suddenly going crazy for? Why are you hurting yourself? Duong casually said, Nothing much, just feeling excited and took some blood. Lilith covered her mouth and chuckled secretly. Excited? Could it be that you dreamed of proposing to the little dragon and got rejected? What the hell is this little dragon? Are you teasing me or do you actually care about me? Who cares about you anyway? I'm just curious. Don't overthink it. Put away the yellow blood and the vial. That should be enough. The system has confirmed the blood dragon blood essence has been stored. Duong reports that the task is complete. Then I'll continue sleeping now. How sarcastic. You want to go back to sleep and keep dreaming about the little dragon again? Speak seriously and stop thinking nonsense. The enemy is coming soon. Be patient and wait. She doesn't understand what Duong means. What is the enemy? But there was no answer because he had already gone to sleep. Lai Lit was annoyed. Your name just spouted nonsense and then went back to sleep? Duong teleported back. I'm back. It seems no one caused trouble. I entered the formation and followed the mission's instructions to stand in the center of the immortal blood formation. Duong took out the vial of essence blood, added the blood of a powerful creature, and then what would happen next was completely unpredictable. He raised the vial to his lips and drank it all in one gulp, saying, "Fate is in the heavens, forget it. As soon as I drink this, it will take effect immediately." Duong's eyes widened as he writhed and collapsed, his body overwhelmed by an unbearable sensation. Duong moaned, feeling unbearably hot, as if his throat, body, and head were all melting away. The fresh blood floats in the air around him, swirling and sticking to his body. Duong silently thought, this blood seems to cling tightly to me, as if wanting to swallow and merge with me. Linglong sensed the danger and growled, trying to approach. Duong shouted to stop it. Don't come closer. Your face is gradually covered with blood. This is just part of the ritual. The weak do not deserve to receive the purification of the strong. Only those of equal strength can become stronger through painful training. When the body is wrapped like a cocoon and the cocooning process is complete, the two spiritual wolves slowly approach. Suddenly, light burst out from Duong's body, and the cocoon around his eye was torn open. The final blessing ritual was finally complete. The chest cocoon has torn open a large gap, and I can feel the power almost completely transforming my life, even more than the significant progress I made in previous level-ups. Now I am strong enough to face a 5th-tier expert. The system notification confirms that using the Black Dragon blood crystal has completed the divine blood ritual, increasing all attributes by 50%. Having acquired a new skill, the primordial dark flame describes the ability. The destructive power of the black fire is wielded by Athos's wings. An ordinary person only needs to be slightly infected to be destroyed. Duong felt truly like a fierce flame. It is simply the embodiment of destruction and absolute power. Transforming into a boss doesn't even feel different. Only now, holding that power firmly in hand, do they truly realize how terrifying the strength of the Black Dragon is. So those fake professions wanting to face the Black Dragon are truly hopeless. Duong pats Long Lin's head, his power astonishing everyone. The weak must submit to the strong. Indeed, animals understand this rule best. He snapped his fingers to test a bit of the power of Black Flame, unleashing a devastatingly powerful strike. Duong was stunned. The power was unbelievably terrifying. He rode on Lin Lang's back and left the explosion site. In the darkness, the figures of two wolves swiftly soar across the sky. Lin Lang's footsteps land softly on the ground. Duong looked around. The secret scene of the immortal blood bamboo blessing had been buried and could no longer be reused. It's a pity I need to better control my strength in the future. As you were about to leave first, suddenly a scream rang out. Help! Duong turned back quickly, hearing a cry for help that sounded so familiar. Could it be the swordsman from before? Truong Yin was now panicking and retreating. Stay back! If you take another step, I will kill you! A group of ruffians approached lecherously. Pretty girl, it's dangerous for you to come to this wilderness alone. Let my brothers protect you. Decisively refusing to accept humiliation, she raises her sword to defend herself, shamefully asking, Are you not afraid of the fake officials punishing you? Do you still have any sense of law? Who are you threatening? Just ask and see. These brothers of mine already have several lives hanging on them. We've been blacklisted by the guild for a long time and aren't even allowed into the town. Do you think we care about those laws? Loi Fo proudly boasted. I've been fighting in this wilderness for over half a month, and a fat sheep even came to my door, but I never expected to meet a beautiful girl like this. Truly a blessing from heaven, obediently serving us. Maybe my playful side will reward you with some tips. She then pressed her sword to her neck, accepting this humiliation and choosing to end her own life. A slash of sword light cuts through, severing Loi Fo's arm. He screams in agony, eyes rolling back. My arm! Duong sheathed his sword, having long known there was a gang that targeted lone players, and today he never expected to meet you guys. Tell me, how do you want to die? Loi Fo angrily orders his men to catch him quickly. I want to cut off his limbs and then torture him to death. Zhao Tuhua, hey, kid, you're dead for sure. Zhang Nian doesn't want to drag you into this. Little brother, run quickly and don't worry about me. You're no match for them. Duong paid no attention to them. Are those four professional fake experts? In the past, I might have needed to use legendary items, but now you teleport instantly in front of them. One of them is terrified. How is this kid so fast? A single strike knocks them all down. Duong confidently thought, I am no longer the same as before. Your kick caused the collision point to explode, sparks flying brightly. Loi Fo from behind, wielding his sword to attack, says, Go to hell. The sword in his hand has broken in two. Loi Fo was shocked. What? He tremblingly looked at the remaining 1/3 of his sword. My platinum-grade greatsword shattered with one strike. Could that tool be a divine-grade weapon? Loi Fo looked at you carefully. This young guy is much more promising than that girl. He definitely has many valuable treasures on him, and the whole group rushes in fearless. This is our big break, you sneer. Your greed is endless. You're not afraid of losing your lives to steal or running out of lives to use. Lam Hua erupts around. Duong to deal with you all, I no longer need to hold back. Zhaoxi and Xiao watched helplessly as Lam Hua gradually devoured the body, the blue flames burning fiercely across the area. System notification. You have defeated level 85 Lei Pu and gained 12.530 experience. You defeated level 80. Xiao Erwang received 9,784 experience points, obtained an item, a strawberry-scented rubber ring, a SN binding set, and a tight black outfit. Duong, disgusted by these, found them perverted and worthy of killing. Seeing no one around, he marvels that the black demonic wings are indeed as domineering as ever. He steps forward to ask, Are you okay? Miss? Zhang Nian hasn't regained her composure yet. What kind of energy is that? Duong replied, It's a personal secret. I can't reveal it. Please understand. She blushed with embarrassment. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. I used to be quite flirtatious before. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you right now, I probably would have destroyed myself. You really value yourself. You're a strong girl. Zhang Nian suddenly remembered she hadn't asked for your name. Duong replied, I am To Duong. I've heard of your reputation. So you are To Duong. I just heard an Ingu mention you. She recounted that yesterday Yuvan and the others held a party and An Ingu, drunk, kept bragging about your glorious achievements to everyone. At that time, An Ingu said, Let me tell everyone that To Duong guy single-handedly defeated the boss. He's really impressive. Dung Tuyet pulled her back from behind. Quickly wake up, old lady. Zhang Nian chuckled to himself, worried that everyone at the banquet yesterday already knew about him. He was annoyed thinking about talkative Yan Yu. Duong asked, Have you already returned to the city? If nothing else, I will take my leave now. She replied, Thank you. Zhang Nian sighed. What about To Duong? He truly is a remarkable person. When you returned to the Divine Temple, a series of notifications appeared. 5 stars, Demon Warrior, Triple Transmission Mission, Demons and Power Proving Dual Importance. Demons, the giant soul of the Shattered City. Mission status is complete. The power of the Magma Abyss Earth Dragon from the Howling Mountain Range. The mission is complete. Energy radiates from Tu Duong's body as the display continues. The hidden class transfer mission is different. Stage 2, Wang Diao comes from blood. The mission is complete, inspection finished, beginning the promotion ceremony. Receiving the idol Quang Hui, vitality increases significantly. All basic attributes increased by 25%, completing the 3rd transformation. Level cap raised to 80. Gaining 25 basic attribute points each level up. He glanced at his armored arm, checking his stored experience of 7.2 million, level rising from 62 to 72, receiving 300 free attribute points. System displayed that the common profession increased. The demon warrior gained the demon spirit secret dance, earning 300 strength points, 300 mental attribute points, and the legendary demon spirit secret dance. Reward. Is this a passive skill book, a new class upgrade, the mysterious demon spirit dance? The complete skill set is Assassin Mage, right? Introducing the skill, the legendary Breaking Magic, 10,000 Techniques. For magical attack spells, if your mental strength exceeds the target's, it immediately unleashes a fierce attack and doubles the reflected damage. Su Thai skill, Summoning the Demon Spirit Armor, consumes magic power. Summons the Demon Spirit Armor, reduces incoming magic damage by 30%, and increases all magic output by 30%. Duong is looking forward to it. Finally, the skill book. Update information. Received legendary level. Passive skill, Demon Spirit. Secret. Dance, Extreme Dao Twin. Gathering. Introducing skill. Every 10 points of strength attribute increases physical attack by 1%. Every 10 points of spirit attribute increases magic attack by 1%, with a total strength of 2,480. Basic attributes are 1,262 plus an additional 1,219 from equipment. Speed 1,761, basic attribute 943 plus equipment bonus 818. Spirit 1,591, basic attribute 1,417 plus equipment. Bonus 174. Duong quietly compared this skill to the spirit clone enhancement, noting that with his current attributes, physical damage increased by 248 and magical damage by 159. Now, even without using any skills, you can easily crush the Nam Uyen Tho Long. Bai Lin stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, hero. Your strength has increased once again. Do you feel a bit unhappy about it?" She said sadly, "The temple in Donglin only grants the third transfer. You will have to go to Tianlin for the next one. Whenever I think about saying goodbye to Lord Hero, I feel hollow inside, a feeling I have never experienced before." Suddenly, the statue in front of her radiated a white light. What is happening? Could it be the sacred blessing idol? Those beams of light are penetrating her body. He silently thought that this scene was not much different from the Trukfuk divine blood, except one was a bit strange, and the other was a holy light. Bak Lin floated in the air with a yellow circle above her head, indicating that the blessing ritual had ended, and Bak Lin had advanced to the 5th transformation as the main priest of the divine temple, beginning her transition to the Tianlang mission. Duong was surprised. She had already advanced to the 5 transformation stage. Bak Lin replied, "The upgrade ceremony for the temple master and the promotion ritual are different, but this way she can continue to stay by Lord Dungjia's side, which is great." She leans against his chest and says, "I'm a bit tired. I just want to rest like this." Duong gently replies, "With you by my side, I feel at ease." He held her in his arms and said, "Let's go to Tianling." But everyone was confused, as the door in front of them was closed tight. "Why hasn't the door opened yet? What are you doing?" "I'm still waiting for my turn, but some people can't wait anymore and start yelling, 'Who the hell is constipated in there? Come out now!'" The door opens, and smoke billows out. When they see you carrying Bai Lin out, they point and say, "Your little brat has wasted so much of my time." Everyone looked and saw that he was holding her, and when they recognized the person in Duong's arms, they cursed, "What the hell? Isn't this the divine sacrifice of the Temple of the Gods? What happened to Lord Teti of the temple? Why does he look like he's fainted? This kid was inside alone worshipping Lord Teti for at least half an hour just now. Could they be doing this and that inside? I don't understand. What are these people talking nonsense about?" Duong pushed through the crowd and casually reminded them, "If you want to change positions, please make way on the other side." Then a hand grabbed his shoulder firmly to hold him back for stitching. Guangtu coldly said, "Stop! Kid, what did you do to Lord Teti? Be honest or don't mess things up." Duong glanced back at the other person, stepped aside, and the guy, trembling with fear, looked truly terrifying. Guangtu's legs went weak and he collapsed. Damn it, just one look almost made me pee my pants. Who the hell is this guy anyway? Someone ran up from behind and called Master Duong. Xiaoma asked, "Did I just get promoted to the new temple priest of the city spirit hall? And is it true that Lord Bai Ling wants to go to the celestial spirit city?" He confirmed it, congratulating her on her promotion and raise. "What are you talking about? I will come back often and we can have meals and tea together at home." "I will come back here often and we can have meals and tea together then." Xiaoma happily waved goodbye, already decided, heading off with hope in her heart, thinking, "So I still have a chance, right?" In Tianling City, the divine hall looks more magnificent, and Teti respectfully receives Bak Lin, the brave hero. Bak Lin is entrusted to the care of the old deity, and after she wakes up, he will become the new Teti Divine Hall in Tianling. The benefits, promotion, and your job will still be handled by her. He politely bowed and replied, "Yes, thank you for your hard work." In his mind, he quietly thought that after the base moves to Tianling, he would need to buy a house here, and his grandparents on the other side would also have to settle down properly. Duong pressed the send button on the screen, just sending a message. "Grandparents, I am going to Tianling for work now. I am very healthy here. I will send you some money and a letter. I hope you and the children can have a better life, and I will visit you often." To Duong. "Mr. To, this villa has a stunning sea view, full amenities, modern interior, and is perfectly suited to your requirements. You can move in immediately for just 9.98 million. He observed it and thought it was not bad, just too large and a bit troublesome to manage. A line of maids appeared neatly, and the staff responded, "Don't worry about that, just add 1 million and you can enjoy the service of a professional maid team. Because you handle daily life so you don't have to worry about those trivial matters, the maids bow respectfully to welcome you back. Master. Duong gave a thumbs up in approval. Niece, hurry up and complete the procedures. After buying the villa, you can relax lying under the sunbed and be served diligently by the maids during meals. And after eating, go soak in the hot spring to relax. At the end of the day, he lies on the soft bed. Duong enjoys this feeling. Having money is truly wonderful. Not long ago, I couldn't even imagine my current life. Time to sleep. Tomorrow we'll check on Bai Lin's condition again. Bai Lin on the other side also falls into a deep sleep, a night free of dreams. When she woke up, she rubbed her eyes in confusion and asked gently, "Are you awake now?" "I made some herbal soup to help your recovery." Bak Lin took it. "Thank you, sir." "Master Teti, I feel better now." She said the idol statue hasn't manifested for many years. This appearance must be related to that new hero. I'm also a bit curious about him. So I asked, "You've been with him for a while. How do you feel?" The hero is someone who can always create miracles. Not only brave and strong, but also kind-hearted and courageous. I believe he can bring new light to this world. Teitai replied, "You have a good eye for people, so I can also trust you to handle the Heavenly Spirit City." Bak Lin advised her, "The red tide has lasted for several days. The event must be approaching, so you should be more careful." She suddenly remembered something. Damn it, how could I forget this? Seeing her run away, Teti called out, "Bak Lin, where are you going?" She replied, "Deng Jia Dainyan still doesn't know about the Red Moon invasion. I have to warn him." Bai Lin secretly prayed, "Duong, please don't let anything happen." Teitai feels that caring will surely cause chaos. Could it be that she has feelings for him? Duong, sleeping soundly on the soft bed, suddenly opens his eyes, sensing something unusual. Duong ran outside and asked what happened. A girl fell to the ground, pointing at something in front of her and shouting, "Monster alert, rare event activated, red invasion, defeat the invading monsters." The giant demon boss monster is being led by a huge monster of unknown level. The monster coldly stared at him. The destined killer, angry, is ruining Duong's peaceful night. I wonder if they wake up feeling annoyed. Just quickly deal with you and then go back to sleep. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. It was Lin Yi riding a flying horse who said, "As expected, you are the target of the Red Moon invasion tonight." Duong was surprised. "It's you?" She gave the order, "Step back, you're no match for her. This time I will handle it." "Ask, clearly. What does the Red Mark invasion really mean?" Lin Yi said irritably. "I am not obliged to answer you. Go ask someone else if you want to know." She summoned her spirit beast and ordered it to transform. The fierce beast charged forward at incredible speed, while the monster's eyes flashed with a fierce red glow. The collision triggered a violent explosion. He shouted to warn, "Hey, I just decorated the new house, don't mess it up." Bai Lin hurried over and called out, "Duong, are you okay?" "You're surprised. Why did Bak Lin come here?" Seeing her rush into his arms, Duong was about to catch her. "Be careful," Bak Lin said. "I just woke up not long ago and noticed the red moon outside the window. Then remembered I hadn't told you about the Red Moon invasion, so I hurried straight here." Duong sat her down and asked, "Can you explain the details to me?" She replied, "Of course." Bai Lin recounted everything she knew. After some time, whenever the red moon descends, monsters from an unknown space called Tin Hong Du Lin appear. They invade the areas where each warrior is, with the main goal of killing the warriors, and only the warriors can deal damage to them. This event is also called the Red Page Invasion. Warriors killed by the Crimson Phoenix spirit cannot be revived. According to the Divine Temple records, all Red Page's invasion events are now known to occur only after a hero advances to the third transformation. I was supposed to introduce it to the hero yesterday. Duong realized. So that's it. The event occurs specifically because of the third transformation. But isn't this level of power a bit too overwhelming? Bak Lin hesitated. This truly seems to go beyond imagination. Is the young lady Lak Lin Ni aiming for the Red Moon core? It might be on par with her strength. It seems that Tin Hong Du Lin has some special trait this time. Duong thought to himself, normally a level 3 transformation suddenly jumps to level 5, which is impossible under normal circumstances, unless its strength level isn't fixed, but can change states. Over there, a shockwave from the monster's attack soared into the sky. Lian Ni was stunned and puzzled. How could Tin Hong's Lin Tamtrian have such great power? "I have to go all out now," I shouted. Stop. If you keep fighting, you'll definitely destroy our house." This guy was also aiming at me in the first place, so I should handle it myself. "She's stubborn, relying only on you. If you want to seek death, I don't need to bother. Don't cry and beg me to save you later." Dark energy erupted around Taeyong, who said, Then you just watch and observe carefully. The black aura, like a raging storm with lightning, spread out, and the fierce wind forced Lin Yi to hold her ground. Countless streams of power shot towards the monster. He moved his body in front of it, holding the dark sword in his hand. The tip of the sword pressed against the monster's neck as a fatal blow descended, black energy erupting from the creature. The system reports that the wielder of the spear with multiple arms has 40% health remaining. Lin Hai widened her eyes, having already dealt 60% damage with a single strike. How could she still be fighting it? Duong silently thought, as I suspected, this guy's strength changes depending on the target of his hatred. In other words, you're just a third-tier boss for now. For me now, with the extra extreme dual wielding, even relying solely on strength can crush, absolutely. Duong's hand aimed at the ruffian's body, and a punch sent its giant form flying backward. Its body heavy, it fell to the ground, and you silently thought that this time the repair costs would be even higher. The axe wielder, unwilling to surrender, got up and roared, rushing quickly toward Hong, aiming to finish off the opponent with a single strike. Dark energy radiates around to Duong's arm, aiming to kill the hero. But it seems that arm bulges with muscles and swings a punch, knocking away the axe wielder's arm. He sneered and said, "Completely unworthy. The system shows the multi-armed axe wielder at level 75, with 0 health. You have defeated the level 75 Red Spirit Phoenix. The multi-armed axe wielder received 114,514 FB, 3 red moon orbs, and..." Duong sneered. "The red invasion is nothing more than that." Bak Lin admiredly watched, and in an instant he had dealt with the Crimson Invasion. The hero is truly incredible, Lin Yi thought to herself. She had also experienced a few Crimson Invasions and seen how others handled them, but she had never seen anyone destroy the raging chaos like this man. That kind of showy power beneath that human appearance isn't really the feral beast, is it? She had to leave, and before she did, she arrogantly warned, "Don't think you've won yet. Next time I'll make sure you see my true face." He felt confused. Why does this person always like to talk to himself? Duong handed her a spirit core. Is this the item that Lak Lin Ni wanted? "Bak Lin, can you tell me if there is anything special about this?" She replied, "Of course, this Crimson Moon core." Suddenly, Bai Lin gasped in fear and softly exclaimed, "Eh." He frowned suspiciously and asked, "What is going on?" "That crystal core has turned into a giant sphere." Duong was shocked. "What is that?" His legs buckled and he knelt down, silently lamenting his defeat. Before losing consciousness, he saw Bak Lin anxiously calling out to him, "Duong." The morning sunlight shines through the window and wakes Duong up, his eyes slowly opening, his mind blank. Duong was startled to find myself holding Bak Lin while she was sleeping. She woke up, her eyes dreamy. "Master Dongjia, you're awake." Seeing himself shirtless, he quickly covered himself with the blanket and asked, "What is really going on here?" "Why are we sleeping together on the same bed?" Bak Lin recounted. "Dongjia, don't panic. Last night you were cursed by the Red Phoenix spirit, so I performed the cleansing ritual for you." Achuamu. Duong wondered what the cleansing ritual was. She explained it like that. According to Regulation 921 of the Divine Palace, during the battle with the Crimson Phoenix spirit, the hero may become poisoned by the Crimson power and, if overwhelmed, could transform into the Crimson Phoenix spirit. The Divine Templar has the duty to purge the Crimson spirit after the hero's battle ends. This ritual only requires a close bond between the two, but since the brave master lost consciousness, I could only take her back to her room to change her clothes. Last night, she took him to her room and carefully removed his outer garment. Bak Lin was so worried. Duong gently patted her head, thinking to himself, "I'm so sorry, there's a wound on her neck." "Are you worried when you see her cough softly? What's wrong with her?" This mark is her response. "Don't worry too much. Our Tai-Ti temple has a special constitution that allows us to detoxify the Crimson Spirit, poison ourselves with the temple's support. This type of poison can be completely cleansed in just 12 days. Duong gently took her hand and sincerely said, "So please don't push yourself. If you get hurt because of me, I won't be able to rest easy." Bak Lin was surprised by this tenderness. "Lord Dongjia to Duong. I haven't introduced to you the benefits of the 5 stars 3 transmissions yet. I will explain it to the person immediately." She started speaking continuously to hide her embarrassment. From Tam Troyan onward, Hero Dungyi will become a VIP at the temple, enjoying the following benefits. An immortal will receive an additional benefit of 50 million per month, increasing to 1 billion. The 2 privileges of the Black Gold status in the Alliance will be upgraded from a 30% discount to 50%, and they will also gain access to level S areas in the guild. Bok Lin silently thought, the benefits have increased 20-fold. That's incredible. The transfer to the Divine Temple is really ready to spend a lot of money. For an S-level guild, rushing to join will only attract unnecessary attention. First, you need to have a vision to overcome difficulties. A long-term plan, she emphasized, is most important to open the Blood Moon engraving shop. This concept confuses you. What exactly is the Royal Exchange Shop? Bai Lin continues to explain. The Blood Moon Spirit Stone Exchange Shop is operated by the Temple Transfer Station, where you can trade Blood Moon Spirit Cores for many rare items, equipment, and even forbidden spells and artifacts. Warriors only need to touch the temple wall to see the items available for exchange with Blood Moon Spirit Stones. The girl from before probably wanted to obtain the Blood Moon engraving during the Blood Moon invasion. So you got out of bed impatiently to check on Lak Lin Yi, regardless of whether she succeeded, to see what you could exchange for. The system displayed a series of items. The Blood Moon Engraving Shop, Level 1 Forbidden Spell, 300 Blood Moon Engraving Stones, Level 2 Forbidden Spell, 900 Stones, and the Divine Weapon Truju Tui Chika, a longsword costing 4,000 stones. The Divine Weapon, the Heart of the Ocean, and the Spellbook cost 4,000 Blood Moon Engraving Crystals. The Divine Weapon, the Eternal Heart of Gold, and the Golden Market Sword cost 10,000 Blood Moon Engraving Crystals. The Duong was shocked. All rare items, divine talismans, divine weapons. Even if the X-Alliance spent more money, they couldn't afford these. He hesitated, but the cheapest item here starts at 300 Blood Moon Spirit Crystals. I only have 3, which is far below the standard exchange rate of the shop. I must level up quickly to infiltrate the Blood Moon and then sweep for the most spirit crystals I can find. Bok Lin called from behind. I have to go back to the Divine Hall to complete a mission soon. I replied, I also need to return and fix some damages. Koduk remembered, that's right, I heard that today a distinguished guest from abroad is visiting Tianlin City. To Duong frowned. A distinguished guest? Is this the Dragon Altar? This is Min Nyat Chan He Tu, a beastmaster at level 128 from Manhwa country. The young lady of Min Nyat. Following her, the servant respectfully replied, yes, young lady. The two companions are discussing, this time giving the young lady a chance to tame the giant dragon, and the old master is also spending quite a bit. Truong Hai replies, who says our Anhua country doesn't have a secret realm with a giant dragon? The alliance negotiations are so troublesome, we can only borrow the Dragon Palace. Old Man Lai from the opposite side stepped out to welcome you, with Old Man Fuang Li receiving you. He is the diplomat and envoy of Long Fu. Old Man stepped forward and asked the father and son, are you sure My Guo is going to challenge the fierce and savage black dragon? If unfortunately she loses her life, it would be a wasted opportunity. She reassures Li Lao not to worry. We believe in the young lady's talent, and even Quiquuk's genius beast, Tamer Lak Lin Yi, cannot compare to our young lady. Old Master Lai snorted coldly. Truly the demeanor of youth. Vu Tu met his gaze without any fear. I dare not, I dare not. Hai Tu looked in and asked, Li Lao and Vu Tu Than have a connection. They could talk right after meeting. She explained, Miss I am not? She asked the old man. Sir, we are here for the first time and don't know much, so I hope you can guide us more. In front of Hai Tu's innocent gaze, Elder Lai silently wondered how the Mai Nhat family would teach this young lady. It's so naive, completely different from that cunning fox. The old man revealed that the Black Dragon Fortress where Lady Min Nyat will challenge tomorrow is outside Tianling City in Vinfong City. It's best you go there yourself, as I still have duties and can't accompany you. Vohon Yin waved his hand, saying goodbye to the old master. Old ancestor, the little one is leaving. The old lord, we just arrived at Long's residence and haven't been received, so we didn't go directly to Vinfong City. Lan Lam understood that since they are from the powerful Long Fu family, they naturally wouldn't regard our small country as important. Hai Tu turned back and pointed at them, scolding, What are you talking about? This is someone else's country, and we are guests. As the old saying from the Long Fu family goes, if Grandpa doesn't stop us from going, it means he keeps his word, so we shouldn't cause trouble for them. Su was worried, saying, Miss, someone like you will definitely suffer in the future. He thought it was all due to the old master's overprotection, while someone far away was watching every move of Hai Tzu. Lin Yi was curious. Is she the beast Tamer He Tu from Anhua country? Chu Tai beside her confirmed, yes, she was accepted into the National Beast Tamer Guild at the same time as the young lady, also a genius, and her goal for this trip might be Black Dragon. She doesn't care. She's just a young lady from Anhua country and can't cause any trouble. The thing I care about now is that Tuduong, what was the result of his investigation earlier? Show his information on the screen. Sir, we have conducted a detailed investigation. Duong recently achieved his initial rank, but in a very short time, he quickly leveled up and his strength surged, with no backing from any powerful forces. And the Yuvan Society, where he has only interacted with him once in the prison, and he completed everything independently. This is truly remarkable. Lin Ngo was stunned and said, "What? I keep recalling his appearance, and I increasingly can't understand him. Just an ordinary guy with a low level, but every time he does something beyond imagination. If he really manages to subdue the Black Dragon, why am I still afraid of a third-tier cultivator?" Haitsu's subordinate behind him reminds, "Young lady, we have to leave now." She approached the teleportation gate and said, "Let's go back too and prepare for tomorrow's departure." As she stepped closer to the teleportation gate, Haitu stopped. She turned back to the two of them, waving cheerfully to greet them. Lin Ni saw this and froze, feeling a bit guilty. Shutai was stunned and said, "We've been discovered?" Even though we used a disguise device, she changed her attitude. "We underestimated her. That girl could also be a major threat. I've shifted my focus now. Immediately mobilize all the men and horses. Gather at the Black Dragon City Gate in half an hour and prepare to attack the secret realm." He is giving clear orders. At Duong's house, you are instructing the servants here to tidy up a bit, and the exterior wall of the house is being repaired. You give the order, so the wall needs to be reinforced a bit. The maids are currently tidying up. The system detects a challenger entering the secret realm. Would you like to connect with the boss? Duong waited patiently and then confirmed the connection. You wave goodbye to the maid. "Sorry, I have something urgent to attend to. Please take care of the house. They are worried me." "Master, where are you going? The house repairs are not finished yet. This is a warning notification. A secret challenge for S-rank guild, a spy team, 24 members. You awaken within Hoklong's body as expected. It's the spy team." Seeing Lin Ni leading the team, Duong isn't surprised. It's indeed her. "Lin Yi, she ordered us to set out. As long as we help me tame the Black Dragon, we'll all be rewarded greatly. Today, you must eliminate this enemy once and for all. The house repair money, plus the trouble from before, I'll add it all up and pay her back." Duong spoke, but this expedition team has a few well-equipped members, not only more in number than last time, but also seemingly experienced in battle and well-prepared, making them quite challenging to deal with. Tinan stepped forward to take on the mission, reassuring the king that there's no need to worry, as the intruders will be handled by his subordinates. "My subordinates will make sure they get in and can't get out." The two are level 98, elite boss leaders, mutated blood dragons with 3 million HP and hidden dragon clan attributes. Attack 2,871. Speed 902. Spirit 1,186. Innate talent. Dragon Bloodline reduces 30% physical damage and 30% magic damage. Battlefield Command A greatly increases damage and attack speed for surrounding dragons. Level 99, Elite Boss Leader, Mutated Long Blood Warrior, 3 million HP, Hidden Dragon Attribute, Attack 2,900, Speed 1,002, Spirit 1,238, Innate Talent. Dragon Bloodline reduces 30% physical damage and 30% magic damage. Battlefield Command A reduces incoming physical and magic damage for nearby dragons. You look surprisingly surprised. Haven't you seen these two before? Lilith stepped forward and said, "Do you still remember the day you suddenly went crazy and hurt yourself? These two, when they drank your blood, they transformed like this." "Does using Blood Dragon work for Duong too?" She replied, "Only these two have successfully mutated. As for the others, you see, the others are just babbling. Greetings, my lord. Sorry. Lilith sighed and pointed at the seemingly naive monsters. Duong thought to himself, if even Long Huyet Tuong Quan couldn't get through earlier, these two are not to be underestimated. They may not be as strong as I am now, but I believe they are on par with my fight against the Black Flame Wings. I agree with that. You two go handle these enemies. They understand the order clearly." Duong glanced at her. What's wrong? Looking at her face, she didn't seem happy. Lai Lai Pong shyly turned away. No, it's nothing. She felt a strange sensation in her heart. This team seemed very strong. If they could really defeat the Black Dragon, why didn't she feel at ease inside? A bloody battle took place here as Lin Ni's team fiercely attacked the elite monsters. Chu Tai led the charge confidently, warning to be careful of sudden dangers. Lin Yi, riding on horseback, reminded him, "What are you worried about?" "Worried. Even if the Black Dragon levels up to a divine level, the other monsters won't change," he replied. "But we should still be careful." A warning sounds. Attention. The elite boss leader appears, and upon seeing the two giant monsters, Chu Tai is panic-stricken. He just spoke when it appeared. Lin Yi dismissively thought they were just two elite monsters, quickly analyzing them. He ordered everyone to spread out to avoid the boss using any linked skills. One is resistant to physical damage, the other to magic damage, using counter skills to deal damage. Be careful with health management to avoid the frenzy. The mechanic when low on health. All attack the two elite monsters simultaneously under Chutai's command. The attacks aimed at their vital points, one fell, whispering praises to Lord Athos. Its body then rose again, killing intruders and terrifying them. This stance is even more terrifying than the berserk state. The monsters flying from the sky realize the summoned boss is too small and worry they might be surrounded, so they split up to fight and avoid regrouping. Lin Yi casually snapped her fingers, summoning her guardian beasts into battle. 3 mighty beasts stood guard behind her. Lin Yi orders, "Do not panic. Fight according to the plan. The small monsters are just small monsters. Draw them away from the boss. Others continue to attack the boss with full force." My spirit beast is also joining the fight. They regain their confidence, knowing that the young lady is supporting them, so there can be no mistake. A bird flies over the shoulder of the elite monster, creating a wound. It is being surrounded and attacked by 3 ferocious beasts and players. "Wait, keep the boss's blood, don't kill him." Chutai immediately obeyed the order below. The 2 fall, still maintaining a firm attitude. The invading enemies are damnable. If you want to kill, just do it. What else do you want? Lin Yi steps down. Though she appears human, she is still of the dragon clan. Let me see if I can tame her. Kwai-Tanan angrily fights back. Disgusting. That despicable human, does he still want to tame me? I absolutely won't. Lin Yi is tempting it. Turn it into my force. The strange star spirit is becoming confused. Who am I? She is manipulating. You are my loyal subordinate. Have you forgotten? It is confused. I am her subordinate. The person next to him reminds him not to let her manipulate him, and to wake up quickly. This action makes Tu Duong angry. There's no reason for it. Storming into his territory and trying to capture his subordinate. Although from a professional perspective, capturing the Dragon Clan is normal. As the boss now, how can I let her do whatever she wants? You look at that rotten piece of meat and find it hard to swallow, but even if the opponent fears it might be difficult, I can strengthen my body with spirit wine. So maybe just swallowing this can help me level up. What kind of disgusting thing is this? Wait, you're not actually going to swallow it, are you? No way. No way. You really didn't dare. I hesitated too, but had to do it anyway to win. You close your eyes and swallow that piece of meat, looking very patient. Lilith watches and sweats bullets. She's curious. So how is it? How does it taste? Tu Duong stuck out his tongue, describing it as stinky and sticky, with a strange water-like smell. A blazing fire erupted beneath him, shining brightly. He was stunned. It was a blazing stream of golden power erupting wildly, so strong it formed a beam of light shooting up into the sky. Bok Lin and the others stood stunned as the 2 monsters recognized that golden hue. Could it be from Lord Athos? King Lin Hai was confused. Such a powerful energy emanated from Than Trai. What is happening? She stared in shock at that direction. So, that was the Black Dragon. The body of the Black Dragon appears before my eyes, looking powerful. The large wings spread across the sky. Does Lin Yi realize it's the Black Dragon? The system has detected an unknown cause leading to this boss dungeon, the Black Flame Wing Black Dragon. Athos is undergoing a mutation. According to the assessment, the Black Flame-Winged Black Dragon boss's strength increases to the High Nguyen level, and the Black Flame-Winged Athos boss reaches level 150 Hui Nguyen after maturing. This secret realm has been upgraded to Hui Nguyen level. You coldly glance at them, level up successfully, and then it's the moment of destruction. What are you joking about? Last time I transformed into the Spirit Realm level, and this time I directly advanced to the Hui Nguyen level. What kind of game adjustment is this? Where's the system? System, appear quickly and explain. Chutai patted the other person's shoulder and said, "Even though I am also very surprised, please stay calm." Kahan turned to ask, "Miss, what should we do now?" "A Hui Nguyen boss isn't something we can handle." Lin Yi hasn't regained her composure yet. She's so annoying. "Stop making noise. It's just a dungeon appearance. How could a Hui Nguyen level Black Dragon do that?" Tu Duong secretly thought, how could they still say this is a success? They really don't know their place. "Then let me teach you a lesson," Chutai ordered as he stepped in front of her. "Deploy all defensive spells and skills that reduce damage immediately. Don't hold back." They are putting all their strength into creating a shield, as he said. A surge of fire bursts out from Tu Duong's mouth, flames soaring high into the sky. A piercing scream echoes through the canyon. The flames form a wall that engulfs the area. The heat radiating out is scorching. You land on the ground with Chu Tai struggling behind you. He was stunned and immediately took down 10 people, 6 of whom were seriously injured. Is this the strength of a boss at the Hin Guiet level? At this moment, Chu Tai felt relieved that we were also somewhat prepared. The display announced the Life Jade Pearl, which can restore all health upon sacrifice and can be used once at will. He ordered, "Get up and prepare to fight." Duong looked down from above and saw the one-time resurrection item. It seems this exploration team really didn't hold back. Lin Ni quickly gathered her beast companions into a line and shouted, now that the boss had just used its ultimate move, there are openings, attack with full force. Countless streams of firepower surged toward Duong, who also unleashed flames from his mouth to counterattack, creating a fierce and intense battle scene. The 3 giant beasts charged at the black dragon surrounding Duong, and Lin Ni, watching from above, was amazed that he remained unharmed. Does this mean attacks are completely ineffective? Chu Tai spoke. Duong's heart has been taken by it, so we can only fight it slowly. That was the original plan. Lu Tzu was not convinced, but that was the strategy to deal with the Tin Diu level. The problem now is that facing the Hui Nuiet level, just the attribute alone is enough to crush us. How can we fight back? He knows he's not wrong. In the face of absolute power, all efforts are useless. Their formation begins to falter as the boss continues to unleash skills.
Damn it, the damage reduction spell isn't finished yet. There's no time to defend.
Trang Tran hurriedly activates the mountain range barrier. A violent shockwave erupted from the ground, splitting the earth in two, and thick smoke billowed up, obscuring everything around. Ka Han supported Trang Tran, who had fainted. The old town has fallen. Where is the recovery? Is there a recovery here? Lu Tu in despair. What's there to call? There's no hope left. Just wait for death. Lin Ni's face paled. Just a brief, direct confrontation, and the whole team was wiped out. How could this be? How can this black dragon be so strong? Chu Tai continues to play the spade card.
Miss Dai, run and escape quickly. We will do our best to hold back the black dragon. She won't give up.
You want me to run? I've been preparing for this day for a long time. I saw him very clearly. From the moment Black Dragon ascended, we had no chance to win. The only thing we can do now is minimize the damage as much as is possible, as long as we return alive. At least we will have an explanation for the masters. Please let her go. Lan Ni felt it was so right that she couldn't argue. All right, she's leaving now. Then it's up to you guys. Of course, Duong wouldn't agree and would try to run. Today, she's the main event, and I can't just let her come and go as she pleases. Over there, someone shouted, "Hey kid, look over here." He sneered and said, "Is that your mocking move? They are blocking this way below. Don't even think about chasing the young lady. You are our opponent. Attacking her will at least cause a few dragon scales to fall, even if it means sacrifice. It's still heroic." Fire bursts from the black dragon's mouth. "Then I will grant your wish." Ling Ni sped up. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Even if I lost, how could I lose so shamefully? If this gets out, how can I face others with that reputation? A genius can only say so much. Is there anyone else capable of taming the black dragon at the Hui Nguyen level? If I can't do it, how could Hai Tu and To Duong possibly manage? That's right, I haven't lost yet. I just returned safely this time and immediately looked for a dragon to tame, but I was so confident that she fell off the horse and dropped to the ground with dust billowing all around. Lin Ni was annoyed and said, "Are you fooling me? Is Chu Tai so weak that he can't even hold on for a minute?" She summoned her beast to protect her and block it. The black dragon's claws swooped in, making Lin Ni's face turn pale with fear. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go, let me go." He contemptuously said, "Just a tiny human dreaming of conquering my lord, how ridiculous." Lin Ni's mood gradually turned to despair. The black dragon's mouth is wide open. Your foolishness must pay with your life. She stammers in fear, unable to speak. "Stop!" Tears burst from Lin Ni's eyes, shocking him. What is going on here? Lin Ni burst into tears, tears shooting out like a fountain and falling with a splatter like heavy rain. "I just don't want to lose to Duong and Brother Hua Moi. I don't want my father to be disappointed. I just want to prove that I am the most powerful beast tamer, and I want to keep fighting. I don't want to be defeated." Duong was shocked, unable to believe that her inner strength was so fragile and naive. He threw Lin Ni down. Her competitive spirit in battle is understandable, but he couldn't let her go freely. All right, I won't eat you anymore. Now go quickly on your way." You spit fire at Lin Ni. The system displays, you have defeated the level 135th tier Beast Tamer Lok Lin Ni. The experience gained is 1,922,221. He calmly said, "People and monsters are inherently different. Meeting me, consider yourself unlucky. Don't blame me for being ruthless."
Miss, the update has been received. Total experience gained is 31.94 million, level increased from 72 to 79, strength from 3,720 to 3,920, speed from 2,446 to 2,556, and spirit from 2,386 to 2,596. You have gained 175 free attribute points, and the Black Dragon's entire body is radiating with immense power.
To Duong sighed, realizing this was the largest amount of experience he had ever received, even several times more than the last time he fought the Spirit Mage during the 6th transformation, plus the enhanced Dragon Blood essence. This immense power seemed to be overflowing, but this 32 million experience only raised me by 7 levels. It seems that in the future I will need several times more experience to level up. It looks like I will have to fight even stronger monsters and become a professional player. You are now level 72. Demon Spirit Secret Veil. To Duong checked the equipment list. The exploration team still dropped quite a few items of platinum and diamond level, but now they no longer interest him. He looked at the shining treasure in his hand to see if Loch Lin Ni's loot would surprise him at all. This is a ring that appears to be a rare lunar level spirit ring with an infinite gem socket, no level restrictions, and unlimited attributes. The basic mental attribute reaches 1,000 points. This is a relic left behind by a spiritual master after his death. Maybe that is the long-lasting spiritual resonance. Even after the original owner passed away, it still whispers within the destiny. Spirit attribute increased by 600 points, mental resistance increased by 40%, with the passive trait of eternal meditation. The whisper from the ring can permanently increase the wearer's mental strength by 1% each day, with a maximum cumulative increase of 10%, an active blessing from a spiritual practitioner, consuming magical energy to make the spell completely immune to any mental interference for the next hour. The spell will be invalid if the caster's mental strength exceeds 50% of the wearer's. You are amazed to realize it's a high moon level equipment, even though it's just an accessory. Its value and attributes are usually not as extravagant as weapon gear, but as a high moon level equipment, it is already powerful enough. Just the 2 attributes of mental enhancement and mental resistance that come with it are already terrifying. The Duong picked up the ring and looked at it, even carefully embedding an unlimited gem, directly bypassing the level limit. I really have to thank Loch Lin Ni. He cautiously glanced at the distant tornado, wondering if there were still powerful experts. The system displayed a level 1 forbidden spell scroll called the Storm God's Wrath, which from the fury of the wind, God would tear apart anyone daring to challenge him, so this forbidden spell was also a scroll. From now on, I have 2 forbidden spell scrolls. Double the joy, no wonder she's the daughter of the heavenly secret, always carrying such awesome tools. To Duong happily flapped his wings and flew back. As soon as news of the expedition team's destruction gets out, no one will dare to challenge us anymore. The life of the Black Flame Wing has come to an end. Lilith stands on the mountain peak waiting for him to return. She breathes a sigh of relief. Once again, you are the winner. He said he would give me true freedom in the future, but what does that really mean? To Duong returned home and announced, "I'm back." The return startled the maids. "As the master, you're back already?" To Duong stepped outside to check the progress and looked at the perfect wall in front of him, asking, "Have you finished the repairs?" The maid replied, "Because you paid double the price, the workers are working very hard to repair it. Please, help me relax my whole body with a massage. I'm a bit tired." The maids are preparing towels and water, while others are massaging to Duong's shoulders. They obey the orders of their master. What the hell is going on? Why do we level up right after fighting? We brought so many people this time, even used resurrection tools, but still lost. Based on what? This dungeon is basically impossible to clear. Chutai stepped forward to remind them not to blame each other. Has anyone seen the young lady? Now they realize she's no longer outside. A terrifying image appeared in their minds. Could it be the same as last time? Chutai turned towards the source of the sound. That crying sound came from him seeing behind the rock. Lin Ni was clutching a pillow and crying uncontrollably. She was too ashamed to show her face. "I lost. I was clearly well prepared to tame the Black Dragon, but I ended up losing and feeling so ashamed I want to disappear. How can I call myself a genius beast tamer like this?" Chutai cleared his throat and coughed a few times. Lin Ni was startled and turned back to ask, "What are you doing here?" He stood behind the rock without stepping out and said, "I have come to report the damage." She stood up quickly to wipe her tears and said, "These matters can be discussed with the moon. I don't want to hear them right now." He thought to himself that the young lady's mood had improved. Chutai kindly advised, "Miss, the sudden level up of the Black Dragon is something no one could have predicted, and losing to a high Nuyet boss isn't something to be ashamed of. You might as well change your target and try to tame a different Kulong." Lin Yi seemed to have gained some insight. "That's right. Since Tuduong and Haitu can't defeat that high Nguyen level black dragon, as long as I conquer other dragons first, I will still be the #1 genius master of Beast Tamer. In Longha, besides the black dragon, there is also a red dragon and a silver dragon, with the red dragon being the weakest and the silver dragon quite strong. But both are at the divine level. If I can tame the silver dragon, then Ban Kai will be the strongest beast tamer among you who have tamed a great dragon. She regained her composure and said, "No, Chutai, I initially thought you were just a brute, but I didn't expect you to have an eye for it." Lin Yi announced that the losses in this dungeon run should be reported to Chutai and compensated by Tien Ko. They cheered, "Long lady, long live, thank you, long lady." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Who is everyone?" Haitu stepped forward and asked, "Could it be Lady Lok Lin Yi?" Lin Yi thought to herself, "It's her." Lin Yi admits, "It's me. Are you also here to tame the black dragon?" She cheerfully introduces herself, saying, "Yes, my name is Haitsu, very pleased to meet you." "Then what? Good luck to you." Haitu's subordinate was annoyed. That woman really doesn't know Lin Yi, whether right or wrong. She's also the young lady of Tien Kokak. How could she not understand even a little about Lin Yi? Vutu covered her mouth and chuckled quietly. "I see she probably failed to win over the black dragon, so she's taking her anger out on others. Serves her right." Haitu angrily tapped her on the head and scolded, "Don't add fuel to the fire when she's already upset. Hurry up and start the dungeon." "Vutu, why do you refuse to accept it? Why are you defending outsiders like that?" She, with her head bowed, went to the teleportation gate, then had to start the dungeon first. Seeing the displayed information, what did Vutu shock at? The update shows the Hui Nguyen secret realm fortress as Haklong level Hui Nguyen, recommended level 150 or above. Aren't those three people supposed to be at the Spirit Brilliant level? Why are they now at the Hu Yue level? Where do we even get the strength to fight this? Is Long Ha messing with us? She urged him to quickly contact Old Li to confirm the situation, and Old Li on the other side was hesitant but arranged for them. "I have a clear understanding of the situation. I apologize for the sudden occurrence. All right, you can rest in Tianling for now. I will send someone to take you there while we wait for negotiations and then inform you." They replied, "Okay, thank you, Elder Li." Old man Tramgam wondered if the black dragon in Tianlin City had truly leveled up from Diamond to Hui Nguyen. It had never happened before. Could it be controlled by humans? On the second day, Tuduong arrived at the teleportation dungeon gate, and compared to yesterday, it was truly deserted, which was no surprise. After all, even the strongest secret exploration team in Tianlang City had been wiped out, so who would dare to challenge? Of course, only I can deal with this boss, so I'll personally put a question mark on this dungeon. The Black Dragon Fortress is shrouded, stood in a fiery red atmosphere. "I'm here," Tuduong said. "I used to be the one connecting with the Black Dragon boss, sitting and watching challengers from the top of the castle. But today, I am also the one challenging to enter the secret realm. I can't describe this feeling as anything but truly wonderful. Watching the monsters fly over, I marvel at how warmly I was greeted just a moment ago. This flying formation looks a bit familiar, the familiar aura coming from Tuduong. You beasts open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who are you standing before us? The pupils in your eyes blaze with a fierce golden light, and the overwhelming aura makes the flying dragons stop in their tracks. One of them immediately recognized it. This is the aura of Lord Athos. They were curious why this human's aura resembled Lord Athos's, and that fiery aura could only belong to Lord Athos. Tuduong sternly orders them to go away. "Get out! You scare the Lao La away. We're about to fight Hak Long. No need to waste energy on these little monsters." Then, Tuduong summoned Vu Nuet Linlang to command them, telling them to defend here and keep the Hui Nuet level monsters away. After that, To Duong, with overwhelming aura, began to deal with the boss. Lilith was surprised to see the black dragon wake up. "He's awake so quickly? Has someone already challenged him?" She looked at the thick dust rising ahead and silently wondered which unlucky ones had become the spoils of the black dragon. Every time Hak Long defeats and wins. Things have come to this point, I no longer have any hope of freedom. How can the promises of monsters be trusted? At the teleportation gate, Lang Lin has arrived, facing an extremely powerful black dragon. The two are exchanging information. "Big brother, what should we do now? This dragon, we definitely can't beat it. But why does this black dragon have the scent of the owner on it? Could it be that the owner has become its meal?" The other one denies it. "That's not right. If that were the case, we would have been gone long ago." The black sharp claws of the dark dragon raised up, stabbing into its own chest. The blazing yellow blood essence shot out. Lang Lin was shocked. This dragon has gone mad. Tu Duong observed this and thought to himself that the last time he hurt himself, he had already realized that Hak Long's damage monitoring talent doesn't affect himself, so self-destruction, down to half health, should be enough. Going lower would impact the explosive device. Then he tried to command it. Black Dragon, listen to my order. Stay where you are. Do not take any action. Limit the healing of flesh and blood as much as possible. Order all monsters in the mysterious realm to stop their actions and disconnect, while the two eyes stare at each other fiercely. Lang Lin sighs in relief upon seeing To Duong's back, glad that the master is still alive. You muttered to yourself, luckily it was you who changed my useless career path. If I said I felt nothing, that would be impossible. Seeing the hole in Black Dragon's abdomen, Tu Duong stepped forward, but a new path had opened, and it was time to move forward. You strike it down, then the new members join together to conquer new territories. Hak Diem Triduk, Athos. 2 hours later, Tu Duong, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Lang Lin, panting heavily, looked like he was about to die from exhaustion. Sweat poured down his face as his hand kept chopping until numb, still not finished. The black dragon remained standing firm, with a few scratches on its body. Tu Duong took out a bottle and brought it to his mouth to drink. Finally, I have experienced the feeling of a soul hunter and an exploration team. If my attribute isn't fully increased, plus the soul symbol and the dual path of extremity have boosted damage by 900%, I can't even break through its defense layer. Black energy erupts around, to Yang's body, leaving only a small breath of completion. Lilith was sleeping peacefully when a roar woke her up. That was the roar of the black dragon. When she arrived, she saw a wave of heat emanating from the scene. The elite monsters shouted, "Lord Athos, my body is disintegrating." Lilith couldn't imagine a dark future. The aura of the black dragon has disappeared. Could it be? Tu Duong looked up and said, "It's over." Its giant body was burned black by the raging flames. You stand beneath the black dragon's body as a series of notifications appear. You have defeated the Hainuyat level boss, Athos the Black Wing. You gained 132.1 million experience, and the secret realm boss has been eliminated. All the monsters in the secret realm have been defeated. You gained 8.02 million experience. Level up from 79 to 80 with 40% excess experience and 53.96 million experience remaining. Tu Duong nodded. The amount of experience is indeed high. Compared to before, Lachlan Ni's expedition team, which now has 10 Fifth Realm members combined, is 3 times stronger. No wonder she is a high UA level boss. Then a huge, dazzling golden sword appeared. You guess this is the weapon dropped by the Black Ha Dragon? It doesn't look like an ordinary item. Your hand clenched around the hilt of the sword, ready to draw it. As you pulled the sword out, Tu Duong was stunned. What was this feeling? The burst of power felt like it was about to overflow from my body. A unique notification appeared. Longbone Greatsword, Devourer Athos. In the name of Athos, descendant of the ancient Devourer. In the end, he will walk into the grave of death, wielding bones as a sword and blood as a soul. The corpse is immortal, but if it is swallowed, it will exist forever. There are no restrictions on equipment or level. No attribute limits, no special restrictions. Strength plus 500, spirit plus 500, speed plus 500, 10% reduction in physical damage, 10% reduction in magical damage. Spirit resistance plus 10%. Carnivore trait. Whenever this divine greatsword is used to slay a giant dragon, the eater will consume its corpse to gain an additional 10% attribute boost for this equipment. Unique equipment trait, Soul Mark. Once obtained, it cannot be dropped. You lift the dragon bone sword, cold icy aura emanating from it. A strike splitting distant mountains in half. Tu Duong marvels, too powerful, too powerful. Although the main attribute rewards are not top tier, the important thing is that it is a growth weapon. It devours the dragon and then adds 10% of its attributes to the weapon. It's terrifying enough. It truly is a weapon, especially when defeating the black dragon, and its unique attribute is incredibly precious and powerful. You recall that this dark flame wing is definitely a descendant of the so-called primitive ancient devourer. No wonder it has power comparable to other mature great dragons while still in the growth stage, and it's no surprise that it was chosen by the system. Tu Duong looked at the chain on his wrist. Also, I've completed the Dragon Artifact mission, so this should be the Dragon Artifact's heart as well. Notification, the Dragon Heart Sealing mission is complete. Item information has been updated. Unlock the dragon-slaying heart and introduce the brave man blessed by the goddess who beheaded the giant dragon. The dragon's blood was forged between the sword and the dragon's death. The dragon's heart was removed and turned into proof of the dragon's slaying. Until that chaos, the brave men who died here rest in peace. The sword that killed the dragon has been lost to the world, leaving only the testimony of the dragon slayer as he sleeps peacefully. The attribute of spirit increases by 50%, strength doubles, and the glory-oriented trait ignores the racial talent of dragons, increasing damage dealt to dragon creatures by 500%, activated once by the blood soul of past heroes to pollute the blood-stained armor, summoning the blood soul of the sleeping hero to aid in the battle. Now I can go boss hunting on my own, then the final reward, right? The notification sounds, indicating the first boss kill is complete, and the system is creating the boss owner. The Black Flame Wing boss is completed. Athos will serve as your follower and fight alongside you. Seeing the black dragon flying over, you pat its head, and we meet again. Old friend, although erasing your memories was truly cruel, it was either a blessing or a curse for you. You should have failed in the trials before. I hope you don't blame me, Black Dragon Athos. You jump on its head, there's no time for sorrow now. Let's go. The black dragon rises above the entire city. Black Dragon flaps its wings and flies into the fiery sky. Lilith on the other side is anxious. The dragon race has disappeared. It can also be said that the black dragon has been defeated. So who is it? Seeing the black dragon return, she was shocked, and Lilith shouted, "How is this possible? You haven't, have you?" Now she finally notices the person on the black dragon's back. Tuduang reached out his hand and said, "Beautiful princess, I am here to rescue you." Lilith stared blankly. "Why is there a human on the back of the black dragon?" She asked in admiration, "Could it be that you have tamed the black dragon?" He confirmed it wasn't wrong, but how could Lilith believe it? The black dragon is the most violent and powerful existence among the ancient dragons. They look down on everything and cannot be subdued, even in death. There was once a mighty spirit elf who tamed a black dragon, but in the end, it ended in failure. But now this black dragon is being ridden by that young boy. Who on earth is he? Could he really be the legendary Dragon Knight? Tuo Yang reminded him, "What are you standing around for?" "Hurry up and come here." Lilith held your hand. "All right, hold on tight to me, we're about to take off." She sat behind, clutching his shirt tightly, and nodded. Hak Long flapped its wings and soared upward. Lilith screamed in fear, and he gently comforted her. "It's okay, open your eyes. The view is amazing." Hearing that, she finally dared to open her eyes slightly to look at the scene below. A vast area with mountains and red ground, Lilith marveled. "This view is so beautiful," she compared, feeling free again, like finally breaking free from restraint, and her whole body felt very comfortable. Hak Long replied, "You will gain true freedom soon." She wondered in surprise, could it be that it has always been longing to escape this place too? "I didn't expect you to be so difficult either." It seems she has been whispering something to Hak Long, causing a misunderstanding. "You startle, but it's better not to say too much." Tiang announces we're almost at the exit, so let's rush out in one go. Out in the wild beyond the Black Dragon's secret realm, the guards shouted, "Don't be stupid and lazy out there anymore. Fight hard for me. After this wave of monsters, you can rest." The sky darkened suddenly, causing them to panic. "Are we about to rain?" As the Black Dragon flew past, the leader stammered, "Kulong," its claws striking the ground with a thunderous aura. The roar of the Black Dragon was enough to scare the players into panic. "The boss is out! Run quickly!" Tuduang exclaimed, "Wow, that was so grand and intimidating, it scared everyone else." Lilith thought, "Does he sound a bit like a villain?" She asked curiously, "Where do we go next?" He replied, "I can take you to the Lord's mansion. They probably know how to get you back to the spirit realm." She refused. "I don't want to." Tuduang was suspicious. "So where do you want to go?" Lai asked shyly. "Can I go with you for now?" She hesitated to say it. "I used to think that whoever saved me would be the one I marry, but I was too shy to say it out loud. You know, in fairy tales, brave knights who kill dragons always end up living happily ever after with the princess. But my original wish wasn't to save her. It seems I can't leave for now, so I'll just let her follow for the time being." Lilith started gossiping, eager to ask, "Yes, I really want to know how you managed to tame that black dragon. Can you tell me, please?" Tuduang refused to say a word. The secret in Tianling City has everyone panicking after hearing the roar of the dragon. Lin Ni frowns. That roar belongs to the black dragon. Chutai couldn't believe it. How was that possible? How could the boss of the dungeon run outside? Vutu is asking the young lady, "What was that just now?" Hai Tu replies, "A dragon clone. The city of Tianlin has a giant dragon statue." She excitedly pointed over there and asked, "Can we go see it?" The person hiding behind the tree where Hai Tu was looked surprised, yet somehow managed to notice their presence. "You're quite remarkable too. Let's go. The city lord has approved." He is also currently looking towards the other side at the Black Dragon Fortress near the entrance to the secret realm. Lilith asked,
asked curiously. Are we not going yet?
Duong remains calm and patient. Just wait a little longer.
Look over there, they have arrived. Someone asks. The sound seems to be coming from this side.
Could it be some kind of world boss that was farmed?
Jia Wei added. It's just that the recent chaos outside the Black Dragon Fortress dungeon suggests it can't be a boss running out.
The leader is Wei Ming, the city lord of Tianling. When they see the Black Dragon, are they really that stunned? Why would the boss appear outside?
Duong steps out to greet them. President Gu, it's been a long time since we last met. Jia Vietzok is you. Ngui Min turned to ask the man around him.
He replied that he had only been fortunate enough to meet once. His name is Duong, a VIP of the Divine Temple Transfer. He politely inquired, Duong, the brother, have you really tamed this black dragon? As you see, I confirm it. Wei Ming frowned. How is that possible? This is a He Nuyet level black dragon. How could it be tamed by someone else? I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. The black dragon roared, shaking the space. Duong asked, so that can be proven now, right?
Yu Chan's aura makes Wei Ming unsteady, so he pleads, all right, great deity, please retract your powers.
Lilith poked her head out from behind the rock and asked what was going on all of a sudden.
You almost scared me to death. I'm sorry.
Seeing her, he was more shocked.
She is the spirit princess in the dungeon, and only by defeating the black dragon is there a very slim chance to save her.
Wei Ming changed his view of the young man in front of him. Being able to tame a black dragon of the Huiyin Guyet level, just how powerful must his strength be?
But he clearly looks no older than 20. Could he really be a 7th reincarnation divine elder of the Liet Duong level? After all, a senior at that level can't be judged by appearance alone.
No, that's not right.
Even in an organization that gathers divine elders like the Global Beast Taming Association, only one person has subdued a great dragon. So what kind of powerhouse is Duong really?
Why would this great deity want to come to my tiny heavenly spirit city? Seeing Wei Ming suddenly kneel, Duong was so frightened he turned pale, and the atmosphere froze in that moment.
You awkwardly forced a smile and extended your hand, saying, what is it? Why does the city lord need to hold such a grand ceremony?
Get up quickly. The notification sounds, confirming that the host has completed the first phase of the boss mission. The boss has been filtered for the parasitic host to proceed to the next stage. Please the parasitic host handle it promptly. Duong secretly rejoiced, so fast, the new boss is coming soon.
This elder, may I ask, are you the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association?
I am Wei Ming, the city lord of Tianling City. Sorry for the inadequate reception. I hope you will forgive us. Chengji reminds, City Lord, we haven't received any reports about the leader's arrival either.
Does he think you might be undercover? He denies it, but at least the teleportation center should have a record.
Where did Haitu suddenly appear to scare them to death?
She hesitated and then said, hello everyone, may I join your conversation?
You are someone from Anda Kuk. She extended her hand, her eyes shining like stars. Hello, I am Minyut Chan Hitu, a beast tamer from Anda country. I would like to ask you for some advice on how to tame the Kulong. Could you share your experience with me? Duong was stunned, and he too hit himself on the head for accidentally speaking out.
That's not right. This is a secret of every beast tamer. You deny it or not, I am not a beast tamer.
This left her stunned, unable to believe her ears. The other two were stunned like a thunderbolt, and they hurriedly asked, a beast tamer? Then how did you manage to tame the black dragon? I've heard that so far only the gentle Baklong has been tamed, and no one has ever succeeded in taming Haklong. Haklong is considered the most powerful creature by the Global Beast Tamer Association, and it's thought impossible to tame, yet it was tamed by someone who is not a beast tamer. If this news spreads, it will surely shake the entire world. Duong replied, I have my own secrets, but I can't tell you. In a moment, I plan to go to Tianlin City. Please inform Wei City Lord in advance to avoid causing panic among the people. Someone asked in surprise, do you plan to ride the dragon directly into the city? You admit that Ngui Min agreed immediately and that I will personally arrange for you to make the announcement throughout the city, so you can rest assured. He secretly thought that even after conquering the Black Dragon, he still considered avoiding causing panic among the people. No wonder he said that the stronger someone is, the more humble and approachable they are. Only those who are half-hearted always pretend to be grand. Haitu hesitated and asked, can I tell my master about you? Duong wondered. Your master? Wei Ming introduces himself. Elder, this young lady Zhen Shitsu is a member of the Global Beast Taming Association, so her master must be a high-ranking member of the association. He quietly compared, a genius girl like Lachlan Yi, but with a very different personality. Chitu bowed humbly and said, the Beast Tamer said it right. My master is one of the 9 leaders of the association.
Although you are not a beast tamer, just being able to tame the black dragon would surely make the guild willing to invite you to join. I believe my master would also be very eager to seek your guidance.
Thinking about a group of people surrounding him and asking all sorts of questions, Tu Duong broke out in a sweat.
The leader of the Global Beast Taming Association is at least an 8th or even a 9th level beast tamer.
A group of beast tamers came to ask him about how to tame a dragon. Who could stand that scene?
You politely decline. I have to go now. We'll discuss the guild matters later.
Then she rode on the black dragon's back and flew away immediately, leaving Hai-Tu standing below, watching the dragon's silhouette disappear into the sky. Miss Hai-Tu, the black dragon has now been tamed, and I have already reported to Elder Lai.
He said you should return to Long City first and then discuss the matters later.
She agreed, her tone filled with admiration.
All right. I wish that one day I could also have a dragon as my mount. That would be amazing. Hak Long gradually flies toward Tianlin City.
Lin Ni watched it fly past her head and saw that familiar face. She thought to herself, it's him. So he really managed to tame the black dragon?
Although I don't want to believe it, the truth is right in front of me. It seems I still have a long way to go in my cultivation.
She wiped her tears and waited. I will become stronger and tame the Kulong, then defeat you directly to prove that I am the strongest beast tamer of this new generation. Tu Duong. A reminder announcement is heard. Everyone, please pay attention. Within Tianling City, the Black Dragon Fortress secret realm has been conquered, and the Black Dragon boss has been tamed by a senior, so when you see the Black Dragon, there is no need to panic. Wow. Look at the black dragon flying across the sky. Everyone is amazed by this unique sight. That's so cool! Murmurs of admiration spread everywhere. I heard it has advanced to the Hin Wiyat level, and even the exploration team was completely wiped out. Who could be so formidable?
Do you see the elder smiling up there? It seems there's also a girl riding on the black dragon.
What's so surprising? The person capable of taming the black dragon? Don't tell me it's a girl. Even 10 girls wouldn't be unusual.
In Tu Duong's courtyard, the maid was still humming a song when the black dragon suddenly landed right in front of her, startling her.
He apologized nervously, saying, "Sorry for scaring you." The maid sighed in relief, realizing he was the master. Seeing Hak Long's massive form, he thought to himself that he didn't really want to wander around aimlessly. But after all, he wasn't a beast tamer and didn't have a private beast space to house a dragon. It wasn't that he wanted to pretend. Everything was forced upon him. Lilith peeked out and asked, "Is this where you'll stay?" Duong asked, "How do you feel? Do you think it suits you?" She happily commented that there was nothing to say about whether it suited her or not, since this place was spacious and clean, and she felt very comfortable. "You can go inside and choose a room you like to stay in. I have some matters to handle. If you need anything, just ask and you can call the maid for help." He thought to himself that at first he was worried about whether she would be difficult to serve, but it turned out this real princess was quite friendly, much better than those spoiled princesses. He's in his room now, and it's time to deal with the new boss, then call the system to find out what the new boss is this time. Notification sounds, "Dear Master, the current boss is a demon lord from the abyss. Boss, the primordial monarch of divine level." It's level shocked to Duong. Damn, the divine rank is beyond the Liet Duong and Huin Guiet levels. He nervously wondered what the divine level meant. According to the universal ranking system established by the church since the year of transfer, every 50 levels correspond to a realm, meaning the 6th, 7th, and 8th realms are called the divine stages, while the divine moon, divine essence, and divine yang are collectively known as the legendary phases. You must complete the so-called godly challenge to ascend to demigod, then pass through the divine staircase to reach the divine level. Tu Duong wondered, am I really facing a divine boss this time? Isn't this gap too huge? Just a single black flame wing at the divine level helped me undergo a remarkable transformation. So what form will I develop into this time? You press the confirm connection button. The energy flow envelops the entire room, and the system shows that it is connecting. Please wait for this connection to be successful. In the darkness, a pair of blazing red eyes flicker. Information about the boss shows the Deep Abyss Demon. The boss is an origin-level divine attribute monarch with power 523,213, spirit 343,221, speed 234,958, 1,958 resistance, 80% resistance to physical, fire, and water elements, 100% resistance to dark elements, 30% resistance to light elements, with the innate trait of the Lord of Original Sin, the Lord of the Deep Abyss, who controls everything that happens in the Abyss and is beyond your control and perception. As the Lord of Original Sin and the Immortal Lord, you can infinitely resurrect the original Sin Kings. The cooldown time is 30 days.
The power and origin of the Demon Lord, any remaining demons in the abyss can be used by you to resurrect. Introducing the Lord of Original Sins, the ruler of the abyssal demons in the endless darkness, sitting on the throne of the king who governs the 7 original sin kings. When you look deep into the abyss, the king of the depths is also watching you. Tuduang marveled, "Is this what it means to be a god?" With hundreds of thousands of attributes, super resistance, and an unreasonable innate talent, especially the third talent, does this not mean that to kill me, you have to eliminate all the demons in the abyss? Is this something humans can do? Is this the level of a god or something? You reminded me I already understand the boss's abilities. System, tell me more about the special features of this abyss of demons. The system display is reading data and will explain shortly. The information shows that the abyssal demon realm is not a secret dungeon but a supermassive space similar to a spirit nation or a dragon nation. The only thing is that the abyss connects to the human world like a secret dungeon, with each country having its own entrance. The abyssal demon realm requires constant exploration, fighting and killing demons from the first level to gain experience and other rewards. It is a paradise for leveling up and hunting treasures. But, at the same time, the difficulty of the abyssal monsters is very high. The average level of monsters on the first floor is already level 40, which means the starting difficulty is comparable to a golden stage dungeon. But, as you go deeper, the power of the evil spirits becomes stronger. So far, the human exploration record of the abyssal depths. The deepest level is the 386th floor. This record is held by a coalition of SSS-level guilds like the Magic God Circle, Holy Knight Temple, and Tu Duong speculates that only those strong enough to reach this level can encounter divine-level bosses. Could they be my next opponents? I don't know how far they are from the deepest level of the abyss, but that's not the important part. This boss is almost immortal, so I better be the one to land the first hit. Next time, I wonder when the boss will appear again. I'm curious. Forget it. Now's not the time to think too far ahead. The system says the Lord of Original Sin rules over the 7 kings of Original Sin. Are these chairs theirs? Why isn't there anyone here? Look closely. There are actually 4 thrones decorated with glowing patterns. The other 3 are dark, probably destroyed by other fake professions. The remaining chairs are cold, with cracks appearing on them. You activated the divine artifact power of the Moon Sin. If that's the case, why not try testing your second innate ability? A surge of energy erupted from the throne, and the king of Original Sin of Gluttony manifested his body, his voice echoing in astonishment. I am alive again. I am... Notification. Level. Weakling of the 7 Original Sins. Boss. Bauthuk. Taedok with 2000 HP. Power. 62,271. Spirit 45,632. Speed 24,313. Taedok, seeing the demon in front, is startled and calls the sovereign. He kneels before the great sovereign, thanking for the blessing. It's because I am too weak and have damaged your reputation. Tuduang thought to himself. Just at the level of a lesser deity, a subordinate of the 7 great original sins king. Does strength have to start from the demigod level? Did I really revive an useless person? The display information, innate talent, abilities, evil, brutality, and toxicity are all part of an endless cycle, swallowing any creature that is not a demon to fill itself and keep growing stronger. The highest limit, divine level, the work of the brutal king, any target swallowed by toxicity will permanently lose 2% of their attributes. These attributes will be transferred to the great lord of original sin. You realize, wait a minute, these 2 innate abilities are actually the symbols of the brutal sin, of the primordial sin, at the top. The Western poison needs to be continuously swallowed to grow stronger, and it can also transfer 2% of the attributes from its victims to itself. If that is a tribute to the primal lord, then it's not a big deal. But if that is a tribute to my true form, then can I directly take off right here? Tuduang was about to say, "Biet Taedok," suddenly a noise sounded. A noise? Is someone knocking at the door? Tell it to wait. Bit Taedok, return to your post and wait for my next summon. This time, don't let me down. Taedok, sin nge tanton len vua. It silently thought, even desire and greed have met their end. And I am the first to be revived by the ruler, and I am not even punished. How much trust and regard does the great ruler of the abyss have for me? I, Biet Taedok, swear to make those damned humans pay the price and offer the most lavish gifts to the ruler. System notifications, power, and the king's full authority are now activated. Beat Taedok has returned to the 100th level of the abyss. Looking at the direction of the shooting beam, Tuduang thought that the 100th level was where Biet Taedok once guarded, and indeed he has been reborn as one of the 7 heavenly kings. Tell the system to disconnect then. Tuduang returns to his house.
You feel that when you transform into the original king of sins, you truly have a sense of controlling everything. This absolute power really makes people be influenced. No wonder so many people in ancient times wanted to become emperors. I wonder when I will be able to attain the power of the original Sin King. Outside, there was a knocking sound, and the voice of a maid was heard. "Master, may I ask if you are inside?" To Duong replied, "Just a moment. I'll be right there, like." You step out and ask, "What's the matter?" She hesitates. "That is City Lord Wei Ming coming to visit, saying he wants to meet with you in person." Tuo Yang went downstairs with the maid and he has been waiting. Master Ngui is taking the initiative to speak first. Elder, to Duong, you have finally arrived. You walk up to shake hands and greet him. "Is there something the City Lord needs?" He's surprised. "Don't you know yet?" Your feat of capturing the giant dragon has spread throughout Longha. It should be said that it has become known worldwide, causing a shock in the global beast taming community. The dragon is one of the most powerful and brutal races. Conquering the invisible black dragon Zhong has shattered previous beliefs of the Global Beast Tamer Association, marking a historic milestone in the beast taming world. However, many senior figures in the beast taming circle have raised doubts since they haven't seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, the Global Beast Taming Association announced that one of its top members currently in Longha would visit the newly appeared beast, which caused Mr. To Duong to pale. How much longer until the leader of the Beast Taming Association arrives? Wei Ming-ang guesses it will be soon, at most 10 minutes. You're shocked, unexpectedly causing a stir among the leader of the Global Beast Tamer Association. This is truly a senior expert. You must be careful in your response. At the teleportation center of Tianlin City, Lord and Lady Lin Yi are already here. Lin-san asked curiously, "Why don't we take the VIP route?" "It's too crowded here," she replied. "Nothing much, just occasionally wanting to change the atmosphere a bit." A scream rang out, clearing the way completely. The two in front looked surprised, asking what was happening over there. "It seems like something is coming. Duan Yuan is clearing the way. The leader of the Global Beast Taming Association is here. Everyone who's free, step aside." La Daishi, one of the 9 leaders of the Global Beast Taming Association, stepped forward and said, "Hello everyone. I apologize for the disturbance." The murmurs spread, revealing the leader of the Global Beast Tamer Association, the most powerful beast tamer in the world. Rumor has it he moves constantly without a fixed location, yet somehow he's here today. Lin Yi greets him, saying, "Old La, it's been a long time." He recognizes the young girl from Heaven's Secret Pavilion and is surprised to meet you here. "So you also came for that black dragon, huh?" She replied, "Yes. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be one step ahead of others. My title as the #1 beast tamer genius might also have to change hands now," Da Chung advised. "Little girl, don't worry too much about external titles. What truly matters to you is what? Maybe you already know very well, right?" Ling Nai recounts the Long Spirit's secret realm. Not long ago, the Global Beast Tamer Association discovered a special secret realm connected to the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Dragon Spirit's Secret Realm, where anyone who enters has a chance to receive generous rewards. But the condition to enter the Long Len Bi Kan is very strict. You must have a Ku Long Xuan Truk yourself. Currently, there is only one person in the world who has it, Lai Niha from the American Federation. At that moment, many beast tamers also began their journey to tame the great dragon. I am one of them. According to my master's research, the stronger the ancient green dragon bamboo is in the dragon spirit secret realm, the more benefits and rewards it can receive, so I want to tame the strongest black dragon. He understands that the Long Lin secret realm is about to open, and there isn't much time to waste. Judging by your expression, you've already decided on your target, haven't you? Lin Yi confirms, "I want to challenge the silver dragon. Although the difficulty of the silver dragon is lower than that of the black dragon, its potential is still better than the red dragon. The main city has already marked it, but don't rush too much. After all, the White Dragon's secret realm has been sealed off by your heavenly mechanism sect, and others can't enter. Why not come with me to meet that mysterious beast-taming genius and learn some experience?" "Your master also said so." Lin Ni hurriedly ran off after hearing that. "That master, sorry, I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. May I take my leave now?" He was helpless. Is this young girl's pride really that strong? All right, Zhao Lao will go back and inform him. For now, let's take the chance to meet that mysterious genius. A strange noise comes from Tuduong's villa. Ngui Min and Yu walk outside the yard, curious, asking what that sound is. Could it be the great city riding a phoenix to fly over? He shouted loudly, "The boss has arrived!" Ngui Min added, "Indeed, the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association has come." The black dragon, curled up in a corner, was startled by the sound. It opened its eyes, its pupils blazing yellow. It roared, unleashing a strong gust of wind that blew away anyone trying to enter your house. Daithan, from above, was stunned, speechless. Is Nui Min still shocked down there? Old man, what's wrong? Looking at your beast of burden so feeble and proud, he criticizes, your thing is really impolite to scare others like that. Forget it then. Daithan climbed down the ladder, already having been mocked by both of them. Nui Min stepped forward to introduce himself, saying, I am Nui Min, the city lord of Tianlin. This is the genius beast tamer you wanted to meet. He is the one who tamed the black dragon. He praised, truly, heroes have always risen from youth. Ancient sages really didn't deceive us. The young brother is still young, but has already tamed the black dragon. A true genius is truly rare in this world. You are too modest to brother. Now you are the first in the world to tame the black dragon, so you have every reason to be proud. This time our guild has discussed and decided to invite you to join the Global Beast Tamer Association. I wonder if you've considered this possibility, Tu Duong said awkwardly. Is there really something difficult to say about this? You refuse, and Lao La probably can't join your guild because he's not a beast tamer. Dathan waved his hand casually. It's nothing special, just a trivial matter. Only then did he realize what To Duong had said and shouted, Wait, you're not a beast tamer, are you joking? He pointed to his information panel and said, Look, I'm really not joking. To Duong level 80, Demon Spirit's secret martial warrior, Da Sheng, was shocked. Damn warrior. He turned around and said, Wait for me a moment, then send a message to the leader. They have met, and it's true that they tamed the black dragon. Then what is he doing on that day? Has he agreed to join our guild yet? Lan Dong sent a message saying, Our guild is the strongest beast tamer organization in the world. He has no reason to refuse. Smith also sent his congratulations, wishing Longxia and your team success. Li Na replied, It's been a long time, and finally someone has tamed the Kulong. Daithak replied that there was a problem because he was not a beast tamer, but a warrior. Seeing everyone send question marks, he empathized, as he only knew that himself. Chairwoman Carolina replied, How about this? We invite him to join as an honorary member. What do you think? The displayed information shows that 9 members have liked this post. Daithan returned to report, Tuo Elder, our association just discussed and agreed that you can be an honorary member in name and enjoy all the benefits of the association. You understand there's no free lunch in the world. So what do you want me to do here? He asked, actually. Nothing special, you just need to give us a few lectures on how to tame the Kulong. The number isn't large, just a few people. Tu Duong looked serious. With 9 beast tamers and a guild leader involved, this wasn't something to take lightly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, but the benefits of the SSS guild were truly tempting. If we ignore it, it would be a real pity. What should we do now? Tu Duong turned back and said, Lalao, teaching is fine, but the problem is I can't guarantee the content will be useful for you. So, he replied, No problem. No problem. Vini Li, Nya, do you know this person? She also taught in the guild, but it was useless. Personal experience is hard to replicate. Everyone knows that. It's just a test, after all. You don't need to feel any pressure. If you're okay with it, I agree to join your Global Summoner Association. Feeling secretly pleased, if it were personal experience, I could tell it however I wanted, right? But the leader of the Summoners Guild better listen carefully to my old stories. Since the game merged with reality, transfer statues appeared everywhere, and the transfer of the Divine Temple was established. After the decision of the World Union Conference, a central area of the world was divided, which is the Holy City, the headquarters of the transfer of the Divine Temple, where the supreme ruler of the Holy City Divine Temple, the Great Sacrifice. Tai Saint has never left the Holy City. No one knows her background or strength. She is the Saint Vega, the transferring god of the Holy Palace, the Great Sacrifice Divine with an unknown rank. She only appeared once 10 years ago, as the president of the SSS-level Magic Guild, who completed the 9 transfer challenges and advanced to the demigod level. The strongest mage in the world, Augustin, challenged her to test the power of this great saint. He is the SSS-level guild leader, the Holy Magic Circle, the 9-time president, the destroyer of the primordial element Augustin at level 300. The fierce blast of fire erupted like burning the entire space. Thick smoke billowed, and even the defensive shield cast by the Great Sacrifice God was unable to break through. Since then, no one has dared to question the authority of the Divine Transfer Temple. Returning to today, a warning sound echoes. An anomaly appears in the abyss of the demon realm, and the original Sin King, brutal and toxic, has reappeared for unknown reasons. Famia was stunned when she heard this news and thought to herself that bosses from the divine level onwards would not respawn after being defeated. This is the unchanging rule of this era. Even the deepest hell of the abyss cannot violate it, unless there is a new mechanism we have yet to encounter. The subordinate reports the saint, the representative of Lady Femia Vega, the third grand priestess of the saints. Please bless her, and grant her the holy guidance to witness the descent into the endless darkness of the abyss, spreading the divine light guidance. Eyes activate the deadly eye technique, allowing the user to see any location in the world without distance or time restrictions. She saw a pitch-black abyss, truly dark and evil. This is the abyssal demon realm. Go to that throne. Femia wonders if it belongs to the original Sin King. The deepest record of demon lord destruction is level 386, where every 100 levels a king of original sin appears. At level 100, Baoshiti poison, level 200, desire, Atua Maya, level 300, greed, Mamen. They should have all been destroyed by now, but Baoshiti has unexpectedly been resurrected. This dark throne only has 2 statues, because its immense, unfathomable power makes it impossible to even see its true form with the Saksak eye. Emiya wields her staff, unleashing a radiant, holy light against the demon. Reveal your true form before this sacred glow. From the dark aura, she perceives a human figure. A shout echoed from behind. "Which thief dares to peep at my throne?" A powerful burst of energy shot out, illuminating the corner brightly. She ordered, "Get out." This is the Lotte magic boss, the original Sin King, the arrogant divine level. Femia was attacked by the kingdom's barrier. The western tower spread its wings and soared into the sky, calmly looking down at where she stood below. Femia opened her eyes wide, dispelling the illusion, and all those images vanished. The western tower there said tiredly, "Did they escape?" "That nameless one." She turned back to report, "My noble king, please forgive my transgression. I am just a servant, returning without permission, only wanting to stop those who dare to spy. My beloved king, when will I be able to see your face again?" Femia is collapsing, yet she is a divine-level being. I never expected such a powerful existence among the primordial kings of sin. Clearly, I underestimated the difficulty of the abyss of evil, which can force even divine-level primordial kings to serve. Who could it be? A stream of holy light burst forth. Femia looked up, recognizing this as a message from the world. The display showed world information, world bosses, and the primal sin monarch appearing at the abyss of the demon realm. By defeating the primordial ruler along with the 7 primordial kings, there is a chance to obtain the exclusive divine weapon, the Rebellion of Sin series weapon. The person attentively listening to this news is Kali Liet Lin Na, the president of the Global Beast Taming Association. The second announcement states that this weapon is essential gear for defeating the primordial lord. The drop rate increases with each class upgrade. Wizard Augustin frowned upon hearing this. The third announcement states that killing a world boss will unlock a new expansion, the Divine Pathway, which is highly anticipated. The Immortal Battlefield Chairman. After hearing this, Dao Qian clenched his fists tightly. Everyone almost exploded with this news. Damn it, I'm not hearing things, right? World boss. This is the first time. I've never heard of it before. Not even a semi-divine boss reaches the level of a world boss. So this primordial ruler, is he really a god-level boss? Absolutely. Hearing the name of the new expansion, this is to unlock the true divine level of the transfer, Bak Lin assessed. This is truly a major event. Tu Duong silently thought, so I have become the boss of the world. Da Cheng has to leave, Junior. Tu, I might have to go ahead. The chairman called me to attend a class. Since the registration process is complete, we will contact each other later if anything happens. You can relax, no problem. Go carefully. Bak Lin is worried. Heroic Master, lately strange events have been happening non-stop. I wonder what has happened to this world. I have a bad feeling. Tu Duong smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've got this. Bak Lin feels a bit more at ease. I trust Deng Jia Dai Nyun. I think to myself, soon the SSS level organizations will surely start to act. Based on the previous situation, defeating the original Sin Monarch is only a matter of time. And before that happens, I must prepare thoroughly. Killing the original Sin King might grant the limited divine weapon of the Rebellious Weapon series. Although my long high greatsword is also a limited divine weapon, it still falls far short of this Rebellious series divine weapon, which is essential for destroying the original Sin Monarch. If I can get one, it will definitely be a great help. Tu Duong is considering whether, by using the name of the primordial sinner ruler to eliminate the kings of sin, they might drop the Rebellious Weapon series. Tu Duong knows that the evil weapon system has 3 types: unique, limited, and divine grade. Its power is ridiculously high. You rub your chin in thought. As the Lord of the Abyss, having my subordinates dedicate themselves fully to me as the original sinners is no problem. Moreover, with the use of my power, I could even bring them back to life without any mental burden. It's just that the cooldown time is a bit long. If it could be shortened, that would be better. Currently, the strongest class in the world seems to be only at the demigod level, but the next resource is called the Divine Path stage. It seems that killing the Primordial Lord is mostly closely related to the Divine Path. If I can kill the Primordial Lord alone, then I will have the chance to become a god first. The one who causes chaos must definitely have the intention to cause chaos. They're just a bunch of old elders who worked hard to level up. If they knew I just awakened and surpassed them within a month of my promotion, I wonder if they'd just faint on the spot. But for now, I need to focus on completing my 4-star and 5-star missions first. Beams of light shot up into the sky from the temple. The high-ranking officials are already inside the divine temple. Augustin, the master of the divine law, the 9 transformation leader, the destroyer of elemental forces, speaks. What a coincidence. You arrived at the same time after all. Carolina, the Global Beast Taming Association president of the 9 transformations, the spirit master sarcastically remarks. A drunken worm like you waking up early surprises me. Do you think so, Lord Duong? Duongqin Bat Diet, the Battle Realm. The 9 Circles Guild leader, Bao Quan Kuk Dao, replied, when it comes to the new version and world bosses, we should take it very seriously. The 3 Holy Temple Knights, the leader of the 9 Circles, the Judge of Judgment, continued. The invitation from the great divine priest himself indicates that this situation is very unusual. The heavy main door swung open, blinding light pouring in, and when the group ahead saw them, they laughed. Quite lively, huh? The murmurs and whispers spread. The SSS level guild elders have arrived. Oh my god, that's Augustus, the pride of our mages. Miss Carolina, Duong Chien. Commander Duong, captain of the Holy Knights of Bakak. They are paying attention to those connection screens. Is that the highest leader of the major countries? I've seen them on TV before. The guild elders and national leaders have gathered together. It looks like there's going to be some entertainment this time. Emiya thanks everyone for responding to the call of the divine, and I believe you all understand the significance of this gathering. Those who were killed by the tyrant king of the original sin have suddenly come back to life, mainly due to the appearance of the world-class boss of the original sin. The images displayed on the screen also include a picture of the Western rogue. She continued. According to the idol's guidance, only by killing the king of the original sin and obtaining the rebellious weapon lineage can the destruction of the original sin king be achieved. Famia emphasized that in order to increase the chances of obtaining the rebel weapon, the boss must be defeated by a high star-level priest who grants the title. Everyone here is among the top fighting forces in the world, and only you can accomplish this. I also hope that all brave people will unite to eliminate evil. Currently, the deepest level of the Abyss of Darkness is level 386. During this period, the Crusader team encountered 3 kings of the original Sin King, namely gluttony, lust, and greed. It makes sense to infer that every time they conquer 100 more floors, they will face the next original Sin King. In other words, we still need to conquer level 314 to face the final boss. Master Augustin and General Duongqian are both at level 372. Based on your experience, roughly how many levels can be passed through in the Abyss with each level up? Augustin hesitated, took a sip of wine, and then said, about 3 levels. More than that would be too much for this old body. Duongqian looked sad, and the deeper we go into the Abyss of Demons, the greater the gap in strength between each level. With the strength of Augustin and me, we can't challenge many floors at different levels. Femia understood and said that, in other words, to reach the 700th floor, you would need to level up at least 100 times. It seems like this will be a very long process. The 3 of them analyzed from their experience defeating the king of the original sin. That one attempt is enough to raise the team's average level by many levels. If the king of the original sin can resurrect multiple times, they could exploit this to significantly shorten the leveling process and increase the chances of obtaining that weapon. So, how do we distribute the boss's fallen reverse attribute weapons here? Augustin asked. From what I hear, it seems like you want to be the first to get it, right? Lin Na frowned and glanced over. If you've been so blunt about it, it seems you're quite bold today. Duongqian snorted and didn't interfere. Ba continued. The forbidden weapon is the key to defeating the Lord of Original Sin, and it's also an essential item for divine ascension. Everyone has been at the demigod level for so long, but don't tell me you don't want to break through this barrier. The murmurs grew louder, and her face darkened. Yes, there are only 7 weapons in total, and even then, there's no guarantee they'll be dropped. But there are not enough 9-realm profession changers to make 7 people. So who will be the one to finish and wield the weapon? Does anyone have the courage not to offend her? She clenched her staff tightly, channeling energy into it, and a holy light burst forth. Order. Emiya reminds you that the weapon related to the crime is connected to the divine, so the temple's absolute transfer of power will never overlook it. The enemy is now before us, so please be patient. We will reach a conclusion once the exploration team has confirmed it. The others will take responsibility for their mistakes. Sorry, Grand Minister, we were too hasty. She responded that what you said reflects human nature, and I can understand that. Duang Qian proposed using the guild as a unit for the crusade team to challenge Apmatam Uyan, which could lead to competition disputes or cause a shortage of manpower. Therefore, I suggest that each country should gather and establish its own Deep Cross Crusade team, taking turns to carry out the crusade, the king of original sins. As for which ending player might drop the anti-sin weapon, that depends on their luck. The others were surprised. Using a country as a unit, huh? That's really quite your style. Augustin agrees. Indeed, this will make the number of professional personnel more flexible. Lamna added that it is also more comprehensive when it comes to overall management. Femia wondered. So what about some relatively weaker countries? He replied that it's not a matter we need to consider. If we want to defeat the king of the original sin, in the end we must rely on our strength to speak out ourselves. Whether it's an individual, a guild, or a nation. Femia announced, I understand. Then let's vote according to the general's proposed strategy. After the vote, she spoke up, saying 80% of those present supported the proposal and it was approved. Considering the difficulty of the secret realm, countries without the 9 transcendence profession would not have the qualification to challenge. The Divine Temple will randomly draw from the remaining countries. The results will be announced after the meeting. This will conclude the first agenda item of the meeting. Now let's move on to the second agenda. The hand points to Chairwoman Lamna and says, Please give your speech. She replies, Finally, it's my turn, huh? Then he said, As we know, the appearance of the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm has made it possible for the Kulong Chi Kwuk to invade the human world. In that country with the enormous space, there are countless powerful bosses, and the experience they provide will also be very valuable. If we can enter, the level-up efficiency will increase significantly, and it will also greatly help us conquer its depths. Augustin pointed out a detail, but the entry conditions for the Long Lin Secret Realm are very strict. Only those who have conquered a giant dragon can enter, and the only person in the world to have subdued a colossal dragon is Vaya from her Global Beast Taming Association. But now the situation has changed, hasn't it? She admits. That's right. You must have heard that in Longha there is a young genius who achieved the feat of conquering the Black Dragon, and now he has joined our guild as an honorary member. Wait a minute. That kid already conquered the Black Dragon. Even if you turn him into a top expert, he should at least be an official member. But why is he an honorary member? Isn't that a special status for those without a beast tamer profession? Lamna replied with a smile. This is what I wanted to say. What's even more incredible is that To Duong is not a beast tamer at all, but a soldier by profession. Augustin was stunned when he heard this. What? He stood up and argued back, no way. I have also tried many times to use my strength to make that giant dragon submit. But I have killed countless dragons, from the Spirit Brilliant level to the Fierce Sun level. All of them were slain and refused to surrender. Except for beast tamers, no one could possibly tame a great dragon. No way. Absolutely no way. Lamna sneered. If I can't do it, does that mean no one else can? As the president of the Divine Law Society, how can you speak so unbecomingly? He angrily shouted, You old woman, stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, why don't you go tame a beast yourself? She burst into anger and said, Who are you calling an old woman? Augustin refused to back down and said, And what about you? The other 3 tried to persuade him. Hey, there are still many people watching here. A voice of commentary rings in their ears. Each of those ancient dragons would rather die than submit. I have tried everything but still cannot tame them. Killing a dragon is easy, but subduing it is easier said than done. That's right. How could it be? Euphemia was worried that even the fake professions of 8th and 9th transformation here couldn't do this. So how could that young soldier really pull it off? Madame Na realized that even the Great Tribunal Master, she immediately remembered and asked, Honorable Great Tribunal Master, can you look up information about that young man Long Ha from our guild's member list? Before the meeting started, our guild helped him complete the initiation ritual. Emiya checked To Duong's information and confirmed he is indeed a warrior class, even just a level 3 honorary member. His details show To Duong at level 80 with a special warrior profession, demon spirit mystic martial arts, and achievements of 5-star 1st, 2nd, and 3rd class promotions. The 3 of them are extremely shocked. The 3-star transformation has defeated the Black Flame Wing. What is the true background of this to Duong? Even Duong Qian is shocked, and our Long Ha has suddenly produced such a genius. Why haven't I received any reports about him before? Lin Na revealed that we have also prepared to invite him to the gathering, to hold a seminar on sharing experiences in capturing the Black Dragon, whether it's similar to Vier Lina's case or not. Perhaps this time we will witness an astonishing truth. Even if you're not a beast tamer, you can still tame dragons. It was just that we used the wrong method before. If we find the right way, maybe we will usher in a new era where anyone can tame beasts, starting from here. Is it true that even those who are not beast tamers can tame a giant dragon? Is that really true? Can we also tame a giant dragon as a mount? If it were normal, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But if these words come from the president of the Global Beast Tamer Association, then perhaps it is true. Bakak thinks that if it really is, then the Long Spirit Secret Realm might no longer be exclusive to the Global Beast Tamer Association. Isn't this also related to that? Lam Na asked excitedly. I'm more looking forward to seeing a scene with everyone summoning beasts than this small matter. Augustin pondered and said, You really have a broad vision, while my old self is much more pragmatic. I need to go to Long Ha quickly and see this little brother. Don't worry, I definitely won't bully your genius from Long Ha. I'll exchange the curse with him. Forbidden spell? Level 1 or level 2, he can choose whichever. After all, he won't be at a disadvantage. Duong Qin, standing nearby, was furious at such a despicable trick. To Duong, who was caught in the middle of their discussion, just sneezed. You take the handkerchief from Bai Ling to wipe your nose. Could it be that this flu virus doesn't care about the level? Even high-level imposters get the flu. She hesitates. This again falls into my area of ignorance. To Duong reads the notice. Next year's 4 transmission mission. The Icewind City of the Ice Skeleton Realm introduces a task at the marked location on the map with a mysterious passage leading to Icewind City. Going to the palace of Icewind City, eliminate the Ice Skeleton Mage, the one wielding the terrifying power of Hanbang, and accept the mission. This secret mission has a diamond-level difficulty and must be completed alone for the reward of 1,400 strength points and exclusive mental attributes. It's a legendary active skill book of the Demon Spirit secret martial arts. I silently pondered. I didn't expect it to be diamond-level difficulty, just like the Black Dragon Fortress. I remember Lachlan Yi failed her 5-star transfer mission because of this obstacle. They really do make things difficult on purpose. But for me right now, even a level of spirit wine is nothing. Diamond-level difficulty is basically just a small matter. You walk towards the door, leisurely leave, and sit on the Black Dragon's back. To Duong announces, I will be back soon after I leave. Bak Lin sends her wishes from below, wishing you victory and glory, hero of heroes. Damn it, what kind of damn dungeon is this? I'm freezing to death. No wonder this ice skeleton witch is so hard to fight. At first I thought her physical defense was weak, but her ice armor is so tough that even my sword can't break her defense. I'll have to grind a few more levels. Damn it! A strong gust of wind blows as the Black Dragon lands, its single gaze enough to scare the players into standing on end. Duong steps down and apologizes, saying, Sorry for startling you all. You've finished your challenge, so go ahead, it's my turn. They step aside, thank the elder. The elder invites, and the guy fainted from fear. The other guy's face had turned pale with fear. Oh my god, I almost died from being scared. Isn't this the elder that the entire city announced had subdued the Black Dragon a few days ago? I didn't expect to meet the real person. It looks like the elder still plans to clear the secret realm alone. That's really impressive. You glance at the icy city. This dungeon is really cold. It's full of all kinds of monsters inside, a level 92 ultimate boss and a level 89 small snow monster. The Black Dragon just needs to roar once to make these small and big monsters retreat. They trembled in fear, kneeling down and not daring to lift their heads, saying, Please spare their lives. Thinking to himself that even if the boss suppresses the level of the small monsters, it's the same in any dungeon. Then he spoke out, Because you have surrendered, I will not waste any more time with you insignificant pests. Duong eagerly charged into the dragon's den. Bring out the boss. Have the Black Dragon set fire to melt the ice below. This has alarmed the boss. Whoever dares to destroy my palace, I will make you pay. Duong coldly handles it. Don't waste my time. The firepower is almost enough to take down the boss. The system reports that the boss of the Ice Skeleton Wizard dungeon has been defeated. You think beating the dungeon is just that easy? Too easy. There's no challenge at all. Anyway, the 4-turn mission isn't difficult. It might be more interesting when it reaches the legendary stage. Watching the loading screen outside, other players are curious. Is someone attempting a challenge? Too bad. Someone advised, wait and see. If they fail inside, we still have a chance.
I advise you not to wait any longer. A great master has just entered. He will definitely succeed. Waiting here is just a waste of time. So it was Dung Tweet and Uvan, she was surprised. The elder, that guy revealed, is the elder who tamed the black dragon, you know? Once he makes his move, there's nothing left for us Tep-Dieu to do. We're just waiting to see the demeanor of the elder as he comes out. Dung Tweet was about to leave, with no other choice. So next time, an Ngu will pull her back. Don't go. I also want to see the great elder who tamed the black dragon. You're still lost in your dreams. If he notices anyone among us, wouldn't that be the perfect chance to rise up? Dung Tweet shook her to wake her up, lost in daydreams in the middle of the day. The player reminded her, wait a bit longer since you're here. Look at these two uncles waiting to admire the demeanor of the elder. Augustin also arrived here with Duong Chien. He sighed that with a beautiful woman by his side, no matter how cold the weather, he wouldn't feel cold at all. Duong Chien spoke up, saying, "You don't need to pay attention to us." The black dragon stepped out of the secret realm with a commanding presence, and the crowd outside shouted, "The elder has come out, elder. Please give me the signature." An Ngu was captivated. The black dragon was truly beautiful and mighty. Someone who can control such a creature must be a god among men in some great guild. She fell silent when she saw that it was someone she knew. All three of them were stunned. To Duong, is it really him? Is he the one who tamed the black dragon? How is that possible? Clearly, he's only level 80. To Duong greets, "It's been a while." The three of them are now stunned and speechless. Yuvan is incredulous. "You really are the one who subdued the black dragon famous throughout the world. You admit it." "Yes, are you here to level up?" she replied, initially planning to help Little Snow gather some materials, but it seems she'll have to wait for the next refresh. To Duong checks the information board. "All right, wait a moment while I take a look." Then he hands the bone heart of the dead to Dung Tweet. "This is a material just dropped by the boss. I'm giving it to you." She was about to refuse, but how could I accept this? "This is very valuable. Just keep it for yourself. We'll wait until the dungeon resets." He tried to push it into your hand. "It's okay. I don't need this either. It's just right to give it to you." Dung Tweet was still hesitating, but Anengu whispered close behind her, "Tiomo Dung, this handsome younger brother is now a big shot. If this means nothing to him, then it truly has no value. Just accept it. Don't be shy." All right. To Duong said casually, "There's no need for everyone to be so formal. Even though we haven't known each other long, we've already been through dungeons together. Just go ahead." "Comfortably," Anengu praised. "You saying that like that is really good." Seeing the black dragon acting strange behind him, he turned back and asked, "What's wrong? What is it?" It turns out Augustin is flying right in front of it. "Don't mind me, I just wanted to touch it a little." To Duong quietly wondered, who is this old man that can touch the black dragon without any resistance? Augustin reassures them, "I mean no harm." Then he vanished in an instant. To Duong glanced around, but saw nothing anymore. Was it space teleportation? Moreover, it shifted to the opposite space within a certain range, and I couldn't even see his spellcasting actions clearly. You smile and say to them, "Your senior's tricks are really clever if you've pushed others back. You must be looking for me, right? May I ask your honorable names?" They each introduced themselves. Augustin, president of the Divine Spirit Pill and the Immortal Battlefield, Dao Zhan. What the hell is going on? Are these two the presidents of the top SSS level guilds? The Divine Magic Pill and the Immortal Battlefield, the strongest mage in the world and the #1 dragon slayer known by all, yet they come to approach me, a young novice who just completed the 4-stage mission. To Duong guessed that the two leaders, Dao Qian and Augustin, were here probably to talk to me about my experience in subjugating the great dragon. They confirmed it. "Yes, quickly tell me. I am eager to tame that giant dragon, watching the energy surge like a towering wall." "You're shocked. What kind of terrifying magic is this?" "I feel like I'm about to run out of breath." Duong Qin patted his shoulder and scolded, "Stop scaring our young dragon, old devil." Augustin replied, "Sorry, I was just a bit excited." Dong Chen said, "Lamna has told us about your situation, so this trip is really just to exchange information with you. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any harm. With me here, this drunken old man won't dare to do anything to you." Augustin was displeased. "Don't act like I'm the bad guy. He has items to trade. Just tell me your dragon taming experience, and these forbidden scrolls will be yours." "What do you think? This deal is basically a win-win situation?" To Duong assessed it with surprise. "A forbidden spell scroll? This might be my strongest trump card so far, and I've only had 2 of them until now. Moreover, the chairman's forbidden spell scroll of the Divine Magic Society will surely be much more powerful." But seeing their deadly imposing gaze,
Tu Duong fears that the opponents are all top experts in the world. If they discover he's been deceiving them, he will definitely meet a terrible end.
Forget it. I can't escape anyway, so if we're doing this, I might as well go all out.
You should have given me a magic skill book instead, since the cursed scroll will disappear after use. Augustin was surprised. Aren't you a warrior by profession? Why do you need a magic skill book?
Could it be that you can not only break the rules of beast tamer profession, but also learn and cast forbidden spells like a mage?
Duong Qian added, that's not surprising at all. The warrior class also has a dual path of magic and martial arts. It must be that Tu Duong belongs to that kind of profession. Tu Duong admitted, yes, my profession is demon spirit secret martial arts, a type of warrior class that can use both magic. Augustin takes out another item. This is a level 2 forbidden spell skill book. The Thunderbolt destruction technique can be used to trade with him, but the forbidden skill requires extremely high mental strength. You might have to wait a long time to learn it. The forbidden spellbook can directly increase your combat power, so you need to consider it carefully. I understand. I can keep it for later use. Tu Duong's eyes activate the scan. The ultimate thunder of 10,000 images and the inner power of the wind. God are both the longest and most powerful curses, enough to destroy the 6 transforms. So this second level curse might even be able to kill someone who has passed the 7 transforms. This is a big deal. You should have warned me first. But Lord Augustin, there's something I want to remind you of. Your experience in taming a giant dragon may not guarantee success. The Global Monster Taming Association has encountered similar cases before. I hope you can understand. He waved his hand casually and said, I know. Augustin creates an invisible soundproof wall and a sphere covering their location to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. So that's how it was. You ask that, are you satisfied now? Augustin replied, I will go to the Kulong secret realm immediately to see for myself. Then they teleported away. Daojian stayed behind to chat. At first I was suspicious, but you really do know every part of the Black Dragon Fortress and the mechanics of that instance, right? It's truly incredible, but I can't help but believe it. I guess it's because I'm the boss after all. It seems like even the duck just got through a battle. Seeing the book floating in front of him, Tu Duong was amazed. This is the one who revealed it. A soldier's skill book. The ultimate second-tier skill. The extreme Dao destruction technique. Take it. Tu Duong remembers hearing that Duong Qian's class is the 9 Circles' supreme violent emperor. It seems that the skill in this name is probably his signature skill. This really makes me feel a bit embarrassed. After conquering the Great Dragon, I believe I will definitely receive a notification to join the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. This is a secret realm that only those who possess a dragon can enter. Currently, there are only 2 people in the world who can do so. Tu Duong replied that you and Via probably rely on your experience, and the others might be able to conquer that dragon. I hope so. Deep in thought, after joining the Global Beast Tamer Association, I also received the notification about this Spirit Dragon Secret Realm. It seems that the stronger the dragon, the more rewards you get. I guess I need to go kill a few dragons, and I can forget about the previous thing. Anyway, my experience is completely made up, he added. And also after the recent World Boss event, the experience and drop rates provided by the Abyssal Demon have increased. The government has decided to form a team to send talented and promising young people to the Abyss of Darkness for training. I've checked your information, and your current class change missions are all completed with 5-star difficulty. This shows that your talent is extremely high, and you definitely have the qualification to participate in it. Tu Duong was curious. Is that so? But why does it have to be the Deep Abyss Demon? If it's just about accumulating romantic experience, other places could work too, right? As for gaining experience and item drop rates, that's not the main issue. Duong Qian praised. Not a bad eye. Since you have completed the 5-star class transfer, you must have experienced the Hong Yue invasion, right? He recounted, I have experienced it once before. Is there any connection? Although hundreds of years have passed since the game era, we still don't understand what Hong Yue is. Even the divine transformation has never been clearly explained and remains a secret. The only thing we know is that the higher the 5-star class transfer level, the greater the chance of encountering a Red Moon invasion, and those killed by the Crimson Spirit will also die permanently. In this way, the only goal of the Red Moon is to eliminate the most potential and talented among the transferred individuals. We can't just sit and wait to die, we must become stronger. And the monsters in the Abyss of Darkness are very similar to the most elusive Red Moon spirit among the known monsters in the world. Therefore, training in the Abyss of Darkness is truly equivalent to training how to fight against the Red Moon spirit. So that's the reason for the training schedule in the Abyss of Darkness. Tu Duong realized, so that's how it is. He pondered and suddenly remembered that the Divine Temple had a special appointment to exchange those extremely rare artifacts for Hong and Wiet cores, and even arranged for the Te Divine Temple to absorb the hero's contamination. Could there be a special reason behind this? But for now I have no clues at all. Dao John announced, "All right, since the Dark Abyss Demon Conquest is about to begin, I'll go ahead and see you next time." You reply, "Yes, sir. You may leave at your leisure." Seeing no one in sight, Tuduang was surprised, yet they truly came and left without a trace. Is this a 9-revolution powerhouse? I don't feel like I have any chance to fight back in front of them. I thought restoring the Black Dragon would be enough to stand out among the heroes, but it seems that's still not enough. As for the Abyss Demon, I also need to speed up my actions and become stronger. The notification confirms that the 5-star 5 transmission quest progress is 100% completed, with the transfer of the title confirmed. You swear to become stronger, as the system reminds you that receiving the Idol's Blessing increases health points and all basic attributes by 25%. Completing the 4-level transformation unlocks level 100. Each level up grants 30 basic attribute points, with 52.3 million experience points to level up from 80 to 85, and 150 free attribute points. Rewards include 400 strength points, 400 spiritual points, a legendary demon spirit, a secret martial arts skill book. Active attributes with current strength at 3,846, basic attributes at 2,127 plus equipment bonuses, totaling 1,719 after increasing by 7,692, speed at 2,646, basic attributes at 1,328 plus equipment bonuses, totaling 1,318, and spirit at 3,907, basic attributes at 2,633 plus equipment bonuses. Tuduang secretly rejoices is a very practical skill, with features similar to Vuong Sa service, which could be especially helpful in battle. With information showing the legendary level active Demon Martial Spirit skill, consuming a large amount of magic power to create a Demon Spirit attribute inheriting 50% of the original body's attributes, allowing instant position swapping with monsters without any cost. The Demon Spirit lasts for 10 minutes, and although I worry, it's still not enough. Seeing the top experts in action has made me crave power more than ever. Bai Ling beside him congratulated him, saying, "Master Warrior, congratulations on completing another class change. But why do you look so unhappy?" Tuduang smiled reassuringly and said, "It's nothing, just some thoughts." He thought to himself, "If I want to become stronger quickly, I guess I need to plan this in advance. Come here, listen to my summoning and come over." O furious Samael, a beam of light appears, and someone is teleported in. Sama kneels down. "I have come at your call, your majesty. Please give your orders. In the name of the Lord, I will grant you death and send you back to the extreme Yin Abyss." Samael asked in surprise, "Lord, what did I do wrong? Why do I have to die like this? I compare, and this semi-divine boss is even stronger than Binge's brutal reality. But it seems to resemble the original Sin King more." Information about Samael shows the original Sin King. Samael's berserk level semi-divine with 150 million HP. Strength, 232,271. Spirit, 95,632. Speed, 124,313. And innate abilities of the 5 sins. Berserk. During Berserk, Samael always has infinite true damage and causes real damage to all sacrificial targets of the Berserk King. Any target killed by Samael's rage will have 10% of their blood absorbed and offered to the Sovereign of Sin. You calculate that, and moreover, this king's skills are even more perverse than his brutality. If he continues to harvest life, won't my blood volume dangerously accumulate to an extremely terrifying level? Thinking this way, killing him is truly a pity. But luckily, he can be resurrected. A cold voice echoes, "Rage, do you dare question me? You know." But for now, act as the boss first. Samel bows his head to show loyalty. "I dare not, your majesty. If you wish me to die, I will die without a frown. I only think about the shameful failure of my rage. But I have been revived by your majesty's supreme power. But your subordinate has never tasted defeat and now has to leave you, so I truly cannot accept it. This frustration of mine really cannot be resolved." Duong was speechless, wondering if this was the characteristic of rage. Even though he clearly had no intention to resist, is it natural to still feel such anger instinctively? You explain, giving you death is not a punishment. In there, I have already made my calculations. If I can revive the ruthless, then of course I can also revive you. Come back to the Shadow Clan and show your reverence for your power. I promise to grant you a glorious return. My subordinate understands. Your Majesty, thank you for your patience in explaining to your servant. And your servant Samael is ready to die and dedicate himself fully to the darkness for a long time, until the day you summon him again. Duong is holding a large sword in his hand. He praises, very good. The sword pierced through Samael's chest, revealing a large pink hole from within. Samael transformed into streams of black energy, laughing loudly in satisfaction. Is this the power of the Supreme Ruler? Very powerful and unfathomable, he warned. Death is not forever. Samael, wait in the shadows. I will obey your will. At the Abyssal Demon Realm, level 100, Tadok is here. He hears the commotion and looks up, seeing Samael appear. Tadok is shocked. What is happening? Fury. How could that name die like that? After I was resurrected, no one came to challenge me at all. Could it be? Could it be that the Supreme Ruler himself killed it? Notification. Yukdemab slain the original Sin King, the furious Samael, and gained 13.4 billion experience, leveling up from 85 to 100, with 13 billion experience gained and 7.8 billion points converted into reserve experience. Yang feels heartbroken. 13.4 billion experience. As expected from a demigod-level boss, with only 40% remaining, it's already over 5 billion points, so heartbreaking. However, the remaining reserve experience is enough for me to level up again after completing the 5-realm class change quest. This easy level up feels even more satisfying than that Black Dragon. Alright, it's time to focus on today's main event. Let's see what cool items this furious Samael has dropped. A stream of purple energy shot toward you. Duong quickly caught what was flying at him, displaying the blood and flesh of the original Sin King, Samael. After using it, the maximum health will permanently increase by 10 million points, the shattered heart of the wrathful original Sin King Samael. After using it, the strength attribute will be permanently increased by 10,000 points. Only once. The Demon Forest of the Rage Sin King Sama, a material for forging extremely powerful weapons. When in the hands of legendary blacksmiths, it can be used as material to forge the demonic divine weapon, Primordial. The demonic origin of the wrathful Sin King Samael is immune to the corrupting power of demons within 400 layers. Duong was stunned. Am I seeing this wrong? 10 million max HP and 10,000 strength attribute points. These things are truly heaven-defying. My current basic strength attribute is only 2,127 points and my health value is just 53,175. Isn't this directly increasing my strength by 5 times and my HP by 1,000 times? This is just too freakish. If I had a terrifying health bar like that, then even without connecting to the boss, I would already be a boss myself. Not to mention the 10,000 points of strength with the percentage increases from each class change plus the effects of the Dragon Heart item, it would reach an extremely terrifying level. Along with boosting my passive skills, it's enough to crush even the 5 or 6 times reborn guys. Black Dark Power can tear it apart with its hands without any problem, and it doesn't even have as much blood as I do anymore. In addition, one of them can be used as a material to forge divine weapons. But to forge divine weapons, you must at least be a semi-divine blacksmith, right? I wonder how many semi-divine blacksmiths are still around in the world now. As for the Demon Core, Dong Qian said that the monster in the Demon Abyss species is almost identical to the known Crimson Spirit Phoenix so far. When fighting the Crimson Spirit Phoenix, you will be contaminated by crimson energy. So when fighting the demons in the Deep Abyss, they would definitely be corroded by their power as well. If the Deep Abyss demons are similar to the Scarlet Moon, then behind that bright red light door that Scarlet Moon invaded, there must also be a supreme being similar to the Lord of Original Sin, right? Moreover, those who were ordained and died in the dark abyss of evil can still be revived, but those killed by the Crimson Phoenix spirit cannot be resurrected. If a supreme ruler truly exists, could it be even more powerful than the primordial lord? Duong didn't want to overthink. Forget it, these aren't issues I can consider right now. My only goal is to eliminate the supreme ruler of the original sin. As for the rest, wait until I truly reach the divine realm before I continue, Hang said. Check the system. Those are all the tools. See which equipment has dropped, especially the weapons of this primordial sin line. Item information. Divine weapon for sale. Armor of the Rage King. Restricted equipment. Special restrictions. Destroyer kills 100,000 diamond-level demons, 1,000 refined-level demons, 100 lunar-level demons, and 10 yang-level demons. This is the armor worn by the King of Original Sin. The rage of Samael has always belonged to the Demon King of Rage, and even within him, a fierce desire to destroy everything radiates. HP increased by 2 million, strength by 5,000, physical resistance by 5,000, passive recovery by 35%. Destructive desire. During battle, every time 1,000 enemies are defeated in succession, all attributes will increase by 1% until the end of the fight. When the rage reaches its limit, Suffering turns into power and destroys everything. Draining 70% of your own health increases your attributes by 200%. The duration is 10 minutes. You're amazed, your attributes are crazy, and the effects are terrifying. Since there's no longer any level or attribute restrictions, no wonder it's the gear of a demigod. But you're annoyed as you scroll through the screen. Is that it? Is that all there is? Where is my original weapon? Tuo Yang accepts the truth. Looks like I'm not always that lucky either, huh? Forget it, I've already gained a lot from this. Then let's wait for next time. System, dissolve the link for me. The system reminds you that there are still special equipment drops that haven't been confirmed yet. Are you sure you want to disconnect or not? Yes or no? You suspect? Did a special item drop? Haven't seen this before, have I? Duong wondered. Could it be that he pressed the special drop, and a bright glow burst out where he was standing? The item appears, the sin-breaking Wrath Judgment Weapon. The punishment of wrath, detailed information displayed. It is the only restriction. Soul seals cannot drop out, cannot be exchanged, cannot be gifted, and can only be used by those linked to the soul. This is the only limited divine weapon dropped after killing the original Sin King, Samel of Rage. It is a judgment weapon capable of killing kings if they go against it. Limited to a level of 500,000 in the semi-divine realm with a strength attribute of 20,000. The strength attribute is increased by 20,000, while agility is reduced by 60%. Feature of the Great Sin of Wrath. All damage dealt by the user of this weapon will be converted into true damage. Rebel Sin, Wrath Punishment. Stripping the original Sin Monarch of Wrath's power and reducing all attributes by 10%, judging the sacrificial enemy. After killing the Primordial Lord, the weapon will return to nothingness, and the soul-bound person will gain eternal power over rage. Duong realized, finally understanding why these rebellious sin weapons are essential for destroying the Primordial Lord Monarch. Currently, the strongest peak fighters worldwide are the 9-realm demigods like Duong Qian or Augustin, but they are still far from god level. Even if they can kill the kings of the original sins like brutality, they are still too weak against a level god-level original sin monarch. You hold the staff firmly, but if there were weapons like this rebellious sin system, each weapon could strip away the corresponding power of each original sin monarch and reduce all attributes by 10%. There are a total of 7 types of weapons belonging to this primal sin line that can reduce up to 70% of all attributes. In this way, the primal sin monarch will only have 30% of their original strength. In that case, the chances of being defeated would increase even more. Truly a unique divine weapon for sacrificing soldiers. And a summoned person has arrived, the Supreme Sovereign. Please allow your loyal servant to return to the deepest part of the extreme abyss. I will bring you some news. Seeing this, he was surprised. Is this arrogant Lucifer's doing? Upon seeing the Western Tower, Duong immediately responded, confessing her guilt and asking the king to forgive her impulsiveness. While you were sleeping, I returned to the land of extreme abyss without permission and humbly bring you intelligence reports hoping you will forgive me. Duong secretly returned without permission out of curiosity. What do all these things mean? Could something else have happened here while I was away? Moreover, seeing her expectant face, Duong was speechless and thought, is this arrogant prince really a bloodthirsty guy? He took the staff, even though he didn't know what had happened, but at this moment he had to play the role of the supreme wise king. For violations that exceed the limits of a servant, punishment with a whip is necessary. Then strike Tay Thap's body, and she screams. But this still isn't enough. Lord, please use even greater force to punish me. Another few lashes land on her, and her screams echo loudly. Duong coldly says, "These 2 whips are to punish you for crossing the line, and to punish your arrogance. Whether you are punished or not is up to me, not you to decide." She listened and was too afraid to argue. The Western Tower bows its head and confesses, clearly an act of disrespect from a subordinate. Please forgive my arrogance. Now tell me, what news do you bring? Tell me. What? She reports, my lord, yesterday while you were sleeping, the human thieves secretly looked into the depths of this abyss. I believe the only one capable of doing this now is the great divine priest of humanity. Duong speculated that it seems that happened after he finished the connection, and around that time the divine temple transmission announced to the world and confirmed himself as the world boss. Even powerful 9-realm experts like Du Zhen and Augustin can only conquer step by step. Yet she was able to directly spy into the deepest part of the abyss. This shows that the strength of the great Tatai divine god is extremely powerful, and you even think it might reach the divine realm. Duong orders Tay Thap, I understand now. Go back to your post and guard it. Lucifer will obey the order clearly. Glancing at the position beside him, the Western Tower realized that Sama was also dead. No, that must have been a gift from the Master. Those mortals can't unleash their fury so quickly. She became excited and said, "My beloved master, I am willing to die for you." Looking ahead and seeing no one, Tuduong sighed and thought, "I never expected there to be such a hidden powerhouse in the divine temple of succession. No wonder their authority has lasted so long, but for now, none of this concerns me. My current task is to strengthen myself as soon as possible. The next step is to complete the 5-stage transformation and officially ascend a legendary rank." At this moment in the Eagle Federation, the new blood pool of the Silver Lake Cursed Dragon and the teleportation gate appeared. Augustin was feeling strangely frustrated. I clearly followed Tuduong's method, so why can't I subdue it? The great dragon behind him pleads, "Kill me." Seeing all the slots filled, Augustin worries that in just one day, he has already tried 3 dragon abyssal scenes. All the Kulong secret realms across the entire Eagle Federation are nearly completed. Could it be that I have to go to Long Ha to borrow a secret realm? The world announcement appears, revealing that the first weapon of the original Sin lineage has been achieved. Progress in the world. Boss siege is 1 out of 7. He was shocked. What? The firepower erupts. Augustin is furious. Who is that? And yet he dares to disobey the rules set by the divine temple? Good for you, you bold fool, but who could defeat the king of the original sins in just one day? Is it Duong Chean or Carolina? If someone is not following the rules, then they are disrespecting my beloved High Priest Tiamia.
And that is also a sign of disrespect to my Augustine. No matter who they are, if they dare to scorn my beloved Tiamia, I will make them pay.
At the headquarters of the United Kingdom of Manhwa, Dongdo, Tokyo, the shogun Tokugawa Sono asked, "Junicho, are you sure your daughter can conquer the great dragon? I have heard that the black dragon was conquered by a genius dragon, so our Anhwa nation cannot fall behind." Lord Sunichiro. He too replied, "Report to the shogun Tokugawa, although the black dragon has been conquered, we have an agreement with Long Ha. They promised to help my daughter conquer a red dragon."
The red dragon is much less dangerous than the black dragon, so based on what we know about her, the chance of success is at least 70%, Tokugawa praised. Very good, if that's the case. Then let's move on to discuss the matter of the Dark Abyss demon. This time, we have this first opportunity to challenge the king of the original sin, so we must cherish this chance and seize it. He received a world notification that the first weapon of the original sin line has been obtained.
The progress of the world-level boss raid reaching 1/7 is astonishing. The people below are whispering excitedly, "What exactly has happened? Didn't we say we would be the first to go? Why are they acting now?" And they even actually dropped the cursed weapon. What kind of damn luck is this? Who is it? Who dares to be so bold? He thought of Augustin's team, and Lamna Tokugawa couldn't think of anyone else. Not many countries could manage to attack the original Sin King in a single day. Who is the one breaking the rules set by the Divine Temple? Is it the United States Federation, Long Ha, or Yorusha?
He stood up and called the Grand Minister, saying, "Go to the Holy City. This matter must be clarified." Inside the Divine Temple in the Holy City, a voice echoed, "High Priest, senior elders, high-ranking officials, and SSS-level union presidents from various countries are heading to the Holy City. Surely because of the recent world announcement, please make a decision."
Femia ordered to open the barrier's passage to let them in. She pondered that since the game era began, under the guidance of the Divine Temple's transmission, conflicts and wars between nations had subsided and the world could now restore order. This kind of betrayal of the Covenant has not happened for a very long time and continues to this day. If this incident ultimately leads to a war between nations, the final outcome could significantly weaken the current transmission priest.
Until the threat is clarified, this is definitely not good news.
At the roundtable conference happening elsewhere, Tokugawa spoke up.
The High Priest Tiamia. Yesterday, under your leadership, we reached an agreement that our Heiwa nation is believed to be the first to attack the king of the original crime after 3 days. But now this opportunity has been stolen by a despicable coward and our divine weapon has also been taken.
Today's meeting must catch this thief and demand the return of the artifact. Please preside with justice. The 3 generals listened and then grew grim-faced without saying a word. Femia spoke up.
As you can see, someone has violated the rules we set yesterday by killing the king of the original sin without permission and stealing the divine weapon.
This is not only a challenge to other nations, but also a challenge to the priests in the temple. She declares that the merciful Lord will be willing to give sinners a chance for redemption. If that person is willing to admit their mistake and return the artifact, I, the 3rd-generation High Priestess Emia, in the name of the divine and on behalf of the temple, along with other nations, will not pursue this matter. The 3 in front remain silent and unresponsive. In this situation, Femia speaks sternly. I have no choice but to complete my mission. A burst of divine light erupted from the staff in her hand. Famia muttered, the idol guiding her. Inside this holy temple, under the shining light, exposed the treacherous traitor. If anyone lies, the divine light will vanish before their eyes, so don't even think about escaping the gaze of the idol. The people outside wondered in surprise, did you see where the light disappeared? The person next to them replied, no, I couldn't see anything. I was almost blind myself. Dongqin said, seems like no one is lying. What is going on? Could it be that they're afraid they won't make it? Isn't there still someone who hasn't undergone the divine temple's inspection? Augustin questioned, what are you talking about, Duong Qian? Are you saying that old man wants to suggest they glanced at her as if she were a high priestess? Femia admits it. Fine, I was careless and didn't include myself in the lie detection. People's suspicion of me is just part of human nature. Behind her, a dazzling light burst forth. So, are you all satisfied now? They admit their mistake. Sorry, Grand High Priest, we realize our mistake. Please withdraw the light. Augustin forced a smile and respectfully begged the Great Templar to forgive these people's disrespect. We have trusted you completely from the beginning. Besides, with your strength, there's no need to do such trivial things. He emphasized, but if the magic detection of lies by the Grand Priest is fine, that means no one here is lying. So whoever killed the king of the original sin must have been able to avoid the eyes of all nations and kill the king of the original sin without anyone noticing. This person must be incredibly powerful. Isn't it true that all the strongest forces from each country are here? As far as I know, some fake divine profession experts didn't attend the meeting. Could it be them? Duong Qian replied. It's possible, but we have no proof. Femia revealed that my magic is not just a simple lie detection. Even if the target didn't participate in the king's murder of the original sin, just informing the one who carried out the killing would still be detected as treason. But in reality, no one did it. The three of them shared the same thought. Even Daizitai was helpless. So who is this person? She continued, saying, ladies and gentlemen, this matter is truly strange, but now it has become a fact, and all we can do is keep waiting. First, Hoa Nation was originally planned to be the first country to conquer, but now the ruthless king has been killed again, and the king of the original sin is at level 200 in Deep Abyss. Then he glanced at the silent person. Lord Tokugawa, can Hoa Nation continue with the next challenges? He hesitated. Of course we want to continue, but we lack the strength. The king of the original sin beyond level 100 is out of our reach. Amaya decided that, in this case, based on the draw, the Federation of the United States will take over Huaquoc to continue the mission of conquering Tam Uyen. And of course, since Huaquoc is the victim in this matter, the temple will compensate you a sum of money. Is that acceptable? Augustin agreed. Of course, everything follows the arrangements of the Grand Priest. Tokugawa agreed. Huaquoc had no other objections. Euphemia forcefully slammed her staff into the ground, making a loud clack. She declared firmly, from now on, Saint City will station troops at various entrances of the Abyss of Darkness to control access and prevent such incidents from happening again. If there are no objections, this meeting is adjourned. At To Duong's villa, he hurriedly put on his coat, ready to leave. I now have the rebellious weapon, and my experience points are full. This trip was pretty profitable, huh? Let's go transfer the title quickly. You obviously read this world announcement, too, and were shocked. To Duong felt helpless. This must be the reward for the rebellious divine weapon, right? So they announced it to the whole world. Luckily, it didn't reveal my identity, or I would definitely be stopped and questioned. You can bet this will definitely alert the higher-ups above. I need to be more careful with my actions from now on. First, I must never let others know that I am wielding a weapon for evil. No matter how dangerous the situation, I can't use it lightly. If not, the consequences will be serious. The so-called innocent fool, but Huai Beach is guilty. You imagine the moment when Bak Lin will be stunned during the upgrade. Lord Dung Jia, your level-up speed is too fast. The people behind are whispering, this kid is really strange. Yeah, definitely. To Duong is worried that the class change process might also need to be slowed down. I only have 1 day left to complete the 4-stage mission. If I take on the 5-stage transfer now, everyone will see that there's a problem. Additionally, conquering the Kulong before was too significant and attracted a lot of attention. If people start to think it was related to killing the boss, it wouldn't be good. But waiting around is not my style. I wonder if there's a way to solve this problem. Xiaolan saw him walk out dejectedly and politely greeted the owner. You're washing your hair, right? That must be hard for you, why? She shyly thanks the master for his concern. Watching Xiaolan do the laundry by hand, he raised her hand and asked, I remember there's a washing machine at home. Why do you still have to wash it by hand? That can hurt your hands a lot. Xiaolan blushed and said, the master is getting too close to me. She explained that. Even though the washing machine is convenient, I still prefer to wash by hand because I can clean stubborn stains more thoroughly. Seeing everyone in neat, clean clothes makes me very happy. Seeing Xiaolan step back from him, Tu Duong stammered, "So what?" He suddenly came up with an idea to wash the dirty things. That's right, just like the villainous gangsters in the movie Money Laundering. Even dark experience can turn into white experience, as long as you find a special place suitable for accumulating experience and stay there for a while. Xiaolan shivered in the distance and wondered, will the master really not think I'm strange? Probably not. You're busy lost in thought. Currently, I can think of two places: the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm and the Abyss of Demons. As for the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, the only information we have now is that it's still unclear. The requirement is to have a giant dragon to enter, but the specific situation inside is completely unclear. If I am certain that I have gained a lot of experience from the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, others will find it hard to doubt. After all, the only people who can currently enter the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm are myself and the Beast Tamer Genius from the Wong Mai Federation. On the other hand, the Abyssal Demonic Seal has been open for a long time. Daojun also said that young talents would be gathered for training. The more people there are, the more it will be exposed. It's better to choose the Long Spirit Secret Realm. It would also be better for me if the number of people entering the secret realm could be minimized as much as possible before it opens. Currently, the possible secret realms are the Dragon Spirit Realm, and those who can conquer the Great Dragon include Lak Lin Yi, Ahi, and some talented beast tamers from other countries. But I don't need to deliberately target them. If I become a dragon hunter and defeat all the existing dragons first, would that be the end? Please find Bai Lin and ask her to help me check the current information on the giant dragon secret realms in Longha. Yes, she replied on the screen. Please wait a moment, Hero Dungjia. After completing the search, she reports, Your Excellency, here is the current information on the Titan Dragon Secret Realm in Longha, Southwest area, Juha City, the Silver Dragon Secret Realm in the north, Lin City, and the Red Dragon Secret Realm, both at the divine level. Tu Duong praises, Good, please help me reserve a spot for the Silver Dragon Secret Realm. Bak Lin agrees, but there's something strange. The first 50 people to book the Silver Dragon Secret Realm are all from the Celestial Mechanics sect. Tu Duong isn't surprised. I guess I understand Lak Lin Yi's personality. If she can't conquer the Black Dragon, she will definitely try to conquer the other dragons. The people who booked are probably just to give her a chance. Unfortunately, this time I hit the jackpot, so I can only rely on the young lady's hand. Are VIP tickets for the Divine Temple given absolute priority in the Secret Realm? She confirms. That's right. As long as the Brave Master makes the reservation first, only someone with a higher 5-star rank can be placed ahead of you. But I wonder if this will affect the relationship with the Celestial Mechanism sect. Tu Duong didn't care. Whatever, I just need to secure the reservation. And she agrees. All right. You casually think the Celestial Mechanics? What is there to be afraid of? My previous VIP status at the temple made everyone afraid to ignore me. Now that I am the conqueror of the Black Dragon and an honorary member of the Global Beast Taming Association, all these titles combined would give the Celestial Mechanism CP 100 guts, so they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Thanks to the wrath of the original Sin King, Samael's flesh and blood, Samael's shattered heart, I feel much more confident, and don't forget I still have this in my hand. The aura from Tu Duong's body radiated over 10 million blood points, nearing 30,000 strength points. Unless the Celestial Mechanism sect sends their failed disciples here, I wouldn't mind killing a few unworthy ones while slaying the dragon. Tu Duong looked conflicted at the two items in his hands. So now the question is, how should I eat these two things? I can't just eat them raw, or should I take them out to cook? Maybe I could stir-fry or turn it into a dessert, right? I'm thinking of some delicious dishes like Bloody Fury stir-fried heart on raging oil. Tu Duong thought these ideas were not feasible at all and shook his head vigorously. No, I don't have any cooking skills myself. If someone else does this, the risk of leaking secrets will be very high. But if it gets ruined, it's all over for it. Tu Duong tries to motivate himself. Why think too much? Isn't it just eating the heart, liver, and raw blood? Then putting them in your mouth and eating both, it works instantly. A surge of intense energy burst through the door, startling Xiaolan. Seeing him raging amidst the flames, she screamed in fear. Master! Xiaolan pretended to run anxiously towards Tu Duong's room. He threw open the door. Are you all right, sir? Are you taking off the blanket and asking what's wrong? Is something the matter? Xiaolan blushed with embarrassment. You run away right now. No, it's nothing. I'm glad you're okay. Tu Duong let out a sigh of relief, almost caught. He's speechless. It's just too terrifying. With over 1,000 horsepower and nearly 30,000 strength, this isn't just about standing still and letting others strike you down without frowning, but about waving your hand to topple mountains and turn rivers. The system shows HP 10,420,000. strength 27,760, speed 4,414, and spirit 6,236. To Duong is very confident. Even if he faces the dark flame wing of the Celestial again, he believes he can kill it.
The increase in attributes always brings an addictive feeling of pleasure. It feels like every joint in my body is singing with joy.
I need to hurry up and kill the monster, but I should meet with Lilith first before leaving, though I don't know if she's used to my way of life or not. The Duong knocks on her door. Is Lilith there? I'll go inside now. No response. When you went inside, there was no one there. Where did everyone go? Lilith steps out of the bathroom, frozen in place, as she dries herself with a towel, blushing. Realizing this, Lilith quickly covered herself with a towel. Nga, To Duong is just as embarrassed.
I knocked on that door, I thought so. Don't hit that face. She ran away immediately.
And To Duong closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look. Lilith sat on the bed and asked, "Why are you so worried?" He blushed and thought, no, this scene might be a bit too CG for those teenagers. To Duong turned and walked away.
I'm sorry for the intrusion. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now.
Lilith's manner was completely different from those in the royal court. In the secondary city, Jiuhe City, a voice of astonishment echoed inside. What did you say? Commander Tianko of Kuha City, Tangxi, is bowing humbly as Lin Yi scolds him. Someone dared to cut in front of me? Who on earth is that person? He replied, yes, that's right. I had already arranged everything. But yesterday I suddenly received a special appointment which was said to be from a VIP of the Divine Temple, but I don't know the details. She had a bad feeling. A VIP of the Divine Temple? Lin Yi wondered, could it really be To Duong? Could it really be just a coincidence? What are you planning to do? Duan Shu suggests, Lady, why don't we wait at the Silver Dragon's secret realm? When the VIP of the Divine Temple arrives, we will negotiate with them to see if we can exchange something. She shouted angrily, "Get out!" Tu Duan obeyed and rolled away. Yes, my subordinate is gone. Lin Ni knows that if it really is Tu Duong, he has just conquered the Black Dragon, so she can't compete with him and can only go ask the master. She made a call. Hello, teacher, where are you? The other side replied, forget it. Just tell the teacher if there's something. Lin Ni explained everything, saying it was like this. Initially, I planned to go to the Silver Dragon's secret realm, but a VIP from the Divine Temple cut in and reserved a spot. I think that might be Tu Duong. Do you know him? Could you please ask him to let me have the Nyanlong secret realm? They agreed. Okay, let me help you ask about this. While waiting, Lin Ni paced back and forth. Chutai stood stiffly, watching her pace faster and faster. Finally receiving this message, she cheered happily. The teacher sent the message. They responded on the other side, girl, that guy didn't agree. She replied, and he actually refused the teacher. What does he have to rely on? The teacher is the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association. The teacher replied, anyway, he didn't agree. Do you know that? He's very famous now. I heard even the war god highly praises him, so don't go provoking him easily. Lin Yi thought of Duong Qian and the war god. The only person in the world who can be called the war god is Long Ha, the strongest powerhouse. Could it be the supreme tyrant Duong Qian? Even the war god himself respects him. Is To Duong's talent really that exaggerated? Miss Chu, what should we do now? She didn't say a word and ran off, so he sent someone after her. Lin Yi choked back tears and said, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Inside the Silver Dragon's secret realm, the dragons are drunken. To Duong is here. I thought I might meet the people from Thien Ko Kak, but it seems they are quite sensible. Is this the boss Ngan Long? In front of you is the boss of the Ngan Long Tin Diu dungeon, level 106. You note that it doesn't even have a name, and it doesn't seem like Athos. This dragon has no special bloodline at all. The silver dragon glances at the intruder, smoke billowing from its mouth. It opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of silvery toxic gas, a powerful wave of energy rushing toward To Duong, who used the bone dragon to cut through the force. Seeing the Kot Longsword stop, To Duong warned, Athos, don't do anything. It's rare to find a quality punching bag. Let me test my latest strength. Hualam Nyamvu unleashes a blast, sending shards flying everywhere, but To Duong moves with incredible speed, taunting the golden dragon in the process. Too slow. You wield the Kot Long and approach that dark maw, its terrifying shape, and with a single sword strike it shatters, revealing cracks and blood. To Duong pockets his hands and calmly says, so this is the godly power that defies the heavens, the ability to withstand attacks when your blood surges. These attacks are basically just scratching the surface. Nganlong lunges out of the shadows, claws slashing, unleashing a double-headed dragon rush that shatters the ground. Tuduong dismissively said, "Using one hand to block 10,000 units of power, an enormous dragon is no more than a chicken in my hand." With that, Tuduong leapt up to face Nganlong. He spun around and slashed with his sword. "This is for you." Nganlong staggered backward, growling in anger as it was repeatedly attacked. Before it could recover, Tuduong leapt up with his sword. The sword strike like a pillar of light split him in half. You land on the ground holding your sword in a chopping stance. The system announces the activation of the Devourer effect. The great sword of the sea dragon has stolen 10% of the silver dragon's attributes. The new information reveals that the mighty long high sword, the devouring Chthon Phi Athos, has attributes of 500 plus 1,123 strength, 500 plus 2,721 spirit, 500 plus 1,321 speed, and 10% physical damage resistance, plus 8%, 10% magic damage resistance, plus 8%, 10% mental resistance, plus 5%. Tuduong knows that the Nganlong clan specializes in magic, so they have the highest spirit attributes, but unfortunately it was killed before it could unleash its magic. Is this the accumulated effect? Would such marks appear when killing other types of dragons, I wonder, with the silver-white color corresponding to the silver dragon? You glance curiously at the sword in your hand, wondering what will happen when this accumulation is filled. It's truly something to look forward to. Tuduong calls Black Dragon. AOS mealtime is here. It immediately flew over and landed beside the golden dragon's body to feast. While you were glancing at the level up notification, so you also wasted some experience, but it didn't have much left anyway. If it's a normal level up, it might be a bit exciting, but after experiencing the rage wave, that's basically not enough. As for the platinum and diamond equipment, besides selling them for money, they are completely meaningless. Could this be the emptiness after ascension? The system shows you have gained 70 million experience points. Your experience is full. 40% of the reserve experience has been recovered, and you have received a platinum level equipment. Tuduong quietly considered that the attributes of the Black Dragon had increased by about 10%. It would be great if I could also swallow those attributes. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Wait, based on the innate traits of the Crown of Gluttony and Rage, they can steal attributes and donate blood to me. However, they usually stay in the abyss, and without someone challenging them, they can't steal anything, so they can't offer anything to the Crown Palace. He hypothesized that if they could leave the abyss and enter the real world, they would be able to take the initiative to steal and create items for the crown, right? Wouldn't they be able to endlessly seize attributes and continuously grow stronger through that? As long as the original Sin King can appear in this world to seize the royal gift for the king, then once I gather the 7 weapons of the rebellious line, I will become the one to single-handedly defeat the world-class boss and trigger the appearance of vital core resources for humanity. If that's the case, then offer the sacrifice for me. That goes without saying, and is your honor. After all, in this world you can die and revive at will. Killing a few people is no big deal. This is just rational use of resources. Come on, don't. That idea is too far-fetched. First of all, the most basic question is how the original Sin King can leave the abyss. Unless this issue is resolved, everything else is just empty talk. Monday, how can we prevent the Primal King from being killed by the strongest expert? If he is killed before absorbing enough resources, it will be a huge loss. Anything else? Seeing the Black Dragon finish eating and drinking, he temporarily set this aside and would think about it later. So now it's time to go to the next Qulong Secret Realm. The notification appears. The Qulong Secret Realm World Channel. The Red Dragon Palace Road in Longha has been conquered by Hitu. Tuduong was shocked and said, "What? Hitu is petting the Qulong outside, it's so well behaved." Tu happily cheered that the young lady really did it. Lan Lin clapped enthusiastically. "Great, now our Hoa country also has a dragon. The old master will definitely be very happy and reward us handsomely." Li San glanced at the man beside him and asked, "Li Lao, why are you so silent?" The old man nodded in approval. Tuduong, who appeared not long ago, has now also subdued the red dragon of the Hitu family. Indeed, the younger generation is impressive and unstoppable. Old Master Li called out to her standing on the head of the black dragon, saying, "Miss Haitsu, congratulations on achieving your goal for this trip. Next, we will escort you to Long City and then back to your home country, Hoa." She waved goodbye. "Thank you, old sir." Haitu looked regretfully into the distance, but she also felt disappointed that she hadn't had the chance to interact with the young man who had tamed that black dragon. He truly brought a completely different feeling to everyone. She was hopeful, But now that he has joined the guild, there will surely be many opportunities to interact in the future. Watching the black dragon fly away, Lin Yi was not convinced. How can that be? She was so upset she started crying. Duong also left, but why did Hai Tu steal it right in front of me? A series of messages flooded in, and Yamatomo Taro happily reported the news. I just received news that my student Hai Tu has successfully tamed the red dragon. Leader Zhao Kun shouted back at the Yamatomo old thief, his student stole my student's dragon. Leader William Smith sends a message to congratulate. Only the beautiful Via has previously subdued a dragon. Now there are 2 more people. Leader Landong asked suspiciously, could opening the Long Lin secret realm make conquering dragons easier now? Chairwoman Lam Na replied that probably not. Yesterday, Augustin complained to me that he seemed unable to replicate Duong's conquest experience. Core member, Via replied, now there are 2 members who can share their dragon-raising experience with me. The notification shows that core member Via has been muted by the guild leader. Lin Yi is feeling down. Everyone is talking about Hai Tu now, so what should I do? Chu Tai doesn't know how to comfort her. Miss? Lu Tu muttered to himself. This time it's going to be a headache. Duong was quite surprised when he heard the news, but she beat him to it, which was truly unexpected. So now there's another competitor. There are only a few days left before the Long Nin secret realm opens, and I can't afford to be idle during this time. I still have some other preparations to make. Watching Augustin's press conference, you assess that the news of the Holy Crusade Demon Deep Alliance has officially been announced. The previous killing of Bao No has made them very cautious, so they will likely start strategizing soon. The defeated subordinate of the Western Poison King definitely won't be able to stop them, so I really have to ask, are you the ruthless king? Instead of letting others kill you, you'd better sacrifice yourself for your king. The poison serpent on the 100th floor is lounging on its throne. This is so boring. Why is no one challenging me like this? He was terrified when he thought of Lam Na. But if no one shows up, that's fine. If it's that terrifying crazy woman like last time, I can't take it either. Duong transmitted mentally, fiercely, follow my call and return to the nether abyss. He is afraid. This is a summons from the Supreme Sovereign. Not long ago, Samael was summoned by the Sovereign and then executed. Could it be my turn to die this time? He thought that this life was originally granted by the Supreme Ruler, and compared to dying at the hands of that hateful human, being granted death by the ruler was much better. Tidok reports for duty, fully loyal to you. Tudok will obey your summoning. You demand the supreme power of the monarch to summon the dead back to life. Now I want to grant you death once again. Do you object? He knelt and bowed deeply to show his loyalty. The subordinate dared not. My life was granted by the Sovereign of the Void. If you wish to take it back, I am utterly loyal to you without any complaints. Duong is pleased with this performance. Well done. Good. The thorny vines wrapping around the West Poison's body make him scream in pain. The system announces that Suan has killed the original king, brutalized the Western Poison, and gained 3.7 billion experience points with a 40% surplus, accumulating 2.2 billion experience points. After using the blood essence and flesh of the Western Poison, the original king's vitality will permanently increase by 5 million points and other basic attributes by 2,000 points. No/1. The Lord of Original Sin, the savage living body of the Western Poison. Choose a target to use. The binding can achieve a ban effect on objects below the forbidden stage of the Cursed Realm, preventing movement and disabling the use of items or skills by the original Sin King. The savage demon's primal essence of the Western Poison is immune to 100 layers of demonic power erosion. The original Sin King, the savage swelling of the Western Poison demon, is an extremely powerful forging material. When in the hands of legendary blacksmiths, they can be used as materials to forge divine weapons. The thorny vines wrapping around the West Poison's body are gradually causing it to shrink. Duong thought to himself that he had assumed the items dropped by the Western Poison, who hadn't completed the evolution process, would be much worse than Samael, who was at a demigod level. But right now, it doesn't seem to make much difference. They're all just golden streams. But that's not the most important thing. You tapped on the special item that dropped. Your luck must be incredible, right? This isn't something the goddess of luck can explain. It's even more likely that she personally brought her home to be her wife. So she dropped this special item to see what treasure it really is. A beam of light shot out from the screen, startling Duong. This is the item information displaying the divine weapon of rebellion, the punishment of brutality. Detailed information reveals the cursed divine weapon, the punishment of brutality. It is the only limited divine weapon dropped after killing the original King of Sin. The violent poison. Western Poison weapon of rebellion is a weapon of judgment that can kill a monarch. It is one of the weapons in the Rebellion set. Restrictions on semi-divine level equipment, unique, limited, with soul seals. The soul of the killer will be bound to the original Sin King. Bauthuk, Taydok, cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted, and can only be used by those with a bound soul. HP increased by 50%, resistance to various elements increased by 20%, durability increased by 30%, with the trait of the Great Clan, Bauthuk. When equipped with this weapon, 2% of the attributes of the slain object will be devoured and returned to the user. Rebellion, the punishment of brutality, which seizes the primal power of the original Sinner ruler and causes a 10% reduction in all attributes. Judgment, the tyrant after killing the original monarch, the weapon will return to nothingness, and the soul-bound person will gain the eternal power of brutality. You should be proud. No wonder the weapon and system not only have abilities similar to the wrathful punishment, but can also attain the strength of brutality. It devours about 2% of the attributes of the slain. This is definitely a power even beyond that of an ordinary god. However, Tu Duong feels a bit regretful, only regretful that he can only use it after reaching a semi-divine level. I won't be able to equip it for a while, and leveling up too quickly will raise suspicion. The statue will leave a record, so if the transmission of divine authority is carried out, a note will be left. I wish there was a way to do this without involving the divine transfer altar. In the Holy Realm, Emiya was deep in thought, although the identity of the sacrilegious thief who took the first original Sin divine weapon remained unclear. Fortunately, there hasn't been a fierce clash between nations and major organizations yet. As long as the decisions of the Round Table can be followed normally, and each country takes turns defeating the original Sin King, this stability can continue. The entrances to the Abyss of Darkness in various countries are also guarded. Except for the Cross Crusade team, no one else is allowed to enter. This way, it will prevent the previous incident from happening again. Each place is guarded very strictly. Even the Ice City area is guarded. Emiya raised her hand. O greatest first saint, please hear my plea. Display the current number of VIPs in the Divine Temples worldwide. Number of VIPs in the Divine Temples at legendary level or higher. Stage of the Common God. The number of 9 transferred VIPs in the Divine Hall. Accumulated 10,234 Hongyu crystal cores for recovery. The current erosion level of Hongyu is 14%. She was surprised. The level of infiltration has reached 14% already. So far, no one has been able to complete the Emiya transfer, she sighed, thinking if a 5-star profession, after the erosion level reaches 50% and no VIPs are present in the Divine Hall during the Divine Awakening phase. Then when new resource zones appear, the main ruler of this world will still be the words she thought of. Despair. Femia secretly hopes that if someone can break this situation, it would be for the best. This world needs a truly brave person. The world notification appears, informing all profession players that the second weapon of the rebellious line has been received. The progress of the World Boss campaign, 2/7. She was stunned. What's going on? Emiya ordered all guards stationed in the Abyss of Darkness to be notified and to report immediately if there is any abnormality in the area. After hearing the report from the other side that there are no abnormalities, Emiya looked at the new information screen and guessed that the Guardians of the Holy City are all elite fighters, and even the 8-turn assassin classes wouldn't be able to quietly pass by them in this situation. If that's the case, unless the world notification reminds everyone, the second weapon of the anti-hero line has been received. World Boss campaign progress 2/7. She was tense, and a problem had arisen within the demon clan of Tom Yen. Thinking of To Duong's masked face, Emiya connected it to that. Could it be related to the figure I saw back then? Tokugawa immediately sent a message asking, "What's going on? Why has another divine weapon been stolen? Could it be that the United States Federation attacked first?" Augustin replied, "Bullshit. I'm leaving tomorrow? I'm still drinking now." The other 3 sent messages. "Sir, what is happening? Why are there still issues despite the Divine Temple's guards?" "Catalina, although I don't want to doubt your authority, this situation truly feels unnatural." Dao Zhan replied, "Even if some suspect the divine office of stealing, given Li Jian's honesty, I hope the Grand Minister can give us an acceptable answer." She silently read everything and then reminded them, "You have the right to doubt, but please keep the most basic reasoning. The Holy Church has been appointing officials since its founding and has never interfered in any disputes. And I myself have never left the Holy City. If the Holy Temple truly intended to interfere with the appointment, then why hide it? Everyone probably understands this very clearly." Euphemia hesitated, genuinely trusting the High Priestess, but still couldn't quite figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. After ruling out all other possibilities, could the remaining one also be wrong? Femia raised her staff, emitting holy light. I'm afraid the truth can only be uncovered by venturing into the deepest part of the abyss of darkness. This time I propose abandoning the original decision of the council and forming a crusade team from the strongest members of the major guilds to immediately launch the Abyss Crusade. Does anyone oppose? Everyone agrees. No objections? In favor? In agreement, she confirms. Then you should start choosing and forming a team immediately. This time we are determined not to let the original Sin divine weapon fall into that thief's hands again. Duong is still deep in thought, and it suddenly occurs to him that there will probably be a world announcement this time. The second divine artifact has been stolen, and the members of the Deep Abyss Cross Crusade team surely value it. The worst-case scenario is that tomorrow they will come up to 700 levels in the abyss of demonic depths, and every 100 levels they will encounter a primordial king. Currently, lust and wrath have been suppressed by me, but greed and desire have yet to be revived. That means the conquest team can go straight to the 500th floor. But these are all normal setups, and my existence is the biggest threat to those arrangements. The image of the Western Tower appears into Yang's mind, along with the Western Rogue. He questions whether anyone could surpass the 100th floor if he directly placed the proud and strongest Western Tower into the realm of brutality. Augustin is carefully listening for any signs of movement, unleashing his lightning elemental power as the ancient devil finally returns. All set then, Augustin asked. Are we ready? Lam Na replied. Do you still need to ask? I've been itching to join the fight for a long time now. Let's get started. Behind them was a team. 3 warned that the first 200 floors had been lost, and this time we must not let the third sin weapon fall into the wrong hands. Lamne asked them, everyone here is a top expert, so I won't waste words anymore. Boss of level 300, is anyone interested in leading the fight? Level 30 upgrade initiated, Holy Knight Liet Duong. The linked account for Holy Knight named Mike steps forward. Then let me try. I've never fought this deep abyss boss before because the big shots always stole the chance from me. She agreed. All right, then let's see what you've got. Duong Chi and Hung Chi shouted excitedly, let's go. Their path unfolds easily, as if it were a walk in the park. Reaching the 100th floor, someone shouts, we are about to reach the 100th floor, which is the domain of brutality. The whole group charged forward, since there was no longer a boss guarding, so they might as well rush in all at once. The Western Tower had been waiting here for a long time. She exuded a dark aura, and her eerie voice echoed. At last, they had arrived. Mak Nyan, wait a moment. There are enemies ahead. Lam Na was surprised. Enemies? Isn't the Ruthless King already dead? Duanzheng realized. No, that's not the Ruthless King. The information about the Corpse Tower appears. Western Tower Boss, a demonic race of unknown level. The information is unclear. She coldly said, the weak ants, how dare you step into our king's domain? You are ready to face death. Maestro rushes forward excitedly. This boss has transformed into a beautiful white-skinned woman, which is quite interesting. Wait, don't act rashly. A wave of power shot through him. Mach hadn't even managed to do anything and was already logged out. The system announces that your teammate Mike has been killed by the Western Tower boss. The Western Tower blows a cloud of smoke lingering on its fingertips, and someone shouts out, "My!" Lam Na was terrified. She killed a level 8 knight with just one strike? How could that be possible? What level is this boss finally at? Someone behind reports, I used the summoning spell, but it had no effect at all. Those who are weaker even fainted. She was stunned and said, "What?" "Augustin, step back and let me handle this." The true footprint seal is activated, revealing the skill details and allowing you to view the target's information regardless of level difference. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Information about the Western Tower shows the arrogant primordial king. The Tower of the West is a divine-level entity known as the leader among the original sins, embodying the pride of the 7 deadly sins, with enough strength to rival the gods. Even other original sin kings fear her. Level 400, Strength Attribute 400. 52,121. Spirit 231,123. Speed 213,432. Their resistance is shocking. This is divine grade. Tuduong and Zhong realized with them before the punishment that they had forgotten to check the information. Now they see that the attributes of the Western Tower are truly heaven-defying, not much weaker than their own primordial lord, but that was only when the primordial lord was in a weakened state. If they returned to the peak era, who knows how powerful they would be. The information displays a weakened status bar, an abnormal and unremovable condition, with attributes greatly reduced and some skills unusable. You keep reading and then look at the talent again. Rage and fury in the past were already pretty twisted. Even if pride is stronger, it's not much better. Detailed information appears. Innate abilities, arrogance.
The Western Tower considers all creatures deemed weak and will not be harmed by any weak beings. Weak individuals with a lower level than the Tower of the West are any targets with basic attributes lower than the Tower of the West. Note that those who can kill the original king will be recognized by the Tower of the West and not considered weak.
The worship of arrogance means anyone killed by the Tower of the West will have a soul mark engraved. Enslaving defeated enemies. These soul marks are used as offerings to the Supreme Ruler. Soul mark, enslaving defeated enemies, consumes this seal to activate a mandatory order. Duong was terrified. Wow, this is just a stick, nothing more. Those with lower levels than her are weak, and those with lower attributes than her are also weak. And the weak won't deal damage when fighting her. Please. No one in the world right now has reached the divine level. If no one could kill the original Sin King before, then her talent can also be considered invincible. Well done, this devil designer Tom Yuyan. Thinking about the scene of the two men kneeling at my feet, I feel excited. Their arrogant devotion is even more excessive than you might think.
As long as the Western Tower kills the people involved in this crusade, I can control them unconditionally. If top experts like Duanzhan and Augustin are there, it would be a perfect scene.
I can't wait. Duong declared, I have made my decision.
Western Tower, you will take over the Poison Talisman and guard the 100th floor of the Deep Abyss, so those fools who don't know their limits will realize what true strength is.
The Western Tower will obey the king's order. Currently, Lin Na is commanding the beast with icy roars as the Chimera elements join forces to protect my key. The snow bear roared and threw a punch. The Chimera also coordinated its attack to destroy the Western Tower. Duong activates the Extreme Path Berserker state. Everyone can now attack with full force. Augustin's eyes spark with lightning. Everyone no longer needs to hold back. Unleash your full power and attack. Countless streams of their strongest energy converge towards her high above. It combines the Extreme Tao Destruction technique and the Heaven and Earth 10,000 phenomena. Thunder Peak Transformation. All converging into a single surge of energy, shooting upward. As the thick smoke billowed up, Augustin wondered if it had been destroyed. Before he finished speaking, the three others along with Lam Na were all knocked away. They shouted in panic, Captain, President, the Western Tower has appeared, life point at 100%. She sneered, is this how the weak fight? Then death is yours to claim. The other three couldn't understand why such unreasonable beings would appear on the 100th floor of the abyss. We have attacked with all our strength, but not a single drop of blood was shed. What exactly is this? Augustin reminds you to not think about the current mechanism for now. Seeing the streams of energy, Duongqian was worried. It looks like the boss is about to unleash a powerful move. Everyone obeyed the order, activating all defensive skills and must withstand the attack. The Western Tower slashed out a mighty arrogant sword of sin. O mighty king, I come to serve you faithfully and offer you a grand feast. Please accept it. A strike like a giant beam of light descends where the four of them stand. She declares, weaklings, perish together. The desperate scream echoed until thick dust spread out, and after 3 moments they sighed, saying, only the 3 of us are left alive. Even those 3 moments were slaughtered. Isn't his defensive ability quite high? Duongqin hesitated. This skill is truly terrifying. The entire group has been completely wiped out. We have discovered it. I understand now. Only the 3 of us here managed to kill the original king, and we must be the ones to finish him off. That's how we survived. Meanwhile, others are immediately killed unconditionally. This must be the truth about this boss's mechanism. Augustin is annoyed, so what if he finds out? This power gap is terrifying. There's basically no way to fight it. You see that too. The Western Tower's sword cut them down in 1 strike. Your Majesty, I am glad I did not disgrace my duty. Are you all here? Someone lying on the ground, confused, asked what just happened and who that guy was. Why was I killed instantly, without any reaction? Except for those 3 great masters, we were all killed immediately, just like passers-by, no different at all. Why is such a powerful boss appearing on the 100th deep level of the abyss? This must definitely be a divine grade. How can we possibly defeat it? Lam Na assessed a heavy aura of death. Duongqian spoke, this is unavoidable. Anyway, we've just suffered an unprecedented, humiliating defeat. Have the others been waiting for a long time, and is everyone back now? I understand that with our current strength, there's basically no chance to defeat her. We can't win this dungeon. Lam Na Kai realized that at this rate, we simply cannot obtain the rebellious weapon, let alone kill the original monarch, and there will be no way to enter the divine level resource zone. Duongqian added,
And this also means that if we cannot complete the final step of ascension and reach the divine 10 transcendence, we won't be able to break through the arrogant king.
This really is a cycle of death. Augustin still can't forget the terrifying feeling from earlier.
This is the first enemy besides the Grand Priest who made me think of absolute invincibility.
The arrogant king is truly terrifying. He judges this as simply the darkest moment of the world. Duong watches their exhausted and defeated appearance.
You rest your chin in your hand and assess the darkest moment. That is indeed not wrong.
But you're wrong about one thing. The final stage of the divine realm will also arrive. But it is not you who pushed for this leap forward, but me. Serving the Western Tower has indeed been very convenient. Through these soul seals, I can not only issue a mandatory command, but also sense the location, status, words, and even thoughts of the corresponding person. This is much better than having eyes all over the map. Suddenly, Duong sensed a strange emotion. Why was there a positive feeling among all the negative ones? And why was he even feeling excited? Could it be that this person's head is broken? You're curious. Could this person's outfit be from the kingdom of Shiva? That person is A to Hazen, level 329 transitions, Grand Priest of the Divine Talisman.
Duong has some knowledge about this place. When it comes to the kingdom of Shiva, it always leaves a very strange impression.
Not only because of its unusual scenery, but also because it maintains a traditional ranking system, even in the game era. This also leads to almost all extraordinary resources being controlled by the strong, making the disparity in the strength of fake professions in the Shiva kingdom extremely clear. The number of legendary stage profession players is almost the smallest among all countries. Duong's interest was piqued, a humiliating failure but filled with joy. This is really interesting. Let me see what you're really thinking. 2 is hiding behind a tree, observing the battlefield group. Surprisingly, even the top-tier teams in the world have been overthrown, which is incredible. The strength of top-tier profession users has decreased significantly, causing the progress of world missions to stall. Both Long Ha and the American Federation will face trouble because of this. And this will give our Shiva kingdom a chance.
A chance to surpass Long Ha, the American Federation, and become a superpower of the world. He believes that as long as he obtains the inheritance of the ancient devourer, Duong frowned, realizing he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before.
That's right. It's in the description of the Great Sword of the Dragon Bone. Tap the screen to check the information, and a notification will appear. Only the long-caught Great Sword, the devouring Athos in the name of Athos, descendant of the ancient devourer, ultimately reached the tomb of death, took bones as a sword, blood as a soul. Immortal remains, eternal devouring. Duong is indeed correct, according to the above description, the Black Dragon. Those is the descendant of the eternal devourer.
At that moment, I thought it was just a simple background story, but unexpectedly it really exists. The details reveal that the eternal devourer rests here, slain by the anonymous brave man.
The dragon and the demon king both placed crowns on him to celebrate the disappearance of the terrifying shadow. But when the brave nameless man was betrayed, his body was buried somewhere unknown. His soul has been buried in an unknown place, and he is waiting for someone to come there. In his name, and that of the ancient devourer, revenge will be fulfilled. Duong speculated that based on his memory, Amino Han, this person's brother, might have learned the contents from a stone tablet near the Long Lin secret realm, but it could make both demons and divine-level ancient dragons tremble in fear in the darkness. So how powerful is that ancient devourer really?
And the last person to enter the Long Spirit secret realm will hope to obtain the inheritance of the ancient devourer and that anonymous hero.
To is carefully planning, and right now we are the only 2 siblings in the world who know this secret. While the Cross Crusade is busy, as long as my nephew Viganu enters the Long Spirit secret realm first, the inheritance of the ancient devourer will be ours. By then, even a god-level boss won't be our match. Demonic divine weapons will also be easily obtained, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. If I remember correctly, those who can enter the Long Lin secret realm currently come from Long Ha, the Eagle United Federation, and Anhwa country. I wouldn't dare to confront them directly to compete. His eyes flicked towards Duong Qian and Lam Na. He hesitated, but after the Long Lin secret realm ends, everything will be different. The kingdom of Shiva will completely surpass the Eagle Federation and Longxia, so let's start with those you call geniuses.
Anyway, it's a different dimension from the real world. Once dead, you can't be transported back.
Just a few more kills and you'll definitely be truly dead. To's dark thoughts were all heard by Duong. He has a plan. Poor A. 2. I will first offer a half-second moment of silence for you. Who would have thought that my own voice could be heard secretly? And then, how can I thank you for telling me this? Ato's son Vikanu is a failed beast tamer. With my current strength, I could kill a failed beast tamer easily. It wouldn't take much effort at all. To Duong suddenly remembered he had almost forgotten about Tay Thap. What is she doing? Seeing Ta Thap bowing and holding that pose, he was surprised. She's been in this pose for so long, isn't she tired? Even though I am now a god, I probably will never experience this feeling. She blushes, thinking that after finishing this act, the ruler must have seen her and deliberately stayed silent. This is not good. I can no longer contain this excited sound. You're helpless. Your god is too low level. To Duong, summon. Come to the Western Tower with me. Tay Thap happily obeys. Understood. She moved in front of him and asked, Commander, I wonder if my actions have pleased you. To Duong praised. You did very well in eliminating all external enemies, Tay Thap, so I will reward you. Tay Thap excitedly replied, As long as I can satisfy you, I am already happy, so how dare I accept your favor casually? To Duong's finger raised a beam of light. This is the king's gift. You have no right to refuse. The spirit, summoning, Pearl suddenly rushed toward the body of the Western Tower, and she felt an incredible pleasure as her entire body was filled with the king's power. These words left to Duong speechless. What kind of terrible words are these? The Western Tower pleads with the king. Your subordinate still desires more. May I have it? To Duong ordered, Wait until you prove yourself next time, then say go back, and she disappeared immediately. Obeying the order, you lean on your hand, pretending to be a divine-level boss. Really exhausting. She still has that unpleasant personality. But compared to those trivial things, the power of this original sinner ruler is truly terrifying. Just a single dark force like that can make the Western Tower captivated. If this weak state is lifted, how much stronger will I become? Suddenly a burst of bright yellow light appeared in front of To Duong. What? It was actually her from Mia who caused that commotion. With your eyes closed, you are stunned that it is her. The High Priest of the Temple of Gods has bestowed the divine office upon you. Femia was shocked when she received the news. The Crusader army is the strongest fighting force on the continent. How could it have been completely wiped out and ended up like this? She's anxious. The situation is too abnormal. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Ahemia chants a prayer. O idol, your representative. Ahemia Vega, the third holy high priest, begs for your blessing. Holy light shines down on her as she prays, asking for divine illumination and clear eyes to witness the arrival of the endless dark abyss so I can guide and spread the holy light. System notification. Upgrade the Eye of Death, the True Eye, to introduce new skills. The supreme form of the True Eye, blessed by the power of the idol, contains the divine light of stars enough to see through everything in the world. Femia appears right where the demon is sitting. The staff in his hand pointed at To Duong and asked, That is an incredibly terrifying dark power. Are you the Lord of the Abyss? You confidently replied, The High Priest of the Divine Temple coming to this darkest place is truly a rare honor. Femia was surprised. Do you actually know who I am? To Duong replied, of course, exposing their plan. You have formed a crusade team. With the intention of conquering this abyssal demon to complete the world's mission, I am well aware of that. Just now those rats were eliminated by my Western Tower. Is that the reason you came here? Her eyes flashed with coldness. So, how should I welcome you now? The beam of light from the evil eye shoots towards Emiya. She remembered the last time she used the Eye of Death. He still seemed to be sleeping soundly. I didn't expect he would be awake this time. So this is the reason Tom Uyen suddenly changed, and the feeling it gives off is completely different from before. Deeper and darker. Even the true eye cannot see through. This guy is definitely a being above the level of a god. She knew she was no match, so she tore through time and space to leave first, then retreated and returned with her team to develop a countermeasure. To Duong raised the dark sphere in his hand. She thinks she can just go where she wants and leave when she pleases. The dark power expands around her body. Euphemia was bound tightly by the dark power and unable to struggle. I wonder what kind of equipment would drop if I managed to kill the strongest high priest of the divine temple of humanity, but unfortunately the experience points were wasted. However, she transformed into a beam of light and escaped the restraints. To Duong was surprised, what? Now I finally understand. No wonder the high priest of the most powerful and mysterious temple on the continent is so hard to catch. Looking at the space-time portal opening in front of her, To Duong quickly moved her, and this is where Femia teleported back to the temple, escaping the danger for a moment. She was panting heavily, truly dangerous. That was just too terrifying. Femia stood up, wiped the sweat from her face. Luckily, the power of the divine temple had forcibly summoned her back, or the consequences would have been unimaginable.
The female priestess at level A asked worriedly, "Are you okay, High Priestess?"
She asked, "I'm fine, just a little exhausted. How is the raid team doing?"
Ria reports that they have regrouped and are heading to the Holy City.
Knowing that, I left immediately.
"All right, I'll go back to my room to freshen up. Just wait here and let me know if anyone comes."
The Dark Eye has been watching the actions here and has sent a report to Duong. He was truly surprised, yet it was able to spread through Femia's energy back to the source.
Is this the Holy City? The Great Temple of Femia is just a character seen only in books and news.
People say she has never left the Holy City. Now it seems it's not that she doesn't want to leave the Holy City, but that she can't leave. Without her strength, she would have a real chance to compete with the Tower of the West. Duong envisioned the possibility. If she is also in the expedition team and is killed by the Western Tower, I can manipulate her soul and control her. This would be very helpful to me. It's a shame, but my dark power has already been able to infiltrate the real world without being detected. It seems that the power of the divine transfer isn't as strong as I previously thought. Currently, the class changes of fake professions around the world are all recorded by the idols. It's no surprise that this holy statue is the center of all the global idols. So maybe I can use my dark power to corrode the statue and then change the data inside it. So maybe no one will be able to notice my special leveling speed anymore. Duong decided he had to try it out. The energy from the eye radiated out. A few minutes later, seeing that the statue remained intact, he was completely discouraged, thinking it was useless. As soon as the dark power entered, it faced strong resistance, leaving me completely isolated. It's fortunate I didn't trigger an alarm or I would have been in big trouble. Duong focused on A, so let's try to control the others. Let's see how she does. A stream of purple energy shot out from her eye and headed straight for Ra's head. A sharp pain shoots through her. Rhea feels something invading her body and mind. No way. She has transformed into a level 130 Dark Abyss demon. The dark demonic race of the second devil of darkness and evil. A coquettish voice echoes. Where's my master? Nogia once more again. You're the one who saw this scene and was shocked. What's going on? A sudden surge in strength is understandable. But why has the race changed like that? My dark power can turn humans into demons too. That. Duong hesitated. Is she now considered a monster or a fake profession? Suddenly, that statue emits energy. You're amazed. Does the idol profession react? A beam of light shoots up from the top of the divine palace. A bright circle surrounds the top of the building. From the distant plains, the image of the beam of light remains clearly visible. From all over the world, those beams of light appeared. An announcement was broadcast, a world update, revealing the faction system. The Monarch Alliance of Original Sins, which, relying on primal power, had invaded false professions, produced the first evil spirit sacrifice, and opened a new demon faction. Currently, when entering the abyss of demons, those fake professions completely corroded by demonic power will no longer lose their sanity but will transform into demons' allies. Fake professions within the demon faction can change their class through demonic sacrifices and upgrade their demon rank. With the current level cap reached, gods turning against each other, and no need for arbitration and conflicts between factions, a new area opens, the Abyssal Demon Realm and the Demon City. A new idol appears, the Demon Idol. The demon race emerges, the world mission, the army's arrival. The army prevents humans from killing the primordial monarch. Before the monarch recovers, in a weakened state, completing the world mission between the human and demon factions will lead to different paths for the world. If the human side wins, upload the expansion to the Divine Realm stage. Humanity will destroy the gods of original sin and use their own power to forge the path to the Divine Realm stage. If the demon faction wins, they upload the Eternal Night expansion, causing the primordial ruler to descend into the world. The abyss merges with reality, creating an eternal dark age, forging an alliance, and opening a complete path between the human world and the fairy kingdom. Everyone was stunned by this news. What does this new update, opening a new faction, the fallen demon, really mean? The Yuvan Guild is also in an uproar. Yu Vu comments that this mission seems quite malicious. Isn't it obvious that this is encouraging people to kill each other? Dung Tuyet worries that no one truly wants to become a demon king, right? I don't want that kind of thing to happen, Yuvan objected. It's hard to say. There are many people in this world willing to do anything for power, especially those in high positions. And Engu continued, probably not, since those elders already have 2 types of anti-evil weapons. So completing the human race's mission in this world shouldn't be difficult anymore. So basically there's no need to switch to the demon faction. Yu Vu speculates that perhaps it's simply a way for those completely consumed by demonic power to have a chance to survive so they don't become insane monsters lost in their madness. Yuvan concluded that this update doesn't seem to have much impact, but it opens a passage to the Elf Kingdom. I wonder what changes it will bring. But that's not what we should be concerned about. For now, leveling up is more important. Up on the tower, Wei Ming is discussing with Chu Tai about this unprecedented event. Acting General Manager, what do you think? He is helpless. This matter has gone beyond our control. The only thing we can do now is to stabilize the people's minds as much as possible before the Holy City issues its order. Wei Ming wondered, do you think those semi-divine beings are really wavering? Our informant there says someone else has obtained the forbidden weapon. Chu Tai believes that if that really happened, then this is the worst-case scenario. I hope that doesn't happen. Otherwise, the mission for this update will never be completed. At the Holy City, the Eye was still watching the statue, quietly thinking that he never expected his ordinary effort to cause such a sensational event. But right now, only the Western Tower is guarding the 100th level of the Abyss, so they can't break through. On top of that, they're also negotiating about killing the original king. This world-level mission is simply as difficult as hell for people now. In such a situation, many would surely think that completing a world-level task is impossible. Joining the demon faction could become a very tempting choice. After all, switching to the demon side now wouldn't be foolish, as they wouldn't need to complete the world-level mission and could receive a long divine appointment quest, making it hard for many to resist this temptation. By carving soul seals, I feel that at least 7 top experts in the world are contemplating this. This was originally a blow from the Western Tower, and I never expected there would be an unimaginable situation. That's really interesting, Duong suddenly remembered. That's right. In that case, I can fully accept the transfer mission by opening the demon-suppressing idol statue. Wouldn't this avoid the surveillance of the Divine Temple's transfer? And it also perfectly solves the problem of quickly leveling up. After ascending and collecting all 7 rebellious weapons, I can still kill the first original Sin Lord as before. Don't hesitate, because using the rebellious weapon would seize the power of the original Lord. So if I kill the system's other resurrection of the Lord, does he still retain his power? Looking at the displayed notification, the original Sin boss is very special, and the one who holds the original Sin power is called the original Sin Monarch. Therefore, after the host completes the first kill, they will become the new original Sin Monarch. So this system will find a higher level boss for the host to temporarily replace it. Duong realized, so that's how it is, a boss with a higher rank than the original Sin Lord. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. What kind of rebellious existence could that be? The other side has acted, so why did the evil tribe appear in the Divine Temple? Hurry up and catch her. Her people have already gone after her. Looking at Ja, you realize you've been spotted, but I don't plan to stay here either. She was delighted to see the person coming. The Master, are you here? The holy light in my hand flashes. Don't even think about escaping. The divine light burst forth, and Rhea disappeared. The others couldn't find her and started searching. Can't see her anymore. Keep searching, she must still be nearby. Femia reminded. No need to look anymore. They've already left. Everyone, go back to your positions. Does she think that the aura just now was really from the Sovereign of Original Sin? Did he really follow my strength all the way here? I was too careless? The strength and uniqueness of the Sovereign of Original Sin far surpass my expectations. What should I do in this situation? Duong snorted coldly, thinking that this wasn't escape, but just a strategic retreat. Ri, lying on his lap, pouted and said, The Master is both strong and handsome. I really want to give you a little demon. He was speechless, and the commotion reaching him froze Duong in place. This is the demon city appearing before him, with lightning streaking across the sky. Is this the demon fortress mentioned in the announcement? Some people are surprised to see their new form. Damn it, I just woke up and I've already turned into an abyssal demon? If the great monarch hadn't liberated us, you'd still just be a walking corpse. Apart from looking uglier, I don't feel any different than before. What kind of abyssal demon? This is basically super cool, Yang reports annoyedly. Too noisy. If you are the first demon lord, then go maintain order. Understood. Noah will obey the Master's command. Seeing him standing in the middle commanding the others, I know that these fake professionals who dared to break into this abyss of demons must have some strength. If left to just one great demon priest, we wouldn't be able to handle them. Duong thought of Eomeya. Just like the great divine priest in the human world who relies on the power of demonic magic, there must also be a mighty divine priest of demonic magic. Returning to the throne space, he issued the order, It's time to meet the new original Sin King. Envy, listen to my summoning call. Queen Livia. The Supreme Lord knelt respectfully and said, Livia comes at your call. She secretly envied that Western Tower slut who was once favored by the ruler many times, but now it's finally her turn. Now I must perform well so the ruler will forget that servant girl. Duong ordered, I will appoint you as the first high priest of the evil spirits. You will govern the evil priestesses, control the demon temple, manage this new power well, and serve me.
After receiving her orders clearly, he replied, "Go ahead."
Through the screen, Duong learned about Livia's plans. Wow, they've already started building infrastructure so quickly?
The efficiency isn't bad. Plus, after I kill the original ruler, these personnel and infrastructure will continue to work hard for me.
It feels like playing a game of building infrastructure, doesn't it? Not bad at all. Is she working properly? Hurry up, don't just stand around. Remember that the great king has granted you a new life, and you must be loyal to him for the rest of your days. Do you understand? Everyone obeys clearly. Rhea flatteries, no wonder she's the noble one. One day, when they finally act, these people will become honest immediately. She reminds them, but unless we let these apostates taste some suffering, they still won't know their place. You should also learn more, Livia thought proudly. The Lord actually entrusted me with such an important task. That's amazing. As for the Western Tower, just stay obediently guarding the 100th floor gate. I will be behind to take good care of the Lord on your behalf. Notification. You have been appointed by the Demon Lord to become the High Priest of the demon race and will soon gain knowledge about the Red Moon.
Please cooperate with the ruler to fight against the Red Moon's invasion into this world.
Livia looked at the system screen with confusion. What is this? Why did it suddenly appear? I've never seen this before. She grabbed a creature and asked, "Do you see this?" "What is this?"
The king replied, "Your Majesty, please spare me. I saw nothing."
This creature vaguely guesses your meaning. You mean the Red Moon, right? It seems I've heard this somewhere before. That's right. I've heard that those who complete the 5-star mission transfer have a chance to encounter this, but I don't know if it's true. Livia looked at the statue in front of her. Could it be that this evil god statue was the one that emitted this? It seems I can only go and ask the great lord. She clasped her hands and bowed, saying to the Supreme Lord, "I am Livia, your loyal servant, and I wish to meet with you." There was no response. Could it be that the commander has fallen asleep? Seeing no movement, Livia understood and said, "Sometimes the commander becomes like this. No matter how much we call him, we can't wake him up. It's so frustrating, not knowing when the Supreme Commander will recover to lead us in a counterattack against the human world. The atmosphere in the Holy City during the meeting is eerily oppressive." Femia spoke. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend the meeting. Due to recent special circumstances, I apologize for calling everyone here."
"Lord Tati, there's no need to be so formal. We all know why you summoned us, so just get to the point."
She agreed. "Okay, I won't say more."
"I believe everyone has received the information about the world update. Among them, switching to the demon faction and opening a portal to the Elf Kingdom are the two main topics of discussion today.
First of all, no matter what, I hope everyone will not join the demon faction. This is completely an act of betrayal against humanity, and the final result will only be eternal regret. Two others were discussing when they heard this. Honestly, there was a time I was truly shocked. The person next to me agrees. I understand him. Just the Western Tower is already an insurmountable mountain, and then when he thinks about what's behind her, it's even more terrifying than the Lord of Original Sin. This task is simply impossible to complete, so surrendering to the enemy might be better. 3 times they spoke, and the final battle left a deep darkness in everyone's hearts. Then suddenly updating the version information in such a situation felt like seeing the flaws within everyone. "This is truly the temptation of the devil," Lamna said calmly. "There's no need to be so pessimistic. Isn't there still an alliance route?" He shrugged. "Yes, that's the main reason why people remain calm now. Otherwise, a rebellion would have broken out long ago." Opemia waited for them to finish speaking before continuing. "The entrance to the Fairy Kingdom is one way, so humans cannot enter without permission. If we can complete the alliance mission and open the entrance this time, it will surely bring us great benefits." Duong Qin understands, but to complete this mission, we must first get past the Western Tower. We can't fight enemies on divine levels, but does the Fairy Kingdom truly have divine-level powers? Or could we possibly request their support? The Western Tower is ruled by the strongest Original Sin King. Only when we can defeat her does it mean we can defeat all the other Original Sin Kings. And when we gather the 5 divine weapons of rebellion and also obtain the 2 rebellious items from that mysterious god, they probably won't refuse to cooperate with us. Anyway, his goal must be to kill the King of Sins. On that point, we agree. Lamna and the others agree. I have no opinion. Supporting it for 3 hours is also similar. I agree as well, but we should establish contact with the Fairy Kingdom as soon as possible. Anyway, time waits for no one. Most people are still observing, and some may want to be the first to take the risk and switch to the demon side. I anticipated this and had already made an agreement with the Fairy Kingdom. Drawing a circle with the magic staff in his hand, Alan appeared. They marveled. No wonder he's the High Priest. This is Alan Lauren, a level 166-star mage from the royal court. He speaks, "Hello, humans. I am Alan Lauren, the eldest son of the prestigious Lauren family. I hope you can remember me clearly." Someone who heard this immediately got angry. "Who is this person, huh? What's so impressive about level 160? The person next to him advised, "Just speak softly. I heard Lauren is a major noble family in the Demon Kingdom. If you insult them, you will face the consequences." Femia probes. Prince Lauren respectfully greets you. "Thank you to the Elf Kingdom for responding to our request. I wonder what Her Majesty the Queen thinks about this." Alan licks his lips with a lecherous look. "Is she the High Priestess of the Human Temple?" "As expected, the reputation is well-deserved. Truly an extraordinary being." Femia was displeased to hear such disrespectful words. Seeing Augustine's eyes flash with sparks, Lamna nervously advised, "Calm down," and Alan took out a scroll, saying, "I will read the Queen's decree to respond to your request. Human friends. The Elf Kingdom is willing to help and assist humans in destroying the original Demon Lord, but there are also certain conditions." He read clearly first, except for the superior spirits. No humans are allowed to participate in the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. On Monday, send people to find the whereabouts of the Elf Princess Lilith and bring her back to the Elf Kingdom. On Tuesday, the Divine Temple will transfer 60% of the current Red Moon Spirit Cores to the Elf Divine Temple. Làm na hự một tiếng rồi thổ dài chấn nàng. Dung Chiến nhíu mày suy nghĩ, anh nhớ do là cậu mà mình từng nghe khi nghe những lời này. The shouting and cursing rang out. "Damn it, even a lion cub is already too big, huh? Why won't you let us enter the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm? Who do you think you are? If you want to find someone, go find them yourself. You elves have great powers, but still can't find anyone. Today I will go to the Demon God Temple to surrender to the enemy, and then come back to kill you, you shameless bastard." A faction opposes, wanting to keep the treasure of the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm for themselves? I, King Shiva, will be the first to disagree. He thought to himself that it was hard enough for Biganu to subdue the dragon. The legacy of the ancient devourer must absolutely not fall into others' hands. Is the talent and cultivation of humans still so concerning? "What do you think about this, Lord High Priest Tai?" She replied that the temple did not oppose the second and third conditions, but the first condition involved the core interests of various groups across many countries, so they still hoped you would reconsider. He asked, "How many countries currently have the qualification to enter if they want to access the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm?" Femia replied, "Long Ha, the Eagle Federation, the Flower Kingdom, and the Shiva Nation all have their own dragon tamers. The relevant information has been sent to you already." Alan scrolls through the screen. "Let me see." He makes the final request. "Then here's the deal. The others can enter, but anyone who tames the Black Dragon is not allowed to proceed. Moreover, you must send the person who tamed the Black Dragon to our Star Kingdom." Duong Qian was the first to oppose, punching the table hard. Furious, Duong Qian asked, "What does this mean? Is this kind of request targeting Long Ha?" The man challenged. "I think you're wrong. The Elf Kingdom does not need to target any human nation. In my eyes, all of you are equal, with no differences. As for the reason, I don't need to tell you. Just think for yourself whether you agree or not." Tokugawa advises, "Duong Qian-tan, even if I don't know why, the Fairy Kingdom must have its reasons." "Long Ha, don't you have words to help others achieve their goals? Compared to having a strong ally from the Fairy Kingdom, a small sacrifice is nothing. Isn't that right?" A Tou speaks up. "Dao Jianshen, this concerns all of humanity. Long Ha, you should take a small sacrifice. This is not a request from us to you, but from our allied elves. Could it be that you want to lose the help of the elf allies over this?" He's imposing his morality. "If your actions prevent us from receiving help from the spirit ally, and from defeating the world boss, forcing us to turn to the demon faction Long Ha, you will be the sinners of all humanity?" Lamna asked unhappily. "Is that going too far?" Augustin commented on a completely sinister face. "Old master, where are you going?" Seeing Duong Qian in front of him, Tokugawa stammered, "Duong Qian-tan, what are you looking at me for? I have nothing on my face." A straight punch to his face sent the guy flying forward, and seeing Duong Qian nearby, Ato was frightened and asked, "What are you trying to do?" With a cold voice, he replied, "The things Long Ha wants to do are still not your turn to teach us, you two useless fools." Duong Qian clasped his hands and said softly to Amia, "Even though we don't know why the Elf Kingdom made that decision, this is still a major event involving all of humanity. Long Ha of ours must take responsibility and be prepared for the losses. But the person may not come to the Long Spirit Realm, but they absolutely cannot be handed over to the Kingdom of Spirit Beasts." After saying that, He left. That's all. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Tokugawa is still trembling. His attack was really heavy. It hurt like hell. To's situation isn't much better. He recorded, Duongqian, just wait for me. I will settle this score soon. That's right. Let's start with your genius, Long Ha. Duong saw everything in this scene. The Fairy Kingdom, the Hoa Nation, the Shiva Kingdom. Are they targeting me? He's really full of himself. The aura coming from him makes the maidservant tremble in fear. Master, Duong believes that anyone who usurps the throne will face severe punishment. A punch from Duong Qianthan would still be too light. The room was engulfed in flames, frightening the maid. Master, what's wrong with you? Duong turned back and smiled as if nothing had happened. It's okay. Let's keep going. My shoulder still hurts a bit. The maids immediately massaged it for Duong. You tell yourself to be careful not to reveal your kingly aura, and to restrain yourself more in daily life to avoid attracting attention. But upon reflection, something feels off. I can understand the attitude of Anhwa Kwok and the Jia Kingdom, but why is the Spirit Kingdom deliberately targeting me? It seems like they don't know Lilith's whereabouts. Maybe they want to take revenge for A, but the problem is, no one knows about the relationship between Black Dragon and me, and there's no way they could be angry at me just because I killed Black Dragon. You don't want to overthink it. You'll ask Lai later. After hearing the story, Lilith forced a smile and said, So you mean Big Brother? No way, those guys aren't interested in avenging him at all. On the contrary, if he dies, it would be better for everyone else. Duong wondered why that was. You're tired of it, huh? Is this palace intrigue? Duong pondered that if it had nothing to do with Aka, then the only answer could point to the Black Dragon itself, specifically the one who once brought them endless fear and darkness, the Ancient Devourer. Because they fear the Ancient Devourer, they are extremely hostile and cautious towards any Black Dragon. If that's the case, their request also makes sense. There is also the inheritance of the Ancient Devourer and the Nameless Hero in the Long Spirit Secret Realm. So to prevent the so-called revenge inheritance from falling into others' hands, the elves naturally do not want anyone outside of themselves to know about it. And those exploring the Long Lin Secret Realm also no longer mention the taming of the Black Dragon. To prevent the inheritance of the Ancient Devourer and the anonymous hero from falling into the wrong hands, the spirit clans naturally do not want outsiders to participate in the exploration of the Long Lin Secret Realm. But then I felt more at ease, proving that they are confident they can seize the inheritance. It's just a pity I won't let you achieve your wish, Duong asked. So they say they want to bring you back? Lilith shook her head repeatedly. No going, no returning. They are determined not to come back. Remember, you promised you wouldn't kick me out of the house. You can't break your promise. I never want to go back there again. Duong replied, Of course I won't send you away. Don't cry anymore. He gently pats her head and comforts her, secretly thinking that these royal spirit elves probably have no good intentions towards the princess carrying the royal curse inside her. Even my conscience doesn't allow me to take her back to that hellish den. Lilith only revealed herself before the Black Dragon was subdued. As soon as the spirit race royal family announces Lilith's appearance, someone will eventually recognize her. I have to get her to a safe place first, or prepare other measures. The alert is showing. Do you want to read the message Duan Qiang sent you? You know you have to perform well first on your side. Duong saw him waiting outside the gate. Duong Qin God, what brings you here to see me? Dongqin replied. I came here to tell you something. I hope you can stay calm. This time, you might not be allowed to participate in the dragon spirit secret. You look shocked and terrified. Why? I clearly tamed the Black Dragon already. Why won't you let me join? Daojian replied, This is a request from the Spirit Realm Kingdom. They even want us to hand you over. Duong was panicked. What? You already agreed to them? He frowned. Of course not. Although the progress in conquering the deep abyss is currently slow, we cannot refuse due to the overall situation. But only within reasonable limits. Neither Duanzhan nor our Long Ha nation behind you will agree to your family submitting you. He was deeply touched inside. Although he expected this, Duong Qian's attitude still moved him to tears. He patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. Even though you can't participate in the Long Lin Secret Realm this time, the country will definitely compensate you and will never let our new genius of Long Ha suffer any loss. Duong agrees. All right, I trust you. Then he saw him off as he left. Dong Qianthan left carefully. You've calculated that tomorrow is the day the Dragon Spirit's secret realm opens. I wonder if the two nine-realm experts from Anhwa country and the Shiva Kingdom are ready for the surprise I have in store for them. At Anhwa country, at the Asuka house, next to the Red Dragon, he too sighed in disappointment, saying that the boy who tamed the Black Dragon couldn't participate in the secret realm tomorrow, which was really unfortunate. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to get to know him better. Luckily, they didn't come. I don't want to fight with such violent people. Beganu, this is your chance, and also the chance for our Shiva people. When you enter the secret kingdom, use the stone tablet to suppress the remaining dragons. If necessary, Bigu said casually, then just kill him directly. I will do it. Uncle Ash too. And I am really looking forward to tomorrow. The one who tamed that black dragon cannot come. Then that's even better. The great dragon squadron flying across the sky leaves everyone in awe. Look everyone, that's the Dragon Knight from the Elven Kingdom, and there are 6 of them. Isn't this team too strong? These elves are not as friendly as they seem. I'm starting to feel worried. Eric, the 3rd prince of the spirit realm, level 220, transmute. The Dragon Demon Knight frowned in annoyance and said, I didn't expect that recently. 3 humans have tamed dragons, which is truly beyond expectations. Alan, riding a dragon beside him, replied, only the devil knows what they have done. But it's nothing really important. Once this dragon spirit secret realm ends, they won't have anyone riding dragons anymore. Eric reminds you, don't rush. Once we conquer the human world, your Lauren family will surely be able to take over a vast territory. Humans reproduce quickly like animals, so there will be no shortage of women for you to play with by then. Laina watched their actions in the sky. Haitu rode the red dragon excitedly looking around, and he was eager. I can't wait until then. After we go inside, I want to satisfy my craving first. Lina said, I'm a bit disappointed with the impression of the fairy race. Haitu said, my instincts tell me to stay away from them. Tokugawa approached and advised, no need to worry, just keep everything normal for now. Laina reminds you, but remember not to be stubborn when facing danger. Survival is more important than anything else. Do you understand? The Beganu side is discussing this fairy kingdom is really expanding too much, yet they bring so many people along, probably to prepare for battle. Who knows if he will keep his word or not? He left immediately. Uncle, I'm leaving now. There's a warning behind. Do it well. Show them how powerful our Shiva kingdom really is. Eric is flying past Haitsu, the beautiful one. Do you want to join my team later? The A to maze is shining brightly, and he thought to himself, the 6 fat sheep from the spirit realm are truly an unexpected surprise. They must think they are invincible in the secret realm, but how could they know we have a shield that can even tame dragons? If we can kill them, we'll get 8 dragons. What could be more amazing than that? Truly incredible. I just can't help but feel excited. The ground suddenly exploded with power. T organization cursed, but then directly used forbidden spells and even killed someone from the spirit realm kingdom. Looking at the person in the sky, he shouted, are you crazy? Augustin. He raised his staff, electricity emanating from it, and swung it down, unleashing 2 powerful forces, causing another explosion that covered the area in flames. Duong thought to himself, being able to control a 9-realm expert in his hands truly is a special feeling. Please fight well for me. Duong rides the black dragon away, saying, I will inherit your bloodline. A look of ambition flashes in your eyes as you devour everything. The fire element blazes fiercely in the space. Augustin's figure stands out in the middle. Tokugawa rushes over quickly. Crazy! Augustin has gone mad. We have to stop him. He reminded him, Ateo, get up. We have to charge together. Ateo's eyes flash with a dangerous and calculating look. He rushes forward with his sword, but luckily he was stopped in time. Tokugawa cursed, damn it, you're going crazy too. As he finished speaking, one of his eyes turned red and he activated the control command. So Tokugawa lost his mind and swung his sword to kill Ateo. Countless shining blades appeared in the air. From above, the lightning strikes down, and both of them attack him simultaneously. Duong secretly hopes that the force control will only last for a minute. During this time, please help me create chaos, and I will leave first. When the control is lifted, Augustin stands frozen there. He was confused. What exactly happened? Looking at the battlefield he created, no one survived. Augustin was worried. This time, things are really troublesome. There was a scream. What exactly just happened? Why did my body and mind suddenly lose control? A2 realizes that we have definitely been controlled by someone in some way. Tokugawa is stunned. What? He is sure that my intuition as a priest cannot be wrong. Someone is secretly controlling us, and Augustin is also affected. Yet they seem to be able to manipulate all of us without us even realizing it. Who exactly is the demon? The big door opens, and a beam of light shines down on them. Augustin recounts that no matter what just happened to us or during our fight, I seemed to see a black dragon flying into the dragon spirit hidden realm. Did anyone see it? The 2 of them confirmed. I saw it too. I saw it too. Are you suggesting that Long Ha is behind this? He doesn't know. I'm not sure, but at least I know it wasn't Duong Qian. I understand him. He would never go back on his word, let alone resort to such despicable tricks. The most important thing is that Duong Qian is a fake professional warrior. How could he possibly control those people fighting among themselves? That kind of force like an enforced command can only be carried out by those with mental strength far beyond ours. Duong didn't argue at all. Exactly, that's right, Tokugawa guessed. But if it's not Duong Qian, then who else could it be? Could it really be Duong? He sneered. Are you mocking me? That kid is just a low-level 5th-rank cultivator. How could he control a 9-transformation half-god like us? Tokugawa knew he had spoken too much. I was just speaking casually. Augustin realized that since the Deep Abyss demon invasion began, strange things have been happening one after another, which is truly very strange. He decided to set this aside for now, forget about it, as there are more important matters to deal with than just overthinking. Just now, because we were controlled, we killed the royal guards of the Spirit King Realm. They must have been resurrected in the Spirit King Realm's Divine Hall. Maybe it won't be long before the Spirit Realm Kingdom learns this news, and it could very well affect our relationship. Since the Long Spirit Secret Realm is currently closed, we have no way to interrogate Duong. We should still take the initiative to contact the Tinlin Palace and see what they have to say. The two behind nodded in agreement. I have no objections. In the Long Spirit Secret Realm, energy pillars shoot through the mountain peaks and burst into flames. Hai Tu, reading the Red Dragon, asked, "Are you scared? Could it be that there are monsters in this secret realm that even dragons fear?" Bigu silently thought that this must be the aura of an ancient devourer left behind. Even after countless years, that fear still lingers in the blood and soul of the other dragons. "Miss, I see you're having some trouble. Why don't you come and ride a dragon with me?" "No, I don't need to." "Over there," Eric calls out. "That's really you, Alan. So you want to finish the job directly on the dragon's body?" He raised the ancient dragon fang. Only an ancient dragon fang can suppress the fear of the ancient devourer within the dragon's bloodline. And humans don't have this. I wonder if a beast tamer can easily control a dragon without it. The small stone tablet in Baganu's hand flashes. "You're celebrating too early. Wait until I use the stone tablet to control your dragons, then I will swallow all of you in one go." The thunderous sound shocked Lai Na. The dragon roars. Has the boss already arrived? Haidzi denies it. No, this roar is her scream of surprise. It's him. There was still another black dragon. What are they so shocked about? Duong is counting incorrectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like this will be quite a grand feast. Meganu can feel the fear of the dragon he is riding. Why is the green dragon still scared? Even the stone tablet has no effect. Is this black dragon really that evil? Eric shouted. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to agree that the black dragon wouldn't enter the secret realm? Alan gritted his teeth and said, "Humans truly are an untrustworthy species. Shameless and despicable." A dragon approaches and someone reports, "Your Highness the Prince, the dragons are panicking and unable to fight." He shouted, "What are you afraid of? The black dragon controller is just a half-blooded 5-transformation demon. Defeat him for me, and I will handle the black dragon." The other dragon knight immediately obeyed and flew away. Understood. They attacked first. Follow Prince Eric's orders, and you go to hell, little black dragon. A tornado swept them away. Duong spoke. Then die. You just swung your sword, but it's you who will be the ones to die. The system displays, you have slain level 152 Spirit Knight Agas. You have slain the level 147 Fairy Knight Karen. You have slain the level 148 Fairy Mage Bem. You have slain the level 150 Spirit Elf Archer Havoc. Experience gained 5,210. Alan was stunned. No way, in just a blink of an eye, he killed 4 of our experts. Eric continued, I didn't even see his speed when he struck. How can a 5-transformation human have such power? A treasure appears in his hand. This human is extremely dangerous. If you want to kill him, you'll have to use a secret trick. Just then, a large mouth opened wide. Eric is tightly bitten inside and struggling. Damn it, what is this thing? Let me go, you bastard! Let me go! Alan knew he was no match. Even Eric was helpless. He had to run away quickly. But his back was hit by flames, and he fell to the ground in pain. In front of him stands Duong with a grim expression, stepping on his face. Alan shouted, Do you know what you're doing? I am, Duong coldly declared. If anyone insults me, I will retaliate 100 times over. No matter who you are, even if you are a god, I will kill you to show you. Someone shouted to stop, but fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Kulong squadron flew in, and the arrogant one said, Don't be so cocky, kid. We were just careless earlier, but this time we will definitely take your dog's life. He cursed, Die! A stream of flames shot out from the dragon's mouth. Is this guy happy to be burned to a crisp? Lanya is curious. Why do these giant dragons of the elves suddenly seem so full of energy? They looked quite sluggish just a moment ago. I, too, remembered to look into their eyes. She realized that the dragon's eye color was completely different from before. They must have used some kind of magic to control the dragon's mind. This kind of ordinary magic has extremely severe side effects, yet even this skill is being used. Those elves really intend to kill To Duong. Coming from behind, someone flew up laughing loudly. Nice kill. He smirks. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Alan looks down at the scene below, shrouded in thick smoke, when suddenly a surge of power erupts. He was shocked at what? The group of Kulong quickly dodged to the side. No way. Don't come here. Everything has already been hit by the firepower. The shadow of the black dragon appears below as a monster rushes up and asks, "Where are you taking me?" The black dragon soared high into the sky, of course to eliminate all hidden dangers. Haitu looked up and was gone. Lainya faced this kind of attack, and not only was she unscathed, but she also easily countered. It seems the people of the Spirit Realm Kingdom are in big trouble. The two dragons stood still. Someone secretly thought they were terrifying enough to scare themselves to death. While Baganu's blue dragon hid behind a tree, he secretly thought that the people of the Spirit Realm Kingdom had been wiped out in an instant. Is this Tu Duong still human? If we fight head-on, there will be no chance to win. I can only look for an opportunity to strike secretly. Alan is furious. How could this happen? I ended up dying again? That kid isn't even human. After dying twice, we've fallen too far behind in levels. We can't defeat him now. He has used up all his scrolls. The entrance to the secret realm is now sealed. Use the scroll to return to the city. Suddenly, a burst of power shot through, tearing the scroll apart. Alan was stunned. What? Tuduong, are you trying to run away? Did you ask if I agreed yet? You stand on the back of the black dragon, slashing your sword at him as Eric, falling from the monster's belly, screams for help. Hurry up and get me out of here quickly, Tuduong warned. Don't waste your strength. Even he can't escape if he's defeated. So what can you do now? Alan forced a smile. Yeah, Maidi. Free and trying to negotiate. What do you really want to do? We can negotiate. What do you want? I agree to everything. Tuduong calmly said, so what? Then I said I want your life. Seeing his face turn pale with fear, you repeat, so you're scared? Wasn't it you who wanted to kill me just now? You were arrogant and forced Long Ha to hand me over. Why were you so arrogant at first? Why are you so humble now? Alan admits he was wrong. It's because we didn't recognize Mount Tai before, but now we truly understand our mistake. Please, venerable sir, have mercy and forgive us. Tuo Yang reminds you. It's too late. I've already seen through your true faces at AK. You think I will let you survive and go back? He realized. What? It was you who handed the AK to him and declared that I would keep killing. Kill you all until your levels drop to 0 and you can no longer respawn. Tuduong's insane intent terrifies Alan deeply. Another sword swung out, blood spraying everywhere. The other dragon knights begged, "Stop it." Aren't you humans going to form an alliance with our spirits? Countless voices echoing say as long as I stay inside, you humans will be doomed and the alliance will never be formed. You cannot kill the world boss, advance the world mission, or unlock the divine class profession transfer. Don't you care at all about the outcome? Tuduong raised the dragon bone high. Really? It's nothing at all. A sword strike tears the space in half. The system notification, you have completely killed level 1 Fairy Knight Agas. You have completely killed the level 1 Spirit Warrior Karen. You have completely killed the level 1 Spirit Mage Bim. You have completely killed the level 1 Elf Archer Havok. He glances at Eric, who was just released by the monster. Only I remain. Even in death, he still refuses to surrender. You shameless scoundrel. All you know are treacherous tricks. You released me and then challenged me to a fight to settle who's better. Stand tall and upright. Tuduong waved his hand to call Eric over. All right, I will let you die clearly. He drew out his demonic talisman weapon. The violent storm. You chose this yourself. Liet Fong Tram descends. You will die, human. The storm of wind and fire rages around Eric like a furious gale, accompanied by a tornado of destructive energy, tearing everything apart. He was initially confident. Are you still alive? Seeing the faint figure of To Duong appear, Eric was stunned. What? How are you still alive like that? The displayed information shows Tu Duong's health at 90%. You praise him. The attack of the 7 transmissions is indeed impressive, truly much stronger than the Silver Dragon. Eric couldn't accept it. His full-force attack only took away 10% of its health. No way. How could this happen? Aren't you a 5-star profession? You're not even human. You're a boss in disguise, so I cut you again. Congratulations. You answered correctly. A series of notifications keep repeating. You have slain the level 220 Spirit Dragon Knight Eric. Bichan hides behind the tree trunk, trembling with fear. No, this guy is too terrifying. Even a surprise attack couldn't hurt him at all. I definitely have to go back and tell Uncle and Dad to do it themselves. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Tu Duong standing in front of him. The system notified that you have completely killed a level 1 beast tamer. Bigu Haitu is running down with Linya. She is stunned. The previous report from the dungeon is true, but everyone has already died? Linya questions those worthless spirits have left, so why does he want to kill Bigano as well? I explained that Shiva's kingdom secretly planned to kill us all here. I just killed him before he could do anything. This is purely justified self-defense, Tu Duong added. Moreover, the Long Spirit secret realm is not a sacred training ground. It hides dangers that are hard for both of you to imagine. The two of you are better off staying here and not wandering around. Or I can't guarantee what unexpected trouble you might run into. With that, Black Dragon flew away. See you later, bye. Tu Duong was calculating and just killed 6 spirits, 1 failed transformation, 1 Luke Chuyen, and 4 Ngu Chuyen. Including Biganu Luke Chuyen and the 7-headed dragon, they gained over 30 million experience points. If it were before, I would still be a bit excited, but compared to the experience I accumulated earlier, it's not even a hair's worth. The items and equipment dropped are valuable, but I can't use them for now, so I'll set them aside. The system announces the unique giant cactus sword of devouring. Athos has 500 strength, 500 divine power, 500 speed, and 500 durability resistance. You hold up the dragon bone sword to observe it. This cactus sword has also grown, but why does its value increase so evenly? The reward for devouring the 7-headed dragon should have been much greater than this. Reminder: evolve by killing a level 1 ancient dragon to increase the absorption attribute limit to 20,000. You are surprised to realize you have reached the upper limit of the initial absorption stage. This mission might be a bit difficult, but for now I'm not in a hurry. Tu Duong is holding a necklace, which talks about a nameless hero buried here. Could he be the original owner of the dragon-destroying heart he's holding? Looks like I was right. You made the black dragon fly in one direction, and the place where that light is pointing is the domain of the ancient devourer. The thick fog made it hard for Tu Duong to see anything. The fog was really dense. In his hand was the dragon-slaying heart, its light flickering. Tu Duong orders. Luckily, the dragon destruction heart is still guiding the way. Athos, charge for me. When the black dragon passes through the foggy area, he shouts out. But before he can rejoice for long, he is stunned by what he sees in front of him. A set of dragon bones appears. Tu Duong wonders if this is truly the true body of the ancient devourer. He was so excited, surprised at how huge it was, the black dragon. A thought looks even smaller in comparison. It's truly astonishing that such a thing still exists, even among the anonymous heroes. Someone who can kill this terrible monster must be truly heaven-defying. A godly level? Are you even more excited than that? Then let us witness the continuation of this legend together. The black dragon's body suddenly stopped, and he stood there in shock. What? Tu Duong guessed. Could it be that this canyon has a no-flying rule? Surrounded by swirling smoke, he immediately notices it condenses again, and in front of him is the giant skeleton of Longcott. He's hesitating. Could this be the arm of the eternal devourer? Maybe I should follow this path to the top. It feels like some kind of ritual, really interesting. Longcott's eyes flashed with a prominent purple light amidst the thick smoke. Tu Duong was surrounded by 7 Longcott. Are these the dragons I killed before? So they have all been resurrected? Could there be a death spirit mage nearby? They are holding a charged light sphere in their mouths, with a smoky whirlpool like a tornado surrounding a blazing flame. You look at the bone dragon in your hand with satisfaction. Could this also be a challenge from the great devourer and the anonymous hero? Then Tu Duong makes his first move, leaping off the spot he's standing on. You leap into the sky to prepare for a wide-area attack. The Longcott all look up in the direction of Tu Duong, as countless sword strikes cut them into pieces. But the healing energy is connecting those bones. I knew it would recover. Tu Duong slung his sword onto his shoulder and struck again. Come on. This isn't the first time I've killed a cactus. No matter how many times I come back to life, I will keep killing for you to see. The strike of my sword cuts through the bones of the Longcott, Tu Duong shouted, and the black dragon roared one last time, with the white dragon bones beneath, forming a mountain. He sneered, although I'm still not quite sure what this challenge means, I've finished it anyway, and it really took a lot of effort from me. Tu Duong rides on the black dragon to continue his journey. It's like a straight path up to the summit. Looking ahead, there is a whirlpool, and he is curious. What is it this time? It almost drags Taduang's body into the whirlpool. Taduang is amazed as he clings to the cliff, feeling relieved that the danger has passed. Old Master Thao, what's going on? Hailong's body is being invaded by a stream of black energy, and it looks painful. There are footsteps softly approaching the edge of the mountain where you are holding on. Taduang forced a faint smile. Are these blessings truly endless? The opponent drove the sword into the ground, and you quickly dodged to the side, grabbing the edge of the mountain with one hand. His eyes flashed as he glanced over at you. A chase ensued, with the opponent continuously thrusting downward as Taduang desperately dodged. He finally seized the chance to leap onto the peak, just as a sword slash from the other person swept past. Taduang tilted to the side to dodge, finally finding an opportunity. The opponent's eyes glowed red in the darkness, looking incredibly eerie. Are you surprised that the attack just now was from an ancient devourer? In such a narrow space with no flying allowed, and with a killer waiting to finish off the enemy. This is truly a deadly and malicious trap. It reminds me of a legendary game developer from the UK. Taduang lifted Long Caught and said, "The black dragon I struggled to tame has disappeared like this. I'm so furious. Whether you're an ancient devourer or an unknown hero, today I will cut you into pieces." The opponent interrupted and said, "Flame, test its eligibility." Overcoming the challenge. The black dragon on the other side is gradually being reborn, and energy surges around it. He was surprised to see Athos's body gradually regenerating. Could it be through continuous burning to gauge the bloodline's power level? If he couldn't endure it, he would surely die completely. Come on, Athos, you have to hold on. Taduang turned to ask, "So you are the anonymous hero?" The person replied, "Who are you?" I introduced myself as Taduang from Long Ha. The other person kept asking, "Who are you?" Taduang hesitated. "What do you mean?" 2 questions. "Who are you?" Could it be that he has seen through my identity and sensed that I am also a primordial monarch? He couldn't take his eyes off the sword in that person's hand, feeling a bad premonition. That sword was the shadow in front of him, and Taduang flinched. "You're growing up fast." A blazing stream of red energy shoots up high, with shockwaves radiating outward. His body wobbled as he was about to fall to the ground. Taduang felt strange, not in pain as he expected, and even his life force remained unchanged. "What is going on?" The person in front of me suddenly interrupted and exclaimed, "My failed attack. You jumped up. Even though I don't quite understand the situation, I will take you down first." The opponent's body is incredibly agile, else dodging the attack and then striking back with another sword. Taduang blocks it with Long Caught. They both moved back to their original positions so quickly that not even a shadow was left. Countless flashes of sword light streaked past, and he was in a disadvantaged position as the opponent leapt high to attack. Taduang's face showed horror as he saw the approaching strike. However, he bit down hard on his opponent's sword. As he held on to the enemy's weapon, Taduang swung his sword back to counterattack. You take the sword from your mouth. Surprisingly, after being enhanced to the extreme, even your teeth become stronger. In front of the thick smoke obscuring the view, you know it's not going to be easy to win. Anyway, he's a legendary hero, but now he's lost his weapon and his fighting power has diminished greatly. So defeating him is only a matter of autumn. Come on then. Suddenly, he sat down on the ground, surprising Taduang. The one who realized it, so it was you. He gave you the sword. This sword is for you. The blazing red sword is in Taduang's hand. Before disappearing, he made a request. Go kill Gloris. Go on. You don't even know who that person is. Kill Glories. Who is that person? If it is a character related to the legend of the nameless hero, then it must be a system notification detecting a new user, checking and repairing resistance, identifying errors, succeeding, and sealing with a sigil. The repairer's ID is unknown, unlocking the weapon's special features. The item information shows a superlative equipment, the Crimson Flying Sword Seal. The seal has been damaged. The ownerless kid curiously looked at Fai Hong. Why is it that all the information about the unknown superlative level remains unclear? Could there be a higher rank than divine weapons? And what kind of strange thing is the repair resistance of the cultivator? New information appears. The Superviet sword Fai Hong consumes the Hong Nguyen core to perform repair and attack, adding energy. Taduang is shocked as he consumes a Hong Nguyen core to activate the repair attack, and a red core appears in his hand. Taduang presses the button on the screen to try it out, and when the links from the Crimson Sword wrap around the energy core, a notification for additional energy appears. A red moon crystal. Taduang was surprised, thinking it was just an extra source of energy. A thunderous roar echoes out. It's the roar of Athos. Seeing it in front of him, Taduang realized that you must have completed the inheritance process as well. Where are the faint flames from before? The warning indicates that the fire death spirit monster was swallowed and burned to death by the black dragon Athos. Unless Athos's power is depleted, undead creatures will be immortal and indestructible. You remember? This trait reminds me of the necromancer. In that case, the black dragon would become a necromancer, right? No, it should be called a Titan spirit dragon. Duong glanced at the nearby skeletons. These thorny bones have also been revived. It seems they have become Athos's little disciples. The black dragon and the bone dragons soared into the sky and left. Thinking about that scene, as long as Athos devours many elite monsters, I will have a powerful army of spirits. This isn't an ordinary spirit beast mage, it's the legendary lord of the demon realm. This inheritance is truly formidable. Among the bone dragons, numbers like 43, 53, and 54 started appearing. I wonder when these numbers first appeared. There was nothing there before. Wait a moment. Could it be related to the crimson flying sword? A surge of energy burst around the body of Long Cot number 42, and Duong swung his sword. Then let's try it. Activate the repair. The long cot has vanished, leaving only a dazzling glow behind. You stare in amazement. Reminder, this repair will increase the purity contamination level by 0%. Additional energy, 111. Duong stared in horror at the purple flame sword. Is this an act of directly erasing the rules? Even spirits can be resurrected, but are killed immediately. Which is too twisted. But why is there this notification twice and the second time still at 0%? So at 100% there's no cost to pay? The anonymous hero also tried repairing himself before, but it didn't work. Could there be something special about my body? Could it be related to the system? You ask the system if it has any ideas. Seeing no response, Duong sets this aside and shows no reaction. Forget it, let's leave it for now and see what they say later. Athos has already received the inheritance, and I've also obtained this heaven-defying divine weapon. Although I didn't gain any experience points this time in the Long Spirit Secret Realm, the harvest has already exceeded my expectations. However, the Red Moon cores are now too rare, and the only way to obtain them is through the random event of the Red Moon invasion. The Divine Temple transfer might give me more information, so I need to find someone who can get the information from the Divine Temple. For now, I have to leave here first. The gate of the formation is opening, with 2 giant dragons guarding beside it. Hai-Tu gazes blankly at the energy pillar in the distance. Has the exit already been opened? Lina hesitated. Why did H2 suddenly remind her? Lina said nervously, "You go ahead first. I will wait here." She asked again. "Are you waiting here for Duong?" Suddenly, the 2 giant dragons trembled uncontrollably. Lina was curious. What was happening? Hai-Tu knows it has to be him. He's turned back. The black dragon flies over from afar, releasing its aura around it. You order them to line up properly. Then the black dragon approached the 2 dragons, growled once, and fell silent. They immediately stopped moving. Lina saw the 2 of them stiff and unable to move. Why couldn't they move? Hai-Tu noticed that the black dragon had grown much larger. Could it be that it gained new power inside the secret realm? Duong politely said, "Thank you both for your efforts. Now that the secret realm has been opened, you can leave. And of course, I hope you 2 won't tell anyone about what happened here. Doing so would be best for me and for yourselves as well." Lina hesitated. Hai-Tu agreed. "Don't worry, we promise not to reveal what happened here." She expressed her admiration. "Because I can see from your eyes that you are a good person. I originally wanted to talk to you more, but it seems like I won't have the chance this time." Hearing this, you froze for a moment, then the teleportation gate opened, and H2 waved, saying, "See you next time." Duong accepted the compliment. So in her eyes, I am considered a good person? Maybe so. She's truly an insightful girl. The situation outside is a bit complicated. I definitely can't go out like this. I need to think of a way. You remember Ria's appearance. Based on your guess, the faction mission has been initiated because the world has opened up. If humans have become demons, then demons can also join human factions in some way. It seems I need to confirm this. The system immediately activated and returned to the demon castle. Seeing the monsters here, Duong chuckled. This Deep Abyss Demon Realm is getting more and more lively. The information shows Deep Abyss Demon Realm. The one-way entry feature has been removed. The demons in the abyss can now leave freely. You have confirmed your suspicion by stepping out into the outside world. It's exactly as you predicted. If it's just an ordinary demon, then leaving the abyss would be no different from giving humans experience. But what if it's the king of the original sins? Duong calls upon you. West Tower, follow my summons. The Western Tower appears. Your servant has come here following Yu Chao's call. My great king, I can feel your strength recovering, and your glory will finally be restored. Duong asked, "Can you go through the Deep Abyss Gate right now?" She is not sure.
Your Majesty, I must try first, then you go. In the cold plains of northern Siberia, with the Tam Uyen Gate at minus 30 degrees Celsius, 2 guards lament. How much longer do we have to stay in this miserable place? Even if monsters come, they'll just freeze into ice. The Western Tower approaches, and she realizes her power has diminished. The 2 guards then drag someone away, fearing they are a demon. They can go out to the outside world now, the guy next to him urged. Hurry and inform the Grand Minister.
Tay Thap, tired of listening, no longer wanted to hear, as a series of red beams like slashes cut through and flew past the heads of these 2, her lonely figure walking on the icy road.
The Western Tower has stopped, but it has been confirmed that I can pass through the Deep Abyss Gate. It's time for me to return and report to the Superior. When he received the report, Duong was surprised. Although he could enter and exit the Tem Uyen Gate, his strength had weakened to just that of a semi-divine. Could it be that the expansion of the Divine Path Realm has not yet been released, so the world temporarily cannot accommodate Divine Realm beings? But even so, the attributes and strength of the Western Tower are far superior to those of other 9th-generation semi-divine transfer officials. However, there are only about 6 or 7 9th-generation semi-divine transfer officials outside the Dragon Spirit secret realm, so killing them would be an easy task.
Duong ordered, I want you to go around the world and punish those who disrespect my name. She received the command immediately from her subordinate. Duong shows them his image, then bring someone here. When I am asleep, that person will be my representative. Seeing that person, it is like seeing myself. The Western Tower was stunned to see that image. A human. Not long ago, at the teleportation formation, Augustin was questioning Duong Qian. You broke the agreement. Please explain why Duong entered the Long Lin secret realm, and also why, after he appeared, we started fighting each other and even attacked our own fairy allies. Duong Qian was also confused. I have nothing to explain, and I don't know why this happened. Augustin was speechless, Mr. Eslian declared. The honor of the Royal Guard cannot be tarnished. Later, when that person comes out, I will personally take him to the Royal Spirit Pavilion for questioning. And you also have to come with me to the Royal Pavilion to explain. Do you want to interrogate me now? Then let's see if you have the guts for that first, he threatened. If you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Lai Na returned to report. We are back. O2 also sensed something unusual. Why do everyone's faces look so serious? Tokugawa had a bad feeling. Why are there only 2 of you? Where is Duong? Augustin asked Li Na, holding her hand. And what about the people from the Fairy Kingdom? Where did they go? They reported the news. Us, Hai Tu added. From the moment we entered, we were separated. Only Li Na and I were transported to the same place, but we both got lost afterward. She lied convincingly, and as a result, not only did they fail to find the treasure, but they almost lost their lives. Before they could understand what had happened, a flash of light suddenly appeared. We were transported back to the entrance of the secret realm and found the door already open. Then we just went outside. Maybe the others should come out later too. She was lying so convincingly. Tokugawa stammered. Is that really how it is? Then it's really unfortunate. Eslian thought to herself, if what she said was true, then someone must have successfully inherited this legendary secret realm. Then the others should have been transported back into the secret realm like them. So why haven't they come out yet? Could something unexpected have happened? He took both of them by the hand and said, let's go back to the Spirit Realm Kingdom for questioning. Tokugawa stepped in and said, stop, what are you trying to do? Augustin stepped forward and protected them. These girls are ours, you have no right to drag them away. Eslian pointed at them and warned, if you keep blocking me, don't ever think about forming an alliance with us again. If anything happens to the 3rd prince and the eldest son of the Lauren family, just wait and see. A intervened. Lord Augustin, Lord Tokugawa, please consider the overall situation. Compared to the immature geniuses, we who must complete the world's mission and unlock the new divine class are the true hope for the future. Just imagine what would happen if we lost our elf allies. When the primordial ruler arrives on Earth, who among you can stop him? They are hesitating over this. Eslian is pleased with his performance. It seems like he's the one ready to form an alliance. I will report your sincerity to Queen Shiva of the kingdom. Is that correct? The team confirms. Yes, that's right. The 2 of them and Zhong are thinking. That treacherous villain has a really thick face. A small black crack appeared in the sky and began to widen. Augustin felt that this aura was Tay Thap stepping out of the tear in time and space. Augustin was amazed. The Western Tower, the king of arrogance. Eslian wonders how she could have escaped from the abyssal demon. She contemptuously said, I thought I was someone important, but it turns out to be just you bunch of trash. Augustin launched an attack, but her aura had already weakened significantly. The forbidden investigative spell, recorded truthfully. Her information is displayed. Half-god, the arrogant king of the Western Tower, with hidden-level health points, attack power, defense, and speed. He believes that although her full strength is still unknown, there is no doubt that her power has been reduced to that of a half-god. Augustin called out, "Let's put aside our quarrels and defeat her together."
"This is an unprecedented opportunity," the Western Tower announced, struggling in vain. "All of you charge together."
Augustin orders, "Tong Chien, the frontline mission is assigned to him. The others support me and Tong Chien. The boss's trait is that if you can't kill the original king, you won't be able to injure her. Do you all understand?"
Everyone attacked together, he spoke. "So that's how it is. Then I'll rely on all of you."
Ao is planning to help them first. If it doesn't work, then run away. Notification displayed, the righteous warrior.
Nearby allied units gain a 20% increase in physical attack and recover 1% health per second for 30 seconds. Encouraging Spirit Beast increases the attack and magic defense of nearby allied units by 15%, with an additional maximum of 10% health points. Augustin wields his staff, transforming it into a divine thunderbolt, then unleashes a devastating strike with the ultimate destruction technique.
A barrage of attacks rushes toward the Western Tower, filling the sky with blazing firepower. She is stunned. How could she be wounded? Augustin cheers. "Very good, it's working. This one is not invincible. Try harder and kill her," Manhwa Tower mocks. They are truly pitiful ants. Although they brought some surprises, with such little damage, do they really think they can defeat me?
A black hole appears, and she shouts, "Everyone, charge in!"
The system displays that the Dark Domain effect, a unique skill of the Western Tower, can pull all enemies within a 500-meter radius into the barrier, reducing their overall attributes by 50%. Those caught in the pull scream, "What is this?" We're about to be pulled in. Augustin wondered why none of the three of them were affected. Linya and Duangqian run up and shout, "Tokugawa-sama, Augustin-sensei, the road behind is still safe." A stream of attack suddenly descends right behind Li Na and Duangqian. Duang stepped forward and activated the soul seal, I order. Seeing this, Duangqian was stunned, initially confused, then he flew away with those two people. "Follow me." "Hey, too, you're still in shock, huh?" Seeing them disappear after the crack in time and space, you breathe a sigh of relief. Buying yourself some more time. Lord Dao Qian, walking away without seeing us off. To Duang's gaze turns toward the Western Tower. It seems they're about to leave there, too. Does she suspect that this person is the representative the king mentioned? But why does he seem so weak? The steps of the Western Tower lightly touch the ground as she speaks. "I really don't know why the king chose you as his representative, but calling you an ant isn't an exaggeration at all." He just replied vaguely, "Maybe so." Duang glided past her and reminded her, "Now, Tathap, put aside your arrogance. I need you to help me pick up someone." Tathap obediently obeyed, feeling a bit nervous inside. Just now, in that moment, I felt the king's breath again. No, it must have been just an illusion. Duang returns to his villa, which is still safe. Lilith, heading toward the tree in the garden, feels a strong wind blow past and a dark shadow swiftly flies toward his villa. The vase in her hand drops to the ground with a thud. Lilith falls to the yard in panic and screams, "Ah!" This is a surge of dark energy forming into black claws that grab her. "Follow me!" Lilith shouted. "Let me go!" "Who are you?" "Why are you capturing me?" The dark energy quickly retracted, with Duang standing nearby, watching. The portal has closed, restoring peace to the villa. Augustin, defeated, sits on the ground. Yet again, he has failed. Tokugawa pessimistically said, "The gap is too big, we really can't win." Suddenly, Augustin remembered an important matter from earlier before being pulled in. He hurriedly asked, "Do any of you see the way to fight?" Tokugawa replied, "No." Aute revealed that just before being pulled into the dark space, he saw the path of battle. That guy was unaffected. Just like the Western Tower never saw him as an enemy from the beginning. Augustin was stunned. "What do you mean?" He gradually approached him. "Actually, I have a not-so-great hypothesis. Maybe Dongqian and Long Ha betrayed humanity and teamed up with the Demon Lord." Augustin doesn't believe. "What did you say?" "That can't be true. Duanzheng isn't that kind of person. There's no way he would betray humanity." A said coldly. "Master Augustin, I know you have always been a good friend of Duangqian, but what are you covering for him now? I believe many people here have witnessed it just like I did, right?" Someone spoke up at the base of the tree. "Indeed, that's the case. I also see that the Western Tower shows no hostility towards him. This is very suspicious. Someone speculates, could it be that Dao Zhanshan really betrayed us?" He keeps manipulating. Moreover, think about it. When we were waiting outside the dragon spirit's secret realm, weren't we already starting to kill each other in a confusing way? That power truly cannot be explained. Who currently has the power to control us without us even realizing it? This is definitely not something humans can do. Unless aided by the demon, what is the final outcome? Who benefits from Tuduong, who was originally forbidden from entering, now successfully reaching the Long Spirit's secret realm? It is Tuduong who is Long Ha. Augustin cannot argue. It's true. The power that can control me without my knowing it. This kind of power definitely isn't something a 9-revolution half-god can possess. Tokugawa loudly refuted this, saying it's not just Duong Qian, but also Haitu from our country and Lai Na from the Eagle United Federation. Could he also suspect that they colluded with the demons? Tu cursed silently. Damn it, those 2 girls are too weak. I almost forgot about that. He just made up an excuse about Duong Qian wanting to monopolize the Longlin secret realm, so he kept them here. Tokugawa was quickly deceived, and indeed this possibility exists, to thought silently, although he didn't know what had happened to Duong Qian. He was the only one who had died less than us. Moreover, the gap in strength and level between us is growing wider. We must find a way to deal with him. Currently, only the 2 young girls know what happened in the Longlin secret realm, and as long as we can ignite a conflict between them and Duong Qi, there is still a chance to obtain the secret of the realm for ourselves. My plan to build the Shiva kingdom must not be broken again. He emphasized, everyone try to think. Duong Qian's behavior is extremely suspicious. He must have a problem, some people agree, although it's hard to believe. But this possibility really exists. He concluded that the matter was urgent, and now we should go find Duong Qian. As he finished speaking, he teleported right behind him. Duong Qian's fist straightened and hit the opponent's face, knocking A2 flying backward. If you dare to slander me again, I won't mind sending you back to be resurrected right here. Augustin requests. Duong Qian, you need to give us an explanation. Why weren't you pulled into the barrier of the Western Tower? And why did he suddenly disappear? Where did he go just now? Duong Qian replied, I have nothing to explain. If you really doubt me, then go to the Holy City and ask the Grand Judge to judge. Li Na stepped forward to testify. Earlier, Lord Dao Qian had us run straight to the border, then immediately turned back. Haitu added, at that time, this uncle was very strange, as if he was being controlled by something. Augustin silently thought that if Duong Qian dared to proactively suggest going to the Holy City, then the chance that he was colluding with the abyss demon Tam Yuan was low. Since everyone knew that the high priest could detect lies, Tokugawa wondered if the young Toduong from Long Ha was colluding with the dark abyss demon. Both believed he was the mastermind, but their suspicions were also dismissed. Immediately after, they found their own thoughts to be ridiculous. How could someone who just reached the 4th tier have the strength to be considered a true expert? Augustin decided that if that's the case, then let's go to the Holy City and ask the High Priest to make the decision, including the matter related to the Spirit Kingdom. Atto, with his face bruised from the punch, swore, Duong Qian, I will make you pay the price. They have arrived at the Holy City. When Amiya heard the news, she asked, Are you sure none of you have colluded with the Deep Abyss demon? If it really is like that, then, when everyone was controlled, you didn't know anything, right? The group confirmed that was the case. Next to Duong Qian, a light appeared, and only then did they believe. It turns out what Duong Qian said was true. No wonder he was so confident, not even a ripple of disturbance. She spoke up. If neither of you have any issues, then you two are sure you didn't lie about anything that happened in the Longling secret realm. Both Li Na and Haitu had beams of light above their heads, but those beams disappeared. They sighed quietly, saying, We're doomed. I didn't expect the great Tisi god to still have this power. To Duong, it's not that I didn't help you hide it, but the great Tessie T is very skilled. Augustin criticized. Li Na, how dare you deceive me? Tokugawa scolded his grandson. Haitu, what are you hiding? If you don't tell the truth, even if your father begs, I won't forgive you. Duong Qian ponders. Could these things really be related to Toduong? He went to ask Uvan, Bai Lin, and Tuit Tien. I also investigated his background earlier, questioning classmates, the guilds he joined, and even his divine temple. Their opinions of Toduong are all different. Some see him as a genius, powerful, calm, and not an extremely cruel person. Even if for some reason he is truly involved with Tamuyen, he is not connected to me and the 2 girls. If in the end it turns out that Tuduong is truly connected to Tamuyen, then how should I feel about him? Should I eliminate him? Famia reminds them that if lies are now being exposed, all their secrets are meaningless. And even harmless things they try to hide could backfire. If you don't want to speak here, you can follow me to the confession room so I can decide. Lai Na is discussing with her. If the Grand Templar T can detect lies, then those things might also be uncovered. Haitsu suggested, "Sister Laina, let's tell the story again." She begged, "Please, Great Priestess, let us into the confession room and we will tell you everything." Femia agreed to lead them into the confession room. "All right." The two of them turned to look at Ao before leaving him confused. A few minutes later, Emiya and the others left the confession room. She pointed the staff at Ao Han, who had once planned to incite Bigu of the Shiva kingdom to kill everyone involved in the secret realm. "Is that true?" Ato's inner thoughts are panicked. What? He stammered. I am terrified inside. What is going on? How did the Grand Minister find out about this? Could it be because of those two girls? Could they have already caught Biganu? No, that's impossible. She accused him based on Haitu and Li Na. At Long Lin's secret realm, Tuduang exposed Biganu's plan and killed him. Neither of them participated, so now we need to judge whether Tuduang is guilty or Biganu is guilty. Which also means that Mr. Atahan is guilty. Then just answer my question with yes or no. The people behind are stunned. Is Tuduang just a 4th-level cultivator? How did he kill Biganu, a 6th-level cultivator? That doesn't matter. The real issue is that you bastard, you dared to scheme behind my back. He struggled to speak, saying, I am not involved. But then a flash of light suddenly appeared and then disappeared, making it clear that everything had been revealed. In the name of the great deity, I temporarily delegate the authority to execute Tuduang Chiang, a Tohan of the kingdom of Jiasai, is sentenced to 3 death penalties and will be imprisoned in the holy city. Waiting for the execution day, he knelt down in despair. Why is it like this? Duang Chian's anger flared up. It seems that I and the 2 participants from Hoa Quoc and Lianban Ung Mei have no issues. This is entirely your way of blaming Tuduang for all this, isn't it? He still refuses to admit it. Dongqian, don't go around slandering. Although I had such intentions, I did not collude with that evil demon Tam Uyen. Moreover, Tuduang is not entirely innocent. He killed the spirit, and there was also a phoenix spirit inside. If I am guilty, then Tuduang is guilty, and you, Long Ha, are guilty too. Your crime, Long Ha, is obstructing the formation of the Spirit Alliance. This is even more disgusting than my own sins. You are the real traitors. He threw a punch at him. Die, you bastard! The power from that punch sent A to flying far away. He revives exhausted and panting as Duang Chen continues to beat Ato. It's not over yet. He has been burned down by the fiery power in his hand. When A2 is reborn, Duang Qian warns him to go to the prison and wait for judgment. Finally, he grits his teeth and says, Duang Qian, just wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 sharp spears appeared on A2's neck. He knew the truth was now exposed, and that very soon, the kingdom of Shiva would have to face the consequences. The only thing to do now is find a way to turn the tide. Little brother, this is my final message before I am sealed away. Tell the fairy kingdom that Tuduang has killed the crown prince and organized the Shiva kingdom to join the abyss. To join the demon faction and help me take revenge. To seizes the opportunity to send the message, and a small beam of light appears. Tuduang was speechless when he saw this. The kingdom of Shiva wants to join the demon faction? What's the point of calculating or not calculating? Why are you just walking into trouble yourself? Seeing him locked up, Tuduang was very happy. To. Even if you've planned everything out, how could you have guessed that I am the Lord of the Abyss? Demons Tam Uyen. Your moves are getting more and more predictable. If the Shiva kingdom joins the demon side, I can torment them at will. I will gladly welcome this grand celebration. Just keep blaming me if you want. In the end, everything is your own doing, so don't blame me for anything. As for the fairy kingdom, except for Lilith, all the fairies I've met are extremely proud, each considering themselves a noble race, always with an arrogant and condescending expression. If I didn't know better, I would think they all have the strength of the Western Tower, which is why they act so crazily. But they are just a race that once had divine rank. Once I ascend to the primordial Lord and complete the divine registration, I will surely make these arrogant spirits understand who the true ruler is. So what if I make a spirit of the elf race my slave then? The lesson is almost over anyway, right? It's time to get down to the main task. You look up at the demon god statue. Previously, because of the Long Spirit Secret Realm incident and fearing the Holy City would notice the abnormality, I couldn't level up for a long time. Now that I no longer need to worry, I can go all out and push into the demigod realm. The evil Holy Emperor that Livia is curious to see approaches as she watches you step forward. Why would the Supreme Commander choose someone as weak as him as the envoy? This truly confuses everyone. You just need to follow the instructions without asking too many questions. She frowned, trying to suppress her irritation. Livia clearly accepted it, secretly thinking that the decision of the military leader was truly beyond our control, so it's better to establish a good relationship with the representative. Damn it! Why did the Western Tower accept the representative's mission? I can do that too. But I refuse to accept it. The system shows the level check is already at 100, reaching the 4-star limit, starting the 5-star transmission, and the mission to spread the legendary transmission. 1 star. The 5-star promotion mission. 2 stars. The 5-star promotion mission. You're so happy. This process is no different from the one at the Divine Career Temple, right? So that means I should also be able to set up VIP for the Demon Holy Palace. While Tuduang was analyzing the process in his mind, he had already figured it out. Aman had, first, the Demon Lord with great strength will complete the 5-star class transfer mission in the Demon Temple. If nothing unexpected happens, they are very likely to encounter the Crimson Moon invasion. By then, I will kill the Crimson Spirit Beast and obtain the Hong Yui Spirit Core, then use my status as the Lord of Original Sin to capture them in exchange for the Hong Yui Spirit Cores. Why is that Hong Yui Tin Hot so rare? Isn't it because too few people have completed the 5-star transformation mission? If I can produce a large number of 5-star transmigrants through some operations, I could gather a huge amount of Hong Yui Spirit Cores, not to mention endless resources, and even resolve the energy conflicts of the Bakthan sword-level weapons by using the power of cultivation. Wouldn't that mean I could face gods and kill gods, meet Buddhas and kill Buddhas? Perfect. The system reminds that the 5-star upgrade mission doubles the harvest. Introduce the mission. First, kill 10 5-star evil profession monsters. Second, kill 10 non-evil 5-star professions for the reward of completing the mission. One profession advances to the mysterious demon spirit martial art, and the harvests demon spirits. 2 legendary advancement stages. Life essence storage changes basic attribute, increase by 50%, and 3 new skills are added to the profession. The father receives an additional 1,000 free attribute points, and you wipe away the fatigue from your mind. The less you say, the bigger the problem. This mission seems difficult, but in reality it's not easy at all. From now on, it will only get harder. Those who can complete this 5th transition mission are considered truly chosen by the heavens. But if you want to go from the 4th transition realm to killing someone in the 5th transfer, it's not easy at all. This will be a step further, widening the gap. Among those chosen by heaven, the truly divine will appear. Tuduang is confident in himself. Killing a 5th tier is as easy as flipping a hand. First, I will take a walk in the abyssal demon deep and then casually complete the 1st mission. So why is there still no news from Amino passing through the divine temple in the River of Gods in Shiva Kingdom? I'm so scared, I could die. As long as Piganu can obtain the inheritance of the ancient devourer, no one will be able to stop the rise of the Sai Kingdom in the future. By then, we can surpass Long Ha and the United States Federation in one go, becoming the strongest nation in the world. We might not even need to ally with the spirits. Just killing the primordial monarchs could activate the world mission. A loud drum roll sounds, and he cheers happily. I have news, let me see. When he received the news, Amino's smile faded. What? Bigu has failed? And on top of that, he's been killed. How can this be? His whole body couldn't help but tremble. How could this happen? Bigu is the son I am most proud of. His talent for beast taming is even greater than mine. As long as it matures, there will definitely be hope to ascend to the 9th transformation. But why? How could a detached consciousness from the 4th transformation kill his genius son? He braced himself against the edge of the table, trying to steady his nerves. Calm down. The truth has been exposed, and surely my brother will come out of this unscathed. The divine temple transfer will arrive very soon. I need to make a decision immediately. Amino considered that joining the demon faction meant betraying humanity. Once started, there was no turning back. But Biganu cannot die in vain. It has come to this. He bit his lip and said through gritted teeth, "This is your fault." At the Holy City, Emiya announced that A2 had been captured and imprisoned. Next, let's discuss the young man named Toduang. Augustin said, with Toduang's 4-stage strength, it's hard to believe he could defeat Biganu, who is 6th stage. But what about the mysterious death of the elf prince Eric? Isn't that just too unbelievable? Lina swears that what she is saying is the truth. Please believe her. His denial isn't because I don't trust him. After all, it has been verified by the grand sacrifice. But this whole thing is just too unreasonable. So what exactly happened then? Tell me the details. She recounted that at that time it seemed like Tuduang used a type of tool to restrain Eric. She had never seen such a device before. Eric was still conscious but unable to move, use any tools, or even activate any skills. The duration of the death effect is still unknown, at least it has not been lifted yet. Based on what we saw, the 3 others asking Lamna about it seemed to suggest a state of restraint. But when a lower-level professional faces a higher-level one, both damage and control duration should be significantly reduced. She agreed, as the effectiveness of suppression levels is common knowledge among professionals, which is also why few want to challenge opponents of a higher levels. Augustin knew well, but now normal reasoning no longer worked with To Duong. Maybe he had hidden his true level, or the item was so powerful that it could effectively nullify the suppression of rank. Could it be that Duong Qian believes that no matter what tactics Tu Duong used, at worst it was just a counterattack and not an unprovoked attack on others? I think he is not guilty. Tokugawa insists that for us it's not a crime, but for the Spirit Realm Kingdom, it's definitely a sin. Murmurs spread. That's right. Tu Duong didn't do anything wrong after all. It was justified self-defense, but do the Spirit Realm Kingdoms think the same way? One of their princes just died in the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. If we don't give them an explanation, how will we handle future alliances? Outside the door, someone hurriedly ran in and called, "Master Tai Tai, something's wrong." "Oemiya, what's going on that has you so panicked?" she whispered in her ear. She forcefully slammed her staff into the ground and declared that due to the urgent situation, the meeting would be temporarily adjourned. Ao has incited Amino to rally the Shiva Kingdom to join the evil side. At the entrance of the deep abyss in Shiva's land, the guards have been defeated. Amino, the one who caused all this, is thinking to himself that they are lying motionless on the ground, no longer moving. If we cannot become the strongest through inheritance, then join the side and come back to take revenge when we are stronger. The great original ruler will protect us and give us enough time to grow. He declared, "Wait until we return from the deep abyss, and the Ganges River will flood your kingdom." At that moment, Azla arrived to report to the divine official Amino. He hurriedly asked, "What is the current situation?" He reported, "The number of people transferred so far has reached 20,000. All of them are professionals on the legendary stage, entering the depths of the abyss in an orderly manner to maintain a certain infection rate. So far, more than 1,000 people have completed the demonization process and are heading towards the demon city." After completing the demonization process, the attack no longer initiated the assault voluntarily. Someone hurriedly ran over from a distance. "God King Amino, it's dangerous. The messengers from the Divine Temple have arrived. They have already captured quite a few people. There are many priests of the Divine Relay who are persuading others and no longer want to go down to the deep abyss." When Amino received this news, he exclaimed in shock. "What? He's asking if there are still any Balaman or Chara moving now." The other side replied that 70% of the Brahmins have been moved, and Chaya has already relocated 60% of the people. Amino issued the order. If that's the case, the Balaman will be moved first, while the Shara who haven't been transferred will lead the common folk to block the Divine Temple's succession, buying more time. They understand each other well. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that those common folk couldn't stop the transfer of the Divine Temple. It seems he can only abandon some of them. Amino swore that sooner or later he would return and take everything back. For now, we need to hide in the abyss first. At the dark and sinister 20th floor of the abyss, they have already transformed into demons and gathered here. Everyone was chatting happily, feeling very relaxed. After transforming into an evil spirit, my basic attributes have increased by 4%. The person next to him replied, "You only increased by 4%. I've already increased by 6%. The two in front are chatting away. I wonder what the demon city will look like. Do you think there are any mysterious things in the demon city?" The accomplices replied, "If there is, then we must enjoy it for sure." They exchanged the information we have with each other. "I heard that the temple officials have allied with Long Ha to target our Shiva kingdom. Those damn Long Ha people must be jealous of our rapid growth." "It's okay. When we become stronger, we can strike back under the leadership of the mighty primordial lords. At that time, we must eliminate Long Ha first. I heard that the Spirit Realm Kingdom has a very good impression of our Shiva Kingdom. Once we form the alliance, our Shiva Kingdom will surely hold a very high status." Footsteps sound as a person steps out from the shadows. Seeing half of Tu Duong's face, with the other half hidden in darkness, they ask, "Who are you?" "You calmly guess what? This guy dares to attack and threaten me? Die for me." A burst of blinding energy shoots toward To Yang, erupting in a fierce explosion and spreading heat everywhere. "But your blood level remains at 100%. Tu Duong said, "Don't panic, everyone. I am a guide from the Demon City, and I am here to lead new professionals to the Demon City." They all looked at the guide in amazement, and he smiled innocently. "Yes, that's right. I am one of the first professionals to transfer to the Demon Camp, and I received this mission from the Demon Lord to guide newcomers to the Demon City." One of them ordered, "So that's how it is?" "Then lead us there." Tu Yang goes first, leading the way. "All right, please follow me. Lead them to the statue. This is the Demon Suppression City. As the demon faction grows, more fortresses will be built around here. This place can be compared to the holy city of the divine transmission in the current world, which is the demon statue and also the only resurrection point for current demon professions. After death, you can also be resurrected here. This guy's praise isn't bad, not bad. This abyss of evil is more interesting than I thought. Looking at Tuduang's back, he asked if the kid was your brother Hoa, Bongtu, or someone from Longha. You turned around and replied, "Me? I am from Longha." The two behind me said one after the other, "So you're a Longha friend. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Oh, right. Are there any rules in the demon city that are similar to the rules in the real world? For example, professionals can't attack each other. Tuduang looked thoughtful. Yes, if they attack each other in the demon city, they will be punished by the great demon tribunal. I heard the punishment is extremely terrifying. He was worried. What about outside the demon city? There probably aren't any restrictions like that in the deep abyss, right? You smile and confirm. That's right. There are no such restrictions in the deep abyss. It's a place where the strong bully the weak. A wave of oppressive aura radiated out, leaving the group stunned. One of them spoke up. "What are you doing?" Tuduang is cleaning his sword. A is about to kill the dog. They froze upon hearing that, sweat pouring down their faces in tension. A swift sword slash cuts through the head of one of them. The remaining survivors, furious, ask, "Are you messing with us, kid?" "Kill him." Tuduang silently acts instead of speaking. The shining sword radiated brightly as he smiled contentedly, watching everything unfold as planned. The last remaining one stammered and threatened. Are you crazy? Don't you fear the punishment from the great demon lord?" Tuduang replied, "Attacking within the demon city would surely lead to the death penalty, and the great demon priest must also abide by the rules." He raised his sword, but here I am the one who sets the rules. With a single slash of the sword, blood splattered everywhere. The remaining enemies hurriedly fled. "Hurry up, run quickly, and report this to the Lord." Tuduang hovered above and declared, "I've arrived, so stay here all you want." Loud screams echo throughout the space as the system updates the progress of the current mission. Killing the 5 transferred professional demon faction. Killing the professional humans isn't considered evil, right? Tuduang knew that with the number of people from the Shiva kingdom, he could complete the class transfer mission, so he continued hunting, determined to finish the 5-stage class promotion within a day. In Tuduang's hand is a dark purple flame full of evil energy, which he throws behind him. The flame blazes fiercely as Tuduang leaves, continuing to hunt and striving to complete the 5-stage class transfer mission within a day. As the flames gradually died out, Livia approached, silently thinking that the representative chosen by the monarch was not at all an ordinary person. He is only at the 4th level, yet he can kill someone at the 6th level. But what is the purpose of the upper military leader in choosing him? Could he really help the higher-ups awaken faster? But with someone as weak as him, is that even possible? In a rugged place full of sharp rocks and darkness, with corpses scattered inside, the system announces the completion of the 5-transmission evil demon profession kill quest. Tuduang sheathes his sword, and the next step is to kill 10 5-transmission non-evil demon professionals. You open the system screen to check the information, thinking to yourself that there are probably still many Brahmin nobles who haven't transformed in the shallow layers of the deep abyss. After death, they will be reborn at the Divine Transmission Temple in the Shiva Kingdom. If these people go around spreading rumors that are unfavorable to me, then so be it. If I want to complete this mission successfully, I still have to guard the corpse. Tuduang sensed someone was watching him and turned around. "Livia, are you here, Dee?" She can sense me just by stepping out. She has some real strength. "What do you want with me?" You smile as you see Livia's attitude soften a bit. Tuduang points his sword at the opponent. "As the representative, I order you to issue a command to the evil professions in the demon city to go to the shallow levels of the deep abyss and kill 10 untransformed Brahmin nobles." The sword tip was only about a centimeter from Livia's forehead, and she was terrified. Livia obeyed the order clearly, but inside she was still annoyed. "You're just a weak representative. How dare you give me orders?" But since it's an order from the higher-ups, we'll follow him for now. The officials checking the notifications on the screen are discussing quietly. "Look, they have a mission now. It seems our boss doesn't like those new Balaman, right? Come on, brothers, let's show the newcomers a little color." "What are you doing? Aren't we already on the side of the demons?" a demon replied. "Sorry, but please go die." Across the temple roof, beams of light shoot up. The resurrected, angry, say to each other, "The demons are crazy. Now we have to break through the temple's defenses again before we can reach the depths." "That place is definitely heavily guarded. How can we get there?" a cunning man suggested. "So why not use a few sudra as living shields?" The others supported, Those two ideas. The soldiers inside the temple definitely wouldn't dare to kill innocent hostages casually. The common folk are just expendable tools anyway. They must see it as an honor to be sacrificed for us to return to the deep abyss. After they finished speaking, countless swords struck out and their heads were severed from their bodies, blood splattering everywhere. Duong stepped out. I initially felt a bit guilty, but now it seems that killing you all was entirely for the sake of protecting the people. He glanced at the resurrection pillars in the distance and then continued repeating the process on the conveyor.
1 hour later, the system announced the promotion task to the 5 transformation level. Kill 10 evil faction, 5 transformation professionals 10 out of 10, and kill 10 non-evil faction 5 transformation professionals 10 out of 10.
Surrounded by countless bodies, he breathes a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Duong carefully reads the information panel. The promotion mission has been completed, and the hidden class transfer mission has been unlocked and concealed. The third list is the Dark Song. It introduces the mission after the blood blessing ritual. A powerful force brings deadly temptation. Those seeking greater power will fall into the dark abyss as they strive to achieve their ultimate goal. Reaching level 60 in the deep abyss and defeating the primal demon boss alone, with the roar of the abyss echoing. They collect the demon cores dropped by the boss, which contain a fragment of the primal king's wrathful power, and bring them to the demon idol to complete the fusion process. You cheer happily. This is great. Finally, an additional hidden quest has appeared. Duong thinks this one is somewhat similar to the previous hidden promotion quest. The mission back then was to obtain the blood essence of the Nam Uyen Tho Long, which I replaced with the blood essence of the Black Dragon. This time I will use the power of rage. So you're hoping that if you could directly use the primordial dark power of the Sovereign of Original Sin to merge, it would have some kind of heaven-defying effect? Duong heads towards the door. Let's go. First we need to meet that guy from Tam Uyen who is shouting. The people behind them are gradually becoming invisible. In a dark swamp, a skeleton of a cactus stands. The Black Dragon lands, and a demon lord recognizes the sign of a dragon. That one is not easy to provoke. Hurry and run! Black Dragon speeds forward like a flying altar. System notification, spirit level upgrade. Boss primordial suppression demon. Deep abyss. Level 150, scream. He is sitting in front. Origin soul suppression. Demon is surprised. Who are you? You dare to challenge me alone like that? Duong, carrying the long bone sword, stepped down, skipping the introduction. I'm in a hurry, come at me quickly. It feels insulted and overestimates its strength. You will pay for your arrogance and recklessness. A sword beam shoots up suddenly, and 5 minutes later, the primal demon collapses to the ground. No way I could lose. You calmly said, compared to the golden dragon, you can withstand attacks much better. But that's all there is to it. Duong drew his sword and ended it like that. It desperately unleashed a surge of power. Go and die. The proud demon lord of origin laughs out loud. You didn't expect this, did you? I still have my final trump card hidden. This is a real damage attack. Ignore that defense. You're definitely dead. As the smoke gradually clears, Duong's figure appears. Is the noise enough now? He was stunned that you survived that attack. Your health is still at 98%. Are you asking if you understand the rule that smoke and dust are harmless? Your health points are 98%. The primordial demon is crying tears of blood. Damn it. Am I the boss after all, or are you the real boss? Duong decisively swung his sword with a blazing light downward. He confidently confirms, this is obviously mine, amidst the battlefield of wreckage and the carcass of a giant monster lying on the dry ground. Duong's figure appears full of mystery. Is this the demon core mentioned in the hidden quest? If it were before, I might have still felt excited. To obtain the original dark essence of the Lord of Original Sin, one must venture into the depths of the abyss. But for now I still can't enter. I can only grant the original Sin Lord this power to transfer to me later. Back in the demon city, everyone was still building Duong's own demon fortress. Lilith ran towards Duong. Duong, you're finally back. So this is where we are? This is the demon lord of the abyss in the abyssal deep. The abyss of the demon? You're human. How is that possible? Duong smiled confidently, pointing behind the two maids, the reason being a bit complicated. Basically, I heard that the spirit realm is starting to hunt her again, so I decided to take her somewhere new. Don't worry, with me here, she'll be very safe, and they will take care of her daily needs. If there's anything you need, just say so. After a moment of inner struggle, she relaxed her hands and sat back against the chair, her eyes looking down at the ground. All right, since you asked, I will find someone. Standing in the quiet room, Lai gently grasped Duong's shirt. But sometimes I really wonder, Duong, are you truly human? The things you do are just too unbelievable. Her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Lilith gently lowered her head to hide her confusion. I mean, no harm. Whether you're human or a demon, I don't care. Seeing Lilith's adorable and worried expression, Duong smiled gently and patted her head, saying softly, "You're so silly. Of course I'm human. I just have to do something. Things that only non-human beings can do. Isn't it true that you already came to the human world to escort Prince Eric and everyone else?" At the end of the long road leading to the main hall, a figure is kneeling before the magnificent throne, and someone sitting there asks, "Why are you back now?" The queen's face appeared full of authority as she stared fiercely at the kneeling knight Eslian, trembling and sweating uncontrollably. "Your Majesty the Queen, Prince Eric could not return from the secret realm." The rage erupted, and the queen shouted angrily, "What are you saying?" "What exactly happened to my son Eric?" he asked seriously as he stepped forward. "Chief Knight, you'd better clarify, and what about young Master Alan?" Eslian knelt on the ground, recalling the terrifying figure with purple wings that suddenly appeared. The exact situation is unclear even to the divine. At that moment, the god was negotiating with the humans outside the secret realm when suddenly attacked by the proud prince. The truth could only be asked of those humans, and he couldn't contain his anger. The queen waved her scepter, and chaos immediately erupted. "Useless. Why keep you around anymore?" With a serious expression, he tried to calm the atmosphere and begged Her Majesty the Queen to hold back her anger. Although the chief knight was guilty, the urgent matter was to investigate the serious crimes of the human race first. With a sinister smile and cold eyes, she tilted her head and ordered, "Very well, great mage of secret arts. Go to the human world and demand an explanation from those vile, filthy, and foolish people. Or before the demon race destroys our world, I will turn their bows and staffs of spirits into slaves." They all responded in unison. "The god obeys the order, Your Majesty the Queen, to return to the divine palace." Eomia stood silently, deep in thought. Pandora's box of Sva has finally been opened. When other nations see Sva joining the abyssal demon faction and gaining many benefits, who can guarantee they won't follow suit? By then, the world would be in chaos, and who could resist Hong and Wiyat's invasion? She closed her eyes tightly, as if contemplating something. "High Priestess, someone from the spirit realm is waiting outside the holy city so soon. A step is approaching, freezing everything around it, showing its dominance. It enters arrogantly and immediately declare, 'Humans, have you prepared to pay for your foolishness?' They coldly issue threats. I don't have time for long talks. Bring out the one who killed Prince Eric and Lord Alan, or he will turn away with a cold stare. We won't hesitate to turn your allies into slaves." Bahak and Lamna both exclaimed, "What did you say?" "What do you mean?" "Please pay attention to your words." Lord Caro Lawrence. Femia's eyes narrow slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. "As far as I know, even if the divine crystal spirits open the divine rank transfer, the closest person to reaching the divine rank was 200 years ago. That 200 years, I fear the divine ranker has already passed away. And being from the Void God clan, are you too confident?" They turned around calmly and said, "You are right, but still, we have a semi-divine level 500 expert and 2 experts above 450. Colonel Lawrence, the 9 transformation spirit clan mage. Truly formidable, unfortunately, I am one of them." As soon as he finished speaking, their expressions changed all at once, and the atmosphere in the hall froze like ice. "So what if it is? It's just a level suppression. Anyone below God level can be defeated, using the weak to defeat the strong. Long Ha has achieved countless miracles in history. If you refuse to ally with us to fight against the abyssal demons and instead want to invade the human realm, then go ahead and try." Hearing those words, they only sneered with obvious contempt. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and full of danger. "If it's just a matter of level suppression, then indeed you can create miracles. But what if I say that we possess 2 divine weapons and are fully equipped?" They stood silently like they were nailed in place. They continued, "Very well, it seems you also know how to behave." They continue their calculated negotiations, and I hear the night taxi mention a kingdom called Sva, showing much more sincerity. "Among you, who is the representative of the Sva nation?" Femia remains composed and calm as she analyzes. Now the Sva nation is no longer part of the human world. They have fallen and sided with the abyssal demons. "Oh, I thought your races were very united. If that's the case, then stare at those opposite you with cold, sharp eyes. Which of you is willing to sincerely form an alliance and hand over the evil enemy here?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, Tokugawa suddenly spoke, bowing deeply. "My lord, I know the culprit is Duong of Long Ha." "Tokugawa, how dare you!" Tokugawa continued to speak and explain. "He is the representative of Long Ha and also the highest-ranking person here. Likely relying on his own strength, he refused the decision to hand Duong over to you. Standing before the tall figures, he remains steadfast and says to my face, To Duong's whereabouts cannot be revealed, feeling insulted by the stubbornness, he unleashes his magic power and shouts, "Do you want to die?" The teleportation spell whirls around, his eyes determined, and he boldly challenges, "Try to attack if you dare." They suddenly realize something and turn around quickly, thinking to themselves, "Damn it, I heard that there are still survivors from the secret realm, and it's them." Tokugawa points directly at the others with a triumphant look and asks, "You will soon see to Duong's guilt." Hearing those baseless words, Haitu froze in the hall facing the giant shadow of traitor Tokugawa. Lord Augustin clenched his fists on the table, his eyes deep in thought. Lord Augustin stands proudly in the center and declares clearly that if no one knows where Tu Duong is, then let's bring the two who entered this secret realm for interrogation. This shouldn't be a problem, right? A hint of worry flickers in Haitu's eyes. Once we arrive in the spirit realm, things will be unpredictable. To Duong, what should I do now? At this moment, right above the holy temple, a space portal suddenly appeared, swirling with a mysterious black-purple energy. Livia gradually reveals herself and continues, "This is the holy city of the human world, appearing with great authority in the vast sky." Livia sneers and says, "Sometimes killing, sometimes saving. That great practitioner really knows how to manipulate others." Tu Duong sat on the throne, witnessing everything firsthand. Not long before, he coldly said, "The Fairy Queen actually wants to enslave humanity? It's truly ridiculous." Tu Duong, standing with his back turned and looking confident, as the ruler of Ta Muyen. How could he let that happen? Sitting majestically on the throne, he ordered Livia, who was standing right beside him. "Livia, teach this arrogant one a lesson and bring those two girls back." "Understood." Tu Duong's face shows confidence with a half-smile full of hidden meaning. With the King of Envy's special power, Min is really looking forward to it. Inside the Divine Palace, everyone gradually starts to leave. Tokugawa is still flattering Makiko. "When you reach the celestial realm of spirits, tell him everything about Tu Duong. This is your chance to repay the kindness your country has shown you. Remember not to anger the king and queen, or you will become a sinner of the British Empire. Do you understand?" Hearing his words, Haitu's sadness became evident. How much he used to care for me, yet now he is so indifferent. "Tokugawa, you're going too far." Femia watched the group leave with a disappointed and contemptuous expression. "Master Tokugawa, in the end, you are a ruler of a country, but your behavior is disgraceful. How can you still have any dignity?" Tokugawa turned his head back, his gaze full of scheming and cunning, thinking that as long as he flattered this powerful spirit god, those previous words wouldn't matter. "All right, I still need to return to report to Her Royal Highness the Queen. I like people like you who understand the situation, so I allow you to follow me to the spirit world. There I will help you level up a few times. Thank you, Your Excellency." And he used his magic to carry Haitu and Lai Nya for a while, binding them with his magic. Then the group left. "Let's go." Outside, sunlight shines everywhere. Halfway there, Tokugawa suddenly asks, "Lord Kak, if Duong Qian still refuses to surrender the one who killed Prince Eric, what will you do?" He clasped his hands behind his back, turned to look at him with a cold, ruthless expression. Killing him and replacing him with another ruler was enough. With a triumphant attitude, Tokugawa secretly sneered inside. "Duong Qin, you're dead for sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Kak suddenly stopped, catching him off guard with his own schemes, and rammed into his back. From beneath the ground, both Kak and Tokugawa look up at the clear blue sky where a figure is floating among the clouds. Who is that? Suddenly, his face changed expression with wide eyes and sweat streaming down his temples, showing shock and unease. "I can't see her information, but..." Mac's intuition tells her that this woman. They turn around, one hand reaching forward to cast a spell. The swirling streams of energy around his body create a terrifying and dangerous pressure, activating the number badge. Livia looks down from above, her eyes showing cruelty and triumph. "Your struggling is useless. From now on, all your powers belong to me." She releases a web of energy to surround the entire battlefield. At the same time, a system notification appears. Great sins, envy, Livia's obsession with everything, and stealing all the opponent's abilities for herself. During the theft, the opponent cannot use their original powers. The effect lasts for 10 minutes and is unconditional for those with lower levels than Livia. For those with the same rank, judgment is based on attribute levels. They stand stunned, unable to believe their power is gradually fading away. She looked at the skills in her hand and sneered with a contemptuous, malicious smile. "All just trash skills. None of them are effective. Watch me improve your worthless curse." From the sky, Livia unleashes a massive burst of fiery energy that engulfs the entire space of the aura, the forbidden spell, the great void, and the ultimate destruction. The skill nearly touches his face, but he still cannot believe it, showing a look of horror.
This is my skill, so how can you have it? And it's even more powerful than mine.
The skill grew more and more powerful as he refused to give up, then raised his hand to use the forbidden technique, ninefold angel complete. But at that moment, they noticed his body was failing. How is this possible? He was defeated by his own skill. Tokugawa, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly fled in despair. Someone, anyone, please come and save me from the monster. Livia tilted her head with a cold expression, extended her clawed hand forward, then suddenly ran wild. Try this. Then she continued using her skill. This is too terrifying to believe. She's sweating and looking overwhelmed and helpless. What should we do now? The two of them stand alone in the empty land, surrounded by Livia's enormous energy pressure. They stood frozen in front of a huge black energy pillar that suddenly appeared right in the middle. Livia suddenly appeared and called out, "Follow me!" From afar, sensing something, a tremendous power suddenly erupted. Then the auras of Lauren and Tokugawa disappeared almost immediately, returning to the divine temple. Tokugawa knelt on the ground, trembling and exhausted after barely escaping Livia's trap. That was terrifying. What just happened? With his face still covered in dirt, stains, and sweat, he began recounting the horrifying encounter.
Not long after Lord Kak and I set out, we encountered an unidentified woman who not only sealed her abilities, but also used your powers to kill us almost instantly.
Their eyes widened in shock at a source of energy beyond understanding. This kind of power could definitely not be unleashed by a half-god of 5 transformations. Could it be that a primordial king has come to the human world? She asked again. Where are Haitu and Laina? That's strange. Why can't I see them?
Lord CP and I were slaughtered on the spot, so they couldn't have survived.
Wait a moment. The last time Haitu and Laina were outside the Longlin secret realm, they weren't killed by the Western Tower. We just thought it was our own doing, trying to frame Long Ha for colluding with Tam Uyen, but now he is sealed in the Holy City's prison. And they again were not killed by the original king, clearly showing his confusion as sweat beads form on his forehead. Tokugawa hesitated to ask, "Are you implying that Tuduang suddenly appeared in her mind, and he is the only one? Could it be that the core of everything is Tuduang, and the king who was accused of murder was acting on his orders?" Livia is watching Haitu and Lai Nya from behind with a thoughtful and confused expression. She truly cannot understand what the military representative is thinking anymore. Why would he bring so many women here? At last, they have arrived in front of the demon city. Are those sharp spires rising tall and proud? Could this be the city of the demon realm? What does Auntie want to do by bringing us here? Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, accompanied by a calming voice saying there's no need to be nervous. The large door swung open, and Tuduang calmly stepped out to greet them. It's been a while. Facing everyone's surprise, he gently smiled and politely greeted them. Hello, both of you. Both girls were stunned, sweat beading on their faces as they saw Tuduang standing before them. Tuduang, why are you here? Livia, you can go ahead now. Understood. For now, I can't explain why I'm here to you both. But with both of you here, it will be extremely safe. He too was still in shock, staring at Tuduang as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Tuduang, your brother, turned around and replied calmly, "What's going on?" Haitu lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness and confusion as she didn't know where to start. "No, it's nothing." In her mind, her suspicions about Haitu kept rising. This place is the demon city in the deep abyss, the stronghold of the demon race. Basically, there is a conflict with humans. If Tuduang is here, could it be that he is also a member of the demons? Haitu stood silently, lost in thought, until Tuduang suddenly called her name to break the silence. "Miss Makiko." I smiled meaningfully and explained I saved you from that spirit because you chose to trust and help me. Furthermore, you said that you could see from my eyes that I am a good person. Your face suddenly became contemplative, with narrowed eyes full of thought. So what about now? Do you still think I am a good person here now? Yes. Suddenly, the atmosphere became strangely silent. They looked worried and stunned, stammering as they spoke. Haitu pursed her lips tightly, her heart filled with tension and intense inner struggle. A few seconds later, Haitu's gaze became resolute. She clenched her fists against her chest and softly said, "I still believe in you, to be precise. I hope to believe in you. You must have your reasons." Only then did he do this. Hearing those words, Tuduang smiled contentedly, a look of relief clearly on his face. "Then that's great, thank you." Laina let out a sigh of relief. "It seems we've passed through. Even the original king had to listen to him, and if you offend him, You're definitely doomed. Watching Haitu happily thank to Duong, Lai Na felt puzzled inwardly. Does this Maiko girl really think To Duong is a good person? Forget it. To Duong is kind and saved us from the spirits. He's our benefactor, and that's enough. Then he led the two of them to find a place to stay first. For now, everyone should stay here. After the storm outside passes, I will take the two of you back home. Agreed. As night falls, the house appears silent in the tranquil space. Sitting on the large bed, Lai crosses her arms and turns away with a pout. You're bringing two more beauties home again. Are you planning to set up a harem here? To Duong approached gently, lifting her chin. What's wrong? Are you jealous? There's no way. Lai buried her face in the pillow, pouting as she complained that ever since he came here, he's always busy and hardly spends any time with her. I don't mind if you bring other girls here, I just want you to spend a little time with me. He shrugged playfully and helplessly. If you've already said this much, what else can you do now? The door closes firmly. Then today, I will serve you well. The oil lamps burn brightly before gradually fading into the quiet night. Duong sat on the chair, deep in thought. After I gain the true dark power of the Lord of Original Sin tomorrow, I will be able to complete the 5 transformations. Based on my previous experience, I feel confident that I can directly reach the next level and start the 6th transformation mission. His face shows a look of calculation and caution. Currently, everything in the abyss of demons is progressing as planned, but the world of spirits remains a hidden threat. Maybe I should wait until the power of the Original Sin Lord's resurrection period ends, then revive Rage and let him scout the situation first. Then Tu Duong stood up from the chair, still lost in thought. If the strength of the elves is weaker than I imagined, I can completely let the Original Sin Kings occupy the spirit world first. Wait until I kill the Original Sin Monarch, then I will become the ruler of all 3 factions. The human and demon factions can coexist peacefully, but the elves can only become slaves. Standing in front of the window, he gazed into the distance, quietly wondering how surprised you all would look when you see the gift from Deep Abyss. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right, I almost forgot about the people in the Shiva kingdom. Almost all the nobles must have been transferred here, especially that Amino guy. Tu Duong carried his things and walked away decisively. I am a civilized man, and those who wrong me must pay the price. Now it's time to make him pay. The scene shifts to early morning at the temple. Tuol, as Femia's thoughts rise within her. All clues point to To Duong. Could he really be connected to the Deep Abyss Lord? Then she ordered to check To Duong's transfer records and carefully observed the information board in front of the giant goddess statue, Femia, while working on the 5-star transfer, which might be difficult for ordinary geniuses. But if To Duong truly is the incarnation of the Dark Lord, completing the 5-star transfer mission later on would be very easy. Did the priestess who used to oversee his ordination know something? The scene shifts to the city of Tianling, at the Divine Temple for Ordination, where a beam of light from above envelops Bai Lin. Could this be a divine statue summoning? I've never seen it before. Then it suddenly disappeared along with the surrounding light. Femia appeared and said, Bai Lin, I am Femia, the 3rd-generation high priest of the holy god, this time in the name of the idol. In the hazy space with white feathers falling, she issued a command, tell me everything related to Tu Duong. So even your highness the Grand Priestess knows about Tu Duong. All right. I will tell you in detail about his heroic actions. As soon as I finished, his usual dignified demeanor immediately disappeared. She widened her eyes in surprise, her face showing a helpless expression. Recalling the past, Bai Lin's eyes shone with admiration, along with a hint of shyness on her blushing cheeks. I met him in Donglin City. At that time, To Duong was just an ordinary warrior. But who could have imagined how great the achievements and legendary feats he would accomplish in the future? Bai Lin was still enthusiastically listing To Duong's glorious achievements, each promotion to 5 stars to perfectly defeat the Crimson Phoenix and subdue the Black Dragon. She gently looked down at his face, still faintly shy, making even the young lady of the Heavenly Pavilion captivated. After a long speech, Bai Lin's cheeks flushed with excitement. That is everything I know about Tu Duong. Are you satisfied, Your Majesty? The surrounding space suddenly filled with question marks as she kept calling Femia. Great priest. She clenched her staff and looked straight ahead in silence. Why does she look just like someone in love? That was a mistake. Femia turned around with a serious expression and asked, do you and To Duong still have any secrets that haven't been revealed? In the name of the idol, there will be no secrets hidden anymore. Bai Lin's face suddenly turned fiery red, sweat pouring down as fleeting images of intimacy between her and To Duong flashed through her mind. We are sorry. After Hearing that, Emiya put her hand on her forehead, her face showing exhaustion and tangled thoughts. It's okay. If you meet Taduong again next time, you can tell him that I really want to talk to him. Understood. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. She reassured herself, hoping she was overthinking. Standing in the vast hall, Emiya gazed pensively at the giant stone statue, her heart heavy. And after the Lorens are killed, the spirits might change their attitude because of this. Even I can no longer see the direction of the future. Lord, please bless humanity so they can peacefully survive this ordeal. Back at the demon palace, Shiva's group gathers in the yard, discussing anxiously. Great Minister, have you heard? The demons are hunting our Siva people. There must be some misunderstanding here. I want to personally go ask the high priest for an explanation. Suddenly, a giant demon approaches. Are you Amino? Yes, that's right. May I ask what is the matter? The giant demon's clawed hand with sharp talons reaching out to grab him, the demon grabbing his collar and pressing its fang-filled face close to Amino. In the name of the great sacrificial demon, Amino Hazan, you have shown disrespect to the sovereign and are sentenced to death. Shiva's group was extremely alarmed and exclaimed, Wait! There must be some misunderstanding. Minister Amino would never disrespect the great sovereign. I swear I have never said anything disrespectful to the great sovereign. Have you guys made some kind of mistake? The fierce face of the demon with sharp teeth. The demon lord looked directly at him. This is exactly the will of the great sovereign. If you have any objections, come forward and speak directly to the ruler. The demon lord stood imposingly, threatening Amino sitting on the ground while ordering the soldiers to take him away. Seeing that, are they worried about this? What should we do about it? The scene shifts to the holy temple where the demon transformation occurs. Livia loudly commands to bring the disrespectful one before the king. Surrounded by giant demons, Amino continues to beg desperately without hope. I really don't have it, please believe me. I hate those damn humans the most. Please give us a chance. We will become the bravest demon warriors. Before he could finish, he was pressed down to the ground by the demon. Demon kneeling on one knee, pressing Amino's head firmly to the floor. Lord Livia, the blasphemer against Amino, has been brought here. A lowly insect like this dares to show disrespect to the emperor? Your Excellency, the High Priest, I absolutely did not commit any act of blasphemy against the sovereign. You think you're worthy to talk to me based on yourself? Then Livia gently pushed Amino with her palm, sending him crashing into the corner of the wall before he finally stopped. At this moment, Taduong appears from the chair. Surely you are confused as to why you were sentenced to death for blasphemy. Lift your head, and you will find the answer. His pale face showed a mix of shock and fear, sweat streaming down as he struggled to get up and look around. Amino's eyes widened in amazement, utterly stunned. Taduong, why is it you? How can this be happening? Taduong calmly introduced himself, saying, Is this our first time meeting? Let me introduce myself. I am Taduong from Long Ha, currently the representative of the Deep Abyss Lord, the original ruler of the Dark Abyss. You can also understand me as the Prince of the Dark Abyss Demon. You and my brother Bameting. Once planned to kill everyone in the Spirit Dragon's secret realm, including me. Taduong squatted down to eye level and looked at Amino lying helpless on the floor, sarcastically remarking that after the plan was exposed, your entire nation fled to the demon side. What a clever move. Amino's face showed utter terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why do you know these secrets? Could it be that you've been watching me all along? He turned around and coldly said, Have you ever thought that one day you might have to face the consequences of your actions? First, you should go meet your son, and I will quickly follow you down to hell. You are the devil. I have to risk everything to fight you. 10,000 poisonous snakes. Facing the relentless attack, Livia delivered a powerful sweep that cut through all chaos. If you dare to assassinate the representative of the military, that's a serious crime. Your skill is quite suitable for torturing others, so just enjoy it slowly. And so, his screams continued to echo as the snakes opened their mouths wide, seemingly ready to swallow him whole. After a while, Amino's body was ravaged by the snake's bites until it disappeared. This is what you get for your own actions. Enough. Drag him out and let him die quickly. Got it. Taduong coldly ordered that the entire group of professional demons from the Shiva kingdom be classified as lowly servants, becoming slaves to be commanded at her will. Standing in the majestic hall, he pondered silently. Shiva's kingdom had been dealt with. Now it was the turn of the spirit kingdom. With a sharp and furious gaze, he looked threateningly into the distance, along with the clown Tokugawa jumping around. All of you will pay the price. At the Spirit King's palace, a soldier looked delighted, saying, The Fish Lord has returned. He clutched his wound. Who was that damn woman with such incredible strength? It definitely isn't something that the strong in the human world can achieve. Thinking carefully about her appearance and posture, could she be a demon from the abyss? I have to explain this to the queen. She's definitely going to be furious. Archmage, I see you have returned. Where's the culprit who killed Prince Eric? Suddenly, they knelt down, bowing their head to the floor. Your Majesty, the one who murdered Prince Eric has been found. He is a kid from Langhai named Tuduong in the human world, and he is the one who tamed the Black Dragon. The nearby spirits look surprised. So, someone can tame the Black Dragon. How is that possible? The other name muttered, the Black Dragon is a dangerous sign. It must be killed. What will Her Royal Highness the Queen do about this? The Queen's hand clenched the armrest of the throne. She forced herself to contain her rage. Where's that person named Tuduong? They are trembling as they report to the Queen that originally 2 survivors from the Spirit Dragon secret realm could reveal the truth, but on the way to escort them back, they were attacked by a powerful demon. All of the deity's subordinates have been defeated and killed, and the fate of the 2 survivors remains unknown. The Queen narrows her eyes coldly as the others continue to tremble. The strength of that deep abyss demon is incredibly terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, he should be at the king level of the primal sin. What are the spirits commenting on? Even the great mage of secret magic was killed. This deep abyss demon is surprisingly so powerful. So, the most important thing is that the original Sin King can really leave the dark abyss and enter the human world. If that's the case, then they could use the human world as a stepping stone to enter the fairy realm, right? A venerable elf bows respectfully. Your Majesty the Queen, based on what the Grand Mage said, the strength of the deep abyss, Demon Lord, may have exceeded our expectations. The gods suggest that while we continue searching for the killer of Prince Eric, we should accelerate the formation of an alliance with humans and address the threat from the dark abyss first. Suddenly, the surrounding space becomes tumultuous, and the gods agree. They also share this opinion. The Queen sighed and said, if everyone agrees, then in the name of the natural divine goddess, I will temporarily set aside personal grudges and form an alliance with humans to jointly attack the deep abyss. However, she narrowed her eyes and warned that the death of Prince Eric must also be investigated, and the blood of the culprit must be used as a sacrifice to the blood of the 7th king. Based on the name of the natural goddess, I vow to illuminate the other world with the honor of the Queen, and the Queen secretly feels worried. So far, a total of 95 black dragons have been killed by the Fairy Kingdom, but in the Dragon Kingdom, the black dragon had long been extinct, and so far no black dragon had ever carried the bloodline of the ancient devourer. She chuckled softly, thinking that the human who tamed the black dragon probably couldn't have coincidentally obtained the bloodline of the ancient devourer so easily. Switching to Tuduong's location, his voice sounds satisfied. As soon as the connection is re-established, it feels like the power he had lost for so long has returned, and unexpectedly it makes him so happy. Just wait. I will become so strong that you'll see. But in the end, all power must belong to myself. Otherwise, it's all just an illusion. Just wait and see. Soon I will become as powerful as that. A glowing sphere appears in his hand as the Western Tower and Livia emerge, and whether human or elf, they will surely be on high alert. For a long time to come, neither side will act recklessly anymore. During this time, this is the perfect moment for me to quickly improve my strength. With this divine weapon, I might be able to overcome its mission's restrictions and turn it into a powerful tool in my hands. The system is selling divine weapons and regal armor of wrath, with restrictions on equipment and special limitations for the destroyer to kill 100,000 diamond tier demons, 1,000 brilliant tier demons, 100 lunar tier demons, and 10 solar tier demons, increasing health by 200, vitality, strength by 5,000, physical resistance by 5,000, endurance by 35%, with passive ability destructive desire. In battle, every 1,000 enemies defeated consecutively boosts all attributes by 1% until the fight ends. Activate Extreme Rage. When the fury exceeds the limit, the destroyer will gain a 200% boost in attributes. The duration is 10 minutes. Tuduong silently thought, 100,000 diamond-grade demons, 1,000 divine-grade demons, 100 lunar-grade demons, and 10 solar-grade demons. This isn't a small number. Even a semi-divine professional would take a lot of time and effort to kill it. He raised his hand, but with the power of the primordial lord, a blink was enough. Tuduong clenched his fists, his kingly power fully unleashed, as the demons outside the castle eagerly watched his figure appear in the sky. It's the Supreme King. The Supreme King is watching us. Tuduong clenched his fist. For my sake, sacrifice your lives now. The system reports that you have slain the primal demon essence grade 143, gaining 1.92 million experience. You have slain the primal demon Huai Nguyen, level 178, gaining 18.32 million experience. You have slain the primal demon Liet Duong, level 232, accumulating a total of 110 million experience. You received a total of 5.3 billion experience after a 40% deduction, leaving a current total experience of 13.28 billion. You seem very satisfied. What do you call efficiency? This is true efficiency. It truly is amazing. The divine weapon is perfectly unleashed. The ancient scripts intertwined with each other in a green mosaic. To Duong sighed. Perfect. Give the order. Taethap, come to me. She bows respectfully. Your Majesty, please give your instructions. He handed her a black magic orb. He handed it to my representative. West Tower replied, please follow the order. To Duong narrowed his eyes at her. Do you think my representative is like this? The Western Tower bowed and replied, the representative chosen by the military leader is not something we can decide for ourselves. To Duong thought to himself, it's still the same, not daring to show superiority over himself. Her manner of handling things was truly in a different league from others. At that moment, Livia's voice rang out. My lord, I have an important matter to report. May I meet with you? You seem surprised. Do you mean to say you are resisting the Red Moon invasion? Livia stepped in. Yes, ma'am. This information came suddenly and also confused my subordinates for a moment. What exactly is this Red Moon, Lord? To Duong silently watched them, thinking to himself that it seems the abyssal demon had never faced an invasion from the Red Moon before. Otherwise, Tathap and Livia wouldn't be unaware of the Red Moon. But if the Divine Throne transmission side already has a complete mechanism related to the Red Moon, then I can just bring it over directly from this side. You speak up, saying that the so-called Red Moon is actually... Suddenly you stop. Wait a minute. Could this be a scene changed to another place? A blazing red door appears and the demons look at it in surprise. What is this blinding red light? Cutting to the surface, hundreds of people are panicking and fleeing. It's the Red Moon. The Red Moon has appeared. A flash of light shone before Livia and Taethap. Taethap looked puzzled and asked, what's going on? A gate suddenly appeared before them. This is the Blazing Red Gate. The Blazing Red Gate gradually opens, and a level 100 demon steps out, whispering chaos and chaos with a crimson aura. Taethap raised his hand dismissively, then a faint magical attack shot towards him, but it passed right through the demon's body. Taethap is stunned. What? Livia angrily shouts, what are you doing? Even this trash can't be dealt with. Get out of the way, let me handle it. She raised her hand, dozens of beams shooting toward the enemy. Immediately after, Livia also froze in place. The attack is nullified. No, this guy doesn't seem to be from our dimension, so he doesn't even feel the hit. To Duong quietly observes that even attacks from a god-level boss are ineffective. It seems the legend of the Crimson Phoenix Spirit can indeed be defeated by a real hero. What should I do to deal with the hero that my demon king father summoned? He raised his hand, and a mass of red magic gradually appeared, emanating dark power. That evil demon suddenly froze, then was quickly pulled into the blazing red door. The Western Tower exclaimed in shock, my king, dozens of beams of light are being sucked into the gate, and suddenly it explodes. Dozens of flashes of light burst out, and from the previous door, an eye gradually appears. The Crimson Eye. To Duong calmly faces it. This time, I am not like I was before. He suddenly realizes he's standing in a blazing red space with skeletons beneath his feet. Is this the world inside the door, or is it some kind of mental illusion spell? To Duong immediately became alert, looking towards the eye. This terrifying, oppressive power somehow made him the king of Deep Abyss. Feeling a bit tense himself, the eye suddenly lit up with a pink glow. To Duong knelt down and slammed his fist on the floor in anger. Could it really suppress him completely? He cast a magic attack, just a mental illusion. Break it for me. The illusion shattered. To Duong silently guessed that it was over, indeed an unexpected gain. I never thought there would be someone stronger than the original ruler in this world. Could it be that this is the reason why the Divine Temple is so cautious about the Red Page? Behind that door, that endless abyss, which world will it lead me to next? The Western Tower exclaimed in alarm, Your Majesty, it was just your soul's fluctuation, and Livia is just as worried. Could the upper army be contaminated by that crimson essence? Nothing much, let's keep moving forward, and I will teach you a bit about the Red Page. The torches around are flickering with strange blue flames. After a moment, the Western Tower stroked its chin as the Red Page infiltrated. The crimson essence brought spirits, the Red Moon Core, while Livia held her face in her hands. The amount of information was a bit too much for the subordinates to process at once. Tu Duong said, instead of just thinking, practical experience can clarify things better.
I just used my power to observe the entire deep abyss and test that crimson energy, which is truly piercing through the darkness of the abyss, meaning now even those evil professional beings who have completed their transformation perfectly can activate the Crimson Moon sacrifice event.
Livia asked again, "What do you mean?" "You give the order, Livia, as the High Priestess of Tiakma and the one who spreads the story of the Red Moon. If that crimson door appears, kill any heretics who step out and offer me the core of the Red Moon. Anyone who offers 1,000 Red Moon cores will be granted a spark of primal power." She also respectfully responded that she would obey the king's order. Tuduang silently understood that this world is too vast. Beyond my imagination, perhaps the true origin of the primal sin is not my final destination. One day, I will definitely surpass the existence of that crimson spirit and uncover the greatest secret of this world. Switching to another scene, Amelia looks worried. It's been less than half a month since the last Red Moon, and it's already appeared again. A series of events about the depths of world-level bosses and the spirit world keep happening one after another. She kneels down to pray before the giant statue. "Oh Lord, please let your faithful followers know when the Savior will truly appear and lead us out of that hopeless future." The scene shifts elsewhere as Tuduang opens the door and enters the room. "I'm back." Lilith hurriedly ran out and hugged him tightly. She trembled. "I just had a nightmare. In my dream I saw a dark red moon opening its bloody mouth, trying to swallow you. I don't want that." Tuduang gently stroked the girl's head and said, "Do you really not trust me at all? Why don't you dream that I will crash into that red moon?" Lilith shook her head. "I only worry about you. You are the only one I can rely on." Suddenly, the Western Tower appeared, and the representative seems to be very busy, huh? Tuduang stands coldly in front of Lilith, clearly busy and likely to be even busier later, so if there's anything, she should speak up quickly. Tep annoyedly held out the magic orb and told me to deliver the item to you. "Take it." Tuduang watched helplessly as she immediately disappeared. She disappeared without stopping at all. It seems she has a very bad impression of me. The scene shifts elsewhere. A demon slave tries to reach out from beneath the lava, but he quickly disappears. Another excitedly jumps forward to grab the crystal. "The Red Moon Spirit Core belongs to me. I will use it to exchange for the origin of the upper army." "Did you hear that? I'm about to become a god." Suddenly, a flash of light erupts, and the demon is sealed into 3. Thap looks down contemptuously from above. How dare such a lowly thing threaten the king? She is holding the Hongyu stone in her hand. Honestly, why did the Supreme Commander choose that person as his representative? Even if he is as weak as an ant, indulging in lust is a disgrace to the honor of the Supreme Ruler. The Lord has spoken. Anyone who offers 1,000 pink moon crystals will receive a fragment of the Lord's original energy. I will try even harder. I must fill myself with the Lord's power. She throws it into the blazing red gate. Thap's eyes gleam with excitement. "Now, let's fight." Dozens of crystals converge into the red gate. The Tower of the West grinned happily, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The demon fully steps out, with a fiery spirit and intense energy, praising himself as a godly level. The Western Tower looks furious, condemning heresy with meaningless words and daring to judge the original sin. "In the face of my arrogance, you are nothing but dust." Then a black arrow appeared in her hand. The Western Tower shot it up high, the arrow tearing through the wind into the chest of the demon. He calmly pulled it out. That vain arrogance is not worth mentioning. The demon lord crushes the arrow, breaking it into pieces. And even if you are the fleeting illusion of this world, you will be crushed by the red moon. He casts the blood tide spell, a blazing red wave filled with eyes suddenly appearing. The Western Tower is stunned as they look at them, the cold voice of the demon lord saying, "This is the fate of those who oppose the red moon." The Western Tower quickly creates a black magic sphere. She soared upward, opening a domain, a beam of light enveloping the space. The demon was stunned. This was already a sealed space, and it was so large? Thap sneers contemptuously. Let that arrogant insect experience true horror. A magic attack strikes down, piercing through the demon's body. A grave arrogance. The red beams are quickly sucked into the gate. A second later, the gate shatters, and the Western Tower snorts coldly, that's all. Suddenly, she was startled to realize she had just coughed up a mouthful of blood. Thap descended to the ground. As expected, just as Junshang said, the enemies in the Crimson Heartgate are at the same level as the target, so they can also cause harm to me. I just don't know who the target of that 100-year-old monster was. Could it be that I have entered the realm of the Crimson King to destroy the Divine Sun and receive 8,000 Hongyue spirit cores, enough to exchange for 8 streams of primordial power from the Lord? Thap exclaimed in surprise. 8,000 cores are enough to exchange for 8 streams of primordial power from the Lord. She smiled. This time I must fill Quanthwang with me. More than last time, I can't wait any longer. Suddenly she paused. Wait. When did the crimson flame stick to my hand?
Why can't I wash it off no matter what? So far, there haven't been any side effects. Next time, Zhao Jianjun will ask more about it.
Switching to Tu Duang's side, he raises a red orb.
All right, let's proceed with the class. Change mission.
A red circle quickly surrounds him. The system is checking the mission, and it is completed. Reward for completing Task 1. Level up to the Demon Spirit Secret Martial Arts Profession. Demon Spirit Harvest Dummy. Passive skill effect increased by 150%. New passive skill added, Endless Harvest. Defeating targets grants harvest value. The higher the level on the calendar, the greater the harvest value you receive. You can consume harvest points to enter the harvest status page, increasing harvest fake by 20%. All attributes reduced by 80% mana consumption, increased by 200%. Damage consumes 1 harvest point per second, advancing to Legendary Breakthrough Stage. Life Stage increases 50 basic attributes. Updated profession skills. Add 1,000 free attributes, quickly leveling up without knowing when I accumulated so much experience. It seems I can level up again next time. The system now has completed the level up, with the level cap expanded to 150. Currently with 1.328 billion experience in the warehouse, consuming 460 million to level from 100 to 150. Tu Duang, a level 150 human with the Demon Spirit Harvest Dummy class, strength 26,421, speed 13,644, spirit 14,766, resistance and durability, I muttered. My current spirit attribute has also surpassed the requirements of the Forbidden Spellbook given by Ogjun. But with my current strength, most enemies can be defeated with normal attacks. The system now detects that the hidden quest has been completed. The Dark Song confirms the fusion is complete and begins merging. A black magical vortex wraps around him. Tu Duang looked at his hand in astonishment. The fusion process went smoothly beyond expectations, with no pain at all like during the blood blessing ritual earlier. Could it be that because I connected with the Primal Monarch multiple times, I have gained compatibility? Suddenly, he felt a surge of magic, and a dark aura erupted violently. Tu Duang was stunned. This is Livia outside the castle in shock. Could this aura be the arrival of the divine army? Hundreds of demons kneel in worship. King Wu, long live. A wave of pressure covers the sky. Li Na looks out the window, alert. Enemies attacking. Hai Tu responds, uncertain, but a sudden surge of immense pressure erupted just now. She looked out the window towards the demon altar, a hint of worry on her face. Are these demons worshipping? Who could possibly make all these demons submit? Could it be that the legendary original Sin Monarch has descended? Hai Tzu anxiously watches Lai Na kneeling on the floor. Big sister, what's wrong? Quickly use magic to see far away. This can't be real, she replied. I will check. Then he too looked surprised and said, why him? Tu Duang shifts to the tower, looks at his hand. This is the ultimate dark power. The system appears, unlocking the false demon spirit harvest, distant form, releasing the merged dark power, absorbing its strength for 5 minutes, currently merging the primal power of the demon lord. The power includes execution, deprivation, and the authority of the 7 great original sins. He smiled with satisfaction. It should have only been unlocked after defeating the original Sin Lord, but it was unlocked earlier. Even though it only lasts 5 minutes, it's enough to handle most situations. This is the true reward of a perfect class transfer. The hidden mission must be really satisfying. The Western Tower voice echoes from behind. The one who sees power, your courage is also great. You're just a puppet of authority. How dare you impersonate the strength of the military to make the people of the Abyss kneel and worship? Don't forget you're just a puppet. Tu Duang turned around and chuckled softly. A puppet. Looks like I need to correct your perceptions a bit. You quickly use the new skill you've just learned. Just feel the power with your own bodies. The round magic orbs attack Livia and Tathap's bodies, causing both of them to immediately collapse to the ground. The tower trembled as it asked, I never expected you to dare to repeatedly abuse the power of the military leader. Livia also gritted her teeth in anger. We must teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a pink light shot out from their bodies. The Tower of the West was stunned, saying, My arrogant power is gone. Livia also frowned. How could my power be like that? Tu Duang coldly replied, The one acting on behalf of the authority is not just someone carrying out the orders of the superior, but someone representing the execution of the superior's power. Do you understand now? Tathap looked at you, silently thinking that my soul actually felt a tremor. As if the person I was facing was not just an agent but the true sovereign, she quickly cut off her thoughts. No, this can't be happening. If the true emperor has descended, how could he regard such a fragile spirit girl as you? Tay Thap faced to Duong and began to speak. I acknowledge your strength, but the proxy is still just a proxy. We can follow your orders, but please also remember your position regarding the value and dignity of the superior. I absolutely cannot forgive this. Duong warned, remember that even if you have power or not, to me, you are still weak. Tay Thap turned her back, but before leaving, she looked back and told you to hope you are worthy of this power. Livia will continue to watch over you. Seeing the two of them walking further away, Duong smiled softly. West Tower, you are becoming more and more arrogant, and I am even happier. You keep going. After all, who can refuse a subordinate who is both beautiful and so loyal? Duong looked at the system's blue screen, the dark primal essence. Fusion is now enough to withstand 4 times the fallen state. There are still 3 more times, and with my 5 transformation body's strength, absorbing a dark primal essence is already my limit. After the 6th transformation, I might be able to improve further. I slightly curl my lips, so let's see what the 5-star mission for the 6th transformation is. The system now assigns the 5-star 6th transformation trial mission to defeat the Demon Lord Lovik at level 90 in the Abyss, where big fish eat small fish. Only the strong can claim their territory by killing the boss Huin Nguyet Sai, Demon Lord Lovik, to prove their strength. Duong chuckled softly, fighting the Huin Nguyet Jai boss alone? For others, it's nearly impossible to complete the mission, but for me, I've been used to it for a long time. You look at the flickering blue magic on your left hand, and I am very curious. If I use my brutal power to swallow it, I wonder how much attribute growth it could give me. While at it, I might as well test my new power. Cut to the 90th level of the Abyss, Duong in his black dragon form rushing away. He lands before the stairs, a demon grinning with bared teeth. According to the Deep Abyss rules recently issued by Lady Livia, the last 10 levels of every 100 levels are allocated for demon lords to develop. Lavich, a level 195 demon lord of the Huin Nguyet grade, which noble of yours dares to violate the rules? Aren't you afraid of being punished by Lady Livia? Duong coldly stepped up the stairs. Livia still enforces this rule. Is she planning to expand the demon wing after becoming a demon? Such a wicked ambition, he laughs loudly. No matter who your master is, the basic rule of the Abyss is the strong eat the weak, the powerful survive, and the weak die. Dozens of spikes shoot toward Duong. Immediately, he shifted to a semi-demonic state. Duong coldly said, "Very well, then get ready to die." The system announces a major crime, arrogantly declaring that the weak cannot cause harm to themselves. Duong sneers, "The weak don't even have the right to challenge me." The demon lord stammered and collapsed to the ground. Are you a great master and hero? I am blind as a bat. Please spare my life, my lord. Duong pointed his sword at him and said, I want to use you for testing my new power lately. What did I say? Do as I command. Do not disobey. Lovey hurriedly replied, Yes. I will follow your instructions. I am willing to die without hesitation. Duong commands arrogantly. Having already tested, now test greed. The system registers a major sin. Greed destroys a piece of equipment or item of oneself. Receiving an item and equipment of the same level from the target, their greed is insatiable, like an endless abyss. Duong asks the demon in front, Do you have any high-grade spiritual equipment on you? He hurriedly replied, I have them, all I have many more divine moon gear. Duong took out a dagger. I don't need it. My divine moon dagger is a bit outdated, might as well use it for a test. You shout, Greedy sin! The knife in your hand shatters. The system appears, with the roar of a demon of the shield type, level, refined spirit effect, normal status, immune to any control skills. Damage received reduced by 50%. Duong looked quite satisfied. Well done. Even though it's not a damage-dealing ability, its effect is already quite perverse. The key is that by using this skill, I can strip my opponent completely on equal footing, forming a confrontation between bodies and nakedness. You smile faintly, finally revealing the great sin of laziness. The system shows the great sin of laziness, creating an area around the body where all equipped skill items are disabled. Laziness is the only constant. A pink barrier surrounds you and the demon lord. Duong flies up, throwing an item down to Lovik. Use your skill and send this magic scroll towards me. He obediently replies, Yes. Lovey takes the item and casts the spell as requested. Please be careful, this is a forbidden curse. Tu Duong silently watched as the item and magic approached him, but just before they reached his face, they gradually disappeared. Lovey was stunned, transforming. It's gone. Tu Duong frowned slightly. Well done, I thought to myself, but the magic power consumption was quite terrifying. It almost ran out in just 1 second. Even with the harvest mode enabled, I could probably only sustain it for 3 minutes at most. You look at the screen, still with some power left. Tu Duong quickly turns away awkwardly, feeling a surge of lustful energy, and says, "Let's not try again for now, we'll see later." Lovey knelt down and flattered, "Great hero, may I ask if you are satisfied with my performance?" Tu Duong replied coldly, "You did well, now there's just one last thing left." He pretends to be obedient, asking you to give instructions. Suddenly, Tu Duong strikes fiercely, unleashing a stream of magic straight ahead, inviting the young master to offer his head. "Are you saying Lilith is also in Tu Duong's hands?" They softly replied, "Yes." According to spies in the world, the humans of Lord Vai indeed saw Princess Lilith entering and leaving Tu Duong's residence. But recently she has disappeared, most likely hidden away by Tu Duong. The queen became extremely furious. This human named Tu Duong not only took it upon himself to tame the black dragon, considered a harbinger of disaster, brutally murdered my son Eric, but now dares to kidnap my beloved daughter Lilith, an unforgivable crime. She stood up and sentenced all 3 crimes under the name of the divine goddess of the fairy royal family, issuing an order to destroy Tu Duong. Anyone who sees him, kill without mercy until he is completely destroyed. Dozens of spirits agree and shout for his death. The queen continues to give orders. Grand Magic, I command you to go to the human world once more to negotiate a coalition and choose a day to start the campaign against the Abyss. This time, temporarily entrust the divine weapon of the 7th branch king, the holy tree protected by the goddess, to someone. The divine weapon has 2 functions. First, make the ignorant humans fear us to know the power we possess, far beyond their imagination. Second, if the Deep Abyss King attacks again, kill him on the spot. Receive the scepter granted to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will surely dispel the divine radiance, so that the goddess and the glory of the royal family will shine throughout the ignorant human world and the disgusting abyss, to make those fragile humans realize that only submitting to us is their only way out. The queen orders, after school, secret divine technique, follow me. Yes, let's cut to another scene where they walk together towards a lake. The queen reaches out and places something onto a branch. They are stunned. This is the queen cutting in using blood as a guide to find the cursed princess. Is that worthless guy worth the king's blood? A powerful light erupts from the scepter. She glanced at him and said, "You can't use divine power if you're not of royal blood. I activated it for you with primordial blood, now you can truly unleash its full power." They kneel to receive the staff. Just holding it nearly causes my magic to spiral out of control. The power of divine weaponry is truly formidable. The queen created a drop of yellow magic and dropped it into his cup, and there's one more thing. Help me find Lilith. Follow the guidance of primordial blood, and you will surely find her. They nodded. When he left, the queen turned her head toward the lake. Marita, what exactly have you discovered? Why are you so determined to find my cursed daughter, even willing to sacrifice precious primal blood? The girl lies down on a sturdy branch. Big sister, this is a divine sign. You'll understand soon enough. Marita Sevilla, high-ranking spirit priestess. This will be the top priority for the continued existence of the royal court. The scene shifts back inside the spirit tower, where a subordinate reports, the order to eliminate Tu Duong has been given, and action can be taken at any moment. He replied, "Okay, this time is our chance to make amends. No mistakes like last time, understood." Tu Duong saw them through the magic circle and was annoyed by the order to eliminate. They truly are relentless and ruthless, not knowing how to use the divine sword to wipe out semi-divine beings, needing so many red moon spirit orbs. Tu Duong is worried, but this time they specifically mentioned Lilith. Could it be that they have already found out her location, or do they have another way to determine it? He wonders how the spirit race would react if they revealed their location. Images of them flash through Tu Duong's mind. He sadly wondered if he would be considered a human traitor, collaborating with the abyssal demon, but he didn't think much of it anymore. After all, history only judges heroes by victory or defeat. Once I kill the original Sin Monarch, all doubts will disappear. The system reminds you that you have arrived in front of the statue, checking the 6-star transfer mission. The Trial Lord of the Demon Lord transfer has been completed. Tu Duong sighed, in just 2 days from the 4th to the 6th transformation. With this speed, the system should award him the ultimate supreme prize. The notification displayed, the 6th transformation quest has been completed and the level cap has been raised to 200. Current experience reserve is 8.13 billion, consuming 8.13 billion experience points to level up to 173. The level 206 transfer of profession, a reward is received, 2,000 free attribute points, with the effect of the missing major passive skill increased, including Fire Element Seal Tier 2, Flame Wound Intermediate Tier 2, and 9-fold Pure Slash. Duong's updated stats are 43,551 for strength, 21,386 for speed, 31,109 for spirit, along with resistance and endurance. You can feel this attribute panel almost catching up to the Western poison. The king of violence, I really am starting to resemble a true boss more and more. The secretive spying by someone made Duong frown and glance over. He warned, "Do you really enjoy spying on others? What's going on with Livia? She just peeked out from behind the pillar. Nothing's wrong. I wonder how his strength could improve so quickly. I no longer see him as just an ant like before." Duong is intrigued, even the original Sin King is terrified. This feeling isn't so bad. You leave, so now it is time to move on to the next stage. A giant hand reaches out from the darkness. "Belia has been summoned. I have received the king's call. May I ask if you have any instructions?" The attribute panel displays the details. The lazy King Boya, a fallen god with 300 million life points. Strength 332,271, Spirit 315,632, and Speed 94,313, activates his innate trait of laziness to create a zone of lethargy around himself. Skills and items at the field are ineffective. The lazy Belia will take 2% of the target's resistance ability as a sacrifice to the ruler. Duong realized why it was the top boss on level 600. Its attributes are much stronger in every aspect compared to the Rage Path. "You ask Belia, I will sacrifice your life and grant you a long sleep in death. Until I call you back, do you oppose this?" She agrees without hesitation, laziness symbolizing constancy and stability. While death represents absolute peace, her subordinate is willing to sacrifice his life. Belia, still with that melancholy look, continued, "The subordinate obediently follows the king's order." Duong's claws flicked out a dark sphere. "Your loyalty won't be wasted. Just wait in the void for your next reincarnation." It turned into a spear and shot toward her. Gradually, the dark energy formed a cocoon around her sturdy body. As the dark energies wrapped around her face, a notification appeared. "You have slain the lazy king." The demigod hero lunged and gained 181 million experience points. "You have leveled up to level 198 as notifications continue to pop up. The demon king of laziness can make humans immune to corruption in the abyss of demons at level 600. The unchanging nature of Belia the lazy king increases 50 million health points, with 50,000 physical resistance and 50,000 magic resistance. The body of the silver-white Belia lazy king, in the hands of an artisan of the appropriate level, can be used to create a divine-grade armor, an eternal wall with a forbidden semi-divine curse that is immune to all damage for 1 minute. But it cannot release the Duong skill. If I'm not mistaken, these tools were originally provided to those who killed the Primal King to strengthen their bodies and prepare for the mission to kill the Primal Monarch. In the end, all the rewards from the different core nodes of the Deep Abyss Expedition team are now used solely by myself. Seeing the special gift appearing on the system screen, he was amazed. This is a divine artifact of heaven-defying power. Duong quietly received the notification, shrugged, and thought that for the 3rd time he had to report to the world again, hoping their spirits would not collapse. The system displays the divine weapon, the Sin of Laziness, as the only special divine weapon dropped after killing the original Sin King. Laziness Belia, corresponding to the laziness of the 7 original sins, the Sin of Rebellion. The weapon that determines the death of the monarch and is one of the weapons of the rebellious sin line. It limits equipment, level, and is a single semi-divine grade with a soul seal, bound to the soul of the one who kills the original Sin King. Laziness Belia cannot be traded or given to others and can only be used by the bound soul. It temporarily reduces the target's resistance by 30% and steals 20% of their health. The unique trait of the Great Rebellious Sin weapon is the laziness domain that nullifies all skills, equipment, or items before mana is depleted. The Rebellious Sin punishment deprives the laziness power of the primordial ruler, creating a field that reduces all attributes by 10%. After killing the primordial ruler, the weapon will return to nothingness and the bound soul will gain eternal laziness power. He reverts to his original form, looks at the army before him, and says, "The traits of the 7 great rebellious sin weapons are similar in essence, forming an army of the earth-shattering stone with comparable power. If I collect all 7 rebellious sins, it means I will become a one-man army
then continued to connect with the Abyssal Demon and issue orders to the Western Tower. Western Tower, Livia, heed my summons. Report on the progress of collecting the Red Moon crystals.
The two of them teleported in, Livia bowing respectfully. I have responded to your call and have arrived. To Duong inquired, how is the current situation of collecting the Red Moon Spirit Stones?
Your Excellency, the Demon Temple has collected 2,300 orbs, and the people are willing to offer them to Yu.
To Duong praised, well done, you've worked hard. She happily said, sharing the burden with the ruler is the greatest honor for my subordinates. Then she smugly glanced at the silent West Tower beside her. When it was her turn to report, she said, Your Majesty, I have followed your orders and killed the heretic who stepped out from behind the Crimson Gate. These 8,000 red moon crystal cores are the spoils of victory. Countless fiery red cores fall to the ground, gradually piling up. Tathap bowed and said, I present it to you. Seeing the mountain of spirit cores twice as tall as his own, Livia was stunned. 8,000 stones. Toi Duong's hand clenched into a throne, trying to hide his joy. Western Tower, you did well, truly worthy of leading the 7 sins. Upon receiving this praise, the Western Tower sneered arrogantly at the envious person beside him and shot a stream of evil energy toward her.
As agreed, I will grant you both the power of the original essence. Receive it now.
The evil energy invades the lower abdomen of the Western Tower, and they are so elated that they moan with pleasure. Both of them blushed with satisfaction, grateful for the divine favor, feeling truly relaxed. They shared the same thought. They wanted the Lord to fill them up quickly. This attitude leaves To Duong speechless, as if choked. He gathers all those Hong Nguyen orbs again, now having 10,300 of them. After absorbing it, To Duong froze as he looked at the scene before him, because a series of numbers appeared above both of them. Livia is 31,932, and the Western Tower is 62,210. You're surprised? This is the power of the Crimson Sword. So after increasing the number of Crimson Moon orbs, you can also see higher level stats? Yes, they are indeed scientific numbers. Let's compare. The number of Red Moon crystal cores needed to destroy the clown troop in the Fairy Kingdom must be much lower than this, right? I'm getting more and more excited. He steps down from his throne and walks forward. The Western Tower is stunned. Why is the king personally leaving his throne? To Duong spoke. Come, let's see the gift that makes the proud king tremble. His hand touched her head, still bewildered. Your Majesty, this is To Duong, who signals for silence with his index finger to his lips, while a fierce red aura emanates around him, causing the Western Tower to tremble in fear. This is To Duong's true power. As I expected, the more Crimson Phoenix Delin becomes stronger, the more severe the crimson contamination after battle will be. Even the Western Tower cannot avoid it. Only by using overwhelming strength can we suppress it. He absorbed all the crimson madness from her. Is the crimson energy this powerful? Then let me use it. Every move To Duong makes is soaked in crimson madness. You unleashed a giant sphere full of power then. To Duong clenched his fist. Everything suddenly went dark, and the sphere shattered, dropping countless spirit cores. The Western Tower gaped in amazement as the pile of spirit orbs grew taller before him. Is this the contamination transforming into the Crimson Moon spirit orbs? Holding the glowing red core in his hand, he reminded her, if you are ever contaminated again, don't hold back. I will help you remove it. Watching To Duong's figure walk away, she bowed her head and responded clearly. Tathap's face turned red and he said, Your Majesty, you are truly warm-hearted. Serving you faithfully is the greatest fortune for Tathap. Return to the throne. I now have nearly 13,000 Red Moon spirit orbs. The hand holding the crimson flying sword radiates brilliant lightning. To Duong glances at the sword in his hand. Perhaps it's time to test his sword skills. A message echoed through the Holy City announcing that the Spirit Realm delegation had arrived, led by the second Prince of the Spirit Realm, Andelsevia, level 250 with a profession change, a blessed knight. Others whispered excitedly, more Laurens, and a member of the Spirit Royal family. It's just the second generation, forget it. Speak softly, be careful not to be overheard. Tokugawa is here to welcome you. Your Highness the Second Prince. Welcome and honored to have you here. Andel does not know him. He is the host, Tokugawa of the Manhwa Kingdom. He expressed that no matter what requests you have during these 2 visits, our country will support you with all our strength. He promised, that's good, rest assured, we won't forget what the great minister promised you last time. Tokugawa gratefully said, Thank you, Your Excellency. He thought to himself, since the last meeting, Long Ha has been fighting against our Huaquoc in every way, relying on the world's top-tier strength to do as they please. Just wait, after you help me level up, I will definitely repay you tenfold." Duang Qian stared at them with murderous intent, and Angelo took notice of him. While the others remained still, some looked down on him as a useless fool, but having an insider might still be better than nothing. Angelo frowned and asked, "Are you Duang Qian?" He coldly refused to turn his back. "What do you want? Say it plainly. Longha, can you leave the alliance meeting now?" The people of Longha clenched their fists in fury, and Tam Sung angrily pointed his finger at him, shouting, "Say that again if you dare!" This person is Lam Tam Sung of the Unbreakable War Realm, Vice President of Level 354 9 Transitions, with the class of Imperial Warrior, wielding a staff and charging forward arrogantly. How dare a mere human show disrespect to the second prince? A huge surge of power shot toward Tam Sung. He gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on. "You're strong." Tang Chen saw his men like that and called out worriedly, "San Sheng, he was hit by that blow." He turned to question, "What exactly is your spirit realm's intention?" He replied, "I came to show my sincerity in forming the alliance, and arranged for the second prince to join the delegation visiting. However, since the one who killed Prince Eric and kidnapped Princess Lilith is from Longha to prevent the second prince from recalling his brother's tragic death, only the Longha representative can withdraw from the alliance meeting." Angelo directly demanded, "However, if you are willing to hand over the one who killed my brother, I might show mercy and not eliminate you." Duang Qian realized their plan. On the surface, they want to expel us from the alliance, but in reality, they want us to surrender to Duang. But to deal with a young man who has just undergone his 4th transformation, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? They set conditions. Only after all the representatives of Longha are expelled from the Holy City will the Spirit Messenger delegation be allowed to attend the meeting. At this moment in the Divine Temple at the Holy City, Emiya approaches the statue, and the entire vast space falls into silence as she looks up with a worried expression. Emiya points her staff forward to channel holy light for healing. The 3 peaks outside have received the healing energy and bow their heads in gratitude to the High Priest. At the same time, a surge of power shot toward them as they dismissively raised their staffs to block it. 2 energies were about to collide in the sky. A fierce explosion erupted, illuminating the entire area with intense heat and light. This strike also caused some injury to Kak. Oya reminds, give and take, still requires the envoy to pay attention to words and actions. He dares not be too aggressive. "Thank you, great priest, for the guidance. I truly was reckless. Could it be that I can compete with the sacred branch blessed by the goddess? No, I might even be stronger. The foundation of the Divine Temple's succession cannot be underestimated." My team turned their backs and left, but I still hope the Grand Priest will prioritize this matter first, or else this unfortunate second prince might not be able to form a contract with the Alliance. In the meeting room, Emiya asked him, "What do you think about the elves' demands?" He replied, "I believe the issue lies with Duang. The elves' regard for him is truly very high." Duang Qian's perception was so heightened that it was beyond understanding. If it was just because of the death of a fairy prince, that wouldn't be enough to mobilize such a large army. Euphemia agrees. I share the same opinion as him. I also have a suspicion about Duang. I suspect Duang. Just as the announcement of the current world appeared, the 3rd divine weapon of rebellion against sin was received. The current progress of the crusade against the original Sin Monarch is 3 out of 7. Dao Zhan was stunned and stood up suddenly. "What? Who on earth is it?" Oemiya was stunned, so that's how it was. He was surprised to hear it. "Sir Da Tes Ti, did you anticipate this all along?" She revealed that this person is very likely to be Duang. Duang Qian was tense and couldn't believe his ears. What? Femia opened the screen, replaying the past events, and began to recall the intelligence she had received so far. Even with the mysterious mind control and the sudden appearance of the original king, as well as the survival of the 2 girls behind all of this, there is always the shadow of Duang. Furthermore, since the battle at Longling's secret realm, Duang has been missing. Now Asumi Haitu and Lam Na are also absent. Is there any connection between them in all this? In the end, this really makes everyone suspicious. Dao Zhan revealed, "I actually also suspected before, but after all, Duang is just a transmigrant. How could he have done these things?" Opemia asked, "What if Duang is the Lord of the Abyss?" He stood up suddenly, slamming his hand on the table. "This can't be true," she said calmly, smiling at first. "I thought so too, but after investigation I basically ruled out that possibility." Duang Qian clearly hasn't processed this news yet. Please don't joke about things like that. Femia remains firm in her belief. But still, he definitely has a very complicated relationship with Tom Uyen. And there's even a possibility that he has the privilege to summon the original king.
After all, if someone can command the primordial ruler and kill at will, obtaining the rebellious divine weapon would naturally be as easy as flipping a hand. The map appears on the classroom table as she continues. On the other hand, the power of the divine temple is spreading across the world, so logically there should be some clues. However, among the corrupted divine weapons that have been revealed so far, we still haven't received any news about them, unless the one who obtains the rebellious divine weapon is not from the current world, but from the deep abyss. Does Duong Qian remember that you previously said the rebellious divine weapon also fell into To Duong's hands? Is that based on this point? But I don't understand. If you believe Tu Duong is not the lord of Tam Yuyan, then why can he command the original Sin King? Femia replied, this is just my guess. The current chain of evidence cannot form a closed logical loop, but the attitude of the Spirit Realm Kingdom has confirmed my suspicion on a different level of doubt. He remained silent, needing more time to carefully consider these matters. Dao Zheng also agreed, that's right. They seemed to place too much importance on Tu Duong, as if he was holding a secret they absolutely had to uncover. He suddenly remembered something important. That's right, it was the Longlin's secret realm. Amiya confirms. Yes, everything started from there. I guess Tu Duong must have received some kind of inheritance in the secret realm, establishing a connection with Ta Muyen which allowed him to attain a superior status. Then he used this identity to control the original sinners, acquire the divine weapon of rebellion, manipulate them to attack the Tokugawa group, and rescue the two girls who knew his secret. Logically, that makes sense. Dao Zhan sighed and said, you're right. After all, I am a survivor of the Western Tower attack. But if that's the case, why didn't he negotiate with us? She thinks that I guess he must have his own difficulties, and I also hope to meet him in person. Femia secretly thought, this time I must ask clearly. She returned to the teen issue, but for now, the priority is to push forward with the world mission. If we want to conquer Tam Uyen, the power of the Spirit Realm Kingdom is indispensable. Dong Qian interrupted. Dai Ti doesn't need to say more. Dong Mo already has a plan in mind. He decided that Long Ha would withdraw from this punitive alliance, but that doesn't mean we will give up the campaign against Tam Uyen. My warriors and I will continue to train ourselves tirelessly to become stronger. Duong Qian believes that even without the help of any external forces, we will still rely on our own strength to kill the original Sin King and seize the divine weapon of rebellion. We, from Long Ha, never give up. After leaving the classroom, he walked away immediately. Brothers, let's go. Amiya watched the figures of the Long Ha warriors leave, admiration in her eyes. Is this the spirit of the Long Ha people? Wishing everyone good luck in the martial arts competition. Then he turned to Tokugawa and said, we just arrived, Mr. Tang, and everyone have already left. Aren't you going to inform the people of the Spirit Realm Kingdom? He replied, yes, I will contact them immediately. The people from the Spirit Realm Kingdom have arrived at the Round Table Conference. Ando said, I heard that those Long Ha people have been dealt with. You did a great job, Grand Priestess. Oemiya reminded. So, shall we start the meeting now? The guy lazily crossed his legs and kept reminding everyone to do something all day. This is so annoying. Just shut up and listen to my conditions. The secret assessments reveal that only when the queen is absent does this kid's true nature come to light. Lam Na frowns in frustration. That reckless little brat. Aomiya agrees. Then please, second prince, what are your terms? Ando asked. First of all, it was humans who asked our spirits for aid. So when it comes to dividing the spoils, the spirits will receive 6 parts and you 4 parts. She accepts this, and we do not object. His second condition is that 3 of the remaining 4 divine weapons of rebellion will belong to us. This made the atmosphere in the meeting room become tense. What? Lin Na couldn't hold back. That's a bit too much. The other 3 slammed their fists on the table. The rebellious divine weapons are related to the final boss raid strategy. Are you planning to scheme and swallow them all by yourselves? He remains calm. What's so outrageous here? And don't forget that 3 of the rebellious divine weapons have already been revealed. So now you have a total of 4 evil divine artifacts. That's quite a bargain. She's not convinced. This is clearly a case of unjustified coercion. Even Augustin objects. We don't even know where those 3 divine weapons are, so how can we talk about opportunities? Ando shrugged. That has nothing to do with me. No matter who received it, since you're all humans, of course you should go find it yourselves. This attitude made the 3 of them angry, but they didn't say a word. You! The crowd on the stands buzzed with chatter. We can't let these spirits get away with this, but if we refuse, they won't help us. Even the strongest group has failed before, so relying only on us, we can't conquer the deep abyss on our own. If the world mission fails, we will all be doomed. After a heated debate, the humans finally agreed to the request of the spirit realm, and the alliance between humans and spirits was officially established.
The first joint operation is scheduled to begin in a month. The expedition into the deep abyss at Long Ha Long Capital is bustling and lively. With a gate in the center from which people emerge, it's the team from the Fairy Kingdom. And covering their mouths in shock, is this really the capital of Long Ha? It's so lively it's almost annoying. A child points at them and says, "Mom, look, those are the spirits." The little girl ran over happily. "Big Brother Spirit, hello everyone." Anne and the others coldly glared at the girl, releasing a burst of power that sent her stumbling and spitting blood across the ground. The mother hurriedly ran to her child's side. "Is the girl okay? What are you all doing?" A cold guard sneers. "You say Long Ha is the most disciplined nation in the world, yet you lowly commoners dare to look directly at the second prince." Anne steps forward in front of the mother and child. "Quit your petty defiance and kneel now." Tuduong saw this scene and fell silent for a moment. Then he coldly called out, "Let's go, West Tower. West Tower is curious. Where do you want to go?" Tuduong slung the red phoenix sword over his shoulder and said, "Let's go to the capital and kill the dogs. Where do you feudal remnants come from to cause chaos in Long Ha? You are the ones who should kneel and beg for forgiveness. This damn dog." He coldly turned back and signaled to the guard. He understood and sneered, trash that doesn't know its place. "With a sword strike," he said to the newcomer, "so you'll see what true strength is." The arrogant guard says, "See that? This is the fate of you little ants." Seeing the other person fall, the mother tightly holds her child and pleads, "Please don't kill us." "My daughter hasn't reached level 5 yet, so she can't be revived. Please, I beg you, forgive us." The mother closed her eyes tightly, trembling with fear. A beam of light appeared from the sky, accompanied by a fierce roar. Along with that, a stream of firepower shot down, causing the entire space to explode. Only the mother and daughter were protected by a shield. Dao Qian ordered Tamsung to organize the evacuation of the civilians. He angrily turned and asked, "Was it you who injured Bak Tin Long Ha just now?" Even if that guard is covered in wounds and refuses to speak, what then? His response is met with a devastating punch of destruction. The raging crimson flames seem ready to swallow the guard whole, a torrent of fire rushing forward, engulfing him in flames. They stand in front of Enelo. "Your Highness, be careful." There, thick smoke billowed into the foggy air, and beneath the road was a deep pit. In the bottom of the pit, where the man was lying, a greenish light flickered. And angrily questioned, "Is this how your Long Ha treats guests?" Duong Qian replied reasonably, "If you respect me a foot, I will respect you a yard." "Tsuts. Does your recent action show respect for Long Ha?" he sneered, dismissing it as insignificant. "Etiquette is how we, the nobility, communicate. You commoners don't need to make such a fuss." He reminds us that everyone in Long Ha is equal. There are no commoners or nobles. You are the ones targeting us in Sacred City, and now you come to Long Ha without reason. What is your true purpose? You mock and accuse, but do you really dare to ask? Tuduong from Long Ha has 3 charges against him. First, unilaterally subjugated the Black Dragon without the permission of the Royal Spirit Clan, nurturing malicious intentions. Second, killed Prince Eric and a group of noble genius spirits from the Spirit Clan in the Long Spirit Secret Realm. Third, kidnapping the fairy princess Lilith, so the Great Queen issued an order to kill Tuduong. Now you know why we are here, right? Someone couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "That's so shameless." Conquering the Black Dragon depends on Tuduong's own strength. Why do we still need the approval of the Royal Spirit Clan? "You still need to show respect," he replied. "Black Dragon is an evil creature considered a harbinger of disaster by the royal family and must be executed on the spot if discovered. And you, what are you that you think you can talk to me? Stay silent and don't interrupt me. If you came here to find Tuduong, you will only be disappointed and return empty-handed because no one knows where he is right now. You don't need to hand him over. Just release the entire territory of Long Ha and we will start searching from Long Do." Tam Sung feels that these people are looking down on Long Ha, the capital of Long Ha. How can outsiders like you search through it at will? This kind of thing is a blatant insult to a nation. He raises his holy staff trying to stop me? Let's see if you have the ability to do that first. Daring to fight with all your might, risking death but never humiliation. If that's the case, then let's fight. The divine nature of the extreme path, with the power of 8 divine attributes, amplifies the most prominent attribute tenfold in a short time. He throws a punch full of strength. The ultimate dragon god destruction fist. The sacred staff disperses that power. He shouted loudly, "Goddess, protect you! You know that after this move there will be openings all around you." Branches of wood spread out from the top of the staff. Divine punishment descends. All the sharp branches pierced through Duong Qian's body. He vomited blood, his body in pain from being impaled. Seeing him fall, the 2 people beside rushed over.
Divine warrior Duongqian, the leader, warned that the power of divine weapons surpasses the imagination of ordinary people like you. So surrender, obediently. Suddenly black feathers fell. He looked up with suspicion, feeling a foreboding in his heart. Someone in the sky. The Tower of Corpses appeared with a terrifying aura that made those below panic. That is the Western Tower of the Proud King. Ando hides behind the great mystic guardians. He reassured himself, "Don't worry, Prince Andelo, the divine weapon is here. No need to fear her." He thought to himself, "I received intelligence earlier that once the original king appears in the world, his strength will drop from divine to demi-divine level. If a half-god combines their power with divine weaponry, they might be able to kill the original king, even the strongest here." Duongqian was stunned. So it was the Western Tower? Why is she here at this moment? Tamsung wondered. Is she here to kill us, or to eliminate those Utin? He couldn't see clearly who was beside the Western Tower, and the person next to her seems to have some hidden power concealing their identity. Could it be that all attention is focused on the Western Tower, which might be more advantageous for his actions? Duong quietly calculated that the attack range had been reduced to about 1 meter. If they were too defensive, it would be hard to guarantee they wouldn't be hit. For now, this is good. You order the Tianlin clan to enter the domain, and that second prince will be handed over to me. Thap obeys immediately, for this is the will of the great sovereign, as a dark sphere expands and covers the central area, deploying the domain. Ando was confused. Great secret magic, my knight commander. Where are my guards and protectors? Duong appeared in front of him. Stop wasting your strength. Your subordinates are fighting with the Western Tower and can't come out for now. Because you are wearing a fully covering cloak to hide your aura, he didn't recognize you. Who are you? I am the second prince of the spirit race. What do you want to do? Duong said nothing and charged forward. Ando Huangmang, use the shield to protect yourself. Don't come over. The display information. The divine shield opens a barrier capable of withstanding a full-force attack during the Bat Chuyin. You focus your strength into your fist to give him a small gift. His fist slammed into Andeo's face, causing him to spurt blood and fly backward. The sound of pain and groaning echoed. Duong grabs Aiel by the hair and lifts him up. At this moment, he has already delivered a straight punch to the stomach. The pain was so intense, it reached his brain. He had no strength left to move and accepted his fate. Ando already asked to kill me, but I will be resurrected in the Spirit Palace. Then the army of spirits will flatten Tom Nguyen, ensuring you all will never be reborn. His hand trembles as he points to Tom Sung and your Long Ha. I will report you to the Queen of the Nation Destroyers. Hearing about killing him just makes me angry. This crazy guy. Duong raises the Fai Hong sword. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance anymore. You mentioned someone like your big brother Eric. Hearing that, he realized, you are the cowardly sword that struck down, displaying information, editing, and activating, consuming 250 energy points. Andel Seva, the second prince of the spirits, is now erased from the world and banished completely into eternal nothingness. An immediate wave of astonished murmurs spreads around. That spirit has disappeared? Not even a breath remains. What exactly just happened earlier? Tam Sung was just as surprised. He gritted his teeth, realizing that earlier he was so focused on the appearance of the Western Tower that he didn't notice this mysterious man at all. Clearly, there was no trace of any powerful aura on him. Could he really be one of the original kings, too? Tam Sung looked up at Duong's cold eyes. Is the barrier of the Western Tower disappearing? He watched as the barrier gradually faded away and disappeared. It seems the outcome has been decided. The Western Tower quietly observes from above, clutching her chest and softly crying out in pain. At this moment, they approached again, walking and laughing loudly. The strongest original Sin King is nothing more than this. If you are only a half-god, how can you compare to the noble spirit of divine energy? Then he turned to the side and said, Prince Andeo, rest assured, I told you, there is divine energy. Gao was stunned when he couldn't find Andeo anywhere. Prince Andeo, only now did he realize that the aura of Prince Andeo had completely vanished. What have you done to the second prince, your highness? Duong smiled and waved at Kak. It's just killing a dog. Why are you so amazed? Next up is you. After hearing that, Sa remained silent. A moment later, he started to laugh coldly, his laughter growing louder. Until at one point, Sa looked straight at Toyoung with a crazed smile, then suddenly fell silent, gripping his staff tightly and raising it in front of him as he shouted. The staff flashed, and several nearby people were pierced by streams of magic. The magic streams from the staff pierced through their bodies, instantly draining them and turning them into skeletons. The voice spoke slowly and calmly.
Anyway, Prince Ando is already dead, so I no longer need to worry about accidentally harming him. Then he raised his staff high, unleashing the power of the sacred relic, and the force burst out from it. Those hit by the magic screamed and scattered in panic. I will use the fools who dare oppose your divine will to sacrifice, and turn you into food for the divine weapon. Tom Shung, helping the wounded, shouted loudly, "Damn it, everyone run now!" The gloom on Tay Thap's face disappeared. She smiled softly, her eyes shining brightly. She immediately launched her weapon downward. "Heretic! Our battle is not over yet." Seeing that, she narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "You are trapped, Tay Thap, from the very beginning. You have been my only target." He placed his hand on his chest, a flash of light shot through, unleashing his power, and once again raised his staff, but this time the strength emanating from it was multiplied many times over. Tay Thap stood frozen, unable to react to the previous attack. What? A series of tentacles rushed towards her, wrapping tightly around her arms and legs, leaving her unable to move. Tay Thap struggled to move, but was hurt by the electric current from the tentacles. Kak grinned smugly and said, "Go die, king of original sins, and become nourishment for the sacred tree." But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed something rushing rapidly toward him and jerked back. It's Tuduong. His sharp gaze fixated on Kia as a hunter on prey. Sia looked at him with contempt, unaware of his limits. He watched Koch for a moment, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly from where Tuduong was rushing toward him. Suddenly, the air around him started to swirl. Kak once again threw a spear from his staff, but Tuduong dodged easily. The streams of magic and tentacles still cling to him relentlessly. Tuduong gently jumps high and charges directly toward the gathering magic. You cut through it cleanly and then continued swinging your sword at the others, who dodged aside. He smirked with contempt. "Fool." Tuduong just slightly smirked and thrust his sword forward. "You're the fool here." The magic erupts throughout the space. The sound of the sword slicing through the air and the roar of the demonic aura effect in berserk mode, immune to all control skills and reducing damage by 50%. Tuduong charged directly into Cap's barrier. "Cả vận binh thần nổi, chỉ dựa vào mấy thi cổ thể lâm ruột cài dồ." Những lời vua chúa dích, ông ta da khung lại khi thấy thanh kiếm của tổ Duong gia pha nát kết giới. You didn't hesitate for even a second before rushing to snatch the staff from Cap's hand. Tuduong raised the staff, grinning triumphantly, and the divine weapon returned to his hand as the transmission was successful. The tentacles wrapped around the western tower also disappeared, leaving her stunned as the bindings were lifted. Could it be that the spirit had? The western tower quietly landed beside Tuduong and asked softly, "What exactly did you do just now?" Tuduong coldly glanced at her. "You don't need to know about these things. It's over here, let's go." Tay Tup widened her eyes at Tuduong, her cheeks flushed, holding her divine weapon. Just one step away from becoming a god tier, even I have to fight hard. Tuduong turned and said, "Yet he only slaughtered her upon first meeting. This simply cannot be explained with normal reasoning. Is this the representative of King Tuduong? Even I am gradually unable to see through him anymore." The western tower slowly followed behind Tuduong, and I could hear someone calling out, "Please, stop there. Tam Shung is helping Du Thieu and says, 'Thank you for your assistance.' So you can summon the strongest original Sin King. Who exactly are you?" Tuduong stopped, still not turning around. For a few seconds, Tuduong remained silent without replying. Duong Qian stared in disbelief at Tuduong's back, stammering, "Is it really you?" Elsewhere, a frustrated woman mutters to herself. "Andel and the Lauren's aura has disappeared. No way that could happen. That's Queen Chris." What exactly happened that made her shout so loudly? She sat down on the throne, muttering to herself. Why aren't they being resurrected at the temple? What's happening at the temple? Where are the others in the delegation? The courtier beside her stammered. "Understood. I will go ask right away." Queen Chris glanced and whispered, "A useless person." Queen Chris irritably propped her chin and thought, could it be that this time she was completely wiped out by Tuduong again? How is that possible? The Laurens are wielding divine weapons. How could a human possibly kill him? My thoughts are interrupted as 3 soldiers rush in. "Your Majesty the Queen, we have returned." Queen Chris coldly looked at them and asked what had happened. "Hurry up and tell us everything. Don't leave out even a single detail," the 3 injured soldiers trembling as they recounted. After the Holy Alliance meeting ended, the gods arrived at the human kingdom Long Ha and encountered the Western Tower along with a mysterious figure. Although the Lord had subdued the Western Tower, that mysterious character killed the second prince. And, Your Excellency, because you wanted to unleash the power of the divine weapon, you sacrificed the gods, and then the gods no longer knew what had happened. Queen Chris narrowed her eyes in suspicion. A mysterious person, the soldier replied. He used some secret technique to hide his appearance, making her unable to recognize him, and she gradually lost patience, standing up and shouting loudly, "Enough! Everyone get out of my sight!" The soldiers bowed their heads, trembling with fear. "Understood, Your Majesty." Queen Chris frowned in thought. Anyone who can appear alongside the Western Tower must not be a weak existence. Who exactly is that person? She quickly glanced and gave the order. Marita quickly responds clearly, preparing to beg the sacred tree for an early prophecy. After a moment, Queen Chris and Marita both approached a large tree and placed their hands on it. Marita begins to earnestly pray, offering the blood of the 7-star spirits as a sacrifice, begging the sacred tree for divine guidance, revealing the scene before the Lauren's deaths. The giant tree suddenly trembles violently. Is the holy tree actually trembling? What did the ancient soul finally see? A loud explosion echoes as a blinding light erupts from the body of the sacred tree, spreading to the branches and revealing a symbol that illuminates the vast temple. Both of them raised their hands to cover their faces, squinting to look at the sacred tree to see the prophecy. Then they were both stunned when they saw a tall figure with an unclear face defeating the images that disappeared. Queen Chris whispered, "That was the prophecy of the sacred tree." Marita nodded slightly. "Yes, the meaning of the prophecy is very clear. We must kill that mysterious man at all costs." Queen Chris pondered deeply, but the person's face remained hidden. How can I find him? No need to worry, the prophecy has merged with his breath and soul, creating a spiritual mark. As long as someone bearing this mental imprint sees him, no matter how well he disguises himself, he cannot escape the sensing of the mark. She sighed and turned away. The will of the holy tree is the highest priority. Immediately issue a temporary order to remove all barriers with humans and concentrate all efforts on attacking the abyss. We must find that mysterious man and kill him. Marita bows respectfully. But that doesn't mean I'm done with you. Those humans, sooner or later, I will avenge Andel and Eric, while admiring the sacred branch magic staff blessed by the goddess of nature. This divine weapon is made from sacred branches, the first sprout blessed by the goddess of nature, used to strike and punish those who show disrespect to the gods, can only be used by those with royal elf bloodline, a spirit attribute of 5,200% magic resistance, 1,000% mana recovery speed, and 200% elemental magic power, a divine blessing from the goddess. Instantly releases a holy shield to block incoming damage. When inside the shield, you are immune to all effects from fields, mental abilities, or skills below divine rank. 2. Holy tree punishment. The holy branches extend with many punishment thorns, piercing through the target and draining their strength, while spores from the holy tree grow on the wounds, preventing healing and further draining the target's power. The spores of the holy tree absorb 1% of the target's health and 1% of their mana with each step. 4. The blessing of royal blood consumes royal blood and the royal spirit clan to enhance the effect of the holy branches, covering the punishment thorns with holy aura to provide 50% armor penetration and 50% resistance. It's been a while since the battle with them, and now the sky is getting dark. Tuduang looked at the staff and sighed, truly worthy of the divine weapon that the proud elf kingdom possesses. Its effects are indeed heaven-defying. Even the Western Tower cannot deal damage to the Laurens. His eyes grew more passionate. Although this restriction is a bit troublesome, if the Laurens can use it, it means there's still a way to solve the problem. Then, Tuduang stood up slowly and began to walk away. "I'll go ask Lilith." She was excited when she saw the staff. "The magic staff is absolutely beautiful, but why does it feel so familiar to me?" Tuduang asked curiously, "Have you never seen your own divine weapon before?" Lilith was a bit surprised. "Is this the divine weapon of the fairy kingdom? Where did you steal it from?" Tuduang looked at her, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Stealing what? Do you think I would stoop to such dishonorable acts?" This was a direct theft. Lai couldn't hold back and sighed in admiration. "You managed to kill the Laurens? That's impressive." Tuduang proudly lifts his head but keeps his tone steady. "I want to ask if there's a way to remove the restrictions of this divine weapon." Lilith then looked back at the staff. "I read in an ancient text before that you need the blood of the 7th king to activate the power of the divine weapon." She absent-mindedly brushed her finger along the staff, but accidentally pricked herself on a sharp thorn. Tuduang quickly ran over and took Lilith's hand. "Are you okay?" Lilith immediately spoke softly. "I'm fine. Look over there quickly." Tuduang looked at the floating blood droplets around the thorn. Could this be the effect of the so-called cursed bloodline? So even divine weapons can be corroded?
Mental strength attribute plus 4,500, mental resistance plus 180%, mana recovery speed plus 900%, elemental magic power plus 180%. He sighed bitterly, thinking to himself that even the attributes decreased by about 10% was really a big loss. Lilith rubbed her hands nervously and stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Duong patted her head and said, "Don't worry. Even without this divine weapon, I will still protect you." Lilith's cheeks immediately flushed. Duong. At this moment, he looked outside with a tense expression. And as for unlocking the divine weapon, he would just wait until the day he enslaved the spirits. Then he would make them tell him directly. A few days later, at Deep Abyss level 99, the silence was shattered by a loud explosion. The scene of wreckage appeared. Monsters, roaring in pain as they were crushed by the stone wall. Duong stood coldly to one side, slashing at them. Duong is level 199. After a while, he stood among the scattered monster corpses, sighing in relief, finally reaching level 200. This also means that the targets destroyed by the pink sword will no longer give experience points, otherwise the experience from the Lorens would be more than enough. He looked at the scene that just appeared. The fairy queen woman was ready to set aside her son's assassination to form an alliance. It was very likely that she had obtained some important information, so he needed to be extremely cautious. While Duong was calmly looking at the screen, a shadow suddenly soared behind him, moving very quietly. Almost inaudible, Duong calmly carried his sword, but as soon as the monster charged at him, he spun around and slashed across its body. He glanced at the defeated monster quickly and softly smiling. "The last one is done." Duong, level 200, just finished speaking when the ground started to shake and the walls crumbled with falling rocks. Duong, alert. What is going on? At that moment, a message was broadcast worldwide. Global announcement. The primordial Lord boss is at a world level, 1/3 of its recovery progress achieved. Please seize the time to complete the conquest mission. Duong stood in silence after hearing the announcement. The primordial ruler has recovered 1/3 of its power. Could my level up also be affecting the world mission? If I accidentally level up too quickly, will the speed increase directly? He walks around, still within controllable range, so for now, I'll go back and complete the failed mission first. How much would 1/3 of the original Lord's strength increase be, I wonder? I'm so excited. Thinking that, Yang suddenly became excited, swung his sword, and a space crack appeared. Yang shot the sword through the crack, creating a large hole that tore through space. The sword floats in the air, holding the space open to prevent it from closing. Duong quickly rushes through and disappears into the void, leaving both the sword and the space gap gone. Meanwhile, at Long Ha, the Duong residence where Duong Qian's group and Tam Shung are resting, Duong Qian lies on the hospital bed, slowly opening his eyes with a weary face appearing. Tam Sung hurriedly ran to the bedside. "Chairman, you're awake now. I was really worried you'd remain in this coma forever, daughter of Duong Qian." And An heard that and quickly ran in shouting, "Dad!" Duong Qian whispered, "Aren't you supposed to be on a dungeon run?" An ran over and hugged him tightly, saying, "I heard you had an accident, so I hurried back." "Dad is safe and sound. I was really worried." Dong Qian gently pats her head and says, "Don't worry, I'm fine." And An sobs uncontrollably. "Yes, I understand." Duong Qian turned to Tam Sung and asked, "How long have I been unconscious? And what about the Western Tower and that mysterious man?" Tam Sung hurriedly replied, "You have been unconscious for nearly half a day, and the other two left immediately after you fainted, and we couldn't keep them back." Duong Qian pondered, recalling when he chased after To Duong, regretting he couldn't identify the mysterious man. But he had a gut feeling that the man who killed the Lorens was the missing To Duong. A woman holding a file folder enters. "Chairman, 2 important events occurred while you were unconscious." Dong Qian immediately recognized her. Vice President Tron invited her to speak. Vice President Tron adjusted his glasses and calmly explained that Vuong Tat Tinlin suddenly sent a message saying they would temporarily abandon their pursuit of To Duong, distance themselves from Long Hao, and focus all their efforts on conquering Tam Uyen. At the same time, a new world announcement was made stating that the Yuan Toi monarch had recovered 1/3 of his power. She calmly explained the situation, mentioning that a group of experts from the Eagle America Federation, An Hoa Country, Bong Tu Country, Dongbong North Siberia, and other nations had arrived in the spirit world to level up in preparation for the conquest of Tamuyan. Tam Sung became agitated and shouted loudly. Clearly, a prince and a high official had just died, and I was wondering whether they had sent a large army here or not. "Is something else happening again?" Vice Chairman Tran simply replied briefly. "Who knows?
Maybe it has something to do with the changes in the original Sin monarch. Duanzhan frowned and thought, is that all there is to it? If their attitude can change so drastically, it must be directly related to their own interests, right? Seeing that he remained silent, Vice Chairman Tran spoke up. Honorable Chairman Wang That Tin Lin have specially prepared 3 high-level semi-divine realm secret realms to show their sincerity, one more than the Eagle America Federation. May I ask, how should we proceed from here? Duang Qian remained silent, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. After a moment, Tam Shung was the one to speak up. I don't care to go. Who needs their favor anyway? I spit on those mixed blood spirits, and he angrily shouted, arrogant and proud, only relying on divine weapons and looking down on us. Now that the divine weapons are gone, they come back to flatter us. Chairman, please do not agree with them no matter what. Duang Qian shook his head and struggled to get out of bed. No, right now we need to focus on the big picture. Everyone prepare to go. We are also heading to the spirit world. Anan quickly supports him. Dad, you were just seriously injured by them. Duang Qian quietly took his coat from the rack and said, the main goal now is not the spirits, but the abyss. After dealing with the abyss, he put on his coat as he walked away, his voice full of determination. Then he would return to settle accounts with the spirits. Hearing that, no one said anything more and followed him to a place where Jiangdo was being built. Duanzhan looked at the tall brick mountains. Can this communication portal still be used, David? Tam Sung followed behind him. The construction has been completed. The technical team worked very diligently, and the repairs to other public facilities have also been arranged. Duang Qian nodded gently. An looked around in confusion. Truly an awe-inspiring destructive power. Is this the power of a 9 transmissions expert? No, this must be the might of a divine spirit artifact. Duang Qian gazed affectionately at his daughter and said that earlier he had wanted her to meet Tu Duong. But who would have thought he would do so many things, and now he has disappeared. But he didn't commit any crimes. It was just self-defense. What kind of ability does that Tu Duong have to make Dad so obsessed with him? Duanzheng stroked his chin and pondered. This? He scratched his chin and said, maybe he can help you eliminate those annoying spirits. Anan tosses her hair and walks away unconcerned. Who would believe it? Meanwhile, Tu Duong, who just transformed back, is checking her level 200, reaching the limit of 6 transformations. The transformation is being announced, a 5-star failure, the Dragon Feast of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is at Deep Abyss level 190, preparing to host the Dragon Feast, so please hunt down a colossal level Chuang Dragon, take its heart, and get ready for the Demon Lord's Dragon Feast. How clever! The Than Bilong Kot Great Sword also requires killing a giant level spirit dragon before it can unlock more. You could say this is a 2 birds with 1 stone situation, but I still have other worries. Without Bai Lin's help, I can't find the location of the ancient dragon secret realm in the human world. So are the others only in the Dragon Kingdom? He thought about the tall stone gate, and the only teleportation portal leading to the Dragon Kingdom was inside the fairy realm. To get there, he first had to pass through the human realm's teleportation gate. After some contemplation, Tu Duong came up with a plan. Since the fairy realm's guards were only at the 6th or 7th level of transformation, it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking that, he suddenly froze in place, calculating his next moves. Tu Duong looked ahead, smiling confidently. Since in the future they will inevitably dominate the spirit world, it's only logical to observe first. I look up at the black dragon in front of me. Unfortunately, I initially planned to invite you for a nice meal, but you're too eye-catching. If others discover my true identity, it would be troublesome. So, I can only avoid taking you to Long Country. A surge of electricity runs through Hak Long's body, causing his form to glow unusually for a moment. But then Hak Long disappears, leaving a dragon-shaped tattoo on the back of Tu Duong's right hand. Tu Duong scolded it for not telling him it could become like this, asking if it was itching for a fight while in a dark cave. Tu Duong appeared in his boss form as the Abyssal Demon Lord, the primordial boss of the original Sin, with a divine grade level, power attribute 723,213, spirit 543,221, and speed 434,958. You are sitting comfortably on the throne and saying, the power has indeed increased a lot after recovering a third. If it were at its peak, it would be truly unimaginable. But more importantly, the Lord of Original Sin's power has been updated, consuming some of the dark primal power to resurrect the infinite primal king. Tu Duong looked at the electronic panel in front of him, no longer limited by time, as long as he had enough dark primal power to revive the primal king. This is really a major change. Now it shows that the furious reality consumes 1/10 of the primal dark power. Rage consumes 1/7 of the original dark power points. Laziness consumes 1/4 of the original dark power points. He chuckled to himself, and for the upcoming battle, this was definitely great news. Duong pressed the option in the middle. Then let's keep our original promise and revive Samel. Come on, King of Rage. The primordial dark power used 1/7 of its strength to revive Samael. The king commands anger. A loud explosion sounded, and lightning bolts surrounded the throne. Samael appears, kneeling on one knee to thank the Lord for his mercy. Samael vows to serve until death. Duong nodded and said, Samael, I order you to follow my person. Duong, obey his command and destroy the fairy kingdom. Samael looked directly at him and said in a deep voice, I obey, my lord. A few days later, at the passage connecting the human world with the spirit realm, people are lining up to pass through. Stop right there. Who are you? We come from Manhwa country, invited by the Lord to the secret realm of the spirit kingdom for advancement. Please let us pass. The soldier checked his electronic tablet and said, Wait a moment, let me check first. Tokugawa urged, hurry up a bit. The longer we wait, the more anxious Tokugawa becomes. Why did the spirits suddenly overlook their differences with Long Ha and allow us to join the alliance to attack Tamuyan? How can our Hoa country exploit this instance to surpass Long Ha? How can I step on the path of war? Seeing the soldiers suddenly point their spears at him, he shouted, What are you doing? I am a guest of your lord. The soldiers ignored him and moved forward. Who's going to care about him? It's the person standing behind that guy. Tokugawa looked back. Behind him? It's Duong with a hood and Samael in human form walking together behind him. The soldiers with spears charge forward, then stop, and the screen shows an extremely unusual energy. Who are you? Sama glances back. The representative, please give your instructions. Duong replied, I initially wanted to disguise myself as a human to sneak in, but it doesn't seem that easy. Duong grinned cunningly and said, If that's the case, then no more sneaky tricks. Just crush them directly. Sama waited, just like that, then his eyes lit up and he obeyed. In an instant, Samael transformed back into his monster form. He roared and disappeared like a gust of wind, leaving everyone present stunned. While the soldiers were still in shock, Samael appeared behind them. The alarm bells ring everywhere. Deafening sirens echo through the space. Warning. Warning. Sama glanced back, the alert sound still ringing, and confirmed that a boss had appeared. An original Sin King-type boss. Tokugawa rode forward on his horse, warning everyone that it was the king of original sins. Let's go. The others, hearing that, also started to run chaotically. Run quickly. Why is the abyssal boss appearing here? But they hadn't run far before an invisible force lifted them into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Shouts and screams of pain echoed as something swiftly passed by and cut through them. It is Samael. Despite his massive size, no one can match his speed. Hurry up so fast that I can't see. Tokugawa and his men also run desperately. Boss, aren't we going to help those people? Tokugawa shouted loudly. Nonsense! They're just low-level minions trying to level up. Nothing more important than my rank with you. Duong watched him from afar, annoyed, and said, Yet he abandoned his comrades and ran away alone. He's truly shameless. Samael chases after those two. At once, he receives the order, ignoring everyone else and heading straight for Tokugawa. What are they all saying? Samael said nothing, directly charged forward, pressed the soldier's head to the ground before he could react, then grabbed his head and threw him straight into the sky. The screams continued to ring out as Samael bit into the soldier, who cried out desperately, Don't! The wrathful King Samael has killed Yamataro, the level 276 prince, and offered him as a sacrifice to the wrathful king. Maximum blood volume increased by 50,000. Duong sat calmly watching the electronic board. 50,000 blood points are not much, but accumulated over time, it's enough. Samael laughed loudly, growing more and more berserk. Kill, kill, kill! Saying that, Samael conjured a spear in his hand and hurled it at Tokugawa, the rage of the house. Tokugawa had no choice but to raise his hand and shout, Go all out, Heaven Shining Shield! The spear was stopped by Tokugawa's shield, which created a barrier capable of absorbing thousands of points of damage. Both weapons clashed together, and the sound of shattering glass echoes from the shield. In just a second, the shield shattered into 100 pieces, and Samael's spear pierced through it. Seizing the opportunity, Tokugawa slipped behind Samael. Divine power and shadow forms can briefly shift between shadows. The next attack emerging from the shadow will deal 400% damage. His eyes fixed on Samael, he slowly drew his sword, the meaning of his attire, the flower of dawn and moon. Then Tokugawa charged forward, slicing around Samael. Then, I did it! Samael roared, but it was not a cry of pain, but of fury. Tokugawa broke out in cold sweat, trembling as he looked at him. What the hell? Samael didn't hesitate any longer and reached out to grab Tokugawa, causing him to cry out in pain. Samael clenched his fist tightly, blood pouring from Tokugawa's eyes and nose, then from his entire body. Samael frantically grabs Tokugawa's leg, thrashing on the ground. Kill! Kill him! Duong stepped beside him and softly said, Stop, Samael. He coldly ordered, We still have important matters to attend to. There's no time to waste here. Samael, though a bit disappointed, obeyed. Understood, subordinate has acknowledged. Then he threw Tokugawa into the air and his body was torn into pieces. The king ordered Samael to kill Tokugawa Muneno, level 302, 9 transformations, and offer him as a sacrifice to the furious king. Maximum blood volume increased by 230,000. Duong looked at the electronic board with satisfaction. Including the miscellaneous creatures he just killed, his blood level has risen to nearly 600,000. Now my blood level has exceeded 700,000, which is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? He stepped forward and pointed at the space gate. Someone in the royal city is insulting the king. You should go now. Sama nodded and flew into the gate. On the other side of the portal, in the fairy kingdom, many people are gathering around it and starting to discuss excitedly. It's not like someone was supposed to come to the secret realm today, so why haven't they arrived yet? Only heaven knows, but I think those lowly creatures are not even worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement inside the gate. Look, they're here. Contrary to their expectations, Samael charged out and roared, slaughtering the stunned soldiers who betrayed the king. What do you mean? Duong didn't follow Samael but stayed behind. I hope you fairies will like this little gift. He smiles slightly, proud. The other seal of my soul is enough to monitor the entire process. Inside the palace, the courtiers are gathered around the table discussing. Your Majesty Queen, I have a proposal. Why don't we send humans to the Dragon Kingdom to eliminate the giant dragons? So that means they can level up without using our resources? No. Allowing humans to enter the Dragon Kingdom, and if they master the Blood Dragon enhancement and spiritual dragon magic, they would pose an even greater threat to us. That rare divine power is more valuable than these things. Seeing Queen Chris remain silent, they continued to wield their divine power, which was already hard to break. But humans are naturally quick learners. If Queen Chris hesitated in her thoughts, none of this would matter at all. The important thing is that mysterious hooded figure's name. But her train of thought was interrupted by a hurried voice. Your Majesty the Queen, Your Majesty the Queen, it's a crisis. The messenger, panting, reports that the barrier corridor has been attacked by the King of Original Sin. Queen Chris stood up suddenly, surprised, and asked again. What do you mean? The King of Original Sin, she shouted in excitement, commanding, immediately send the royal guard to eliminate the heretics. Why didn't the King of Original Sin attack anyone and instead come here? Outside the palace, Samael has turned everything into a sea of flames. The contemptuous insects insult the king, saying everyone must die, run in all directions, it's the traitor king, run away now. Samael grabs a soldier, roars, and offers another gift as strange beams of light suddenly shoot up into the sky from the palace. The royal guards fly forward to face Samael, obeying the queen's order to kill the original king. Samael sneered at them, scoffing. Do you really think a bunch of flies and mosquitoes can do anything? A furious man charged forward with his sword. The divine breaking sword will break through your defenses. But Samamao only used one hand to block the attack. How ridiculous! He held the other's sword tightly, growling angrily, his other hand clenched into a fist. He punched the soldier in the stomach, causing him to spit blood immediately. How is that possible? Samael roared, Is there anyone else? His roar was so loud it made the ground shake, and the others behind him warned each other to keep their distance, as his attack seemed to ignore defenses. Forbidden elemental spell, his mind still unshaken. Samael was about to charge forward when he sensed a strange magic emanating from behind him, causing him to halt. The 5 members of the Royal Guard team combined their powers to form a massive magic stream, targeting Samael. A fireball sped towards his back, but he remained still and unmoving. A loud explosion echoed through the space, shaking everything as a sea of flames roared around Sama, who stood in the middle of it all, calmly brushing it aside with his power without being affected. But those people didn't know. They were still happy. The magic worked. Keep exploding and kill it. The smoke from the flames has just dispersed, and Samuel's figure has vanished into the void. He appears behind them, slicing them in half with his claws. You have successfully made me angry. He suddenly plunged his claw straight into his chest without hesitation, blood pouring out from the wound. Sama ignored the bleeding chest, tore out the heart, and opened his sharp jaws. Sama stared at it, then calmly dropped it into his mouth, swallowing the heart whole. Lightning bolts engulf Samael as he roars. The end of rage, destruction of all. The end of rage, the rage. King swallows his own heart, using fiery fury to burn everything. All attributes increase significantly, with extremely high fire damage attacks, and health will not drop below 10%, lasting for 3 minutes. Then Samael soared into the air, tearing apart a soldier with both hands, punishing the traitor of the king with rage. The others were stunned. What was he doing? They started to panic, shouting wildly to stop him. Don't let him get near Fuang Din. Samo calmly passed by, slashing with his claws to kill wherever he went. In just a moment, dozens of people had been killed or injured by him. Samael charged forward headlong. The others looked up at Samael's bloodied tree and exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on? Why isn't the boss's blood decreasing anymore?" The other members of the Royal Guard team raised their weapons, but there's even a blood lock mechanism. That's terrifying. They all shout together to trap him, binding him naturally with their full strength to prevent his advance. Where did those vines come from that wrapped around Samaelo's limbs? Samaelo let them coil around him and then sneered. Using wood to carve fire, that's utter stupidity. He only waved his hand, and the vines were broken. When the time is almost up, I will burn all life and swallow the entire royal city. So now Queen Chris appears at the royal court causing chaos? You're not worthy yet. She closed her eyes, and behind her stood a giant god glaring at Samaelo. The god raised his hand above Samael, and the veil of magic dissipated. Sama looked around in surprise. What is this? Queen Chris coldly looked at him and said in a low voice, "Disappear." Sama was engulfed by the power, still trying to speak to Toduong, but he couldn't complete his mission. The divine apologized as Queen Chris's power gradually consumed Samael, who was helpless to resist. After a moment, the energy receded and Samael slowly vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. The soldiers all knelt down, powerless subordinates unable to stop the original Sin King, begging your majesty for punishment. Queen Chris turned and walked away, saying, "Get up, this is not your fault. Go clean up properly." Understood. A soldier hands Esli Samael's book. There are no rebellious divine weapons. These are just some high-quality materials. Lian pondered silently. Keep it safe. Don't throw it away. Worry is clearly visible on his face. What did the previous king of original sin say to insult the monarch? What exactly was it? Our spirit realm kingdom has never had any dealings with the deep abyss. Hurry up, move faster, no more dawdling. CA, sitting on the balcony with a glass of wine in hand, observes the scene below and says, "That really scared me. I never expected the original Sin King to suddenly appear inside the royal city. Luckily, His Highness the Queen is guarding the city, or the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, they are just weak commoners, protected by a level of civilization like the royal city. Not being razed to the ground is already a great honor, but unfortunately most of my assets have been burned down. But have you heard about the recent unrest in the city center area?" Tia also raised his glass politely to him and replied, "It seems there is a new sect called the Original Sin Sect, and they even claim to believe in the original Sin King. Truly foolish, they will surely be purged soon before causing any chaos." From outside, a maid was bringing in some items for them. The person sitting opposite, hearing Ka's words, burst out laughing and said, "That's true, so I dedicate this to the great Queen Chris, who agrees with him." For the Queen. The maid, who had overheard their conversation while bringing in the items, simply frowned slightly and pressed her lips together without saying a word. The group of nobles are truly despicable. They don't see us as human at all. Another person there then reached out and said, "We have to fight to survive every day, so why do they get to enjoy everything without paying anything?" Just as they were discussing, the maid returned. She just arrived and immediately spoke. "The noble aristocrats have committed the 7 deadly sins but feel no guilt in their hearts. They rely on the protection of the gods, indulging in brutality, harsh punishments, and pleasure." At this moment, the girl removes her wig to reveal her white hair. Her name is Glories. She lifts her hand to remove her contact lenses, immediately revealing her true eye color. Her eyes are 2 colors, blue and red. Gloris scratches her head and says, "If the gods protect those evil people, then the divine beings are just evil gods." A male fairy saw her speak like that and stepped forward to say, "We no longer want to live through days like this." Another person then approached Gloris and asked, "So how can we punish those nobles?" Gloris stands in the center of the circle, raising her hands as she addresses everyone. "The evil nobles are protected by evil gods and beyond the reach of ordinary people." Someone who heard her say that then came up with an idea. "So, we also need to seek the power of gods of equal strength to rely on judgment and cast the divine punishment." Gloris heard that, she frowned and also agreed. That's right. Only the Dark Abyss ruler who manages original sins can bring punishment to them. The spirit people started to get restless after hearing her words. What? So the primordial sinner is the ruler? But the ruler of original sins destroyed our homeland, so the one holding the original sins is the true villain. Even if we defeat the evil king and the evil gods, we won't gain anything. Gloris, hearing everyone say this, then spoke in a cold voice. Challenges always come with suffering. If you cannot overcome them, how can you change your fate? Moreover, the original sin of the ruler is itself the sin. The world blames all sins on the gods as evil, but in reality they are benevolent gods. The benevolent gods, the original sinners, are actually good gods. So it turns out everything is just a test. After finishing her words, Gloris drew out her sharp dagger and held it up. She looked at the flowing blood and continued, "The king's blood leads to sin." Gloris then clenched her fists tighter, her eyes determined, and continued, "Evil gods will face punishment for their great sins." Everyone here, hearing her words, stood up, raising their hands in support and saying, "The king's blood leads to sin. Evil gods will be punished for their great sins." The group then dispersed, and Gloris also left. Gloris then placed both hands in front of her chest, closed her eyes, lifted her head, and said, "The ruler bears the full blame." Gloris was glowing all over. Gloris stands there praying, hoping that you will bring salvation to us. Her shadow now seems not to be her, but like a person with a mirror on her head, shifting scenes. At this moment, at the portal to the fairy kingdom, it has become a ruined wasteland. A cloaked figure sitting high above looks down from afar and speaks, as if recalling information from the memories of the commanding knight. Although the path between the fairy world and the dragon kingdom is open, the defenses remain strict. Tuduong, high above, frowns as he looks down, mentally counting 6, 7, 8, and 2 scouts hiding in the shadows, making 9 in total, all lizard-type demons. I'm not afraid of fighting head-on, but it's a hassle if I get notified to leave. After thinking, Tuduong stood up and said, "Then no more warnings, just eliminate them directly." Tuduong is now surrounded by a black aura, with only his eyes visible. This state of his is called the corrupted form. What is that? Where did the enemy come from? A beam of light suddenly shot out to attack the guards, and blood immediately splattered. Tuduong's figure is now revealed, dressed in red armor with a pair of red horns on his head. After eliminating the guards, he calmly steps through the teleportation gate, using his soul sigil to automatically return to his post after resurrection and erase the memory of his death. After passing through the teleportation gate to the Dragon's Land, Tuduong took off his hat and said, "This is the kingdom of the giant dragons." In front of you now is an extremely majestic scene, with a vast plain before you, where dragons are soaring and flying across the clear blue sky. Tuduong also exclaimed, "That's really impressive." At this moment, the black dragon also emerged from the sigil on Tuduong's hand in a tiny form. You look down at it and smile, saying, "You're so excited, you must have smelled something familiar from home, right?" Haklong looks very satisfied now, and it lets out a single sound of agreement. Immediately, Tuduong raised his arm and called out, "Come out, Athos!" Haklong heard and flew out. It was excited and roared loudly. The black dragon was now freely flying over its homeland. Tuduong called out to it, "Go see if there's any luck nearby." Standing below, he drew his sword and immediately subdued a red dragon. Then he stood on the head of the dragon. Tuduong jumped down from the now obedient red dragon lying on the ground. Immediately after, the skeleton dragons appeared, their bodies engulfed in purple flames. The 2 dragons looked down, and Tuduong was now surrounded by a blue sea fire, as a lightning bolt struck the ground below, exploding and creating a long crack. The residual lightning makes my whole body numb. This demon combo is pretty good, but it's messed up my hair, so how do you plan to make it up to me? In front of you now is a black dragon, its body emitting blue electric sparks. It looked at you and asked, "Why are humans here?" Before it finished speaking, Tuan Duong, holding a sword in his hand, charged straight at the dragon. As you run up, you reply, "Nothing is about why, it's just about the mission." At this moment, a sharp black claw appears. It's the black dragon returning, and it immediately swings its claw. Why does a mighty black dragon like you have to submit to humans? Have you forgotten the pride of the dragon race? The dust is thick now. Tuduong seizes the chance to rush forward and quickly says, "There's nothing called glory. What do you dragons have that isn't just bullying the weak?" He immediately drove his sword straight into the dragon's chest, blood splattering everywhere, and it roared in pain. Then the gray dragon collapsed. Its massive body caused rocks and debris to fly everywhere, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. After defeating the dragon, Tuduang glanced behind and said to Haklong, "Let's eat together." Both immediately knelt on the ground to eat the dragon. After finishing, Tuduang's stomach was now full and round. He lay on his back for a moment and said, "This thunder dragon really has a big heart. I can feel its compatibility with the lightning element, and its power has increased significantly. I just need a little more to learn that lightning spell." Black Dragon was also lying underneath, supporting Tuduang, its face happy as it let out a sigh. Tuduang lay on its belly and said again, "If I want to keep growing, I need to kill a level 8 king-tier dragon. A divine dragon currently isn't something I can handle, so I need to slow down a bit." Tuduang propped his head with his hands, opened the system to check the mission details. The 5-star hidden mission switch. The Fallen Q Longthanthan introduces the mission. The Fallen Divine Dragon. Saint is powerful, possessing unique sacred traits, and they are the born rulers of the Great Dragon. Moreover, the Fallen Divine Dragon Saint in their childhood accidentally swallowed an unknown entity, and since their fall, they have been expelled from their clan to the wilderness area, with the mission to kill the fallen level 350 Divine Dragon Saint. Lit Duong Clan. After reading everything, Tuduang frowned, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Then he said to himself, "So there really is a Divine Dragon Saint as well." Even the Global Beast Taming Association database has no information about this. Yet I've encountered a creature like this. I remember that a normal giant dragon, even as a juvenile, is already at the diamond stage. After going through many stages of development, it will finally reach the impotent stage when it matures. Even the black dragon, who possesses the bloodline of the ancient devourer, is only at the essence stage when still young. So this divine dragon is actually at the impotent stage, 2 levels higher than Atos. Hearing Tuduang say that, the black dragon in front of him also looked down and growled. Tuduang saw it like that, put his hands in his pockets, looked up at it, and asked, "Are you jealous?" Tuduang just stroked Haklong's head, frowning with a slightly sad look, lips pressed tightly, then thought to himself, maybe this divine dragon only became estranged after swallowing something strange. Could it be that rotten meat? If that thing could also fall down. After comforting Haklong, Tuduang moved forward and said to it, "Let's go to that wasteland and check it out." Haklong, hearing this, also became excited and soared into the sky. Tuduang and Black Dragon soon arrived at a valley shrouded in thick smoke. Sitting above, Tuduang looked down and said, "This place is even devoid of grass. It truly is a forbidden land for life." He frowned as he looked at something behind the thick curtain of smoke and said, "Looks like they've found us." Haklong also lowered its head close to the ground to observe, then let out a roar. "What's wrong? This is the first time I've seen you like this." He raised his hand to his lips, looking thoughtful. Tuduang was pondering internally that if he wanted to fight a full-level Liet Duong Great Dragon, Haklong's help might not be enough and could even cause more trouble. Thinking of that, Tuduang retracted the black dragon back into the mark on his hand. He didn't forget to tell it, "You go back first, I'll handle this dragon myself." As Tuduang finished speaking, a dragon with dozens of horns and glowing red eyes appeared amidst the thick smoke. It was a fallen divine level 350 ancient dragon with a life attribute score of 14 million, strength 68,210, spirit 82.21, and agility 15.43. Seeing the dragon in front of him and its information, Tuduang frowned and muttered to himself, "It's really big, still twice as large as the black dragon. Can this attribute really be fought with based on this info sheet?" Tuduang also opened his status window to check. He looked at it, smirked, and said to himself, "Do I really feel like the boss with this attribute? Its health is almost 5 times less than mine." But someone like me still acts very cautiously. Behind Tuduang, a purple light of power spirals around his back and left arm, while on his right side, a golden light of energy shines. You are now in the Harvester's state, with all attributes increased by 20%, mana consumption reduced by 80%, and damage increased by 200%. It consumes 1 harvest point per second, with 781 harvest points, in the form of the fallen power of the 7 great sins. Tuduang looked down at his arm and said, "If it's a battle at the abyss level, we should use all our firepower. Quick and decisive victory." These 2 sources of power of Tuduang are called the ultimate dual cultivation. Every 10 points of basic strength increase physical damage by 1.5%, and every 10 points of basic soul increase magical damage by 1.5%. The heart of the dragon ignores the talent of the giant dragon clan, increasing damage to giant dragons by 500%.
At this moment, Liet Duangjia seemed to have sensed To Duong's presence, momentarily stunned, but just a second later, Liet Duangjia was ready to fight, roaring and turning to strike with its tail. Immediately, To Duong used only his bare hands to catch the dragon's tail. He then smiled triumphantly and loudly said to it, "Hold steady." The big guy, as soon as he finished speaking, To Duong grabbed its tail, jumped onto its back, and threw it far away. Liet Duangjia immediately landed steadily on the ground without any harm, and then the dragon charged forward, opening its mouth to gather its purple light energy to attack To Duong. This move is called the Breath of Death. Saint To Duong saw this, but he didn't give up. He raised his hand to the sky to summon the dark energies and said, "Release the second stage sealing spell, Thuong Viem Chinguk." Now To Duong has a large shining chain in his hand. He rammed the chain towards the dragon, and the chain immediately bound the massive body of Lim Duangjai. This move of his is called Forbidden Restraint. Right after restraining the dragon, To Duong jumps up and clings to its head. He is holding a sword and wearing a black mask. You swung your sword at the dragon, executing the ultimate move, ninefold heavy strike slash. The dragon turned to look, and immediately its body kept losing health. All 3 times, it lost 170 health points. To Duong, now facing away, continuously slashed until the dragon exploded. He then turned his cold gaze and made a self-assessment. A divine dragon boss from the fallen Liet Duong realm has 1,400 health points. Yet it was defeated so easily by me, proving that my damage is truly terrifyingly exaggerated. Next, he uses the destructive power of brutality. As he speaks, To Duong raises his hand, and 2 sharp, glowing red fangs appear. You look at the dragon on the ground, it still seems to be moving, and you mutter, "Is it not dead yet?" Immediately after, Liet Duangjia soars into the sky. Its shadow reflected down, covering a large area. To Duong looked up and was so amazed that he exclaimed, "The dragon before you now has a changed face, with only one giant eye remaining. It looks down at To Duong and roars, a roar that cannot be described in words." To Duong wanted to check its status board, but none of the stats were displayed at this moment. Creation, level, race, attributes, health, strength, and spirit. You see, there's no way to get any information now. The dragon's horns have grown long, and the eye on its forehead is glowing purple, with its body mottled with blue and black patches. To Duong, seeing this, immediately commented, looking even more disgusted than before, but still unclear about what exactly this thing is. The dragon then bent down, exhaling a cold breath, its eyes fixed on To Duong, and then it shot out some pointed objects toward him. To Duong quickly jumped up, dodging just in time as rocks exploded from the dragon's attack. He thought to himself, that was fast. At this moment, dark green stone rings appear beneath the ground. The sharp legs of the dragon suddenly surge up from underground, trapping To Duong and blocking his escape. He was immediately bound and couldn't move, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" His mouth and body are now being squeezed tightly. To Duong then let out streams of black smoke and laughed loudly. Immediately, the dragon's legs broke into pieces and fell to the ground. To Duong, now dressed in black with his face covered and red horns on his head, sees the dragon unleash a green flame towards him. To Duong quickly jumped back instinctively, the spot scorched by the dragon's fire now sunken and tinged with green. To Duong was rushing toward the dragon, frowning as he said, "Is that all your attack has? Now it's my turn." As he finished speaking, To Duong swung his sword with all his might, his eyes suddenly blazing with fire. This move is called the ninefold shielding strike. The powerful purple slashes continuously cut into the dragon, causing it to spew a mouthful of blood. To Duong saw this and immediately said, "Thuong Viem Chinguk." Right after this, a huge explosion occurs where the dragon is. After the smoke clears, the dragon is still unharmed. It just looks down and growls. Seeing that it was still intact, To Duong exclaimed in shock, "No way, I only managed to take a quarter of its health with my ultimate move and sealing spell." The dragon then opened its mouth and roared out purple lightning, with sound waves continuously emanating. To Duong heard the sound and quickly raised his hand to his forehead, frowning as he said, "What is this sound?" "It's causing my brain to panic and take a special attack, reducing sand value by 10% and decreasing strength, spirit, and agility by 10%. Seeing this, To Duong was stunned and shouted loudly, "What?" He was standing frozen in place, thinking to himself, isn't the sun value a trait only found in the legendary Sithun Hu monsters? Does this mutated dragon have any connection to Sithun Hu? The sharp claws of the dragon also suddenly lunged straight at To Duong. He quickly raised his sword to block and was only knocked back. At this moment,
Duong looked at the dragon and said, "We can't keep delaying any longer. In terms of military strength, Ong is not inferior, but the side effects of this madness will kill him. The battle must be resolved before the state of corruption and the harvesting simulation end." Immediately, Duong extended his hand, with black-purple flames on his fingertips. Duong firmly said, "Again, war flame punishment." Immediately, the dragon was surrounded by a ring of fire, and pillars of flame gradually rose around it. The dragon then raised its head to look at Duong before rushing towards it. He swung a palm strike, and a bolt of lightning shot toward the dragon, then said, "You're almost compatible with the element of thunder. Take this move of mine." He used fire combined with lightning, and the flames erupted fiercely, sealing the destructive thunder curse. Duong charged at the dragon, his eyes flashing with lightning, and said, "Full firepower, take your life." Immediately, he launched a series of attacks, preventing the dragon from countering, continuously slashing at it before landing back on the ground. Duong, panting and exhausted, saw that the dragon was unharmed, and the system displayed a newly fallen creature with 15% health. Just a little more. Only a little more. The dragon now charges at Duong. It opened its mouth wide, and Duong pointed his sword directly at the dragon. A stream of orange energy now enveloped his sword. Duong said to the dragon, "Looks like you want to finish me off in one go, right? It's your turn now, Athos. Unleash the power of the soul bones." Immediately, the black dragon was released, along with the bone dragons and countless wandering souls flying behind them. Duong slung his sword over his shoulder, looking confident. The bone dragons captured by Duong now opened their mouths, gathering their power into a blue fireball. Immediately, they roar and unleash a devastating attack towards the dragon. The dragon then intertwined its horns to form a shield to block the attack. Seeing this, Duong opened a potion and said, "It's over now. This potion is a high-level mana recovery elixir, instantly restoring 50% of your magic points with a 60-second cooldown." After using it, Duong raised his sword high and charged at the dragon. He swung his sword, and blood immediately splattered everywhere. After Duong's attack, the dragon collapsed to the ground. The system immediately displayed that the fallen creature was a corrupted newborn, awarding 130 million experience points, 15 million gold, and dropping an unidentified rotten piece of flesh. Duong landed on the ground after attacking the dragon and said, "Finally, we've won. It's been a long time since I fought this hard." Duong, seeing the rotten meat fall out, froze and said, "What is this?" He reached out with one hand to pick up the piece of meat, while the other rummaged through his inventory. He looked at the piece of meat in his hand and said, "The rotten meat Hak Long ate earlier also fell out after he was killed. I wonder if there's any difference between these two things." Immediately, the two pieces of meat began to glow and merged together. Duong exclaimed, "What is happening? This rotten piece of meat seems to be resonating." Immediately, the two pieces merge into a larger one. Duong looked a bit disappointed and said, "It seems like nothing has changed. What's going on?" Just then, Duong looked up again to observe, as more and more energy gathered around him. Duong wondered to himself, there is a powerful aura moving at high speed. Was the previous battle enough to attract the true experts of the Dragon Clan? Duong immediately gave the order. "Aus Thuquan has already begun to retreat." Hearing that, Black Dragon quickly spread its wings and flew away. A moment later, a foot descended here. It was a golden dragon. Seeing no one around, it said, "You're a bit late." The golden dragon looked at the dragon defeated by Duong and lying on the ground, then assessed it. "That is disgusting. Who could have killed this strange creature?" the golden dragon thought. "If someone can kill it, their strength must be formidable." It looked around and then said, "No. This residual aura is definitely from it. It couldn't be true. I refuse to believe what I'm saying." At this moment, a person steps out from the teleportation gate. Seeing a figure cloaked from head to toe, the guards immediately ask, "Is that Duong?" He raises his dragon-marked arm and says to the Black Dragon, "The nature of the Black Dragon in the Spirit Realm Kingdom is a bit special, so for now, let's rest first." As those finished speaking, a blue flame suddenly burst behind Duong. Hak Long also appeared, and Duong ordered the release of all the undead dragons targeting the Spirit King City. Hearing Duong's words, Hak Long immediately released the Vong Kot dragons. As soon as they emerged, they roared loudly, with lightning constantly striking the sky. Immediately, the vengeful dragons rushed to attack the Spirit King City. The spirits, seeing the dragons, panicked and fled while shouting, "Save us! Run quickly!" At this moment, a spirit commander hiding behind a large stone ordered the soldiers outside to stop it. Thunder. The soldiers outside heard this and responded immediately. "This lightning is too terrifying. I can't stop it." A fairy kneeling onto the ground, surrounded by dead fairies, foaming at the mouth, shouting loudly,
It hurts so much. There's poison. Another with wide eyes clenched his teeth and said, "Everyone get out of the contaminated area. Mages quickly purify the air."
At this moment, someone swooped down from the sky and chopped a revenant dragon into pieces. The person who appeared now is Eslian. Damn it, these undead creatures are basically unkillable. Eslian then looked behind him, glanced at his subordinates, and said, "There must be death spirit mages summoning them nearby." Dutrinsat immediately searched this area and found that bastard right away. His subordinates received the order and responded promptly. Tuduang from afar observes the chaotic scene before him and comments that their reaction speed is quite good, worthy of being the elite of the 7-star spirits. He then reached out his hand to look at the black dragon mark on his back and said, "The light of the dragon script is fading. It seems the power of the black dragon is running out. This gift must end here. Maybe next time it will be permanent." At this moment, Tuduang suddenly sensed someone appear and immediately looked around warily. Knowing someone was immediately there, Tuduang turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Gloris then frowned at him. Tuduang, seeing her like that, thought to himself that he completely couldn't sense her aura. Gloris didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked back, "Are you from the abyssal demon realm, right?" Hearing her words, Tuduang didn't think his identity had been exposed and frowned as he looked on. After a moment, he cautiously responded, "So what if I do? Please help me deliver this letter to the demon Tam Uyen." Tuduang narrowed his eyes at the glowing object in Gloris's hand and coldly replied, "What basis do I have to help you? If this is a weapon used by the spirit to fight the deep abyss demon, then isn't that making me an accomplice to you guys?" Gloris, hearing that, reached out her hand and explained to Tuduang, "I'm not sure if you will help me, but if you refuse, I will wait for the next demon to come here." "You say that, then who do you think I am? The Lord of Original Sin is the supreme king of the demons of Deep Abyss." A giant shadow then appeared behind Gloris. Tuduang narrowed his eyes upon seeing it, raising his hand defensively, thinking that this person closely resembled the giant shadow that appeared behind the Fairy Queen earlier, and with such power, they must have surpassed the semi-divine level, maybe even reaching divine level. What exactly is her relationship with the Fairy Queen? So what, are you still suspicious? If that's the case, why don't you go to the Abyss of Demons yourself? With your strength, you should definitely be able to get there. Gloris listened to him, and, with her hands clasped behind her back, she flicked her ears and said, "I have no strength at all, just an ordinary spirit." Seeing her pretend like that, Tuduang smirked inwardly, thinking if she calls this no strength, then maybe the West Tower, Livia, and others are also quite ordinary. And for some reason, I can't leave here. So everything related to the outside world can only be handled by others. It was like that before, and it still is now. Hearing her say that, Tuduang immediately stopped and frowned in thought. Can't leave? Well, that's really strange. Right now the world passage is fully open. Even gods can pass through it, unless it is sealed by some power. But what exactly is that power? Tuduang closed his eyes and responded after thinking, "All right, I hope I can help you and that you're not lying to me." Hearing your agreement, Gloris bowed her head to Tuduang. She raised both hands to give him what she wanted to send and said, "Thank you very much." At this moment, voices from afar echoed, along with a powerful aura from above. "Hurry up and go." Hearing that, you immediately turned your head and asked, "So what about you?" Gloris saw him ask and simply smiled calmly. "You don't need to worry. Please return to the demon world quickly." "All right, then I bid farewell." The vengeful dragon also soared straight into the sky, and Gloris muttered to herself upon seeing it. A fallen ancient dragon? Such distant memories. They arrived here with their subordinates, but the place is empty. No sign of anyone, the group spoke up. "It's right here." "Where are the people?" "The aura clearly comes from this spot." "Your Majesty the Queen." Chris, as she held her staff, spoke. "Marita, do you understand what those Vong-Kot dragons really mean?" Marita respectfully bowed her head and replied that the only one who can control the fossil dragon is the one who brought disaster and fear to the fairy world and the dragon kingdom. "Is the ancient creature from legend really back again? How much longer until the god's birthday?" "In 3 months, Your Majesty." After hearing that, she stood in front of the sacred tree, frowning deeply as she pondered some matters. Previously, Chris had connected with the sacred tree to understand why the Lorens and divine weapons disappeared. Besides receiving the divine prophecy about rampant slaughter, she also learned the birth date of the god. The queen now extended one hand toward the holy tree, while her other hand was placed on her chest. For hundreds of years, the divine has not disappeared, but has remained dormant within the sacred tree. Once the gods awaken, the spirits will become the rulers of the three worlds. The dragon kingdom and the human world will be godless, and in the end, they will have to submit. At this point, she then twisted her face into a crooked smile. Hearing this, Marita looked a bit worried and spoke up. "But Your Majesty, what does purging the evil spirits in the divine chaos really mean?" She held her staff in her hand, walking as she continued. "Humans absolutely cannot be subdued, the original sins of the ruler within 3 months, and they definitely cannot produce a divine realm." She looked out at the cityscape of the spirit realm kingdom and said, "After 3 months, glory will finally arrive. The abyss of darkness, the human world, and even the ancient devourers will all tremble before the glory of the divine." The scene shifts to a place where a teleportation gate has appeared. Tuduong is now rushing quickly toward the teleportation gate. Seeing that no one is here now, he silently wonders, there used to be guards when he arrived, so why have they suddenly disappeared? Could it be her? No time to think too much. Tuduong quickly entered the teleportation portal without hesitation and said, "Based on the current situation, it doesn't seem to be a trap, so let's leave first and then talk." Tuduong steps into the teleportation gate and quickly reaches his destination. As he stands inside, he suddenly narrows his eyes at what he sees. After stepping outside, he found himself in another city, with a helicopter flying in the sky and numerous surveillance planes overhead. He raised his hand to his eye and observed. Tuduong now speaks. "These defenses only serve to monitor. Actually stopping the demons is fundamentally unrealistic. If I hadn't stopped the Western Tower and others, the human world would have collapsed long ago." After speaking, Tuduong moved swiftly and silently. After a while, he was now at the entrance of the abyssal demon. In his hand was the seal of the object that Gloris had asked to be taken away when he left. It suddenly lit up, and before he could do anything, the mark escaped from his hand. "Why is this letter moving on its own?" But Tuduong didn't have time and said, "Forget it. The class transfer mission is more important. I'll talk after I finish it." He immediately went to the transfer location, took out the dragon's heart, and held it up, saying, "System, initiate class transfer." The system immediately displayed a notification that it was checking the failed transfer quest, the failed class change mission. Ma the Great Lord's 5-star dragon banquet has been completed, and the vitality level has increased, granting a 50% boost to basic attributes, as a few sparks of electricity flickered behind Tuduong's back. The system is still displaying, receiving the basic reward of 5,000 free attribute points. The level cap has been increased from 200 to 250, consuming stored experience. The level 1.3 billion increased from 200 to 202. Seeing the system display this, Tuduong reached up and brushed his hair. He sighed and muttered to himself, 300 million experience points only increased by 2 levels. If I want to reach the maximum level, it seems it will take a lot of time. But since awakening, reaching level 202 has only taken less than a month. This speed is truly astonishing. Tuduong was still dazed when the system sent him a notification. Passive double spirit. Convert 15% of strength into spirit. Convert 25% of strength into spirit. Convert 15% of mental energy into strength, and 25% of mental energy into strength. Passive dual cultivation of the extreme path. Every 10 points of strength, increase damage by 1.5% or 2.5%. For every 10 points of spirit, damage increases by 1.5 to 2.5%. Tuduong, level 202, with the Demon Spirit Harvesting class, has a blood attribute of 755.42 million, strength of 72,134, spirit of 54,000, agility of 12,121, and resilience of 32,121. Seeing his stats also increased, Tuduong clenched his fist in satisfaction, thinking that the damage limit for the 6th transformation had risen from 10 to 20 times, and his unarmed attributes now surpassed even the violent stage of the Liat Duong realm. If he added his equipment, he could unleash enough firepower to defeat the 8th transformation. Thinking of this, Tuduong encouraged himself aloud. It's almost here. The 8th transformation, the 9th transformation, and soon the original Sin Ruler will arrive. At this moment, the system is still displaying that the quest item is being checked. Once the check is complete, the hidden quest is finished. Immediately, golden beams of light appeared to inform him that his profession had advanced to the blasphemer of the gods. Tuduong was surprised and exclaimed as the system continued to display the hidden profession advancement, showing that the quest item was still being checked. Check complete, hidden mission accomplished, advancing to the next profession stage. The blasphemer of the gods. You have gained a new ability, the blasphemous sword, which can control the unknown rotten meat and turn it into a mutated weapon. The cursed blade. The red beams of light now point Tuduong toward the rotten meat in his storage. The rotten meat in the unknown remains, and the system is still displaying it. The cursed sword has a power that aggressively erodes flesh and blood, causing the target to lose 2% of their health every second. It has a powerful ability to corrode and weaken the spirit, causing spiritual corruption to the target, losing 1% of mental strength every second. This new ability links the form of the corruptor with the cursed sword. To enter the corruptor form, blood effects double, the sword's 2 effects double, and the target's blood will temporarily be lost and not transferred to the user. Each link of the corrupting form consumes 1% of mental power, and when mental power is depleted, it cannot escape the corrupting form. To Duong's upper body, now also has a bone armor. His whole body radiates power, and in his hand, he holds a red cursed sword, his eyes now glowing red.
To Duong looks at the sword in his hand, observes it carefully, then mutters to himself, "Based on my current burst strategy, I should be able to directly eliminate 95% of the target."
In comparison, losing 2% of your health per second is nothing, and can even help delay the opponent. But as the battle progresses and the target becomes tougher or gains special resistance, the impact of each percentage of health lost will become more significant. To Duong's expression shows some unease as a bead of sweat forms on his cheek. The problem is that what's lost is the mental energy. If the mental energy drops to 0, it's like a flat line. At that point, you'll definitely become a madman with no reason left.
This is really terrifying. The form of this blasphemer must be used with caution.
And next, you have now retracted your skeleton armor and sword, and you wonder which unlucky guy to test this blade on. Scene change. Now, in a dark corner of Tam Uyen on the 56th floor, a man is holding the head of a half-spider girl in a corner, smiling as he tells her to stay still, or he will kill her. The girl, hearing his threats, still bravely resisted and said, "Let me go, you perverted bastard." He pushed her against the wall, his twisted face now clearly visible. He licked his lips and continued. "Having wandered in Tam Uyen for so long, your spider form doesn't look too bad now."
Coincidentally, at this moment, Duong passes by and sees this bullying scene, so he equips his skeleton armor.
Holding the sword in his hand, Duong said, "I really didn't expect these Psy people to be so perverted." But unfortunately, before he could react, you lunged forward and pierced his shoulder with your sword. The Shiva man could only cry out in pain before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Duong's eyes now bloodshot, with blood splattered on his cheek, he looked at him and said coldly, "Use me to test the effectiveness of that damn sword."
To Duong Nyinga Shiva Namtren Matyat Roy Noivehan, "Get up and run, I'll give you 1 minute to escape."
The girl who was helped by him felt extremely happy. The Shiva guy lying on the ground turned his head to look at To Duong and thought, "What kind of monster is this? I can't detect his aura at all." He immediately charged forward at full speed, constantly thinking in his mind that this guy's strength was too great. He couldn't fight back, only run away. He ran along the road, taking out medicinal bottles and drinking them non-stop, with discarded vials scattered all over the street.
Damn it, what the hell is going on? My blood keeps leaking out, and my mental energy is decreasing too.
Healing potion. Hurry up, this bleeding won't last much longer, and what's with this mental energy constantly draining away? His face was now full of blue veins, his eyes rolled back, and he clutched his head as he shouted, "My head is about to explode." To Duong stood behind him, then spoke. 20 seconds left. His mental energy is almost gone. Let's see what happens. Immediately, the Shiva man collapsed to the ground. The wounds on his body are now covered with writhing red tentacles growing wildly from the injuries.
A moment later, the Shiva man stood up again, his body covered in countless dark red tentacles.
To Duong and the spider girl watched everything from afar. He then approached from behind, observed for a while, and made an assessment.
As expected, besides losing their mind and going insane, they also turn into a monster like this. It's a bit disgusting.
As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and cut the man in half from above. The Siva's body then immediately melted into a pile of mud. To Duong muttered to himself, "What is going on?" After being killed, isn't it supposed that an evil profession would be resurrected at the demon statue? Could it be that after being defiled, even the right to resurrect is lost? To Duong knows well that in this game world, early death is no longer the end of life.
After a professional dies, they are transported to the consecration hall to be resurrected, with experience points and levels deducted as a price. As for true death, I have really experienced 3 times. The 2 people burned to death by the Black Dragon, Atho's spiritual language fire, have been confirmed not to have been resurrected. The person was erased by the adjustment. After leaving the Black Dragon fortress, I sealed the Haklong's technique. On one hand, this made it harder for the Haklong to eliminate enemies behind me, and on the other, it helped me avoid unnecessary trouble. Anyway, I am the only one who has tamed the black dragon. The black dragon lifts you into the sky and flies away. Duong looked at the sword in his hand, and the power of this cursed blade was to alter the structure of life through mental curses, making it independent of any profession, which could lead to its true destruction. Although its effect was not as straightforward as repairing, the Hongyue core was still very valuable. If there's an enemy you can't fight normally, using the cursed sword is not a bad option at all. You might even get the chance to perform a sword combination afterward. He returned home and immediately called him back. Lilith hugged Duong tightly. "Welcome back. Where have you been this time?" "I went to the Dragon Kingdom and also visited the Fairy Kingdom." She was surprised. "So you weren't discovered?" "That's too dangerous," Duong reassures. "It's okay. I was very careful on the way here." "Oh, right. You were just curious. Are there many people with silver hair in my fairy world?" Lilith was surprised as she poured Bai Chun tea. "Someone with silver hair? I don't think I've ever met anyone like that before." Duong continued to ask, "So what about eye color? Like a bright blue, for example?" She replied that only a spirit of the realm with the royal bloodline has those blue pupils. The stronger the royal bloodline, the more vivid the green, and only the queen and the high priestess can achieve that emerald hue. Duong quietly pondered. The royal bloodline aura of that girl truly gives off a noble feeling. He glanced at Lilith across from him and said that when it comes to nobility, she is also a genuine princess, especially with her posture while drinking tea, truly perfect and elegant. Just as Duong was about to praise her, she suddenly spat out her new sip of tea. "It's too hot. I'm fed up. Almost done." Duong waved goodbye and went back to his room. Duong walked down the corridor, the respectful maids bowing their heads. His lonely figure moved through the quiet, deserted hallway. He stopped in front of an open gate and took out a scroll. "The barrier has been set up. Those with lower spiritual power will be barred entry. You initiate the connection, and your body gradually disappears." Duong connects with the body of the abyssal demon sitting on the throne, eagerly looking at what he holds. Now the time has come to uncover the secrets hidden in this letter. The beams of light gradually converged into a single point, then took form into a person. Duong was stunned, so it has truly solidified into an entity. The spirit of light bows respectfully and says, "Great Lord of the Abyss, ruler of the original sin. Just as I expected, you truly are a true deity. Please tell me your name and your purpose." "A true deity?" She introduced me as Gloris, the connecting god between the human world and the spirit realm, overseeing growth and nature. Duong recognized Sevia, which is the surname of the star spirit prince, and this Gloris, she asked you to please help me kill Glories. Duong was curious. The ghost in the long spirit secret realm also mentioned it. Based on what was written on the mysterious stone tablet, could it be that this spirit god Glories betrayed him? "You remember that shadow and his request before disappearing? She is begging. I have come here to seek your help. I beg for your great power to help me kill another version of myself." Yang was stunned by this somewhat bold request. Gloris recounts that the supreme ruler as a true god descended from another dimension into this world. You must understand that beyond order, there is chaos and disorder. That belongs to the realm of evil gods like calamity, misfortune, and despair. The evil entity called the Mother Tree has already taken root in the sacred tree of the spirit world and is also nurturing a different self that believes in the Mother Tree. Its goal is to replace me and completely control the spirit world, then invade other worlds. Its power is growing stronger and will soon be born from the sacred tree. If we cannot control it, both the human world and your deep domain will be invaded by chaotic and disorderly evil spirits. Please help me." Duong helplessly shook his head. Although I had already suspected she might be related to the queen, I never expected her to actually be a divine being, and then talk about otherworldly realms, evil gods, chaos, and the Mother Tree. I've never heard of this before. What should I say? Stay calm. As long as I don't reveal any clues, no one will notice anything. Furthermore, since she came to me for help, I have the right to take the initiative and not let her lead me around. Besides, this is actually a good opportunity to gather information. You appear majestic. Before I answer, I have a question for you. Duong gets straight to the point. Glories, have you ever met a repairer before? She was so stunned by the question that she couldn't speak. Seeing Gloris's expression, he suspiciously asked, "Never seen one before?" The atmosphere momentarily froze in this instant. She was sincere. "Great ruler, I dare not hide anything in front of you, but I truly cannot remember. The other part inside the sacred fruit was separated from my body. Perhaps she took a part of my memory." Duong silently wondered, forgetting memories? That excuse seems a bit too clumsy.
Could it be that the giant sacred tree truly hides a grand conspiracy? He asked in a deep voice. If I intervene, how will you repay me? Gloris offers a scroll and says, The divine wishes to sign a divine contract with you, becoming your kin, and managing the spirit world on your behalf, offering you 7 parts of the divine faith and power obtained in the world. Tuduang is surprised and asks, 7 parts so generous. I will stand up and declare that once I recover, I could directly conquer your world. Tuduang asks me for a reason to help you. She respectfully presents it. As far as I know, you are currently in a weakened state, extremely weakened, barely retaining your divine title without the power of the true God under the blessing of the sacrificial offering. Maybe Gloris thinks you might not be her match. He leans in close and asks, Are you threatening me? Gloris lowered his head and said, I dare not. I am only stating the objective truth if you truly cannot fight back. Then perhaps this entire swamp will become the nourishment for her to sacrifice to the mother plant. Please, think carefully. Are you really that seriously weakened? So, what exactly is this so-called 1/3 recovery? This is a bit difficult to handle. Tuduang asks, How much power do you still have now, and what should I do to help you destroy her? Gloris reports, I have almost been drained of my power by her. Only the divine authority of the divine realm remains. Although I cannot use my true power, I can adopt a different identity to develop the original sin sect within the spirit world. When enough faith energy is gathered, perhaps it will allow you to descend into the spirit world. At that moment, please take action and crush her before she can fully form. Tuduang said with interest, That sounds pretty simple. She continued, My power cannot last long. If you agree to grant salvation, I will offer the divine contract. You take the scroll, and if that's the case, I agree to your request. Gloris gratefully thanks for the salvation you bring. When I opened it, I clearly felt that it was the first time I saw it, but I could sense very clearly that this was indeed a divine contract. There's no way it could be fake. Is this also a kind of rule power? It states that I, Glory Siva, voluntarily become a servant of the original sin monarch, managing the spirit world for him, and every month I offer 7 parts of the spirit world's divine power to help him eliminate evil gods within the sacred tree. Tuduang carefully read each line. Just like she said. He paid attention to the content, and there was an additional clause here that the supreme deity, the original sin monarch, could break the contract at any time, so the sincerity was also complete. Tuduang was surprised why my name wasn't on the signature line and wondered if I still had to sign manually. There was only a colon waiting for someone to sign there. Gloris respectfully placed her hand on her chest, awaiting this moment. The scroll disappears. The fading lights swirl around you. The oath has taken effect. Tuduang was stunned. Could it be that the Lord of the Realm is being forced because their original sins overlap? Does this count as freeloading? Is there some hidden danger? You snap your fingers, the information overload is too much. Maybe ask the Western Tower, since she's also a deity level, she might know something. The Western Tower is called to be present immediately. After hearing that, she asked, Are you talking about the divine way? The power of our gods is granted by you. Without divine ascension, there can be no divine path. I do not understand. Tuduang pretended to give an excuse, saying I just woke up from a long sleep and my memories are still a bit confused, making it hard for you to understand. She apologized, claiming it was her subordinate who was rude and did not consider the state of the ruler. Please punish him. I order him to retreat. When no one is around, Tuduang breathes a sigh of relief. It's okay, I almost revealed myself. It seems that after the 9 transformations, the divine realm can only barely be called divine. Even a powerhouse like the Western Tower is still far from a true god. Chorus's warning was not just talk. If ignored, there is a real risk of overturning in the spirit world. Tuduang condenses a dark sphere. Gathering information ends here, so continue pushing forward with the rebellious divine weapon. That energy surrounds an underground throne, with a dark aura gathering at this spot. Tuduang called out, Resurrect the greedy king of demons. The evil energies began to connect with each other. The demon figure appears, looking surprised. I am resurrected. The demon heads toward you. Oh my God, praise you, great and supreme ruler. System notification. Original sin. King. Greedy level, semi-divine, with 120 million health, strength, 152,271, spirit 295,632, agility 114,313, innate trait of great sin greed. Mam activates the power to destroy an item in his treasure, stealing an item of the same level from the target. Tuduang was stunned. I, the king of original sin guarding the 200th floor, am much weaker than Samael in strength, but my mental attributes are outstanding, nearly 300. Just look. But this power is the key.
I respectfully ask what your majesty commands. I will do my best to fulfill your needs. You may give the order. Mother, open your treasure chest. He agreed immediately. Understood. A door slowly opens, and a beam of light shines out. Right behind M, the electric door opened, and he announced, "Welcome to M's treasure vault. Please feel free to choose from the countless treasures made of gold shimmering with a golden glow spreading everywhere." Duong was wandering here when the demon asked, "Do you need any treasures, your majesty? Would you like me to introduce some to you?" "No need, I can judge for myself." Duong secretly calculated that they were mostly equipped with Liet Duong Jiai and Huin Nguyen gear, not a small amount indicating they had accumulated over a long period, but for him at this stage, the increase wasn't significant. His gaze focused on something beside him. There is a shining compartment on the cabinet. Duong suspected it was him who took the box. Then he lowered it into his palm and opened it to show me. The ruler truly has a keen eye. This is one of the collections that the gods like the most. The item information shows it is a divine-grade gift from Void. This is a gift from Void, only the eyes of the gods can reveal your true form. Limits equipped with 50,000 spirit attribute points. The equipped item grants an additional 8,000 spirit attribute, allowing the wearer to move through the void. Before launching an attack, the wearer becomes invisible and cannot be detected or sensed by any skills. This effect does not work on those with a basic mental strength 1.5 times higher than the wearer. It consumes 1,000 mana per second, cloaks the wearer in void, making them invisible, untouchable, immune to damage, and effective against divine beings. Consuming 200,000 mana per second, Duong briefly calculated the ring in his hand, and his current basic mental strength is 54,000, which just meets the requirement. With his current mana, he can maintain the void state for 30 minutes and forcibly enter the void state for 8 seconds. This is a top-tier effect for both stealth assassination and survival. It's just too amazing. A flattering servant who pleases the ruler is the greatest honor for the deity. Is there anything else you need? You refuse. No need anymore. Duong's cold gaze flicked behind him. Your worth ends here. The crimson fury charged at him. The demon was surprised. My lord, you just revived the gods. Why do you want to kill them again? Into Duong's palm is a sphere. No need for words. Become my strength. Just go back to the darkness and wait for the next summoning. I understand the order clearly. The god humbly obeyed your will. Then the sphere struck him directly. System message. You have defeated the sinful king of greed, gaining 11.4 billion experience points, raising your level from 202 to 217. The greedy original Sin-eing, the demonic origin of Ma-em, becomes immune to the corrosive effects of demonic power within 200 layers of deep darkness. The demon eye of my family increases luck attribute, boosting the chance of rare equipment drops. Duong pondered as he looked at the equipment screen. This time he only gained 15 levels. The pace has indeed slowed down. The items dropped are still the same 3 items. It seems they are fixed drops from the boss. Seeing the screen go completely blank, he was anxious and saw nothing happening. Duong was surprised. Is it over? Tô Duong thò dài buồn bực, xem ra nữ thần may mắn không phải lúc nào cũng dung về phía mình, lại một lần nữa vẫn chứa danh rốt ra thân khi nghịch tối. Sức mạnh ban nguyện hắc ấm gần như da biến mất. Chỉ còn lại 1/3 tổ duông rối rỉ, tạm thời thi chuốc tiền không hồi sinh vua nguyện tối nữa, dịu sao dĩ nữa. Muốn kiếm kinh nghiệm thi củng cố thu doãn. Ngón tay cậu bừng một cái, thông tin hiển thị. Tiểu hảo 1/6 sức mạnh nguyện hắc ấm bán chết cho giải ác ma tam giải ở tầng sau cùng của tham uyển. You have gained 10.6 billion experience points, raising your level from 217 to 227. Now, Duong has returned to that large room, taking a sip from the potion bottle before slowly standing up with his hands on his hips. Duong wiped his mouth and thought that his mental energy was now close to 70,000, and combined with the increase from the harvest mode, even someone like Augustin, a 9-transformation semi-divine mage, might not be able to see through his stealth ability. Tokugawa, this time, let's see where you run to. El and Amino have already gone ahead of you. Now it's probably time for you to join them. Tokugawa, for those who try to betray and harm me, I will show no mercy. Damn it! Tokugawa squeezed the glass so hard that it cracked. That damn furious king, where the hell did he even come from? Including the previous times I died, this is the 4th time, and now I've fallen more than 100 levels. That bastard! But on what grounds is Long Ha allowed to rejoin the Tamuyan coalition? I tried my best to win over those spirits so that Long Ha would become a thorn in their side, then use them to kill with a borrowed knife, but he completely shattered the cup of water into pieces, Tokugawa remembered that, just like last time when the spirit delegation was attacked by the Western Tower in Longha, they not only refused to hold anyone responsible, but also intended to bury the past grievances and even provided them with more high-level secret realms. How can that Duongqian guy promise to die once, and now he's still leveling up? On what basis? You bastards, there's knocking on the door outside. Sir Macfu, I have an important matter to report, he ordered to come in. The guard outside asked, Master Maofu, are you all right? I just heard a loud noise outside. Tokugawa reminds him to stay on topic and report that a new high-level secret realm has appeared at the border between our country and Longha. According to the preliminary investigation, it has been confirmed that there is a semi-divine boss inside. Tokugawa is anxious. So, is that secret realm actually located within our Anhwa kingdom or in Longha's territory? Kenvei replied. It is located in the middle, but slightly more towards Longha. He was sure that all the strong fighters of Longha had already gone to the spirit world, so this secret realm belonged to us. At the border between Longha and Anhwa Kuk, the barrier gate has opened, and on the bridge, two factions are facing each other fiercely, maintaining a distance and glaring at each other without willing to back down. Dongson, level 306, 9 transition master of Feng Shui from the Longha battlefield, coldly asks the Anhua group, What do you all mean by this? What do you mean? Let's go to the dungeon. Any objections? Anan said coldly, That's really funny. According to the World Guild's rules, this secret realm belongs to Longha, not your territory. One of them sneered after hearing that. Is there really a place here for you to speak up? A little girl dares to interrupt. A dark energy shot out from his palm. Seeing the hidden weapon flying toward her, she was stunned. Dongsun quickly blocked it, pinching the weapon between two fingers. He dismisses this act, attacking a girl. Do you also deserve to be called a strongman? The newcomer snorted in annoyance and didn't bother arguing. He raised his thumb down, showing contempt, when suddenly a surge of power shot straight through his head. What? Seeing this guy fall and kill my people, do you want to start a war with Anhua Guo here? He thought to himself, in just a moment, he had already killed 8 levels. Could this old man be a 9-level powerhouse? Dongsan waved his hand, a beam of light appeared on the ground, and an energy barrier wall materialized in front of him. He warned, if anyone dares to cross this boundary, I will take action. Tokugawa stepped forward to greet him, so it's the Dongsan army. It's been a long time. The person next to him must be the young lady of the Tao of War, Miss Tang An, right? The cold voice asked, Tokugawa Shogun, why are you so eager to show off? What exactly are you trying to do? His voice grew cold. Tokugawa's aura around him has become stronger. He ordered, Get out! The shockwave hit, causing the guards to vomit blood. Someone is defending and protecting an inside. Be careful, young lady. Tokugawa confidently says, Duongqian is not here. Longha cannot stop me. If you're sensible, take this girl and get out of here, or I'll take you to meet the Grim Reaper. Dongsonjun, if you don't take Miss Duong away from here, I might have to send you all off for good. Tokugawa, with your current level, don't threaten me. Let the 9-tailed ones behind you go first, he declared, still stubborn, even as he was dying. Today, Dao Qian is not here. Let's see who among you can stop me. Suddenly, a sharp branch pierced through Tokugawa's chest as he was speaking. Kill him for me! Tokugawa looked around in confusion, quickly trying to see who it was. He swung his sword around in a fierce attack, causing the ground to be covered with bloody wounds, but Tokugawa was surprised to find no one there. He bandaged his wound on his chest, thinking that from the moment he was wounded to when he drew his sword, only half a second had passed, so no one could have escaped his sword formation. Not even a chance. But why do I not truly feel the strike hitting the target? Tokugawa asked if they were the assassins sent by Longha, but Dongsun denied it was them. Even I couldn't detect the assassin's hidden tactics. He doesn't believe it. Who knows if it's really you guys or not, but even though his hiding techniques are strong, his overall strength seems a bit weak. You think a little damage like this can take down my Tokugawa? Tokugawa's face turned pale with a strange expression. Why is my health still continuously decreasing? He took out a scroll to fully activate and purify recovery. Tokugawa's whole body is trembling, but nothing is working. What is going on? Could it be a curse spell? He ordered the healer behind to quickly prepare it for me. Use all healing and removal skills. The healing energy flows into Tokugawa's body. The spell is clear, but his bleeding still continues. A pool of blood appears beneath Tokugawa as he kneels, a tentacle growing out of his chest. Why is it not working? What kind of forbidden spell is this supposed to be? The tentacles grew larger, wrapping tightly around Tokugawa's body and frightening the others. Some stepped back cautiously and asked,
Shogun, what's wrong with you? Tokugawa screams in pain as tentacles grow from his orifices, launching them to attack his own allies. His face had small tentacles growing out of it, and his body kept trembling. Seeing that thing about to stab him, a girl was terrified. Don't do it. At that moment, a powerful strike pierced Tokugawa's waist, causing a fierce explosion and shockwaves to spread outward. Yanagi, level 300, the 9-realm yin-yang master who created that explosion, spoke. This must be a forbidden spell I have never seen before. Even my highest level dispel skill has no effect. For now, we can only kill the shogun. After being resurrected, he will be able to return to normal. Tokugawa remains calmly standing there. Yana gives the order to his men, go. His body kept releasing tentacles that slammed toward them, causing someone to exclaim, it's really dangerous. He swings the rope tightly around Tokugawa's body. Be honest for once. An asked worriedly. Laomak, what should we do now? Stay calm. In Manhwa country, dogs are biting dogs. We just need to watch and wait for things to change. Yanagi drew out a summoning card and a divine warrior with a golden body appeared before Tokugawa. A punch from it crashes down, causing the ground around to shatter and debris to scatter everywhere. Thick dust and smoke fill the air but cannot defeat Tokugawa. His footsteps stomp heavily and fiercely. Tokugawa's body is in the process of unleashing its power as a long chain shoots rapidly from afar towards him. Everyone around is holding tightly onto one end of the chain, some shouting for him to stop. Taking this opportunity, a sword strike cuts through Tokugawa, severing his tentacles and the chain. His body appears with a sword wound in the middle, still screaming, blood gushing out thick and fast. Tokugawa turns into a pool of slimy substance flowing onto the ground. The people present here are stunned and momentarily speechless. Okita asks, why did the body disappear? What is going on here? Yanagi replied, I can't. I will contact the temple immediately to ask what's going on. He was shocked to hear the news. What did you say? The Grand Minister isn't resurrected? That's impossible. Could it be that he has been transported to another divine temple? You said there are no signs of the Lord Chamberlain in any of the temples. They all look down at the ground, their faces pale, as a horrifying suspicion arose from seeing the corpse lying slack on the ground. The Lord Chamberlain Tokugawa is dead for sure. Everyone turns their gaze toward the mastermind behind this. Yanagi was terrified. Why is everyone looking at me like that? I had no intention of harming General Tokugawa. Everyone agreed to my proposal, but who would have thought that after I die, I would never be able to recover? That villain, Long Ha, it must have been someone from Long Ha who did this. They definitely possess some evil power that killed Lord Tokugawa. An is angry and says, what nonsense are you talking about? Which of your eyes saw us kill Tokugawa? We don't even know that assassin's name. Yanagi stubbornly blames us. If not you, then who else could it be? The Tokugawa chief died at the border between Long Ha and Manhwa during the battle for the secret realm with you, and no matter how much you deny it, it's useless. Dongsan asked Izanagi coldly, what do you want to do? He sneered, I don't have to tell you, but you'll find out soon enough. He gathered everyone and left, heading back to Kyoto. Long An felt a bit worried. Old Master Mac, I have a bad feeling. Mr. Trung feels the same. That bastard Yanagi must have some scheme. He returned to his residence in central Kyoto. What is Okita's real plan in coming to see you? He has already submitted to the deceased Tokugawa. In terms of status, you are now the current shogun, so I will follow your lead. He implied, the death of Shogun Tokugawa was a heavy blow to our pride, but perhaps it will hit Long Ha even harder. Okita is curious. Why do you say that? Yanagi raised the question. If Long Ha's method of killing professionals were to be exposed, wouldn't they become the target of public criticism? Who could allow someone from Long Ha to have such power? If that's the case, even if their country is strong, no one knows whether isolation and helplessness could lead to their destruction. He seemed enlightened and reasonable. Until now, many countries have always feared the Red Moon because besides the Crimson Spirit, this phenomenon is the only known event capable of causing complete death to professionals. Furthermore, if we spread rumors that Long Ha can possess abilities similar to Red Moon Phoenix, they will immediately become targets for everyone. Even if they can't prove they did it, it will still weaken Long Ha and prevent them from regaining their former strength. He revealed that he would spread news of the assassination and the permanent death of Lord Tokugawa worldwide, and also preserve and display Lord Tokugawa's remains. This would show the world the threat, fear, and horror of Long Ha. If Tokugawa's head of the mansion, after his death, had a spirit and knew that his death would lead to Long Ha's destruction, he would surely understand our actions. When news of Tokugawa's death spreads worldwide, it immediately causes a global commotion. Everyone was shocked to hear this news, and some were discussing the death of Tokugawa. They secretly gathered intelligence from various countries to distinguish truth from falsehood about the situation in Manhwa, and at the Yuvan Guild, Uvu was delighted. Even the demons of England and China will have their day too, Yuvan reminds. Whisper so others can't hear. And Ngu is busy eating this black dish. Isn't bad at all. Dung Tweet annoyedly eats, only thinking about eating all day, wondering if you'll get fat. At Tianko Guild, Chu Tai discusses with Jia Viet, and everyone seems quite relaxed. Manager, why do we have to bring them along? He calmly replied that given the current tense situation between the two countries and our unannounced visit, we must be fully prepared. Yuvan, who has the best reputation among the A-level guilds in Tianling City, would be more suitable as a bodyguard. Yuvan politely replied, "Thank you for your kind offer. We will do our best." Lin Yi came to ask, "I heard that Toduong is in your guild. How is he doing now?" The Yuvan guild members were stunned by this question, and Ngu said, "I haven't seen him since we met by chance at the dungeon entrance and don't know where this little brother has gone." Uvu added, "The guild list is always gray and completely unreachable." She looked quite sad, so I thought maybe there was nothing wrong. And Ngu handed a skewer of food to Lin Yi. "I smell some gossip. May I ask what's going on between you and To Duong?" She stammered, What? I don't have any." I saw Lin Yi run away. "She's chasing after her. Come on. Go ahead and have a nice chat with her. She's annoyed and fed up. She doesn't need you interfering." Jia Wei secretly thought that since losing to Tu Duong, the young lady had dedicated herself entirely to cultivating the beast-taming technique, repeatedly subduing several giant dragons, all in preparation for a rematch with Tu Duong. However, Tu Duong had mysteriously disappeared due to the incident in the Spirit Realm Kingdom, leaving the young lady constantly on edge. Tu Duong, the rising star of Tianling City, and hailed as the unparalleled genius of the new generation in Longha. Where is he now? Dung Tweet pointed ahead and said, "Look, we've arrived at Ling Duong." And Nangu and Lin Ni glanced at the scene, where a grand funeral was taking place, with his portrait in the center. They looked into the coffin, which contained Tokugawa's body. Everyone covered their mouths, and Uvu didn't even dare to look, feeling disgusted. Yuvan didn't understand. Yet she still staged such a shocking scene right in front of everyone. Isn't that going too far? Lin Vu was terrified, trembling all over. Chu Tai was shocked. Such a mysterious death was something I had never seen recorded before. Jia Viet realizes this is their goal? First spreading rumors to slander, then using these shocking images to shape public opinion, turning Longha into the target of criticism. Chu Tai doubts, but the leaders of other countries are not fools either. Do they really believe in Anhua's one-sided story? If Longha truly had the ability to kill the immortal profession, then why has she been hiding it until now? No matter what Jia Viet reminds everyone of the truth, it no longer matters most. Instead, the issue is convincing other major powers that Longha possesses such abilities. If Longha cannot prove his innocence, even a 1% chance will lead to suspicion and then suppression from multiple sides. Taking advantage of Duong Qianthan's absence to pull this stunt is truly a cunning scheme. Late at night, the Tang funeral home becomes quiet, and inside the room, a feeling of loneliness and coldness prevails. But in a corner, Yanagi's group is celebrating. Longha has become everyone's target of hatred. Soon, the whole world will condemn them, and An Huaquoc will take their place. Facing flattery, it is all thanks to your clever plan, Yanagi. You will surely become the leader of An Huaquoc in the future. He raised his glass and drank it all down. If I could destroy Longha and also eliminate Tokugawa's remnants, it would be a perfect plan. No wonder I thought of such a clever scheme. As Longha's territory gradually erodes and retirement from the world is near, suddenly a subordinate rushes in panic. "Something's wrong, esteemed elders, something's wrong." Yanagi glanced over. "What's going on? You're panicking so much. What kind of dignity is this?" He bowed his head and reported, "There are demonic forces attacking the room where Lord Mac Fu's body is. The situation is very chaotic right now. Please issue orders to respond." Everyone at the banquet froze in place as he shouted, "What?" Yanagi stood up abruptly and asked how many demons had arrived. This one stammers, "There are only 2 people." Izanagi kicked this guy hard. With only 2 evil spirits, what's there to panic about? Aren't there many guards watching over this place? Do you only know how to eat? He was kicked to the ground and reported. But those 2 demons are extremely powerful. The guards are no match for them, and among them, 6 pairs of black wings have even grown. He sensed something was wrong. 6 black wings? Could it be that the Western Tower is arrogant? The others are afraid. Lord Regent, this is a serious matter. What should we do now? Yanagi thought to himself. Based on the Holy City's reasoning, demons lose their power after leaving the Abyss and cannot stay in the mortal world for too long. Therefore, avoiding the battle temporarily will allow the Western Tower to leave quickly, but showing too many signs of weakness could be detrimental to future diplomatic efforts.
Anyway, the whole world is targeting us right now, he ordered. If those demons are trying to examine the Tokugawa corpse, then let the Tokugawa guards face them in battle and protect the honor of the Tokugawa house.
The others follow me. Act when the time comes. Some marvel at how they use demons to eliminate the remnants of the Tokugawa family. Truly ruthless. At this moment, elsewhere, Tuduong has teleported in. He detects their plan. Anhwa Kwok actually wants to incite the entire world to target Longha. You really have a big heart. Everyone must take responsibility for their own actions. My contributions can't belong to others, but I also can't let Longha bear the disaster. The flock of giant dragons flying in the sky on the ground lie countless corpses. The Western Tower reports that they haven't seen any top-tier experts from Anhwa country. These people seem to be shrinking back in fear. He snorted coldly. This also suits their nature. Then he warned a guy lying on the ground. Hey, get up. Do you think pretending to be dead will work? He trembles. Don't kill me, Tuduong asked. Where is your current boss? Why did you send a bunch of small fry here? This guy revealed that the shogunate's agent, the bastard Izanagi, has escaped and ordered the Tokugawa house. We are fighting against you. We are just pawns in this. Yanagi seems to be another villain like Tokugawa, even more treacherous and shameless. How could Hwa Kwok produce such a trashy leader? Tuduong turned and asked, Do you sense where Yanagi is? She replied, I couldn't sense anything. Maybe he hadn't participated in the invasion of Tom Yen before. Tuduong realized that today he probably wouldn't find the protagonist, but even if they didn't come, there were still things that needed to be done. Seeing him draw his sword, the other hurriedly asked, What are you going to do with my summoning beast? Fresh blood splattered as a response from Tuduong. A red tentacle grew on the body of the summoning beast, and it roared. The summoning beast struggled to its feet, blood trickling from its mouth. Tuduong reminded him, You should be grateful because I don't like killing innocent people, but that only applies to humans. This giant dragon's body is covered with tentacles. He glanced at the person beside him and urged, Let's go back. Tay Thup doubts, so that's all? I thought you would go on a killing spree. Tuduong explains, These people don't have a direct grudge against me, so there's no need to act. She wonders what about the mice lurking and probing. Aren't you going to care? You already have your own plan. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. Tuduong walks away. No need, just a nostalgic feeling. It's clear it's not long ago, but why does it feel like it's been a long time since we last met? Yuvan's group hid behind a nearby wall and she went back to report to Jiawei. They've left, and the other members sat down on the ground in fear, scaring me to death. I almost got caught. In that fleeting moment, I even saw my grandmother too. Dong Tweet is curious about what these demons are really trying to do by causing chaos in Anhwa Kwok. Lin Yi guesses, but it's just my speculation, that those demons, especially the masked demon, are extremely furious with Anhwa Kwok. What does this mean? The condition of the Earth Dragon is almost identical to Tokugawa's. It proves that Tokugawa was killed by that demon, but Anhwa Kwok insists it was Longha who did it. Maybe this is what made the demon angry and feel insulted, which is why he appeared to teach Anhwa Kwok a lesson, and she stepped out to block the dragon. The two men stand in front. Chutai thinks it sounds like nonsense, but for demons, it's not impossible. Jiaviet continued, but in any case, Longha's suspicion had been resolved. This is truly good news. Miss, step back! This monster is ours to handle. Lin Ni begins casting a spell. Stop talking nonsense. How could I retreat when facing such a formidable enemy? She seriously ordered the two of them. Let's go together. They obeyed the order clearly. The dragons have surrounded them. Somewhere else, where the stairs lead down to the secret chamber, Yanagi angrily looks at the screen. Why is it like this? He furrowed his brow, trying to suppress his anger, his voice filled with bitterness. Is my plan already exposed? Why did this happen? Why did that demon cause so much trouble? If he hadn't intervened, everything would have gone smoothly according to plan. But why? Yanagi felt the coldness of the sword pressed against his neck and turned to ask, Okita, are you crazy? What are you doing? Looking at everyone behind, Yanagi had a bad feeling. What does that look in your eyes mean? What are you trying to say? He is reminding that if the conspiracy has been exposed, then Hwa Kwok needs to explain to the world, especially Longha. As the mastermind and the highest-ranking person in the country, you should bear all the responsibility. You tell me, why can't the Grand Minister of the Dali Palace, Izanagi, accept it? My dominance and ambition have all vanished into nothingness now. After a fierce battle, Lachlan Ni's group finally defeated the mutated Earth Dragon. These people have brought news about Long Ha. Soon, all nations will learn of Anhua's conspiracy to harm Long Ha. Izanagi is currently imprisoned as the main culprit in this incident. Awaiting trial at the Divine Temple, the international reputation of Anhua country has plummeted since then. At the same time, everyone also realized that the threat of the Deep Abyss demons was much greater than they had imagined. The sinister methods that could turn people into monsters and thus take away their ability to resurrect were truly terrifying. Fortunately, the Lord of Original Sin has not fully recovered yet, and the demons cannot leave Abyss of Darkness at will, or the situation would become unimaginable. Therefore, prioritizing the power of Darkness Abyss, once again, will become the top priority. Tuduangthan calmly observes the situation. Everything is unfolding exactly as I expected. Anhuakwuk won't be able to cause any more trouble in the future. Thank you for gathering the information to help me. It was really helpful, Baklin said softly. Being able to help you is enough. How have you been lately? It's been a long time since we last met. Are the people from the spirit realm still causing trouble for you? Don't worry, Tranan, everything's fine. Your current place is very safe. They won't find you. And even if they come, I absolutely won't be afraid. She blushed and whispered, That's good, but you still have to be careful. So, once things settle down a bit, can I come back to visit you? I also have a few things I want to tell you. Tuduang nodded in agreement. I understand. Hearing that, Bai Ling was immediately overjoyed. It's settled then. You sit and reflect. Having been in the abyss of darkness for too long, I've sometimes gotten used to thinking like a demon. And only these bonds keep reminding me that I am still human. Hey, two from behind, is that what you call it? Tokun, did Lord Tokugawa really die? Tuduang confirms yes. And moreover, he will never be resurrected again. So even if I come back, there probably won't be anyone to trouble me, right? She asked cautiously. But you won't let me go back like that, right? You have to wait until everything here is completely finished, right? You answered. So you already knew what I was about to do? Haiti just denies it. No, I was just guessing, roughly. If Takun doesn't want to talk, I won't ask. I'll wait patiently until then. But if by that time you still don't want to let me go, I think it might not be a problem. What do you think? Tuduang forced a smile and said, Let's talk about that later. He secretly judges that this girl seems innocent and pure, but in fact she's not so simple. The city at night is immersed in quiet silence. Li Na quietly walks down the street, secretly pondering that she has been in the abyssal demon Tam Uyen for some time now. Although the demons haven't done anything yet, she must remain vigilant. Does Tuduang hold a supreme position among the demons? Or is he the one with special artifacts or skills to control demons? He is clearly younger than me, yet I can't see through his intentions at all. I need to find Hai-Tu to discuss future plans. Hai-Tu is seeing you off now. Remember to visit me more often in the future. I want to talk to you more, and you agree. Okay, let's meet next time. Linya, hiding behind the wall, was surprised to see this scene. Since when had Hitu and Toduang become so close? Did something difficult to talk about happen between them while I was away? Hai-Tu calls her, Toduang has left, you can go out now. Caught off guard, Lai Na froze completely. She stepped out and asked, When did you two develop such a relationship? She naively recounted, We just did a lot of things together earlier. Li Na misunderstood and asked, So just now you two finished something? Tu recounted everything, saying he's been very tired lately, so I took on some of his responsibilities. After the massage, she invited him to play, and then played poker together, sharing insights about beast taming, with Tuduang explaining a lot of knowledge. After hearing this, Lai Na was terrified and unexpectedly realized that all her actions had been related to that. She felt completely relieved. That's right, I'm not that kind of person either, causing you to fall behind. Lai Na advised Hai-Tu, I think it's best if you don't get close to Tuduang, no matter what his reasons are. Humans and demons are ultimately sworn enemies. I absolutely cannot accept anyone associating with demons and causing trouble in the human world, she explained. I understand now, I just think. Tuduang is not a bad person, especially since he saved us. Li Na sighed and said, I am very grateful to him for saving us, but this house arrest situation is not what I want. But, sister, if we really want to go, Tuduang wouldn't stop us either. She doesn't quite understand what I mean. She suggested, Isn't it just a matter of going to self-destruct, then being resurrected at the Divine Temple to transfer the throne, even if it costs a few levels? Lai Na was surprised to hear this, and she felt awkward. This part isn't wrong, but this kind of thing is too much, Hai-Tu explained. Actually, I stayed on purpose because I'm very interested in Tuduang-kun. Whether it's controlling the Black Dragon or his people, I haven't had a proper chance to talk to him before, so now I don't want to miss this opportunity. Linya thought to herself, I've heard for a long time that Asita's young lady has extraordinary intelligence. Sure enough, he was right. In this deep abyss of evil, besides Tuduang's family, the only one who doesn't feel pressured is me. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a fierce battle is raging, with powerful strikes sending those guys flying in all directions. That power comes from the cooperation between Tuduang and Black Dragon. I think today's training is enough. Although battling hordes of monsters with the original Sin Monarch is quite exhilarating, the real combat experience still needs to be maintained. Currently, Tuduang is at level 245. Suddenly he shuddered, beads of sweat pouring down his face. This is Tuduang connected to the body of the abyssal demon. This is the bottom of the abyss. The system unexpectedly summoned me. Moreover, could this intense restlessness I feel mean that you are currently in the form of a demon hovering above the central hub? A bold hypothesis arises. The opportunity has arrived. In just 9 days, you've already accumulated enough faith power. If successful, this will be the first time I truly wield the true power of the original Sin Monarch. I am really looking forward to that. In the Fairy Kingdom, a commanding voice echoes. Any royal bloodline must end with sin, and evil gods who tolerate it will face greater punishment. Below, many people are gathered in front of the gallows, where a person is chained to the post, their body covered in wounds. Someone below is judging. The Lauren family is notorious for their heinous crimes such as misconduct, kidnapping, and looting. Especially, their second son specializes in hunting down the weak. He truly is a monster, claiming to act in the name of primal sin and desire. Seize their tools of crime and use their blood to punish them. Never again tolerate evil rising within the divine temple. Gloris wondered if this was ultimately good or bad, as even she hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. She thought to herself, no, I can't turn back now. When someone comes to inform me, then I will begin. A formation has been set up, with 7 pillars around it. The person in the center shouts, "Summon my supreme king." They take the blood of believers and the power of faith, wielding knives to do so. She stands in the middle, absorbing that strength, that lord in the abyss, the king who governs the primal sins. Listen to my summoning and let your glory spread throughout this polluted world. The city is shrouded in darkness as golden mists seep into every corner. From afar, a pillar appears, and those on the street watch it closely. What could it be? Some are cautious and quick to report to the queen, while others greedily indulge in these energies as the divine presence is about to descend. The grand gate opens, revealing darkness as black as ink inside. They all kneel respectfully and shout, "Long live King Kung Nguyen, long live King Wu." Inside, a red light flashes, and a claw is holding a sphere. The hand reaches out, and in the center of the palm is the demon Tam Uyen, also known as Toduong. The black aura around him grew more mysterious. Gloris bowed his head in thought. Last time when using the spiritual clone, I felt the aura's pressure wasn't too strong, but now even just the shadow of a clone makes it hard to breathe. Could this aura be the world's suppression of gods? She spoke. Great King, I am very sorry. The gate of faith can only exist for 1 minute. I had thought I had accumulated enough divine power, but it turns out it's still not enough. Please forgive my ignorance. Your Majesty, you are looking down from above at the city below. Tuduang, are you hesitating for a minute? Honestly, I've never truly used the full power of the original Sin Monarch before. Maybe now is a good opportunity. Seeing you rush past, Gloris suspiciously calls out to the ruler, who is now floating in the center of the city, with a massive energy causing the sky to darken. Feel the dark power from the abyss. The spirit clan below are terrified when they see that huge black orb. Is that a demon? Is the demon attacking again? He is about to launch an attack, quickly activate the barrier. Tuduang is boosting his power. At the same time, this barrier was activated as the black aura sphere descended, but it was destroyed in an instant. Notification. You have slain the noble spirit level 195. You have slain the noble spirit level 214. You have slain the level 236 fairy noble and the level 200 fairy guard. You have slain the level 200 spirit guardian. Tuduang summons his sword. The pink sword rests firmly in his hand as he raises it high. The king's great sword radiates dominance as Tuduang's hand signals downward, causing the enormous pink sword to descend upon the barrier shield. This time the shield completely shattered, buildings collapsed, that tree was cut in half, and the ground split into 2. Tuduang thought to himself this resistance was expected, but it was weaker than he had anticipated. If even a fragment can achieve this level, I wonder what it would be like in its full, thriving state. In the distance, beams of light shot up into the sky one after another. Other spirits curious. What exactly is that thing? This high-level divine barrier shattered just by touch. What on earth is that thing? This high-level divine barrier shattered at the slightest touch. They all unleashed their power. Heretics. Dare to destroy my city, injure my sacred tree. Today you must die. Lift the curse. Kill him. A wave of fire rushed toward Tuduang, but his fierce crimson aura spread out, and Tuduang summoned his subordinates, the lazy sinner. The glowing sphere in his hand shone brightly, covering a wide area, rendering the enemy's attack ineffective as they stood behind a red shield. The heretics are stunned. My forbidden spell is actually nullified, and even the weapons have no reaction. What kind of magic is this? Tuduang exhales smoke, calling forth the great sin, and they all stare up in shock, frozen in place. A dark aura radiated from his eyes as Tuduang called out arrogantly. As he finished, fresh blood spurted from their mouths. He glanced at the city below. Time is running out. Next, Tuduang focused on an egg beneath the tree. Is this the divine pill? In 3 months, it will be born from the sacred tree, possessing all the power of the gods, and at that time I will have to venture into the depths to punish those still weakened like me. You raise your sword, taking the chance to kill you while you're sick. The sword is thrown flying toward that tree, while elsewhere someone is coughing up blood from exhaustion. Seeing Gloris like that, the follower behind suggested the great sacrifice. She tried, I'm fine. Continue the ritual. Seeing what's in front of her, Gloris is stunned. Did we succeed? Tuduang said. So it ends like this. The sword was stuck into the egg, and suddenly he realized that the original dark power attached to the spear had disappeared. What just happened? Seeing someone near the egg, Tuduang was shocked. When did that person appear? Marita, holding the egg, said, You're so weak. She smiled cruelly, one of her divine legs just right for offering as the best sacrifice to my goddess. She is absorbing power from the egg, her entire body covered in a green aura. Marita arrogantly said, This is my battlefield. Your power means nothing here. The egg below cracks open. A fierce green flame erupts, and the sacrilegious blade reveals its mysterious form emerging from the egg. Marita holds her sword, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Tuduang thought to himself, So that is the cursed blade. Could it be that the embryo is also connected to the mysterious rotten flesh? She gloated, Die then, this is the power bestowed by the mother god. A surge of green energy burst out with the slash, forming a bow that shot toward him. Tuduang scoffed, Mother goddess, I see it's just a parasitic fungus of the corrupted sacred tree. A collision occurs in space. A loud explosion echoes out, and the barrier surrounding where you stand has already cracked. Marita's hand rose, a faint blue aura shimmering as she summoned her power and natural strength. Rooks shot up from all directions, and the 10,000 trees abyss created a cage that encased him. Marita reveals, When you arrived, I had already sensed your existence. You used to be incredibly powerful, but now you're so weak. Why don't you stay obedient in the deep abyss, yet you dare to break the blessing given to me by the Mother God? After destroying your shadow form, I will rush to Tam Uyen and sacrifice your true body to the great Mother God. And perhaps then you will grant me the true divine essence of your body, allowing me to break free from the chains of this world. It turns out that the inside of the sacred tree has long been completely corrupted by the so-called Mother Tree faith. But you want to absorb my divine way? Then that's just too arrogant. So, Tuduang activated the great sin. Rage exploded. Black energy shot out everywhere, and countless dark auras fell all over the city. Marita's whole body stiffened as she used her sword to block the advancing dark energy. All the dark energy gathered into a powerful stream. The explosion erupted, knocking her down. Marita, battered and bruised, realized that the lingering power of the true god was still quite formidable. Tuduang regretfully thought, but it seems today can only end here. Has the time come already? You should feel lucky, because if time weren't limited, I would definitely make you die here today. Marita calmly replied, That's also what I said. The next time we meet will be when I sacrifice you to the Mother God. The demon's body disintegrated in the sky as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Marita decided that since she was a true god, even a fragment of her shadow possessed immense power, and she needed to quickly capture another self to devour and restore her full strength. At this moment, Chris asked, Marita, what exactly is going on? Have you really merged with the divine spirit? She replied, In this urgent situation, I cannot do anything else. Marita's hand rises, giant branches working to repair the city of the artifacts. The houses have been rebuilt as before, branches cover the entire city, and she marvels that in just a moment, the royal city has been restored. Marita, I knew it, she interrupted. It's just me fulfilling my sacred duty. Next, I will go look for the lost half of the body. The spirit world will continue to be under your rule. She thought that, although it was different from the original plan, the resurrected gods, even if weakened, still had enough power to destroy the human world. But now is not the time. Only when the abyssal demons are completely eradicated will my spirit clan rule the three worlds. Elsewhere, a fierce explosion erupts. Gloris lowered her head, thinking to herself, so I failed after all. What exactly did Marita do to the sacred tree? She's probably looking for me everywhere. I absolutely cannot let her achieve her goal. Lord of Deep Abyss definitely needs time to recover after this battle. I have to find a way to delay until he is fully recovered. Next time, I must succeed. At the round table conference, they watched the entire scene. The large screen paused on the image of Marita holding a sword, while he had already returned to the place where the demon Tam Uyen lives, a very gloomy place. Tuduang sat on the throne, seriously contemplating this matter. The divine spirit realm also has that unknown goddess. The current situation is no longer like before. With Shin Monak's current strength, winning is very unlikely, and there's even a risk of losing everything. If recovery proceeds at a normal pace, it's unclear how long it will take for the body to return to its peak state. During this time, I currently have three options. Wait until the original Sin Lord recovers her strength, and then use absolute power to destroy her. But such a process could take a very long time, and the enemy might have already arrived by then. The second option is to quickly level up to 9 circulations and kill the original Sin Monarch. After killing her, the system will connect me to a higher and stronger boss. The primordial god of the primal lord is a true deity. If there is a higher rank than even a true deity, then it can definitely be easily destroyed. There is also a third option, which is to defeat it using the repaired power of the Crimson Phoenix Sword. This just requires a large number of Red Moon spirit orbs. I saw them earlier, exactly 80,000, more than twice the amount in the Western Tower. Where am I supposed to find so many of them? Tuduang reverted to his original form and kept fighting monsters to level up. The notification sounds indicating that Tin has defeated a level 8 demon with 860 million experience points. His level increased from 245 to 248. And he continues to fiercely slaughter the monsters. Each giant monster falls to the ground, blood pouring from their chests, while sword strikes cut through the remaining bodies. Tuduang is pushing himself. Only 2 more to go to progress from legendary to divine stage. This will be another leap forward in his life. Besides the attributes and skills skyrocketing, passing the trial also grants divine power. He glances at the approaching monsters. You believe this is still the best leveling method for you? Tuduang smiled with anticipation. The 8th realm has arrived here. A bloody scene has unfolded. System notification. Tin, you have killed the 8th level demon lord, gaining 790 million experience. Tine, you have killed the 9th level demon king, gaining 2.3 billion experience. Tin, your level has reached 250, the limit for 7 transformations, and the 8th transformation mission has begun. In front of you is a statue, surrounded by many demonic pressures gathering. He steps forward and orders Livia, I want to use the divine transfer to eliminate everyone unrelated. She confirms the order clearly. Looking at Tuduang, Livia was surprised. In just a few short months, this kid's strength had skyrocketed. He must have received a lot of favor from the monarch. But how could an ordinary person be so favored by the monarch? Who is he at last? Your cold voice echoes as you request a class change. The system is checking the rank. Level 250 has reached the limit of 7 transfers. The class change is now open. Please select the star level for the transfer. Tuduang calmly, of course, 5 stars, as no one in the world has ever completed an 8-stage 5-star difficulty mission. Even the peerless powerhouses like Dao Qian and Augustin at the top of the world only reach 7 stages with 5-star difficulty. If I can successfully complete the 8-stage 5-star upgrade, I will become the first person in the world. The system notification appears, 8-stage 5-star upgrade mission. The immediate task to prove your strength in the 8-stage 5-star ascension trial is to complete the following prerequisite missions. 1. Personally eliminate an 8th stage primordial demon. 2nd, personally eliminate an 8th tier professional. You force a smile, so the trial to ascend to the 8th tier even includes a prerequisite task. Moreover, just this prerequisite task alone is already insanely difficult. No wonder no one can complete it. The difference between 7 and 8 transitions is not just a stage, but a suppression in every aspect. From life itself to the entire system of power, the most important point is that 8th tier professionals can use divine power. In this regard, defeating an 8th tier professional at the 7th tier is nearly impossible, let alone killing them. 5-star difficulty is indeed not simple, but this is truly the path to becoming a god. So you continue to a dark, chaotic place where you crazily fight monsters. In front of To Duong is a monster trying to push the bone spear in its hand. Behind it, a creature is screaming and flying toward him. The monster's claws are already reaching out, but he calmly opens his hand and kills it effortlessly. Orderly. To Duong tilted his body, gripping its arm tightly. Then To Duong crushed that arm, blood splattering everywhere, and swung his sword for another strike. To Duong sighed, "So you're suppressing your true nature to this extent? Even I am completely helpless." When you placed your hand on its face, the monster was terrified, and Tu Duong immediately tore off its head. He wiped the blood off his face. The first task is done. Now it's time to visit the chaos from Shiva's kingdom. In a hidden corner, the sound of swallowing echoes as a demon sits by the corpse of this giant monster, lamenting. Tastes terrible? Absolutely terrible. Damn it, it's really hard to eat. It's all because of that damn representative. What did we do to offend him that he's so determined to chase us down and kill us? If I ever meet him again, I'll tear him to pieces. He chewed off that piece of meat, because without feeding on the flesh and blood of these demons, basic sustenance would be impossible. But there's no other choice. We can't stay here any longer. The smell of blood will attract other demons. It's time to leave. As he just stood up, his chest was pierced, and fresh blood gushed out, pooling on the ground. He reached out trembling to touch the wound. Are you the one who drew the sword? Am I not the representative you constantly think about? Why did you end up going this far? I and you basically have no grudges or enmity, To Duong reminds. This isn't your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's Ao and Amino. This guy just realized it. Now I remember you. You are To Duong, the Long Ha who killed the prince of the spirit kingdom. You exude danger, so if you know me, then I definitely can't let you live. Although I originally didn't intend to keep him alive, he panicked and ran away. You damn monster! Save me! Save me! To Duong snorted coldly, having been hit by the broken blade. Let's see where you can run to. But seeing this guy run quite far away and still not dead, To Duong felt a bit embarrassed, finally chasing after him when only a tiny dot remained of his figure. The cursed blade had no effect. Was this guy just lucky, or does he have a high enough mental strength? You throw a punch at his face, stop right there. This guy's whole body wobbles and falls forward. To Duong stabbed his sword into his body, then wiped the sweat from his face. If he's going to die, then just die. How could he let you escape? This one died in a somewhat shameful position. Speechless. The system display is checking compatibility, selecting the appropriate divine power trial, and the selection was successful, advancing the trial to 8 transformations and 5 stars. Death Trial of Divine Nature. Introduce the mission at the marked location on the map, which is a mysterious world called Tu Lac Vien. There are rumors that cursed ghosts wander in Tu Lac Vien. They are immortal beings. Venture into the depths of Tu Lac Vien to uncover the truth, complete the trial, and gain the corresponding divine power. To Duong pondered, the death divine power is a force related to mortality. In front of me, I have mastered 2 methods that can truly cause death in the game world. Black Dragon Athos possesses the divine fire of annihilation, but this technique ties the true power of the Black Dragon, making it difficult to unleash against high-level enemies. Another possibility is that the destructive power of the cursed blade can transform a professional into an unprofessional, effectively stealing the right to resurrection and thus allowing for permanent death. To Duong furrowed his brow in curiosity. I wonder if the enemy he must face this time also possesses this kind of power. But if this is an 8th transformation mission, the maximum difficulty probably won't exceed the 9 Transcendence semi-divine level. With his current remaining energy, he has enough to launch a precise attack. He steps through this gate. This will be his first challenge on the path to becoming a god, but he absolutely cannot let the boat overturn in the ditch here. The bright light shines through the crack in the door, dazzlingly bright. A loud bang echoes as the door closes. Elsewhere, a space crack appears. Purple light flickers, and a cross-shaped figure radiates mysterious energy. It hovered in the sky, absorbing the dark energy, then vanished without a trace. Now, in the freezing, snow-covered North Yuan, Siberia, To Duong struggled to walk through the snowstorm, each step heavy. He felt there was not a single soul on the road, not even a monster, let alone a person, perhaps because of the extreme cold. To Duong's footsteps crush the white snow as he looks curiously at the dark gate before him, or is it because of this mysterious scene? Reminder: in this area, idol power does not apply. Those who die here cannot be resurrected. To Duong was surprised, muttering to himself, is this really how it is? Most ordinary people would probably give up on the 4-star class change at this condition. But someone like me, you think I would give up that easily? To Duong stepped inside. If you don't even have a bit of courage, what's there to say about being the strongest? You appear calm, but the lingering aura around you suggests otherwise. In front of you is Tulak Vien, a desolate and abandoned graveyard. You carelessly step on the dry branches on the ground, a cracking sound echoing. Duong approaches the tree tied with red cloth. The mission requires investigating the truth. What does the truth of Tulak Vien actually mean? Are there some mysterious elements involved? Giant hands rise from the ground, and the zombies crawl up screaming blood. Blood. The dark space erupts with blinding light as Duong swings his sword to cut down the zombies. But these walking corpses look like they're straight out of a horror movie, trying to scare someone. Just after killing them, a few more burst up from the ground. I'm speechless. Are these guys endless? Duong sped up and left, refusing to waste time with these small monsters, heading straight for the boss. He eliminated all the zombies blocking his path, glancing back to see the others far behind. Duong let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't follow. He paused to look ahead, and it seemed that the place in front of him was the boss's chamber, where there was an altar and a sphere floating in the air, absorbing energy from 4 pillars. In the center of the altar is a level 260 soul altar of Tulak Vien. Duong is cautious, knowing the boss is definitely much stronger than a regular demon in Tam Uyen, but killing it wouldn't be difficult. But considering the requirements of that mission, I should first see what he's doing. When he turns his head, his eyes are blazing red and his face looks like a black hole. You're surprised? He's already noticed? The state of void travel clearly allows him to ignore those with basic mental strength and sensing abilities less than 1.5 times his own. This guy is just an 8 turn, yet his basic mental power is higher than mine. He raises the cross and mutters an ancient spell. The streams of power from the altar center shoot out in all directions. Go! Duong snorted coldly, knocking away the newly launched sword while Tay had already created a shield to protect herself. You raise your sword and slash directly at the shield, shouting, "Break for me!" The shield shatters into pieces that float in the air. Duong looked at the symbol on his hand in surprise. This is Black Dragon Athos. The Black Dragon appears here, its body enormous. T is terrified, frozen in place. He used an ancient spell to block a stream of flames shooting out from the Black Dragon's mouth. The Black Dragon looked embarrassed, and a loud gulp could be heard. Duong realized that this name seems to really like it. Seeing Tay kneel down suddenly, he was startled. What's going on now? Duong confusedly asked him, "Why did you bow to the Black Dragon? What exactly is this gem? What kind of bird language is that?" Seeing the Black Dragon suddenly lift its head high, he was startled and called Athos. Its eyes flashed red, burning like 2 flames. What? At that moment, Tay finally spoke in a human voice. "May I ask, what is wrong with you?" You glanced at him and suddenly started speaking human language? Duong turned to look at Black Dragon. No, maybe it's because Hak Long ate that precious gem. Thanks to that, it can understand other people's language. So I also gained a similar ability through the soul contract. So you're asking what exactly happened here? Be honest with me. He nodded and said he would not hide anything, then recounted that this place once belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, and that the land of the dead was separated from the main dead zone by a spatial anomaly, becoming a secret realm in another dimension. Furthermore, this dead land was once the domain of the great ancient devourer. Your Black Dragon is a descendant of that bloodline. I can feel a powerful aura emanating from it, absolutely unmistakable. Duong realized no wonder it showed such respect to Athos. It turns out it has a connection to the ancient devourer. He asked what the story behind that sacred gem was. Tien cleared the soul gem, which is the power of the ancient devourer used to swallow and enslave souls. I was just imitating, so I need an intermediary object to harness the power of the soul. Duong pondered silently. So that's how it is. The land of the dead, soul-devouring, walking corpses, divine death, all seem to be connected. You raise your Black Dragon seal hand, saying, "I must enter the deepest secret realm. Lead the way." Tay respectfully kneels and obeys. Black Dragon leads Duong away. With Tay following and stopping at a gate, he announces, "The contract master, we have arrived. Behind this stone gate are ancient guards, and a Black Dragon bloodline is needed to activate it." "Master, please be careful." Duong glanced and called Athos. It let out a deep roar in understanding, its dragon claws on the gate, energy flowing from them. The massive, heavy gate slowly opened before their eyes. He led the way inside leisurely, glancing around. The wall lanterns had been lit, illuminating the entire room, with a row of giant guardians guarding a gate in the distance. It is a guardian giant with no spirit. Teti reminds that these stone giants are controlled by soul power, with the core being the talisman on their heads, so the Lord must attack precisely. These statues begin to move as if they have consciousness. one raising a spear high, preparing to strike, and cracks start appearing on the blade where it hits the black dragon's wing. A fierce explosion erupts, illuminating the entire area. Tuduang launches a surprise attack from behind a giant. "Break it for me!" The giant was stunned to see you closing the distance. Two other ogres tremble as they exchange information. Then they both attack Tuduang together. "You're mocking the grand welcome, huh? Well, come on then." Kot longsword in his hand is raised, ready to strike. With one blow, the entire group of ogres will be defeated. Tuduang orders, "There's no time to waste. Move forward quickly." Hitai quickly obeyed. He realized that he had initially thought it was just a lucky child who made a contract with the descendant of the Great Devourer, but it turned out to be a hidden divine being. Luckily, he hadn't forced his hand earlier, or his bones would have long since been shattered. When stopping in front of a monster, Titai introduced it as the Ancient Devourer, with a small dagger clenched in its mouth, and Tuduang felt something was off. That small dagger radiates an overwhelmingly unnatural aura. I sense it is the greatest secret within this death trap. Suddenly, the monster's eyes blaze with fierce fire as it roars loudly at the intruder. Seeing the black dragon in the monster's sights, Tuduang anxiously calls out to Athos. The black dragon is ready to face its worthy opponent. "Master, are you not going to help?" "Explain. Athos told me that this is its supplementary trial, and it must go through it alone. I cannot interfere casually." Tuduang was very confident, saying, "I don't even need to intervene because Athos is definitely stronger than that lifeless creature." The dagger spun in the air, and the black dragon caught it with its claws before stabbing it into its opponent's body. Finished, it pulls out the dagger embedded in the thick hide of the monster. Now, the monster's eyes have lost all vitality and its body is motionless. Black dragon strikes its body, shards flying everywhere. Yang praises it. "Very impressive." Athos reports that the item's grade is unclear. A divine dagger introduced by the Hunters Guild, a dagger imbued with a certain amount of deathly divine power once used by the Apostles of Death to hunt gods. The double death of both body and soul is true death, eternal and silent. The fate death effect consumes a certain amount of divine death energy to mark the target. For now, remove the life divine attribute layer. The target cannot be revived after death. Extract the soul. The target is killed by the divine game, and the soul will be extracted and transformed into pure soul power. The knife falls into his hand. Tuduang silently thinks, "This is the one, a special power that cannot be revived once eliminated. Moreover, looking at this name, even a god could be killed by me." At the depths of the black abyss on the 700th floor, the holy angel appears dark abyss. "Demon, your sins. Accept the purification of the holy temple." A terrified monster realizes it is a holy angel. Run quickly to Lord Mugalivia's place. The angel's hand reaches out. Holy light purifies, everything is burned in the holy radiance, a space covered by a blazing wall of fire. Countless sword beams crisscrossing, bodies scattered on the ground, the proud figure of the angel standing there, his holy staff lowered, debris flying everywhere. The angel stood there unafraid as a hole appeared in the ground where the staff was lowered, and from the thick smoke a figure emerged. The Western Tower sneered. "Just a four-winged angel," she said coldly, her eyes fierce. "Yet you dare to come to the deep abyss and cause chaos. I am Enfong, the four-winged angel of the Third Holy Legion. Your lord has been exposed. The Supreme Archangel is about to descend to purge the sins." At that moment, Tay Thap appeared behind him and struck, cutting off one of Enfong's wings. He stepped back to avoid the attack, admitting he was too careless. West Tower sneered, "So what if you're careless? Even an ant needs to know its limits." The attitude angered him. "Stop being so arrogant, demon." His hand clenched the cross, judging the cross itself. The cross grew enormous, serving as a sturdy shield for Enfong. He grasped the spear in his hand, the spear of judgment, and drove its tip into the center of the cross. Pressing it down where the Western Tower stands, she no longer felt like playing with Enfong. Boring sin. Arrogance activates a shield sphere to protect himself. At this moment outside the Tamuyen Gate, the atmosphere is extremely tense. A blazing golden light suddenly erupts, astonishing the guards. "What is this?" Inside, Enfong breathes a sigh of relief, glad that he had previously erected a resurrection statue. The soldier wonders silently, could it be that the god has sent a messenger to save us? I can feel that he is very powerful, even greater than the high priest Tiemia. Humanity is saved. Enfong was pondering, originally thinking that the primordial ruler was extremely weak, and since the fallen angel's power had diminished greatly, she could kill them. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be this strong. The space corridor created by the Silver Cross is still unstable, and for now we cannot rely on the support of the Holy Temple. We can only depend on ourselves. He holds the box covered with charms invoking the holy crest, mercy, and salvation, and releases the seal. The layers of charms on the outside of the box have broken, and countless blazing evil spirits burst out from inside. The guard froze at the sight. What is this? Anfang declares, granting hope in despair, offering protection in fear. He recites the incantation, bringing peace amidst salvation amidst sin, guiding the world toward the divine, toward light, toward faith. Anfang flapped his wings and soared into the sky, saying, "Will you become my #1 believer in the human world?" At first he hesitated in fear, but then he showed loyalty. "I swear loyalty to Lord Avan Long with my life." Anfang orders, "Go and gather more followers." The guard captain's order is clear. It is at the statue of the god where Tuduong is present. You're curious if, after completing the 8 transformations with your current attributes, you could fight alone against an alliance of raiders and still survive, right? Your profile has been updated. Tuduong level 305, strength 166,234, spirit 144,871, agility 56,211, resistance attribute, recovery attribute. You are surprised that after the 8 transformations, the system's divine power also unlocked. I didn't expect the cursed sword and the dark orb to also add divine power. No, it seems this dark gem is actually the power of the original sin ruler. I never expected divine attributes to be so strange. A series of notifications erupted. Death divine attribute. Its quality surpassing the limits of this world and cannot be displayed. Strength level 3, with 35 units from divine slaying and worship. The divine attribute is blasphemous, and the quality exceeds the limits of this world and cannot be displayed. Strength level 5, with infinite units from the blasphemous divine sword of original sin. True divine attribute at strength level 2, and 5 units from the dark black pearl. Further emphasizing that both death and blasphemy belong to the domain of the master. Exceeding the limits of this world also means mastering the powers of death and blasphemy, even stronger than the true gods of the divine. What kind of realm are they in? Hearing the call of the great practitioner, he turned back and asked, "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" The Western Tower reports that the 4-winged angel of the Holy Spirit and the Holy Palace, well, explaining it in detail is quite complicated, but according to your human understanding, heaven is the Holy Palace, and the abyss of demonic suppression is hell. These 2 places have been opposed since ancient times, and that's how it is. Tuduong admits that it is indeed much easier to understand. The Western Tower reminds him that the passage between the Holy Court and the Abyss was already destroyed by him, but this time they must have used divine weapons to open a space crack. I can still deal with the vanguard forces for now, but if the main army of the Holy Court arrives, the situation will be uncertain. This made Tuduong decide. In my opinion, the destruction of the demonic abyss is fundamentally a good thing, but the problem is that the sovereign of original sin cannot be killed by humans. He must die at my hands. He thought for a moment and then chuckled, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The Western Tower looked on with deep, puzzled curiosity. "What are you laughing at?" Tuduong held the small sword in his hand. "Nothing special. Just feeling a bit restless and wanting to find an angel to test his blade on." "You plan to draw your sword. Whether your weapon can kill gods or not, just prove it by yourself."